Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 259, Chapter. Cerebrate reclined in his seat in the carriage and watched the little girl half run, half stagger away, her tears running down her naked body until they fell off her bare skin and into the grass. That wasn't the only fluid to run over her skin, but as he lay back, satisfied and at ease, he couldn't find a reason to care one way or the other. His only regret. I wish I had more cocks, enough to do that to every little piece of candy in this whole rotten kingdom. That thought disrupted his happiness a little and he reached down to stroke himself. There'll be another village tonight, and then another, all the way to Arwintar. That eased his rising ill temper a little bit. The promise of so many sweets along the way almost made up for the complete loss of work. When I win the throne and I'm the emperor, I'll have a fresh one with every meal. His tongue lolled out of his mouth as he filled his head with fantasies and approached his peak of pleasure. But the truth beneath that pleasure was that a sea of bitterness roiled without end. That bitch, fired without so much as a thank you. I was supposed to get the queen for myself, a knight with a royal slut child. I was so close. He finished, and wiped his hand on the clothing the village girl left behind before running back to her family. There was always a villager with a child to trade for a few hours, and that ensured no trouble followed his amusements. But nothing completely burned away the hatred he felt for the kingdom he would be passing through soon. Kingdom of Nazarick. He cursed the name and glared out the window of his carriage. The warrior teams they provided were second to none, and rendered him redundant. Whoever imagined an adamantite-ranked adventurer could be made needless. He wanted to howl in his frustration. Without even lust to distract him, he reached for the bottle and began to swig down what was left of the wine. But that same resentment brought up a sense of caution about his earlier thoughts. Maybe it wouldn't be wise to try to buy one there. I'll be passing through the kingdom of Karn. They're not officially part of the kingdom of Nazarick yet, better safe than sorry. Cerebrate thought, and drank the last of the bottle. Bitter that he reached the bottom without passing out, he ran his fingers through the scraggly brown beard and licked his fingers to savor just one more drop, before he closed his eyes and tried unsuccessfully to sleep. Ainz pressed his lips to those of the sleeping succubus and watched her eyes flutter open. This was one of their favorite games. She wrapped her arms around his body, and then her wings as well, and drew him closer. "When do we leave, my love?" Albedo asked as he moved entirely on top of her. Her golden eyes took every inch that they could. "Not for a while. I'd like to take a carriage rather than a gate, so we will go sooner than we otherwise would, though." Ainz answered and breathed in her heady scent. "A carriage?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. For at least a moment that curiosity pushed aside her desires. "Yes. In the first world, travel was not something most of us did. We each had our own realms, and came to the second world to meet and explore a new place and create. Now here in the third world, I'd like to take my time and see everything. There is no hurry, is there?" he asked and placed a hand over her belly, leaving the question unspoken. "No, none. But if we're taking a carriage, then there is something I'd like to ask," Albedo said, and delayed his question by pulling herself up to plant a kiss of her own on his lips and duel with this tongue for several seconds before she lay back again and licked her lips to enjoy his lingering flavor. "I'd like to ask that you bring Kalka here, into the heart of Nazarick to show off your son," Albedo said with a cocky little smile. "Are you serious?" Ainz asked. He froze suddenly and shifted to lie beside her on the bed, games and desire briefly forgotten. "Yes, there's a ritual of the Roble Holy Kingdom she will have to undergo, and there is no place better for it than here." Albedo replied, "I'm sure you already know all about it, but I'm certain she's anxious. I think that is part of why she sent that letter informing you of her intent to travel with the Queen of Frost. She knows of your love for me, and fears for the fate of her son after I send out the announcement of my pregnancy." "Poor little human." Albedo laughed, so naive. A ritual. Ainz thought and racked his brain. His anxiety hit him like an old-world train. His immediate instinct was to nod along, and his head even started to move. As did his lips, prepared to lie and pretend he knew what she was talking about. But he stopped himself. "No," he told himself, "I did so much harm to my children, pretending and lying, and I wounded Albedo the most." That old grief washed over his soul for a moment and carried away his intent at pretense. When it was gone, he answered her. "What ritual is this?" Ainz asked, and Albedo rolled on top of him. "Silly me." Albedo tittered out. Of course a supreme being wouldn't trouble their minds with the rituals of lesser creatures. "It's the Paternicius Declaratius, where Aurelian's life or death will be decided. Ordinarily this would be a perfunctory thing, but I think she fears the outcome since I am now carrying an heir to you as well." It was several minutes before Ainz could say anything at all to that, as he could not bring himself to break the kiss he gave to her next. The Queen of Frost chose a scenic route over which to guide her counterpart, and their carriages rolled on uninterrupted for long stretches of time, pausing only to relieve themselves, eat, or sleep. And when they slept, Nia insisted on providing the best hospitality they could manage. It was under these conditions that Queen Kalka followed Queen Baraja into the heart of a full-blown demi-human town. "This isn't Hoburns," Nia said by way of apology, flashing fierce fangs in as friendly a smile as she could. "We're still growing here, only my capital city is really established. Everything else is just towns and villages, like this place." She waved her hand around the mix of stone and wooden buildings. Curiously, unlike human construction which tended to square off, the buildings in towns were single-story and focused on length rather than height. They were long oval shapes over which wood, metal, or even occasionally stone rooftops went. "I see," Kalka said and rocked her son in her arms. He laughed a little bit, heedless it seemed, of the pounding in his mother's heart. Demi-humans of all types occupied the town, from orcs to Zern to ones that Kalka couldn't have named if her life depended on it. Four-armed creatures with straight, slender bodies which seemed almost totally faceless but somehow knew where they were going. Every part of her body cried out in fear of retribution. The reflexive fear of demi-humans and the violence they might do to her or her child was a part of her character. Her host, however, seemed oblivious, and that made Kalka's sense of shame all the worse. Her companions were tense, but none had sweat on her brow that the queen could see. It was then seeing a human that caught Kalka most off guard. "Humans?" she asked without thinking. Nia turned around to face Kalka. "Oh, yes, I should have mentioned that. Forgive me, royal sister." Nia bowed her head. "I assumed you knew that a number of humans chose to remain behind. I was offering free land to anyone willing to work it for 5 years, and made that same offer to all my prisoners of war. Most of them went home, but some, a few thousand at least, chose to remain behind." Kalka was quiet as she followed the Frost Queen to a large wooden door. "They're full citizens, of course." Nia added hastily, "I put them all under the Ostraka house for their greater ease, but there's just so much land that a few like that one," she waved a hand toward the direction the human vanished into, "go off on their own. Some stake claims in mine, some farm, but they're all my people. As long as they obey my laws, they're mine." Kalka thought that over, and her own emotional response to it. "I see," she repeated herself and followed the Frost Queen into the building. It turned out to be larger than anticipated, though save for the slug-like creature behind a counter, it seemed like any other town inn. Wooden floor, a bar at which several different demi-humans from goblins to elves drank, and a curious-looking dwarf with dark skin and a black beard, drinking and talking. "Room enough for all of us, and my guards," Nia said, and the innkeeper seemed to shiver as if he were excited. "Of course, did you bring your own dead to eat, or shall we serve you some of our dead, your majesty?" The innkeeper shivered all the faster as he spoke, but his question turned Kalka's face faintly green. Nia looked over her shoulder. "Zern. They have odd dining habits, and odder ways of speaking. There are no people on our menu." The Queen of Frost chuckled, and a collective sigh of relief went up from Kalka, Kalart, and Gustav all at once, as well as their guards, and some of those following Nia. "Venison stew if you don't have any cockatrice," Nia said, "and beds suitable for humanoids." "At your pleasure, your majesty." The Zern innkeeper began to slide away immediately, and while he did, a thought came to Kalka that she did not like at all. "If my reaction to demi-humans is normal, and my husband's kingdom is more welcoming, we'll fall behind. Sooner or later, we have to push change like she has. I can't just wait for time to ease things or we'll get a very bad reputation." Kalka rushed from thought to proposal with no time to speak of. "After we return to our homes, Queen Baraja, we should see about moving some demi-humans into my country," Kalka suggested when Nia accepted the key and walked toward the far end of the building. "We should?" Nia asked without a backward glance. Doubt didn't need to be on her face for Kalka to hear it in her voice. "Yes. I'm settling the wildlands now, or rather, we will be soon. A handful of demi-humans might help ease some of the past tensions between our peoples." Kalka proposed, her steps quickened to put her at Nia's side, and from her side when they reached a far door, she saw a look of doubt in the dragonid eyes. "No demi-human has ever lived in your kingdom without being killed for being there," Nia said, and reaching up, she put a hand on Kalka's shoulder. The guards at Kalka's back tensed, but the Queen of the Roble Holy Kingdom held up a hand at her side to stop them from responding. Nia noticed both happen and sighed. "See. I like you, Queen Besserez, you're the monarch the Holy Kingdom deserves, but you're asking me to put the lives of my people on the line to improve your home's future prospects. I can see no benefit to that for me or for Demalbion's people. If I send a few hundred demi-humans to live in human villages, I'll get back corpses. I'm sorry, sister. But I can't do what you want." Nia said and shoved the key into the iron lock. She twisted it open with a click and then withdrew it to hand to the queen. "Sleep well, and we'll travel onward tomorrow. having to go around the lands that will murder me and my escorts will be time-consuming, so we have to start early. But at least the company will be good. Nia said and squeezed Kalka's shoulder gently once, then stepped aside. Sleep well, Queen of Frost. Kalka said, and entered the room with her escort at her back, leaving Nia to go to her own quarters for the night. Chapter 260, Chapter. Out of all the cardinals, Zeshi knew and trusted Raymond the most. He'd always dealt straight with her, and in her rare outings in the darkness to remove some threat, he was her constant handler and guide. Whether because of that or in spite of it, he always behaved more gently with her, treating her as if she were the child of a dear friend, and though it grated on occasion, it was hard not to trust a man who showed care like that. Particularly as she lacked any father of her own beyond the one she wanted to murder. So, over the years, she'd come to begrudgingly look up to him in a way. If Dominic told me to stay in the carriage, I'd have told him to drive it up his ass. The half-elf snorted when they rolled up to a village, and then right through it. The next few days passed that way, they camped between villages under the night sky. Curiously enough, they seemed to be taking turns being ahead of a man who ran at night and slept during the day. It was such a regular thing that she ticked off the days by his sweaty smell when he loped past them, and it was a full week before Zeshi realized, I'd never been outside this much in my entire life. The stars were twinkling the same as they did each night, a haunch of meat was roasting on a spit over a crackling fire, and the fruit trees at their backs waved gently in the breeze. More notably, a forest loomed close, and it called to her blood like a siren. I've never been this close to it for this long. Zeshi set her back against the tree and looked up at the sky, the branches were wide set and offered a clear window to the beyond. Say, Raymond, what are those stars anyway? The stars are stars, how am I supposed to answer that? Raymond chortled while he turned the spit, he glanced up at the sky reflexively when she asked. If I asked you what a half-elf was, how would you answer that? Saying they're born half of rapist animals. Zeshi answered, and Raymond's brief laugh died in his throat. She's not really wrong, but not quite the way she thinks. His conscience gnawed at him, there were a lot more half-elves from human violence than the other way around, a secret that was kept from her for her entire life. I could tell her, but how would she respond to that? There was no good answer, and so he kept turning the spit and held his tongue. The smell of the meat was flavorful and rich, he held a hand up over it and tilted a little container of salt over the cooking flesh. But seriously, I'm asking what they're made of. Are they diamonds? Zeshi asked. No, the god's wisdom told us that they're actually giant balls of gas, each one bigger than the whole world many times over, burning billions of miles away. Supposedly, many of them actually died a long time ago, but their light is only just now reaching us. Raymond explained and Zeshi whistled appreciatively. Sounds like a folk story or something. She said, but a neat one. It sounds like total bullshit. A blue-haired man said as he approached, veering off of the road. Zeshi sniffed the air, you're the man who's been running past us over the last few days, aren't you? Given that you just took a whiff, I'd say that means it's been too long since I've bathed. The blue-haired man laughed with a self-deprecating look, lifted his arm, and sniffed. He pretended to wince. Yeah, too long. You don't have to have good senses to know that much. Raymond said, his hand quietly slipping within his cardinal robes to palm a dagger, what do you want? Nothing really. My name is Brain, and I couldn't help but smell the food, again, and, he put one hand on his stomach, it growled at them like a feral beast, and Raymond relaxed, I was hoping I could ask for a bite. Traveler's hospitality and all that. An unwritten rule of the road, to help travelers in distress, feed the hungry traveler, was a commandment that even demi-humans were said to have embraced. It didn't hurt that travelers were always armed, and the best way to keep a sword sheathed when a hungry belly was present was to put bread in one hand and cheese in the other, or so it was said. Sit. Share the fire. Raymond said, and when the blue-haired man set his sword down on a log and sat, the cardinal took his hand off his knife. Thank you. Brain said, and took a seat. My name is Brain, Brain Unglaus. I've heard of you. Raymond said immediately, but aren't you from Riestai's, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm on my way to Arwintar. I was in Malbion's capital city when word came of the tournament, and it's a bit of a run for me to get there in time. Brain tossed off the sentence like it was nothing. Both Raymond and Zeshi stiffened when he said it. Raymond however was in the middle of handing over a chunk of cheese, and such was his surprise that he dropped it. Brain darted his hand out and caught the chunk before it could hit the grass. Hey thanks, but try not to drop it in the grass. He smirked a little, only the smallest upturn in his lip exposed it in the light of the fire, and he brought the cheese up to his mouth to take a bite. It fairly melted in his mouth with a savory tartness that slid over his tongue with the smoothness of water going downhill. Malbion. You were with the demi-humans? Zeshi asked with sudden curiosity. You're not serious? Raymond demanded. He'd stopped turning the spit when Brain spoke. Yeah sure. Brain said and casually chewed on the tart yellow chunk. I'm a free sword with no master, I go where I want, and Demalbian is friendly to travelers who want to show their talent. Their queen is utterly mad for talent. She said anyone who comes to her domain offering to use their talents in peace can expect to be rewarded as handsomely as they would be in the kingdom of Nazarick or better. There's a bit of a rivalry between those two, it seems like. I'd go to the kingdom of Nazarick, but I still have some history in some of those areas that I'm not quite sure is settled, so I went west. That's a lot of walking. Zeshi remarked. Brain shrugged while Raymond frowned. Maybe, though, old man, you might want to start turning that spit again. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth or anything, but you two probably don't like burnt meat any more than I do. Shit. Raymond cursed and resumed rotating the spit when he saw the char forming on the section of meat closest to the flames. You're welcome. But yeah, I've spent my whole life traveling. I've been to the Elf Kingdom, to the Draconic Kingdom, to Ainz, Baharuth, the Roble Holy Kingdom. No home means nothing to tie me down, all I've ever done is test my sword. Brain said and slid off the log to rest his back against it instead. To Zeshi, who had never traveled at all, Brain was like some strange, unfamiliar creature. She looked at him with utter fascination. I went to Demalbian to fight for prizes in their arena. It isn't much, but they're building a lot, and I thought it might be neat for the first arena champion to be a human traveler instead of a native of the region. Plus I was just curious about what it was like there. I go where I want, and nobody can tell me otherwise. It's a nice life. Brain remarked and stretched out his legs. So why go to Baharuth? The life of an emperor doesn't sound like it would appeal to you. Raymond asked. The man was so outgoing and gregarious that it was hard not to like his rakish easy manner, and against his will, the cardinal was curious. Nah, it doesn't. I figure I'll win the tournament and just hand it over to whoever came in second. I'll settle for a token payment of gold coins to wherever I am next. The throne doesn't suit me. I'll probably just pay off a bounty on me in Ainz, if there is still one, or the kingdom of Karn, if it's there instead, and then go back to Demalbian. Demalbian, not the theocracy or the Holy Kingdom. Not a human nation. Don't you have some loyalty to humanity in you? Raymond's religious instincts took over for a moment, but Brain only laughed. You're a religious man all right, but no, not really. Listen, old-timer, I've been all over the place. I've had goblins, elves, dark elves, humans, orcs, and you name it, host me, fight me, and work for me, and let me tell you this, the average person of every one of those races is a coward. Not 1 in 20 wants to pick up a sword and die. But I've seen strong ones who are brave because they're strong, and weak ones who are brave because they have something to fight for. From where I'm sitting, they're all bad and all good in the same ways. Just different flesh from one to the next. Like whatever human male raped her mother to make her, he inclined his head towards Zeshi and gave her an apologetic bow of his head. No offense, he added, then finished, I've got no real reason to favor my own kind over any other. There's only two sides where I stand, the ones who'd help out, and the ones who'd shove a knife in my back over a pair of boots. It was a rant if ever there was one, and Raymond didn't much care for it. He sliced off some meat and handed it to the blue-haired swordsman. Here, that should be enough to hold you, and not to sound inhospitable, but I think you'd best run. I'm not in a sociable mood all of a sudden. Yeah, fine, old man. No offense meant, just how things are, you know. Brain said, thanks for the meat and the cheese. He said, taking a strip of roast meat, he wolfed it down, snatched up his sheath, and bowed to his hosts. A moment later, he was running again and was quickly out of sight. It wasn't until he was gone that Zeshi said a thing, with far better eyes than Raymond, keeping her eye on the retreating dot in the darkness far longer than the cardinal did, and she was still watching him vanish while she asked. Raymond. Why did he assume that it was my mother who was an elf? Shit. Raymond mentally cursed, and dropped his knife into the dirt at his feet when his fingers fumbled after her question. Chapter 261, Chapter. The carriages of the queens rolled through the winding roads of Ainz, and little by little, as the guards blended together in their rotations of securing each other's charges, the two groups began to grow more comfortable with one another. They're coming along nicely, aren't they? The Queen of Frost asked while she cradled the infant son of the Holy Queen of Roble and the Allfather of Nazarick. She tapped his nose with the tip of her talon hand and drew a giggle from the boy. His hands closed around the rounded part of her talon and tugged. Her hand moved with his pull. And your son has quite a grip. Nia added, drawing her finger away to avoid accidentally harming him. They are, and he does. The Holy Queen gave a radiant smile to her counterpart. Your suggestion of drinking contests between the two groups and breaking up the rivalry with duels, it was a good one. Thank you. Nia replied and held the swaddled infant back to her opposite number. Kalka accepted him into her arms with the greatest care, and asked, is that how you united the demi-humans? Wouldn't you like to know? Nia gave a fongy smile at the queen as if she were holding some closely guarded secret. Yes, actually. Kalka said matter-of-factly and glanced over to the circle of soldiers where a bare-chested orc and an equally bare-chested paladin rolled around amidst the cheers of their comrades. Okay, sure. Nia said with a rough laugh, that was part of it. Demi-humans aren't all that different, they just live harder lives. A strong individual may gather a lot of followers, but there are lots of strong individuals. If one treats you like dirt, go to another who behaves better. So even the worst of them have limits unless they want to rule a kingdom of one. I used my reputation and knowledge to win more than duels. I won battles, then offered the losers a future and integrated them into my army. Plus, we had a common enemy. She gave a long, lingering, though wrathless look to the Holy Queen. That makes sense, so now that all that is over. The Queen asked. Now we build up, things have already changed. Demalbian is getting stronger all the time, new mining operations are just the tip of the mountain. Thanks to the dark dwarves we've hired, we'll be building up our artisan class for years to come. No more need to steal and pillage to gain wealth. We'll create it ourselves. Demi-human merchants wandering through the Holy Kingdom. Kalka remarked, if somebody had said something about that 5 years ago I wouldn't have believed it. We barely believed they had merchants at all. Nia nodded, I thought the same way, but they did have a very small merchant class, but it was never secure enough to thrive. With your permission, Your Majesty, I'd like to make formal contact with your most important merchant. Tinemak, I think, was his name. I want to formally integrate our merchants into the International Guild and he seems like just the man to go to for it. The cheers went up and the two queens paused to glance at the source of the noise. The human was over the orc and was steadily bringing fists down against the orc's big snout. We can arrange for a meeting, but it will have to be in Hoburns, and you'll have to bring along some of your merchants, plus you'll need to have a few humans among them. The queen made the offer, and faster than she expected, the dragonette who sat across from her on the log, gave a sharp nod. I expected terms like that. We'll bring samples of some of our finished goods too, and perhaps you should invite your husband. After all, he will effectively be ruling most of the places we expect to trade with. Plus I'd be lying if I were to say I wasn't hoping to meet him again, a human eager for the unity of all kinds. It's almost unthinkable. If things had gone differently. Nia sighed, I might have headed for his kingdom on my own just as a nameless squire. He's proven persuasive in that regard. Kalka acknowledged, decidedly overlooking her own past point of view, though it hasn't hurt that he's got magic power nobody has seen in centuries. The priests in my country are wondering if he's a player. You mean a full-blown god? I'm not surprised. Nia answered, he may very well be. Don't tell the theocracy that, you know how they think of these things, they're so dogmatically entrenched that even the word of a god might not change their minds. Kalka snorted and then began to coo to her infant as his breathing settled into a sleeping rhythm. I know. And sooner or later, we'll trade words about that. Hopefully that is all we'll trade, but only time will tell. Nia answered and when the smell of rich stew reached the seated royals, she crudely licked her lips. Enough serious talk for now though, shall we eat? Yes. Yes, let's. The Queen of the Roble Holy Kingdom answered as the bowls were brought over and a cheer went up. A bloody and bruised orc stood with his fist raised high in victory while the paladin huffed and puffed as he was helped up by his friends. Elves are so gross. Cerebrate muttered as the little one lay curled up holding the place where he'd used his favorite weapon on her. This one was only a half-breed, but still, she had those ears. The body stays young at least, nice, fine bones, but their faces tend to have that angular look, and the ears are ugly and wiggle when they're scared, like fucking deer looking for danger. Part of Cerebrate resented the coin he'd spent on her. And regretted what it would mean for his travels. After I leave the theocracy, I'll have to take side roads to avoid suspicion, maybe dispose of her part of the way there. That was another upside to his purchase. If he used it up, it would mean less to him to get rid of it. He took a bite of his stew. Venison, deer were plentiful, and the meat had a rich, succulent flavor, but still, the lack of spices was a problem. He frowned down at the bowl. Since the kingdom of Nazarick's policies, trade has slowed down a lot. The last 3 places didn't even have salt to spare. Meat without spices was still meat, but while he looked down at the cheap wooden bowl of broth, meat, potato chunks, and a few other ingredients, he couldn't help but find it bland. "Owie, it hurts, why won't the bleeding stop?" The half-elf girl whimpered, more to herself than to him. Her golden hair was a tangled mess now after her brief, futile struggle before she became a limp, groaning doll, which in turn became a weeping lump of sweaty, dirty flesh. That's it. Cerebrate snapped his fingers and the little frown on his face turned upside down. "Slut girl, get over here, and be quick about it." He snapped his fingers again and pointed to his feet. He saw the way her dull eyes sharpened and widened with fear, and she got to wobbly feet with the greatest difficulty and slowness, and walked with pain-filled, shaking steps, her legs kept apart to avoid more pain between them until she all but collapsed in front of him. "Master?" she asked. Cerebrate held the bowl under her chin right eye. "Cry into this, I need salt." The callous indifference was worse than cruelty, and she quietly began sobbing again, tears running over the rim of the wooden bowl, until he drew it back from her, stirred, and took a bite. A little too much salt. he thought as he put the wooden spoon into his mouth and glanced at the kneeling half-breed. What? Go clean yourself, you stink, he said and pointed toward a river just a little off to the side of the road where Cerebrate's makeshift camp sat. I smell like you, she accused him and looked up at him with bitter, hate-filled eyes. Bitch, he snapped, and the fist of the knight connected with her face. She howled in pain as she was snapped backward and sent flying, crashing, and bouncing over the dirt and grass. My eye, my eye, my eye, she whimpered as she clutched at the injury. Just clean yourself up, it's a long journey ahead and you're not getting back in my carriage while you stink, Cerebrate hissed. A few yards away, the carriage driver, a human of the theocracy, watched the scene with a mix of disinterest, curiosity, and disgust. Cerebrate didn't think anything of the servant, neither loved nor loathed. As long as he drove, it was fine. Even if he says anything he shouldn't in some other country, so what? There'll be no proof to be had. Content with this reasoning, Cerebrate ate his meal in peace while the weeping girl kept saying, my eye, and staggered out of view and toward the river. Layali clutched her injury as she staggered away from the monster. When she moved her hand aside, she felt her eye come with it. Being only 67, she was still a child, but she'd seen enough injuries to know what this meant. My eye is taken out of its socket, it's bad, real bad. And the rest. The abuse of her kind was nothing new, but until this one, nobody had shown any interest in her that way. But that's all this one wants, there's nowhere I can go, no parents, nobody will help me, this is a nightmare. I'm living in a nightmare, why, for what? She whimpered quietly as she sank her body into the river. Clean, I have to get clean, wash him off, wash him out, I have to get clean. She grabbed a handful of sand from the embankment and began to use it to scrub the blood and dirt from everywhere on her body. Layali sank deeper into the water, she scrunched her toes into the soft ground as the cool waters rushed around her and raced away. The one good part of traveling with the monster who called himself Cerebrate was that she could see the long horizons. The world is so much bigger than I thought, so much bigger. The water was up to her nose, one hand clung to the agony-filled eye socket while the other struggled to clean herself off, minute after minute until an hour passed and her flesh was raw and red and the scrapes of the raw scrubbing grew worse and worse. I'm still not clean. I'll never be clean. Laylali whimpered and blew bubbles in the water as she screamed into it when that realization hit. Her good eye darted around, searching for somewhere, anywhere, but intuitively she knew the truth, there's nowhere to run, got nothing, nowhere, no one. She recalled briefly the day her mother passed away, her body buried in the field she toiled over. The elves who worked with her didn't mourn her, and the words of one of the older slaves came back to Layali now as she sat in the cool water of the river, listening to its endless babble as it raced far, far beyond her view. We don't mourn, because her problems are over. Nobody will harm her now. That's the place I can run to, where even the monster can't follow me. Layali removed her hand from her eye, and it fell dangling down against her cheek, still hanging onto the red retina and dripping blood into the water that was swiftly carried away and disappeared into the current. The half-elf took one more deep breath, lowered her face under the water, it picked up her eye and pulled it to float on the surface of the water to create a bizarre moment when she could see both clearly and a blur both at once in two different directions. The water rushed over her head, she curled up beneath it, dragging the dangling eye down underwater with her, and began to scream once more into the water. Layali's screaming went on until the bubbles stopped, and she didn't feel the water beginning to carry her away. Chapter 262, Chapter. Zeshi was less than happy with Raymond's half-answers to her questions. That human wasn't joking. I've had enough idiots try to joke with me in the last 100 years to know that. He was very naturally speaking his mind. He truly believed my father was a human. In all the years she'd known Raymond he'd never once told a lie to her, not as far as she knew. As the carriage rolled on, Zeshi's doubts intensified, he had trouble meeting her face when she looked at him for too long. His eyes would dart toward the carriage window, or out into the woods or open fields. Night and day retreated in their turns, and the quiet that settled over the travelers held while Zeshi privately asked questions she did not like. I accepted his answer at first, camping between villages so I don't have to deal with idiots, and having things brought to me that I wanted or needed. But the more I think about it, the less sense it makes. It'd be a whole lot easier if they just brought stuff while I was closer to where the stuff was. And it was this line of thought that had Zeshi do something she hadn't done before. Raymond fell asleep eventually, as was inevitable, after a brief meal that was as quiet as all their meals lately. And when he was deep into his slumber, Zeshi looked down the distant road that wound over the landscape. The great endless river cut all the way through the known world, its many lakes, ponds, and streams were found throughout the theocracy, not to mention the other border nations. Not for nothing did the most important road in the slain theocracy run close to it, so that any traveler could always have a place stocked with fish to catch, water to drink and a place to bathe. The river's noise was a quiet and steady babbling, rolling over rocks and occasionally added to by the noise of a jumping fish. Shallow in some places, very deep in others, it was a popular spot with good reason. That stranger. Brain, I can just ask him directly, but we haven't seen him in days. I don't believe he's that far ahead, not a chance. We've been slowing down to avoid him, I know it. She smirked, but there's no way he'll be so far ahead that I can't catch up to him. Then he will answer me, one way or the other. She took a long, slow breath, lowered herself into a sprinting start position with one leg back and one knee up to her chest and began to activate her martial arts. Greater sprint, greater agility boost, quick step, flash step. Zeshi's muscles tensed, and then she sprang into motion like an arrow loosed from a bow, down the seemingly endless empty road which ended, somewhere Zeshi had never been. Brain sat by the waters of the river just past a village. Supplies were easy to come by there, though he knew he could have had a room, but the journey to Baharuth was a long one, and camping was both free and comfortable. He glanced back the way he'd come, the carriage he'd been leapfrogging on their respective journeys still hadn't passed him, not again, not in days. Not since his dinner with the human of the group. I wonder if they're all right. He snorted at the absurd question. Even a casual meeting told him that the pair were powerful, maybe even stronger than me. He wondered about that with a casual little smirk on his face while he carried the small pot down to the river. He waded into the cool water so that it was roughly 3/4 of the way up his boots and then took his sword away from his back. He stood stock still and stared down into the babbling clear water. He dipped the pot just below the surface, filled it, then set it on a nearby rock against which the waters of the great river broke. In the place where he stood there was a small bounty of reeds amidst which insects buzzed and darted about in the endless search for food or mates or both. They served as prey, Brain knew, for not only spiders, one of which was busy wrapping a captive dragonfly in its web, but also for the fish. The wiggly scaly things might not have been all that smart, but they knew where to find food. So all he had to do was wait until they accepted his leather boots as part of the landscape and pick the perfect one for his pot. His sword came up, ready to vanquish the slippery foe to feast on his corpse. Or that was the plan. His sharp eyes caught something else, something familiar. Is that a corpse? A child's corpse? He wondered, and a brief moment of pity moved his heart. Being a bandit at one point, he'd slain travelers and their guards. His search for the perfect technique to best Gazef Stronov had carried him everywhere that fighting could be found without binding himself to anyone. But killing children was just pathetic, or perhaps sad. He wasn't sure what word to use, but murdering them was something he avoided. The body was naked and badly bruised. His sense of pity redoubled, but Brain did nothing. What's the point of burying it? Eaten by worms. Eaten by fish that eat worms. Then it's just fish food with extra steps. He tried to look away. Then he looked back. You can at least watch it go. He told himself. It's as close to a funeral procession as it's going to get. So he turned again to watch the body pass. His head turned as it drifted along on the current. It carried her close to him. He lowered his eyes to look down at it. He had no aversion to bodies, even when it came to those of people he didn't think should be killed in the first place. He kept his sword up, waiting for the body to drift by so he could stab the fish. Mutilated ears, elf or half-elf. He realized. That explains the nakedness, girl or boy, there's some foulness out there, disgusting. Layali felt it immediately. She snapped her head up and gasped for air as once again her attempt at drowning herself failed. Why can't it just kill me? She screamed that in her head 1,000 times. It felt like, every time her body expelled the water and her head involuntarily went up to gasp for air. Only this time she didn't think that. She didn't think that because she found herself staring up at a blue-haired human holding a sword up over her body. The half-elf screamed, her only eye flew wide as she struggled to get her feet on the bottom of the river so she could get away, but all she did was splash water about in a useless effort, drenching the human thoroughly. For his part, as soon as she snapped her head up and screamed, he fell backward, his heart racing as he staggered closer to land. Undead. He shouted with the natural human revulsion for corpses, and when he found solid ground he leveled his sword toward her. It was his cry of undead that gave the girl pause as she struggled to get out of reach. Layali began panting. She looked at the sword in his hand. If drowning failed, that will do. She caught her breath, and when she moved a little further away and found some small purchase for her feet underwater, she whimpered and said, I'm not undead. I'm just, please, Lord Human, kill me. No. I don't care if you have to do something to me, or if I have to do something to earn it, but please, just kill me. She whimpered and clasped her fingers together beneath her chin in the fashion she'd seen humans use when praying. Kill me. She begged again. I don't want to live. I can't take it, and I can't drown. I don't know why, but I can't drown. Please, in the name of your evil gods, kill me. She began to quietly sob. I can't go back to Dash, she bit her lip, to the tear drinker. Brain slowly understood what the girl was saying. One of those, a pervert, bought her, tormented her, used her. She tried and failed to kill herself. Covered in welts, scratches, marks, Brain held up a hand to stop her from saying anything. She fell silent. He cocked his head, listening. Layali pursed her lips and did the same. Pain throbbed all up and down her body. Does he hear something? She knew some humans had extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he was one. She waited, and he seemed satisfied. He sheathed his sword. Most of her face was a mess, one eye was missing, only an open socket remained. Even if she doesn't drown, if nobody does anything, then she'll get sick and die soon. Elves may be a bit more resistant to disease than we are, but with enough time she'll just die of exposure, infection, starvation. Some wild beast will get her, or more humans. She's already dead 1,000 ways. It would be a mercy to kill her. He told himself. Your master isn't here. He said at last. Doesn't matter, if not him, someone else, just. She blinked her eye. She put a hand over the socket. I just don't want to be hurt anymore. Please, if you have any kindness for even a beaten dog, kill me and let it be over. You're asking me a favor, and you want me to come all the way over there to do it? Brain asked and pointed at the river between them. And you've soaked me. He pointed to his soaking wet shirt and pants. A fine time to ask for favors. Layali's mind raced, his indignant voice seemed to lack any evident malice, a first in her experience. He pointed toward his campsite. I don't have any potions, but I have some herbs and oils that will deaden all the pain while you heal. If you insist on dying, I'll lend you my sword later, but the least you could do is make up for the trouble you've caused me. He pointed down into the river. The fish were all long gone, and water was still dripping from his arms, face, and hair. If I do it tomorrow, or today, you're just as dead, and... He waved his hand up and down her, you're not my type. She looked down at the water to see her reflection, with shattered nose, broken teeth, mutilated ears, a missing eye, and abundant bruises, that much she could believe. It's not like I have anything to lose, and I might find a quick end, even if it's by borrowing his sword while he's asleep. What's a few more hours? She asked herself, and when she reached her answer, she took one step closer to the drenched, blue-haired human. What's your name? He asked. Layali, master. She answered and prompted him. Brain. Brain Unglaus. He answered, and waited while she approached. Chapter 263, Chapter. Ainz enjoyed the comfort of his carriage, while there was a great deal to be said for instant teleportation or the gate spell. The truth was, therefore when you're in a hurry. What could be better than being able to take my time and see this marvelous world? The Allfather thought as he looked out the window to watch the rolling hills, the trees, and the endless green pass by beneath the ever-blue sky. In Yggdrasil there were players who eschewed leveling beyond just what they needed to do to play or go to some areas. They cared nothing about guilds except to cooperate for exploration. Theirs were unique organizations that most dismissed as just tourist guilds and their members dismissed as mere sightseers who didn't understand the game. All they wanted to do was explore. I understand them now. He thought with a pensive look outward. Even as a skeleton, one single look at the box of jewels he found himself in and he couldn't help but marvel at the pristine nature of this world. Is something on your mind, my love? Albedo asked and put her deceptively delicate hand on his knee beside him. Not really. Ainz answered with a little half-smile, I was just enjoying the trip. I wonder how the kingdom of Karn has changed since it began. Albedo cocked her head, has my lord not seen my reports? I have. Ainz replied, immigrant dark elves who wanted to be far from Baharuth, resettled refugees from the Draconic kingdom who are afraid to return to their old homes, a handful of elves who wanted to be far from Roble, and some dwarf contractors. It's a bustling place. My friend Bukabukagama once told me about an ancient curse from a place called China. It said, may you live in interesting times. I certainly couldn't argue about it then. But maybe it's not a curse, not if you're on the right side. Ainz said and watched a farmer exit a distant cottage with a hoe over his shoulder. The man was fit, well-fed, broad-shouldered, and his clothing was free of patches. We're in Karn's territory now. My territory too, or it will be once all the niceties are taken care of. The proposed treaty did have one curious clause. That as long as a descendant of the Wolf King and Queen sits on the throne, their land will never be combined with Riestais again. He recalled the condition, it oozed bitterness even to read it. And it was something he understood, a curious government grew up quickly during and after the rebellion. While they had a king and queen, a council made up of village elders handled the daily affairs and the role of the monarchy was to make decisions involving any two or more villages, towns, or cities. Their goblin army was unbeatable, but small, so the firstborn son of each house was expected to perform militia service and random conscription or volunteers provided forces for common enforcement of laws while those who chose to volunteer or were volunteered were always stationed away from the bonds of home that corrupted the will to enforce laws. All in all, it's a fairly good system. It isn't without its weaknesses, but it works well for a local kingdom with a significant force to support it. The undead labor program is going slow though. Ainz felt a tiny squeeze on his knee that would have shattered the bones of a normal person. He snapped out of his reverie and glanced over to the source. Albedo was sliding next to him, pressing her side against his arm. "You're thinking about work, aren't you, my lord?" She turned a smile upward. It was a knowing look. Her vibrant, sun-like eyes gleamed in the light of the day which flowed into the carriage windows. "What happened to enjoying the trip?" she asked with a tiny, silvery, and perfect laugh. It was strange to hear her speak like this still, even after all the time that had passed. At the beginning it was, even lustful, all about ensuring his wishes were fulfilled. She never questioned anything, never contradicted him. Now she could tease him about his wandering mind and bring him back from his flights of fancy. Often Ainz thought to ask the radiant demoness what brought about her change of view, but each time the question was on the cusp of being asked, he drew back. Better to let her just be, and to enjoy the change. Ainz put his hand on Albedo's knee and squeezed back. It was a quiet, small change, a nothing gesture, but just being able to do it had his heart quicken and grow in his chest. But even that quiet contentment whose only music was the steady sound of rolling carriage wheels was touched with another concern. Demiurge's efforts with polymorph and morphomancy spells have had very limited success. Nothing sticks without killing the target. This all happened because I had a world item as part of my body. That much he could say for sure, but that makes anything else questionable at best. A world item to counter a world item, but I really don't want to use one of the ones we have. That was an ugly prospect. Even if they were supposedly indestructible in Yggdrasil, the same might not hold true in the new world. What to become is the least of my worries if I can't change at all. The scripture item wasn't as useful as I hoped it would be. His thoughts were again interrupted by another squeeze on his knee, and then he felt a small tap on his shoulder. He looked down again. Albedo was relaxed against his body, her eyes were closed and her breathing was regular. She squeezed my knee to bring me back before she fell asleep. He sighed and put his arm around her so that she could sleep that much closer to himself, allowing her head to rest against his chest when he adjusted his position a little bit. And Ainz smiled as she dreamed. Chapter 264, Chapter. That priest was a lucky find. Albedo reflected for the 1000th time. Since the Roble Holy Kingdom had fallen into Ainz' hands and the Holy Queen into his bed, Albedo returned there many times. The movement against corruption headed by said priest was thoroughly effective, and it was rendered more so by the aid of Albedo's shadow demons. Accidents happened to the corrupt, some were injured, some were killed, some were only humiliated. But it was now a growing cultural belief that divine retribution punished the corrupt who were not punished by the state or the temples. As a result, the priests were a busy lot, but only one of them had Albedo's attention. That one, wise in the ways of love. Whenever she visited the Holy Kingdom in disguise to speak with her agents, or to deliver Scanna and Ileana somewhere for some task, she stopped by the temple to visit the young priest again. There is power in a simple touch that needs no mana to work. Love doesn't need to be hammered, only gently tended. It isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. Every time she visited, she picked up something different from him, and the results were manifesting before her eyes. Sometimes he threw in a short story or anecdote of some romantic thing, the latest of which was her little sleeping ploy to recreate his story of two lovers traveling together. I didn't mean to actually fall asleep. She wanted to cry out as soon as her eyes fluttered open and she realized that the carriage had stopped, the sun was down, and she could hear the heartbeat in Ainz' breast again. Every fiber in the created being that was Albedo screamed at her for being a failed servant who slept while her master was awake, her hands, her feet, her whole body tensed as she prepared to gush her apologies. She stopped as soon as she saw his face. "Welcome back," he said to her and kissed her forehead. "The reception is delayed, but that's the point of being a king. They abide by your schedule, not the other way around." For the first time in his life Ainz felt a rush of gratitude toward the imperious bosses of his old world who thought nothing of keeping their subordinates waiting. Without them, for an example, I might have felt the need to wake her. Albedo sat up, an excited blush on her face. "So, we have a little time, my lord." She had a sultry look on her face and swung herself over his lap. "We do," he said, and didn't object when she began to move her nimble fingers over his clothes. Earlier that day, Queen Henry Amat Barrier wore her finest garment, a gift from the Queen of Riestais herself, who was famous for both her kindness and her wardrobe, made of golden silk. It was straight, but with a wider base for free movement of her legs while being firm at the waist. Her husband wore no weapons, but he did wear the armor given to the village by the Allfather of Nazarick himself. We can't produce quite what they can, not yet, but we are growing. Her thoughts, like her curtsy, froze when the door of the carriage opened and the Allfather leaned forward and put a finger to his lips. Behind Henry and her husband, an array of trumpeters, legions of admirers, and other dignitaries from various cities and towns were gathered and all had open mouths ready to cheer, but when Henry's hand went up with a sudden order to stop, not even a single toot echoed from the horns. For a moment, fear and dread pounded through the hearts of those who saw her gesture. The Allfather pointed to Henry and Enfi, and curled his finger toward himself. She came close with slow, steady steps. "Whatever it is, I will support our village's savior." Her heart went from pounding with dread to fluttering the moment she came close. "I don't want to wake her, she's fallen asleep." Ainz mouthed the words, and Henry's heart melted. His pregnant wife, asleep against his chest, and he refused to leave the carriage so that she could continue to sleep and share his body's warmth. She felt her husband's hand come to her hip in a gentle embrace and give her waist a little squeeze as if to say, I wouldn't move either. And her heart melted more for the men she loved. May we pass by and bow before going inside? She mouthed the words and pointed to the residence that was to be her home. If they can be silent. He mouthed back, I'll come in when she is ready. Henry slowly closed the carriage door, then her feet swept her over from place to place. She moved faster than she had even over the battlefield that won her people their independence from Ainz. She whispered her instructions and had them quietly passed on, and Firia, seemingly reading her mind, planted himself a few feet from the carriage and pointed at his feet where he stood. The whispers were swift, the servants dismissed, and within minutes, men and women of power and station accustomed to striding with loud confidence into every hall, crept like thieves in the night, taking care that every step be silent and not even a pebble should roll to make a noise. Only when Henry raised a hand and gave her husband thumbs up did he return to the carriage, open the door again, and waved for the first nobleman to step forward to bow to the Allfather and his mate. Henry watched them pass by with odd faces. It wasn't a magnificent scene out of some grim battlefield where fortunes were won or lost and the fates of men and nations were settled. But standing before the carriage door in all its magnificent wealth, each man and woman who looked within saw for themselves why the Allfather refused to move. The radiant albedo, her belly only just barely beginning to show, had a contented, beautiful smile on her face as she slept. The Allfather's arm lay protectively around her body, her wings fluttering ever so slightly. The expression on his face, so very serene, content, his rugged face was regal toward them, but after every nod, his eyes went back to her as if to say, I didn't wake you, did I, to the sleeping mother of his unborn child. The royal couple of the kingdom of Karn understood completely, but for those accustomed to power and for whom marriage was a mere convenience to advance family interests, the term, romantic love, was redefined and ignited in their hearts. The obviousness of his love for his mate, such that no affair of state would be allowed to disrupt her rest, matched only by his evident protectiveness over her and the child she bore, was witnessed by one after another, who came to pay their respects. After the last were gone within and only Henry and Firia remained close to the door, the couple paid their respects again. We will wait up. The king of Karn mouthed, then winked at the Allfather. He suppressed his wince when his wife pinched his hip, but Henry could not suppress her own confident grin before she echoed the sentiment. They closed the door again, and left the Allfather and his mate in peace. Chapter 265, Chapter. When the naked halfling approached him, Brain stepped back out of the water and went to where his meager possession sat. Her walk was more or less bow-legged, and the signs of just what kind of abuse she endured was enough to sicken the former bandit. Even I have some standards, but I guess there is always someone worse. He thought, and when she came closer, he reached into a pouch left sitting beside an old log to remove a small vial. He held it out, and she stood still, just out of reach. It was pointless, but she refused to move even though he could have come close and snatched her up in an instant if he wished. Finally he sighed, crouched down, and putting the little cheap vial on the grass, he flicked his wrist and rolled it over to her. It bumped gently against the top of her foot after rolling up her toes, then rolled back down where it came to a stop a few finger widths away. Rub that on your wounds, it will take away the pain. She crouched down as he reached into the pouch again, and from it he pulled another small pouch. A little brown thing bound shut with cheap twine, he lightly tossed it so that it too landed by her feet. She instinctively shrieked and fell back, then froze stiff on the ground. Her breath caught and then she began to hyperventilate, ready to cry again until she realized he hadn't moved. It's just the herb I promised, ground down to nothing. Put some on your tongue, it will prevent infection. Brain said to her, and with her one good eye, she looked at him with suspicion. But he said nothing, instead he only went to the log and sat down to wait to see what she would do. Her hand moved with great slowness, and her eye never left him. Humans here play trust games, tormenting us, making us think they're not bad, just so it hurts more when they turn on us. I won't lose to you. I won't play. All I want is to borrow your sword and get this nightmare over. I'm not from this country. Brain said, I was born there. He pointed north, in a village in the kingdom of Ainz. Oh. Layali replied, and when he politely looked away, she began to smear the sticky solution over her injured body. It smelled foul, but he was right. The pain, it's gone. The stuff in the vial was green as leaves or grass, its wet stickiness made her shiver, its smell, all the sharper thanks to her sensitive nose, made her gag. But the pain is gone, so it's worth it. She thought, and then untying the little herb pouch, she took a pinch of gritty ground plant and placed it on her tongue. Infection, bad way to go, quick is better. She told herself and then retied the tiny pouch. Here. He said, and took a cloak up which lay on the grass and threw it to her. It's not size to you, but at least you won't be naked. It landed in a heap at her feet. She crouched down, picked it up, and wrapped it around herself. To call it oversized would have been an understatement. The brilliant blue dragged on the grass well behind her feet, laying like a little blue puddle of clear water on the ground. Her belly rumbled. "You hungry?" he asked, and his own belly rumbled in turn. "Me too," he said without waiting for an answer. "You scared the fish away though." "I'm sorry, my attempt at suicide was an inconvenience," she said with a flat, empty voice. He shrugged. "It's fine. They'll be back in a few minutes." "How do you know?" she asked, glancing toward the river that failed to kill her. "I've run the length of that river as far as the Troll Kingdom in the east and as far as the world's ocean in the west. I know how the fish who live there think. He tapped the side of his head with one finger. In the meantime though, he reached into his pouch and took out a little round golden fruit. "Here, you've got most of your teeth left, right? Eat this," he said and rolled it across the grass to her. "Why yes. He only removed the ones in the way," Layali said and blinked her eyes before going down to pick up the little fruit. Brain felt a vague sick knot in his guts at her foreboding statement. Her jaw was somewhat askew too, even talking had to have hurt before applying the numbing agent. "Maybe I should just go ahead. If I don't, what happens then? We're still in the theocracy, nothing good will happen to her here." She stayed on her knees but took up the apple and began to tear off pieces of it with her bare hands and shove pieces into her mouth. On the other hand, it's not that far to the kingdom of Karn, they're friendly toward non-humans now, and traveling alone is dull. Brain thought, and while she slowly chewed he said, "If you really want to die, I don't have a right to stop you, but if you go the same way I'm going, I can leave you in Karn. They're friendly to non-humans there." Her brow narrowed, the one good eye blinked at her with accusing doubt. "That can't be real. You're just going to sell me. Slavery is banned there. There's nowhere to sell you, and I don't have time for that anyway, I've got somewhere to be." Brain retorted. A twinge of curiosity touched her. "Where, Master Unglaus?" she asked. "I'm going to Arwentar for a tournament. I'm going to fight for the throne, not that I really want it, I just want to test myself," he answered, unable to resist grinning as his imagination carried him to the arena. Her breath quickened. "My former master, Cerebrate, is going there." "Cerebrate," he said and spat into the grass. "I'm familiar with him." "Why, you are." Fear began to fill her until she saw the raw contempt in Brain's eyes. "He's not a friend of yours." "We've met." "It wasn't a friendly meeting." "Let's just leave it at that," Brain said. "So you'd be fighting him?" she asked. "Probably," Brain answered and got up. "The fish should be back now, I'll catch one big enough for us both. If you're going to die anyway, why die hungry, am I right?" She watched his broad back withdraw as he descended down the riverbank. "Are you better than he is?" she asked with sudden, wild hope in her left eye. "I was, the last time we met," Brain answered and raised his sword up, waiting for the fish to come close to his boots again. "Who can say about this time? So, if I go with you, even past Karn, I might get to watch him die." Layali pressed the question and watched his sword strike down into the water. There was a brief splash, and then he held his sword up to show off a massive fish half the size of her body, wiggling and trashing on the blade. "I don't know if it's to the death, but if it is, sure, there's a chance," Brain replied offhandedly and brought the gasping, wiggling fish over to where he made camp. Layali thought about it. Death was only a few hours away if she wanted it. But then, what if he's telling the truth? What if there's somewhere I can live? What if I kept going and got to watch Cerebrate die? Or what if this one is just like him and is just waiting for the sun to go down? Depressing as it was for her to think about it, the phrase, "what's one more time?" came readily to mind when it was weighed against the possibility of revenge, or at least the chance to see her tormentor die. Aye, what about this?" Layali said and wrapped the cloak tighter around her body. Brain looked up at her while he beheaded the fish and began to cut away the scales. "Get me a potion or pay for a healing spell, give clothing, a cheap knife, something good enough to end my life and let me carry it. Give me food and water, and I'll handle the little things. I know how to make fire, cook food, let me travel with you. Let me travel with you to watch Cerebrate die." Brain frowned a little and set the fire to the spit to roast the fish. "I thought you said you wouldn't trust me. That's what the knife is for. So I don't have to. You may be lying, maybe you'll do it too, maybe you're just waiting for me to trust you so it'll be worse. But as long as I've got a way to die, I don't need to trust you. I just need to trust me. I don't know why the river didn't kill me, but I'm pretty sure the knife will. Probably a talent, it happens. I've heard of a guy who could walk a few steps on water, another who could instantly tell how hot something was, even one who had a useless ability that always let him know who was about to fart. Maybe your body just rejects drowning." Brain half guessed, and half asked. "Maybe. I've never heard of that, but, it doesn't matter, are you taking me or not? Master Unglaus. Layali asked. Brain thought it over and impaled the fish on the spit. He began to turn the stick, watching the smoke drift and briefly hug each piece on the skewer before rising up into the distant sky and disappearing. She's not asking for much, and I am kind of bored. She might slow me down a little, but I can easily carry her if I have to hurry, or just leave her somewhere if she's a problem. He searched for a downside, and didn't find one. Deal. You can come with me. He answered. Layali didn't say thank you, instead she just asked, what? No promises not to do what he did, no protests about how you'll be nice to me. What's the point of a promise you wouldn't believe? If I'd do that stuff I'd certainly be willing to lie about it. If I wouldn't, you won't believe the promise anyway. He shrugged off her question again, and Layali thought it over. She then approached him, and took the spit in hand, allowing a moment for him to remove his hold over it, and she began to turn it in his stead. Chapter 266, Chapter. Layali licked her fingers clean of fish juice. The succulent, savory flavor of the smoked meat drove her tongue mad with delight, but her remaining eye never left the blue-haired human who ignored her while he laid out his bedroll. He was shirtless, and that revealed that he was at least what he seemed. He had a warrior's body, muscle ran all over his limbs and his torso. A few feet away, his shirt lay drying in the sun. I don't have one for you, he said while removing his boots and laying them at the head of his cheap sleeping roll. So I can share with you. She guessed. He is the same. She had the thought, but then he shook his head. Hell no. That would be uncomfortable. He pointed to where his shirt lay drying in the grass. It should be dry from when you drenched it. You can use that. Oh. She said, then asked, the sun is still up, why are you sleeping now? I run at night when it's comfortable, and rest in the afternoon. Plus it's safer during the day than at night. Brain answered and laid himself down, resting the back of his head on the toe end of his boots as a sort of pillow. He promptly fell asleep with his arm laying limp around the sheath of his sword. With nothing else to be done, Layali doused the remnants of the cookfire, stowed the remaining equipment into his pouch, and then went over to his shirt. The oversized cloak of his was a good enough blanket, and with nothing else for it, she lay down on the fabric after briefly touching it. Smells like a human. She thought with revulsion, even inadvertently washed and dried, it still had his smell, but it beat the bare ground at least, and so she lay down herself and went to sleep. Zeshi was well away from where she left Raymond when she hit the first divergence. That was when she realized she had a problem. Shit. I don't know how to track anything. Other people always do that for me. And I don't know where anything goes, who knows where all these roads go. She scratched her head, her fingers running through her black and white hair while she thought it over. One road went right, one went left, and the other went toward a river bend in the distance. Which way is north? I know the blue-haired guy said he was going to the tournament, and Raymond said we'd pass through Karn and Nazarick, but which way? Ugh, great job, Zeshi. Great job, you're on a straight road, you haven't left it, and yet somehow you've managed to get lost. Okay, stop and think, at least there's nothing in the world, that you know of, that is a threat to you. And he's not running away from you, he's not even really in a big hurry. So just run down each road and see if he passed through. There's not that many blue-haired humans with katanas running around, wait, are there? She wondered, and realized she had no idea. Ugh, you have got to get out more. She told herself, shrugged, turned toward the road on her right, and took off running again. More than once Cerebrate looked toward the river with some bit of regret for his lost toy. I'd have had to dispose of her soon anyway, still it would have been nice to get at least a few days more use out of her before I crossed the border. In retrospect, taking the long route would have just been a bother. He knew on some level he was just talking himself into dismissing the probable drowning, but the loss was still a bother. The first real distraction he had from his annoyance was a sign written in 2 languages. Curiously, rather than wood, the sign was a large stone slab secured in turn to a pillar half the height and roughly the width of himself. The slab was a simple rectangle, and though he couldn't read the top half, he could read the bottom and concluded that they were dual writings of the same thing. You now enter the kingdom of Karn. He read the bottom half, which was inscribed in the language of the slain theocracy. The upper half must be written in the language of Res Deis. He concluded and stuck his head back into the carriage window to watch the world roll on. Forming a new kingdom is busy, chaotic work. I wonder. He licked his lips and felt the stirring in his loins. The reputation for order which was spread by the ones who essentially took his job in the Draconic Kingdom was probably exaggerated. New creates chaos, new wars, new cities, new kingdoms, new work, new anything creates new opportunities. That was the lesson he took from his tutors, and for that reason he sought out chaos brought on by newness and danger. Because there, a talented man could get away with anything. My sword hand is worth more than any whelp's whole body, and it's about time I remind this whole shitty world of that fact. I can't wait to get to Arwintar. Ainz was the first to descend from the carriage before holding his hand up, allowing Albedo to take it and accept his courteous but needless help to descend to the waiting stone ground. A tiny hint of anxiety still struck her when her lord did these things for her, but one of the many lessons of the priest was, love is not just large and grandiose gestures, it's made up of 1,000 little acts of kindness, accept them with grace and return them in the same spirit. And so she accepted the meaning of his actions, and let him help her down without protest, her delicate little feet planted on the ground as close to him as she could manage, and only then did she see the growing castle that was, if not ready yet, going to be quite impressive when finally completed. Various towers were rising with scaffolds of wood surrounding them, where laborers under dwarven direction during the day would set down stone intended to stand for centuries. The main building was in fact built in part from materials drawn from the remnants of Ainz's old home, with simple timbers standing out in stark contrast to the rest of the more ornate building. They work for your glory, my lord. Albedo said and put her arm around his waist, as they should. Ainz gave a mute nod. In a way she was right, but there was more that Albedo couldn't see. Maybe she never will, but I do. This is pride, real pride in their work. They're glorifying themselves too, making something to stand so that the heirs that haven't even been born yet will one day marvel at. The front entrance was made of large, thick stone blocks arrayed in a broad fashion that essentially walled the courtyard on one side, while at the center lay a large double door of thick ironwood laced with strips of metal for practical defense. The door groaned as the goblin guard forced one door open, and from within emerged the familiar royal couple. You didn't think we would leave you to walk in alone, did you, your majesty? Ainz asked with a little sunny smile that all but lit up the dark of the evening. Please, come in and make yourselves at home. King Firia said with a sheepish face when he tried to sound a little more noble than he was. It was charming, in a way, and Ainz bridged the gap, taking the first step toward the pair, and matched step for step by Albedo. With her masterful intellect paired with her physical perfection, the winged succubus embraced her role as wife of the Allfather and the charmer of the pair, returning a radiant smile and bending slightly forward when Ainz made the same gesture. How far along are you? Albedo asked, and winked. Ainz gasped, and Firia's brief blush became proud, his back became a little bit straighter, and while Ainz remained briefly stunned by the deduction of Ainz' mate, he answered. About 4 weeks. Congratulations. When will you make the announcement? Ainz asked and held out a meaty hand, which Firia clasped a moment later. The squeeze was amiable, and Ainz recovered the power of speech to answer for herself. After the tournament in Arwintar, with so many attending from so many places, I was hoping that we could make this into an opportunity to create peace. After that war with my old kingdom. I know one thing, that I don't want to send my son or daughter out into that. Ainz raised her head when she straightened. For my children to be safe and happy, that's all I want. That is why you are well suited to be queen. Ainz answered as his affection meter maxed out for the young woman. Now, should we go in, or do we just stand here talking in the darkness? He asked and chuckled a little bit, prompting similar responses from the others. Yes, this way, Allfather. The Wolf Queen said and fell into Albedo's right as her husband fell in on Ainz' left, and then they guided the couple toward the castle of the young kingdom. Chapter 267, Chapter. Layali watched the blue-haired human eat without much in the way of manners. He cut the meat, he stuffed it in his mouth, he chewed, he swallowed, and that was that. Then afterward, he licked his fingers clean. What, you said you were hungry, right? He asked as if she were dense, and the vague revulsion at his shoddy manners transformed into dismay. You fed me earlier. Lord Unglaus. She answered, but he shook his head. No, that wasn't enough. Besides, it's a long way, and if you want to come with me then you need to be strong enough to make it. Go on, tear off a strip from the spit. Brain answered with a dismissive wave and lay back again. Layali looked at the smoked fish. It could be a trick. She briefly wondered and watched him drift off to sleep in the middle of the day. Her belly rumbled, the little angry knot in her underfed stomach shoved away her other fears and doubts, driving her to tear off a chunk from the fish and shove the cooked white meat into her mouth. There was an explosion of flavor on her tongue that was far, far removed from the crude gruel and scraps she'd lived on for most of her life, and she fumbled with the fish meat to tear away more, and more, and more, shoving it with almost violent aggression into her mouth where she sucked the juices out before mashing the meat to a pulp, chewing it, and swallowing it down her throat. She pulled and pulled at the skewered meat, her eye no longer really seeing the source, only her juice-coated fingers whenever her hands darted out to tear more away. Show good, shoo, good. She mumbled, her jaw ached still, and she had a vague sense that she might have swallowed one of her teeth. But the things Lord Unglaus gave to her kept the fiery agony from rising, replacing it with a dull and constant ache, allowing her to at least eat. So eat she did, darting hands out faster than a frog's tongue. Each bite she said to herself, just one more. Until her hand came out and found only a wooden stick, slick with fishy juices and the tattered clinging remnants of what should have been 2 meals at least. Her eye widened with the existential horror of realizing what she'd done. I ate all the food. That dread at having consumed it all, hours before she felt sure I'd have fallen apart. But What can he do to me that hasn't been done? And he's going somewhere. If he kills me it'll be quick, and at least I won't die hungry. There's nothing left to hold on to, so who cares? She asked herself and lay to rest wrapped up in the far oversized cloak he'd given to her. She squeezed her eye as tightly shut as she could, and listened to him promptly fall completely asleep. She frowned a little bit, groaned, and yanked the cloak over her head. Layali was immediately shrouded in darkness. The feel of her breath on the cloth came back to her, along with the faintly fishy smell of her last meal. She crinkled her nose a little and turned her head to the side. Despite her protests to herself that she didn't care what he did when he woke and found the remainder of the meal gone, there was a knot in her gut that had nothing to do with food and would not go away. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. He'll probably just kill you, that's what you wanted anyway, dummy. Like he said, at least I won't die on an empty stomach. She then quietly cried herself to sleep, with his thick cloak catching every salty tear. She woke up when she felt a blunt poking at her shoulder. Hey, you're alive, right? Are you dead? The poke happened a few more times. It wasn't rough, but it rocked her back and forth. If you're dead I'll need the cloak back. Layali's single eye fluttered open and she drew the cloak off her head. I'm not dead. Good, then let's get going, the sun is going down. He leveled the sheath katana toward the orange glow of the setting sun. He then reached for a small pack and began stowing items that shouldn't have fit within it. You've got a magic item. Can it hold anything, everything? Layali's eye fixated on the unassuming little brown pack in the pouch on his side. Not you, I can't do living things, and no, he said as he tossed the bedroll in, not everything. These are small items I won at a tournament in Demalbion. They are magic, they cut weight and store more than their size. They're hardly legendary. But it's good for a wanderer like me. He tossed a few remaining odds and ends within, and then started walking toward the road. Are you strong enough for a light jog, at least? Brain asked and looked the girl up and down. How is that herb sitting with you, is there a lot of pain? You're not going to ask about the fish? Layali asked when he tossed the spit into the pouch where it disappeared. I assume you ate it. Brain answered with a thick, sarcastic look and raised a blue eyebrow. I always thought elves were supposed to be pretty smart. Did you just leave it out for a wild animal or something? Layali's heart skipped a beat with his dismissive tone. No. Yes. I mean, yes, I ate it, but, aren't you mad, Master Unglaus? You told me to have some and I ate it all. Aren't you going to hit me or something? Brain shrugged. Nah, it's just a fish, what do I want an old fish for? We'll catch another when it's time to rest again. I'll catch it, you cook it, sound fair? He asked, and she felt her jaw fall open and winced at the pain. Is he serious? She wondered, it felt that way, but he frowned a little when she winced. He reached into the pouch at his side and drew out the smaller pouch that contained some of the herb. Here. He said and tossed it to her. Use another pinch, we're almost a day from the nearest little town, or maybe village, no. More of a town, and I'd like to get there by sunrise. Layali failed to catch the pouch, it hit her belly and fell into the grass, and as slow as if she were walking against water, she stepped toward it and crouched down. Her single eye never left the blue-haired swordsman as she gingerly reached out, took the pouch, removed a little of the bitter herb and placed it into her mouth. She resecured it, tossed it back, and after a few minutes he said, now. Yes sir. She said and drawing up his cloak, she began to walk. The cloak was so large it dragged along the ground, and Layali struggled to hold it up, following behind Brain for several minutes before he turned and noticed her struggle. What are you doing, girl? He asked, and she glared from her one good eye for a half-second before lowering it to his feet. Trying not to get your cloak dirty, sir. She answered, while burying the thought she feared to voice, so you don't take it away from me. It's just a cloak, and the river is right there. He pointed it out as if it were obvious, which it was. If it gets dirty, it gets washed, so who cares, not me. And enough of this master and sir nonsense, I'm not a lord or a king or an emperor. Just call me by my name. Brain. I'm a commoner and a wandering swordsman, that's all. Layali relaxed her hold on the bunched-up fabric that was starting to hurt her hands to grip so tightly and let the fabric fall to drape on the road. When we get to town, I'll pay for a healer, and we'll see about getting a horse under you. This will be way too long of a trip at your pace. The offhand way he said it all continued to grate upon and dismay her to such a degree that she couldn't truly meet his eyes, not even while she only had the one to use. All she did was nod and follow him, and for some time there was only silence. It's boring to travel with someone and say nothing the whole time, huh? He asked. It was a rhetorical question, but Layali felt the need to answer anyway. I never traveled until Master Cerebrate bought me. I never liked anything he had to say, so it's fine either way. Brain. She replied to the swordsman, and in return, he was quiet. Layali couldn't quite pin down the feeling she got from him just at that moment after her answer, but when he said nothing, she chose to elaborate. But you did feed me so, if you want to. She shrugged inside the cloak. It was growing darker by the minute, but he seemed to brighten up a little bit. So, what can I ask that won't trouble you? I don't know. So, how long have you been a wanderer? Layali asked. At that point, she did have a genuine curiosity. From the little he'd said, it sounded like some time at least. I don't really know. I've been doing it for so long that time just runs together. Brain answered her and scratched his head. He looked up at the stars that began to wink down at them from the sky and added, I think I was about 12 when I left home. Wait, really? Layali felt a twinge of doubt, but he nodded. It's a funny story, actually. He turned and held out his sword. I stole this. I was about 12, and a merchant passed through my village with a bodyguard. The guard left it unguarded, and me being, well, me, I took it. And you ran off? She guessed, only for his mouth to open and laughter to come out. Oh, by the gods, no. I got caught. I'm a terrible thief, I guess. But the guard had a sense of humor, a mean one, and said, Brain cleared his throat and took on a menacing voice to say, little boy likes to play with swords, these are men's tools, you want it, boy, you show me you can use it. Then he smacked me with the back of his hand and knocked me into the dirt. Layali tried to picture this large, broad-shouldered human being smacked around, and failed. He took up another sword and told me to defend myself as a man, or die as a thief. He was a big, round oaf, with a nasty brown beard and beady, mean-looking eyes, and unlike most guards, he had plate armor. Meanwhile there I was, village boy with nothing but his stolen sword. I didn't even want to take it. I just wanted to borrow it and whack some tree limbs and pretend to be one of the 13 heroes. The laughter was gone from Brain's face. I think he just liked killing, and I was the first excuse he had in a good while. The noise attracted people, and the next thing I knew it was a trial by combat. I'll spare you the details, but it turns out, I lived. Brain's face began to return to life. So you won. She said, and he rolled his eyes. Do I look undead to you? He trailed off. Layali. She answered, deadpan. I don't have much use for remembering names. He said as if he were apologizing, but not apologizing. I'm not with people long enough for it to matter. He added. Brain cleared his throat and finally answered, so yeah, I won. It turns out I had a talent. The merchant hired me on the spot in place of the dead man. I sold off the guard's stuff to pay for a few incidentals, and left home the next day. I never went back. I was lucky too, because most of the village got drafted for a war and not many came home, or so I heard. I've been wandering and refining my talent ever since. So you've never lost a fight? Layali asked, and Brain snorted. Just once. Against the royal head warrior of Ainz, Gazef Stronov. Brain answered, he barely edged out a victory, and I've wanted a rematch ever since. Sadly, that'll never happen. He died in the revolution that established the kingdom of Karn. Was he a friend? Layali asked and stepped a little closer to his back. No, not really, just a rival to overcome on the journey to the peak. Brain replied and added, but I admit, we shared the same contented expression when we were fighting. Rivals sometimes clash almost like old friends. We share common ground, the same struggles. Sometimes the men you kill might be closer than a brother, if only you were shoulder to shoulder instead of face to face. That's sad. Layali answered, killing someone like that, like killing one's family. It's what the gods gave us, to fight, to kill, till we're all dead or strong enough to survive. Brain answered with fatalistic indifference. They fell quiet for a while, neither having the will to converse again until the low wooden walls of a town came into view, lit up by the handful of torches moving along on their steady patrols. Chapter 268, Chapter. Hold the cloak tight. It's not quite dawn and they won't be able to see what you are, so since you appear to be a child, just run with whatever I say. We should be able to get in through the gate without a problem. Once we're through we'll go to an inn and I'll arrange for a healer. Brain said as the low wall came closer with every step. Layali gave a quiet nod. The town ahead loomed large in her eyes. Walls, I've heard of those, so that's what they look like when they're not around a building. She thought and stepped a little closer to the back of the swordsman. Who's her? A rough, crude, and weary-sounding voice came from the top of the low wall. One look said that the town was fortified against bandits, not real threats. He was wearing boiled leather armor and carried a spear as slothfully as any of the bandits Brain once led. The guard was leaning against it like he was an old man and it was a mere walking stick, and he had a crude growth of dirty beard to match the rest of his slothful appearance. Brain unglows, I'm traveling with my daughter, and I'd like to stay at the inn. He shouted up at the guard, a man next to the sorry excuse for a guard was carrying a short sword in a sheath, and no shield. If I were a gambler, I'd say it's probably rusted. Brain mused, but the sword bearer did have a torch, and he tossed it over the side of the wall to land near Brain's feet, proving he was accurate at least. The glow of the flickering light in the pre-dawn hours before the sun rose illuminated Brain and his companion, who were quiet for a moment. What do you want? The spearman asked, "What's your business?" He asked as if Brain's answer were inadequate, which perhaps it was. "My daughter was attacked by a monster." Brain answered, "That's even true." He thought, and went on, "I need to pay for a healer and, if possible, I'd like to buy a horse." Layali bristled when the blue-haired human referred to her as his daughter, but realizing it was a lie to get in the walls, she went with it, allowing him to continue the deception. Yeah, fine, you got money to spend, you can spend it here, but if you head in north toward Karn Kingdom, don't go thinking to stick around here long. Move on quick, we don't like vagrants. Spend your money and get out." The crude guard commanded, and glanced to the sword-bearer. The bearer disappeared from view while Brain said, "I sure will be quick, gone by nightfall." The noise of a large wooden plank being lifted and dropped with a thud came from the other side, and a moment later the gate opened outward on one side. Brain didn't say anything, he only headed for the gate. Layali grabbed the cloak near her throat and pulled it tighter so that the hood wouldn't come down, and just above the waist so that she could be sure that it wouldn't expose the nakedness beneath. The ground was cool to her bare feet at least, and not so bad to walk on, but no sooner than she entered the town than she was assaulted by the stench of humans and their animals. The way was open at least, with few people about it so early an hour other than guards, but with the multitude of buildings of simple wood and rough, crudely cut stone, Layali realized that this was larger than any village. It seemed so large. She looked up at the tops of single buildings that looked more like one building stacked on top of another, most of which had staircases on the outside which led up to an elevated side door. How many people live here? She wondered out loud, though she hadn't intended to ask. Brain answered anyway. A few hundred, maybe 1,000 made up of multiple different families. He said, and she gasped from behind him. So many. Layali wondered aloud, he's got to be lying, there's no way that many people could live in one place. Somewhere in that range. This is just a town though, and not even a really big one. Cities can have hundreds of times as many as the largest town. Kami Miyako is the third largest human city after Ainz and Arwintar, and it has over 150,000, or so I've heard. Brain explained, and Layali's mind whirled with both disbelief and raw, unbridled terror. Please take me inside somewhere, please. I'm begging you. She said. Her body felt stiff and she had to shut her eye and follow him by the sound of his steps. So many humans. It was hard not to pity the quivering little thing at his back. We're going to an inn now, just keep it together for a few minutes. It's been some time, but I've passed through here before and it's just a short walk from the gate. He answered as gently as he could. With the promise of relative safety, she quickened her steps, ignoring the pain in her feet to let them carry her past Brain himself until his own pace picked up to match her. On quick little steps he led her forward until he pointed to a swinging wooden sign with a bed on the face of it which swayed a little in the morning breeze. Right there, just stay at my back and I'll get a room upstairs. Layali couldn't speak, her jaw was shaking, as was most of the rest of her, save for her feet, which she took the utmost care to mind. Reaching the door a step ahead of Brain, she froze. Humans will be in there. She shivered, his hand went over her head and beyond her to press against the door. It swung open to reveal a host of smells of smoking food and frothy beer. But it was largely empty on the lower floor. There was just one obese older peasant with a bald head and a scar on his cheek who was busy washing out some wooden mugs when the bell above the entrance tinkled and its ringing drew his deep-set dark eyes. Brain unglows, it's been a few years. The obese old peasant said with a gruff, cheery voice. Oddball, what are you doing here? Brain exclaimed, briefly taken aback enough that he withdrew a half-step. Had the swordsman not sounded so pleasantly surprised, Layali felt for sure she'd have turned and run out of the building. Moved, course. Figure there's money to be made on travelin' types like you, what with the new kingdoms to the north, kinda surprised you remember me, even if and you don't remember my name quite right. It's Oddville, jackass. The obese old peasant said with a cheerful cherub smile. Brain felt the little hand of the elf girl come behind and touch him on the lower back. It drew away instantly as if it burned her to touch even the shirt he was wearing, but he sensed the question behind it. This is my daughter, Layali, and Layali, this is Oddball. He has a very unusual talent. He remembers everybody's face and name, even if he hasn't seen them for years. He grew up in the same village I did, though a few years ahead of me. Brain explained, and the old man looked down at the girl like he was studying some rare specimen. Bit shy to be your kid, huh Brain? He asked when Layali moved behind Brain's back again after briefly looking past the swordsman. For a moment the air was tense. Then it was gone and he perked up before Brain could come up with a suitable lie. But hey, who says kids have to take after their folks? Still, I find it hard to believe you ever stroked anything but that sword of yours. You want a room, yeah. Yeah, and some food, and I need a healer and a horse. Brain explained, I'm headed to Arwintar for the tournament. A healer, you look all right, something get the best of you. Oddville came around the side of the bar with steps faster than one would have expected of someone so round. Not for me. Brain said, she got attacked by a monster, it's gone now, but it messed her up pretty bad. This isn't a one-horse town, Brain, but it is a one-healer town, and he's gone, went out with a party to fend off a bandit group what holed up in the hills, they've been gone a couple days now. Brain frowned. Listen, I got a poultice, if I apply it the right way, it'll slow down the healin' and keep her from gettin' sick. No charge, for old time's sake. Oddvil suggested. Slow it down. Brain asked. Yeah, how long ago she get hurt? Oddvil asked, he was already reaching for a pouch at his side. Brain felt 3 taps on his back. 3 days. He answered. Damn, surprised she's still alive, she's tough as you, that's for sure. Oddvil added and let out a low whistle. But listen, you let something get healed natural like, that scar or wound, it's part of ya, and then normal healin' magic is as useful as a broken dick in a whorehouse, get me? That's why I've still got this beauty mark o' mine. He traced a finger over the scar on his cheek. Gotta slow it down but can't let her get sick, now you want my help or not? Brain thrust out his hand. Sure thing. He answered. Nah, you don't know how to use it, I applied lots of this stuff to drunken brawlers, ain't like a potion or just straight herb there, boy. Here dash, Oddvil casually flicked the top of Layali's hood back. Now where's she dash? Layali couldn't scream, the meaty hand flung back her hood and exposed her elven features, her face, her hair, her mutilated ears, and the injuries that peppered her body. Brain. Oddvil whispered, this ain't no daughter of yours. His deep-set eyes couldn't widen much, but the surprise on his face mirrored the raw terror on Layali's. Brain's response was instant, he stepped close to the old man and covered his mouth. Okay fine, she's not my daughter Oddball. She washed up from the river, I didn't do any of that stuff to her. She's just following me north, I'll drop her off somewhere safe, and just want her healed up real quick. Now, you're not going to shout, are you? Oddball said through muffled fingers and shook his big round head back and forth. Brain stepped back, releasing his hold, and the old man gasped. Wash your hands, boy, they taste like stale fish. Oddvil said and spat into the water where the mug sat soaking, briefly forgotten in the moment. So, do I need to move on, or? Brain left the question hanging, the hood stayed down and Layali shivered like a leaf. Her missing eye seemed to stare into his soul, her jaw was dislocated at the least, broken at worst, her ears severed down to stumps of themselves like a mockery of humanity, and even at a glance it was clear that it was no ordinary monster that did it to her. No. No. I got a room, you got lucky, Brain. If I'd been from round here. The obese man shook his thick head, place ain't got much soul for anything that ain't all human, you know. But I'll help you out, gotta hide her up in your room though. Yeah, thanks Oddball. Brain said with a sigh of relief. Don't worry about it, now here, girl, I'm gonna have to touch you a little, but I swear it ain't gonna sting much, sorry about the stink. He said and pulled a small clay vial from his pouch. He put the cork in between his teeth at the side of his jaw and tugged. It came out with a pop and then he dipped a chubby finger into the top. Gonna be quick, so just be patient, Layali. He asked, his voice lost some of its gruffness, and having heard what the old man had to say, she nodded, and though she remained stiff she did not move. His finger came away coated with a black jelly-like substance which smelled foul and was flecked with little dots of white and green. He rubbed it around her eye, and put his finger partially into the socket, though he moved with care, she still whimpered a little. There's more, ain't there, girl? He asked with an ache in his gut. She gave a tiny nod, let me get you to your room. He said, his face turning an ashen gray, we'll do this there. He led the way up creaking stairs, and with trepidation and terror still swelling in her heart, mind, and gut, Layali followed behind Brain. He opened the door to a room, unlocking a crude wooden door, only one bed, sorry. He said and patted it, sorry, but I need you to show me what been hurt. He trailed off when the one-eyed halfling simply pushed the cloak off. Gods above. Oddvil gasped and slammed the door at the myriad of injuries he saw. Layali stared at him in silent accusation. Weren't a normal monster, but it's a monster all right, you ain't gonna like this but. I gotta know how to apply it, what did he do? Oddvil's fingers tensed around the clay vial until he felt it crack. Used me like I was a woman, or like I was a boy. Layali answered and stared down at the floor. It was Cerebrate. Brain said, barely more than a whisper, you've heard about his reputation, he did this to her. She's coming with me to watch me kill him. Make it slow if you can. I ain't an elf lover or nothin', but damn I never seen nobody do even this much pain to a dog. Little miss, I gotta put this everywhere he hurt you, I'll be careful, but you don't want to get sick, or heal the wrong way. Just be quick. Layali said, and Brain went to the bed and held out a hand, she took it without thinking and climbed on to lie down and look up at the ceiling. Just pretend you're somewhere else and close your eye, it'll be over quick. The old peasant promised. I know how to do that. she said numbly and closed her eye to wait for it to end. Chapter 269, Chapter. Layali's breathing became shallow as sleep came over her. She never heard the old man cast his spell, and when Odvil was sure it had taken effect, he finished his work and wiped his hand on his shirt before turning to Brain. You get a chance, you kill that son of a bitch. The old man's deep-set eyes had lost their mirth, becoming cold, dark and hard. Back when I was a boy and I set off to be an adventurer, I seen monsters. I seen bad things happen to good people, bad things happen to bad people, and bad things happen to people what just had no luck at all. I seen dead kids of all kinds in a year, for I had my fill and came home. I knowed that life weren't for me long before you were born. But I ain't never, not in all my born days, seen anything like that. He pointed to the sleeping half-elf, and watched while Brain covered her with a blanket. Whatever done that, that's a monster somebody gotta put down. You do that, you drink and sleep for free every time you come to my place. Odvil hissed out. Kinda monster do that to any kinda kid. He shook his head, hard to believe she's still livin' and breathin'. I know. Brain answered, she somehow survived at least 3 days in that river. I guess you could be lying, most grown people couldn't have lasted even 1. But somehow she made it for 3. He scratched his head beneath his blue hair and said, if nothing else, she's tough. Poor thing. Listen, he glanced at her again and then at the old man. I'm short of money, is there any chance dash? None. Odvil answered. Even a cheap horse'll cost about 30 days' wages for this place, and I ain't got that just sittin' around. And the healer? I didn't want to say this round her, but he'll know what she is when he heals her, and that'll make things hard. This is the theocracy, you be lucky if you don't report ahead. You want my advice, buy a potion. Cut the priest out. Great. Brain said and a little smile formed on his face, can I dash? Nope. Odvil answered, the priest took with him after the bandits. Thing is, they should have been back days ago. Folks gettin' kinda worried, you know. There's talk of sendin' for a garrison. How long will that take? Brain asked, his smile turned upside down. A week, maybe 2. Less you want to leave her like that. Odvil trailed off. It was a rhetorical question and Brain immediately shook his head. What kind of bastard do you think I am? Brain stiffened his back at the mild hint of an affront. Nah, guess you could go out there yourself, probably get a potion as a reward. But, guess you don't got clothes for her? The old man asked. No, of course not. Brain clipped his words short, all I had was my cloak. I see, listen, I brought some old stuff with me, down in the basement. I gotta finish getting ready for my customers, but listen, you go down there, go through some of them old crates, maybe my grandkids left some clothes behind. Probably musty, and a bit patchy in places, but she needs some shoes and something to wear. Thanks Oddball, you're the best. Brain answered and glanced at her. How long will she be asleep? Most of the day. She's young, maybe under 100 years, hard to say with half-elves, but for some reason they seem to have more vulnerability to magic, not that I knew that many of them, but still. Yeah, he rubbed his double chin with his thumb and forefinger, yeah, most of the day is about right. Right so, rescue the priest, maybe get a reward and a potion, find your grandchild's clothing, and be out of here soon. Brain repeated the list, and then asked, can you bring up some food for her? She hasn't eaten much, and I'd rather she not go down there on her own. Odvil clapped his hand on Brain's shoulder, maybe you are her pappy after all, eh? He chuckled a little and Brain pretended to wince under the ex-adventuring peasant's meaty old hand. Nah. He shook his head, I'm just taking her somewhere, and she's going to keep camp for me. He looked at her sleeping face, her one good eye, the other a mere socket smeared with black poultice goo as dark as the inside of the eye socket was raw. Plus she's tough as nails to survive this long, she's got some old injuries that I don't think this magic will get rid of. I guess I feel a little bad for her, and it's no trouble for me, not really. Aha. The old man said with a snort, whatever you've got to tell yourself, but she is a kinda cute kid, or would be, if she weren't all banged up. Yeah, I suppose. Brain said, now about the food for her. Yeah, I'll bring it up during my off time, just get going. Odvil said and they went outside, leaving Layali to sleep in peace. She woke up to see the sun setting through her open window. For a moment she woke with horror, crying out, I didn't mean to oversleep. And shooting up to a seated position, breathing hard, she looked around and realized, I'm alone, the human is gone. The first thing she noticed was the smell of lukewarm stew, and beside it she saw a few pieces of cheese, fruit, and a strip of lamb which had obviously gone cold, but which was well seasoned. The next thing she saw was a set of clothing sitting on the same table where the food sat waiting for her. The clothing reminded her of her lack of it, and her first instinct followed quickly. Her hands went to her body to check, did he do anything? She asked herself, and found no evidence of anything except for the goop the old man referred to as a poultice. Suspicion tainted her quite thoroughly, the old man knows magic. I was tired, but not that tired. She yawned, her mouth gaping open, and the pain was only bearable because of the material the human used to make it so. Still. She furrowed her brow. Humans don't do things without getting things in return, so, what is he, or what are they getting? Layali could think of nothing offhand. The gods know I'm so ugly now that even the Elf King wouldn't want me. She thought with matter-of-fact dismissal, though it did sting a little. At least he's not interested in me. That made for the unpleasant consideration. Maybe that's why he wants me healed. So I'm pretty again. She shuddered. I need a knife. She told herself when she stopped shuddering. She then slid off the bed and, putting as little weight as she could on each step, inched her way over to the table. She sat and snatched up the slice of cold lamb and tossed it into the stew to warm it up again. She then began dunking the bread and cheese into the brown broth and swirled them around before shoveling them into her mouth with no semblance of good manners to be had. The flavor assaulted her senses, and even the dull ache in her jaw was not enough to dissuade her from finishing it as fast as she could. It felt like mere seconds before she was tilting the wooden bowl to her lips and rubbing her fingers over the inside to shove one last bit of broth over her tongue, and then lick the bowl clean. With that done, she set the bowl down with slow reluctance, looking at the two meals she'd turned into one and willing there to be more. But there was not, so she let go of the wooden dish and plucked a stray splinter from her hand before turning to the clothing left for her. Old. She thought and plucked at the moth-eaten green fabric. There were holes in various places, some of which were patched, some of which weren't. This isn't really a shirt, it's more like patches sewn together. She thought, and the smile spread over her face, larger than she'd ever had. This is the finest thing I've ever worn. She was grateful in that moment that at least her arm was numb, but did her best to touch it as little as possible, slipping the arm through the sleeve and drawing it up before putting her head through the hole at the top, then sliding her good arm up inside the shirt and successfully putting it on. The rest was no more comfortable, but at last she slipped her feet into shoes, and gave herself a look over. Her whole body ached enough that she immediately went on tentative steps and laid herself down on the bed. Just to wear what she had, crude, hand-me-down clothes that smelled of moths and touched with dust, riddled with multicolored patches that outnumbered the original cheap green dyed fabric in themselves, often having small holes, still felt good. Good enough that in spite of herself, Layali smiled a little and closed her eye with contentment. Evil Eye poked at the flames. I was a villain. I was a disaster. I was a princess. I am, a hero. Will being all those other things matter to Lord Mammon? I can't not tell him. I just can't. She thought, and yet she feared to do so. The sparks leapt up from the fire and winked out of existence in the cool air. The others were gone, but given the way her sisters, and Mammon's partner, Lupu, were teasing at her taking a chance, she had the distinct expectation that he would be sent back to her soon. Lupu's most recent taunt touched a nerve. Meh, what good is it to be in love if you're not going to do anything? That's like having a cake and not eating it. That'd be dumb. The whole reason to have cake is so you can eat it. Course if you don't actually want him, I'm his partner, always at his side, maybe I should. And then the radiant red-haired cleric gave out a silvery laugh and sashayed away, leaving Evil Eye fuming. Would she really, though? Evil Eye wondered. The curious relationship between Mammon and Lupu was one she never dared truly broach. Sometimes they seem like they're almost siblings or childhood friends. But when she talks like that, could they actually be lovers? That thought kept the vampire sleepless more than once. If I don't say anything, if I don't do anything but blush behind this mask, what can I expect? He can't even read my face, but if I show my face, my eyes. That too, brought its own turmoil. I'm a vampire, he's human. Maybe even a godkin. A valiant defender of humanity, a peerless defender of justice, and a bit of a drumalord. She added the last part with a tiny smile of her own. He reminded her of Locke's, prone to dramatic gestures and grandiose statements. Had he not had the power to back them up, it would have been a mockery, but as it was. They inspired, in part because his power was so obvious and his reputation so widespread. If he knew what I was, would he slay me? Would my sisters? Evil Eye shivered even to think of it. It was telling to her when she thought of either end that she was equally disturbed by both possible rejections. You've got it bad, Kino, really bad. She told herself and felt her long still heart threaten to start beating again, just so it could skip with anxiety. I have to tell him, I don't have to tell them. I want him. I want him. Is that so bad? I can't give him children, but so what? If he wants a child, let some other woman carry it. As long as I can have him. But can I at all? The answer was a plain and unilateral no, not without telling him the truth, not without taking off her mask and opening her eyes. No man will remain with a woman whose face he's never allowed to see. She looked down into the fire and poked it with a stick again. I have to tell him. Whatever happens, happens. I've fought for a lot of stupid things in my life, risked myself for everybody else more times than I can count. But now it's time I did something for myself. What's the point if I can't be happy too? Why shouldn't I be? Evil Eye did all she could to mentally fortify herself just as she heard Mammon come crashing through the woods. There wasn't an attempt at being subtle, nor was there a need for it. He emerged into the firelight and said, "Mein Fräulein, they said I should come and keep you company, that they are better at scouting than I, and they are right, I fear." He slapped his armored chest as if he were wounded by their words, but the twinkle in his eye told her it was more amusement and he was being performative. "It's fine, please, join me. Mammon." Evil Eye said and almost gestured to the log opposite herself, but instead she patted the mossy space beside herself, inviting him to sit with her instead. Mammon obliged and took off his helmet. He sat it between his feet and looked into the fire. He felt Evil Eye's gaze turned upward and looking at him. "Is there something on my face?" he asked and touched his cheek briefly. "No." She eeped out, "I was just thinking how impressive you looked. I am but myself, I think that is a good thing, but there are others greater than I by far, my father, for example," he said, and winked down at her. It was only then that it occurred to Evil Eye. "I really don't know anything about where he comes from, his family." But he sounded warm, content to speak of the men, and so Evil Eye felt safe asking, "What was he like?" "What is he like, mein Fräulein?" Mammon answered, "The greatest of all beings, powerful beyond all words, gentle, generous. His greatest wish is for the happiness of all his children. So powerful is his love for us all that he was willing to leave us if we needed him to. The greatest caster and the greatest warrior this or any world has ever known, or ever will, the paragon of dash." Mammon went silent, snapping his jaw shut. Never in his life had Pandora's actor cursed his performative nature, his love of drama, or his love of his creator. Yet all he said in his gushing affection could only lead to one singular answer in the mind of the little vampire about who his father was. Nor did she miss it. "You're the son of the Allfather of Nazarick, aren't you? You're Ainz Olgaun's son." Evil Eye guessed, and when Mammon stiffened involuntarily, she knew she'd struck home. Her mind reeled beyond all reason. On the one hand she counted the Allfather's friendly policies toward non-humans to be a good thing, as was his general defense of humanity and promotion of order. On the other hand, his ruthless crushing of Baharutha's army led directly to the near collapse of the empire, and his intervention left a demi-human kingdom of dubious intent forming in the Abelian hills. "I should not have said what I did. I must ask that you keep it secret," Pandora's actor said, leaning over her slightly to whisper the request. "It does answer a lot though, there's a strong resemblance, and that kind of power doesn't just spring from nothing." Evil Eye felt some degree of comfort at least recognizing one mystery was resolved, only to notice another compounding it. "Siblings, you have, brothers and sisters?" Evil Eye asked, and Mammon groaned and wiped his face. "I do." "You know one of them?" "Lupu's true name is Lupus Regina, she is the child of another, we are many, the children of the one who stayed, united in our devotion to our father. Hence his name, the Allfather. Mammon explained, and Evil Eye connected the dots. It explained Lupu all too well. "They're not all human, are they?" Evil Eye pressed the question gently. She reached up and touched his face. "You can tell me, you can trust me with anything." "Why do you ask that?" Mammon allowed her touch, but he was more interested in the wild guess that was right on the coin. "Because of his policies. He rules numerous non-human races. Dark elves, wood elves, dwarves, I've even heard of lizardmen and frogmen, not to mention others. It's just sensible that he'd be this way if his children weren't human." Evil Eye felt the certainty of her rightness crystallize when Mammon was silent in return. "You are right," he finally answered, free briefly of any grandiose gestures, natural if not relaxed. He was stiff, but not aggressive or demanding of her silence, and so Evil Eye felt emboldened. She sidled up a little closer, so that her leg was against his. "Do the undead have a place in your father's world? What are they to you?" Pandora's actor was still mentally cursing his foolish slip of the tongue, but he heard her question, and knew very well why she asked. "Have you seen vampire quests in the Adventurers Guild?" he asked in return. "No, now that you mention it I haven't," she replied, and then asked. "Why?" "Because they were found and relocated. A few, I'm sure, were killed, but Father's will is that all who accept the social contract should be allowed to exist," Mammon said with a hint of pride tinging his voice. "The what now?" Evil Eye was briefly at a loss. What do merchants have to do with any of this? Social contract. What Father calls the agreement among intelligent beings to reside together as a community. Simple guides such as that the higher your status, the more that is expected out of you. That you may do as you will if you harm none, that a mutual respect should exist between those who live together, for each other's lives and possessions. Pandora's actor explained, and Evil Eye turned it over in her mind like a curious object of uncertain use. "So the vampires he found?" Evil Eye pressed. "Sent to the kingdom of Nazarick's far-flung corners, border towns made up of multiple races, the newly built areas. They live normal lives there and sometimes buy blood from others when the impulse comes to feed. Or so I have learned, I have yet to go there myself. He said, and Evil Eye knew one thing for sure. I have to see it. I can't say anything to him, not yet. Not until I see how he really reacts staring a vampire in the face. I've waited this long, what's a few more weeks? She thought and said, I have to see it. Would you mind if we diverted our traveling path a little? We can still make the tournament in time. Ja, mein Fräulein. I would be honored to show my father's home, but your sister's? He asked. I won't say anything about where you come from, but, when we get to the town, present them with the truth. If they feel they can't go in, let them camp outside the walls. If they promise to behave, I trust them to keep that promise. Evil Eye said, then asked only a gentle, small, please, before falling silent. Pandora's actor gave a little bowing of his head which served as a nod. Then we will go. We will pass through the Dwarven Mountains, there is a road we can take, it will save some time. Then you will see my father's work, and know why we revere him so. He then took up the stick Evil Eye was using a moment ago, and stirred the sparks from the orange and red glowing fire and watched them drift up toward the stars, dying on their journey up, and the pair enjoyed an amiable but eager silence until the others returned. Chapter 270, Chapter. Ugh, maybe I should have stuck with Raymond. Zeshi rolled her eyes at her own impulsiveness, but when she looked back the way she'd come, she refused to turn around. No. I will see this through. I want to talk to him, I won't be talked over or talked down. Who are you kidding, you're being stubborn, Zeshi. She said to herself. In the far distance she could see a small village, impoverished prosperity, in a manner of speaking. Her effective eyesight let her see the distant crops, enough that she could be sure that even if they had very little, they had enough. She ran hard in that direction, her feet ate up ground like fire ate dry grass, and little by little the village grew larger in her eyes until she could see the heads of various people poking up amidst the fields of wheat, their bodies rising and falling in the endless rhythm of the farmer's dance. Her ears pricked up when she heard them singing, that's a nice noise. She mused and slowed down to listen. Oh, raise that hoe and bring it down. Harvest food to feed our town. Our kids grow up and we grow old. But farmers' tools they'll always hold. The gods look on and laugh all day. While I swing and swing away. 'Cause crops may stand and crops may grow. But not one stalk without my hoe. The depth of the voices indicated that they were mostly male, but there were a few women among them. Zeshi hummed the music, it was a contented, rollicking tune that set the rhythm of their actions and probably made the work go faster. It was hard not to like it, and Zeshi's slow pace let her hear it go on and on until she was spotted heading toward the village and someone shouted. Traveler. For just an instant she thought it was a sense of alarm, women rushed into houses, and children with them. What did I do? Zeshi wondered and pursed her lips into a tiny frown until she saw the women emerging again with a multitude of baskets, followed by young children carrying more of the same. They lined up by the road and began to wave at her with wild enthusiasm, their arms flapping faster than a hummingbird's wings as they tried to get Zeshi's attention. Do they honestly think I don't see them? Zeshi wondered about that for a moment and then shook it off when she recalled what Senna once said to her about villages. Everybody there is a merchant when it comes to travelers, some of them would sell their own kids for enough money. Zeshi counted that an exaggeration, only elves do that kind of thing, it's why they have to be kept down. She recalled her answer to him, and the laughter that followed. The dark-haired captain was prone to laughter, and never took much very seriously. If it were up to him, we'd all just take naps, drink, and chew sweet bark all day. Though why he found her statement funny, she still didn't know. I never did ask him what was so damn funny. She mumbled and recollected the mouth-watering flavor of the sweet bark he gave her right after he laughed, and just before he walked away. Great, now you want sweet bark, and Senna is on yet another one of his vacations. Zeshi mumbled to herself and resolved to see him as soon as she got back to Kami Miyako again. When she came closer, the peasants added words to the gestures. They wore decent enough clothing, simple laced-up shirts for young boys, single-piece dresses for women, and boots for all of them. Hi, welcome to our village. Would you like to stay the night? I have an extra mat you can borrow. An older woman asked. I'll even throw in an evening and morning meal for 2 silvers. Nonsense, I'm sure she just wants to move on, Miriam. A younger woman with chestnut hair said, but I'm sure I don't see her carrying any supplies, so perhaps she'd like to buy some fresh fruits and vegetables. I can sell you some jerked meat, of course it'll be a good deal at a silver for a basketful. She held up a large woven basket packed with brightly colored fruits of various sizes, along with green, leafy vegetables, bright orange carrots, and long strands of yellow Zeshi didn't recognize. I have no idea if those are good prices, but I do get the feeling I'm about to be robbed. Zeshi thought, and looked down when she felt a little tug on the long hair that hung behind her. She looked down to see a small boy and girl with bright grins on their faces holding up a pitcher of water in both hands. When Zeshi looked inside she saw various cut lemons floating around. Buy some lemon help water. The pair shouted in sync. I'm afraid I don't have money. Zeshi said, I'm looking for someone though. Did a man with blue hair and a katana pass through here? When Zeshi asked, the little sea of happy faces became crestfallen. No, nobody like that. You're the first visitor in days but an old woman was speaking, and then fell silent. The wind picked up, and Zeshi felt it flow over her face and lift up strands of hair enough that it exposed the half-elven ears she otherwise concealed. Mongrel. The old woman hissed, get out. As soon as the word was hissed, the mood soured, the faces went from crestfallen to hateful. Mongrel. Mongrel. I am from here. Zeshi said, her black and white eyes blinked back the dismay she felt at their sudden hostility. Mongrels be mongrels no matter where they be from. The chestnut-haired young woman said and spat in the dirt at Zeshi's feet. Beat it, we don't want your kind around here. But the one I'm looking for. Zeshi looked around at those who glared back at her, not one friendly face in the little crowd. The old woman who offered a place to stay was the only one who didn't look hateful, instead she was only relieved and Zeshi made to finish her sentence directed toward her instead. When the old woman saw Zeshi's face center on her, she screeched and spittle flew from her wrinkled lips out of her toothless mouth. Thanks be to the gods I didn't dirty my mat with mongrel touch. I'd never be able to rent it out again. Get out before we drown you like your father should have. Zeshi feared none of them, even bare-handed, killing them would have been easy. I'm a soldier, I help defend this country, how dare you speak to me this way? Zeshi snapped at them and cracked her knuckles. Go away. The little ones with their lemon water shouted, then tipped over the jug they carried and dumped it against Zeshi's leg. The cool liquid had a faintly acidic smell to it, and Zeshi raised her hand overhead. Little rotten bastard. She snapped. It's violent. Call the watch on it. One of the women screamed, and Zeshi lowered her hand to back away. If I go too far. The lessons imbued within her from the earliest years of her life, to be careful not to harm weaker people around her, stayed her hand. She backed away again, then turned and ran. At least he didn't come this way. I'll go try a different road, but what was wrong with those people? What even is a mongrel supposed to be? She wondered before mumbling under her breath, Zeshi, you have got to get out more. The elf king gored the woman underneath him, rutting like a bull in heat, his supremely powerful fists held around her throat, threatening to snap her neck if she relaxed herself even a little. She didn't move, only laying there and waiting until he was finished. It did not take long, it never did, for the cruelest of kings, it wasn't a matter of pleasure, though he took that as he could, but about creating strong children. Something his people did very little of. Get out and go try to make something worthwhile. He snapped and got up. Being encamped on theocracy territory wasn't something he worried much about, the chance of being caught was minimal, the chance of being caught by something that was a threat, he dubbed impossible. His golden tent, much like the golden hair that tumbled sweaty and loose down his back, stood out. Founding that worthless kingdom was a waste of time for so long, the only real success was from the human female. If I can find more like that one at the tournament, I won't even need these worthless servants any longer. That last thought was at least partially a lie, any king needed servants, but the world was a big place, I can always replace them. He shrugged off the thought and waited while the husband of his last plaything brought the king's preferred green robe. The cloak-keeper stood on a stool while the king put out his arms. With a grunt of effort the cloak-keeper stretched out on his tiptoes and slipped the sleeve over his lord's left arm, then did the same with the right. Tears blurred his eyes as he listened to his wife's feet withdrawing to their quarters. The humiliation of attending the one to abuse his wife was at least a familiar one, and one in which he had expansive company. Serve or die, some days, the latter would be better. It was an old thought, but rarely followed up on by the elven population which remained hopeful that one day someone might rise to bring down their tyrant. Have the cook prepare me something that isn't trash, and send me his wife while he's cooking. The elf king commanded, his cruel, piercing blue and purple heterochromatic eyes at least, couldn't be seen from the back. The cloak-keeper went to the lord's front and reached up to his waist to begin binding the robe shut. As you will it, but, may this humble one beg a question? The cloak-keeper asked. This is it, this might be the end for me. The fist of the king did not descend to splatter his head, this was the safest time to ask him anything, just after he'd finished using someone, and the nature of the situation was odd enough that curiosity replaced hostility for just a moment. What? He asked, and the cloak-keeper kept his head lowered while he bound the royal knot of the robe. Your Majesty has always wanted strong children, and we have all heard your will about the tournament, but we wonder why you fear to begin on the journey there. The cloak-keeper shivered, but again the heavy fist did not splatter his head. Who says I fear? The elf king said with quiet wrath. None, he answered, which was true at least, but we note that you avoid the many humans along the way, and instead prefer the safety of those who have already failed you in their worthlessness. In any other circumstances, the elf king considered, I would crush his brain in his skull, but, now. He has a point. Stealth doesn't suit me, and there are many chances along the way, why waste time with their wives when there are so many I haven't tested yet, why should I wait to take that empire as my prize? The thought set his loins to stirring. Forget the chef and his wife, we're moving out tonight, there is a village only a few miles ahead, yes. We will go there and I will find out if the successful brat's mother was a fluke or not. As your majesty commands. The cloak keeper said, stepping back, he bowed and stared down at the ground, his eyes trembling around the edges while suppressing the mad laughter, over his successful manipulation of the cruel king. We are spared, our wives are spared. Let the humans pay the price, they deserve nothing less. He told himself, though that did not completely rid himself of the twinge of guilt he felt when he thought of what their lord would do all the way north to Arwintar, to all manner of unsuspecting peasants. He then straightened himself when he had his face under control, and backed out of the tent until the flap closed in front of him again. The king wants us to head to the nearest human village, he has chosen other targets for himself. The guards who stood outside the tent holding their bows at the ready looked at the cloak keeper with brief awe, you dash. He cut the question off. I did. Our wives are safe for now. Those of humans. He shrugged, let them deal with him. The cloak keeper answered, and the two elven warriors almost fell forward as they embraced the servant, their tears of happiness stained their cheeks and his own as they held one another fast in their unexpected sense of relief. Hurry and get ready. I have to go and comfort my wife. The cloak keeper said, and hastened away to follow the sound of quiet weeping. Chapter 271, Chapter. Ainz sat at the table, it was far from the most luxuriant of things, even at a guess it was only slightly more expensive than what a modestly successful merchant could afford. Though it had a smooth shining polish, it was unadorned by precious metals or artistic designs, flatly put, it was nice but only one jump up from common, unique and noble only in that it was long enough to host the whole assembly. The same went for all the furnishings, the chairs were polished and cushioned, but devoid of unique artistry, the tapestries were locally made, and a somewhat crude representation of peasants learning new skills rather than masters at work. There was, however, one thing which set the hall of the Wolf King and Wolf Queen apart. On the far end of the hall there was a crackling fire, and, up above, many windows allowing the room to be flooded with light during the day. Along the wall, as the evening was settled, there lay many candles which bathed the room in a dancing shadow, casting an orange glow. The smell of roasting meat wafted into the room from where it was being prepared, almost as though one's own mother was preparing the evening meal only a few paces away. That was the spirit of the hall of the kingdom of Karn. Home. The whole feel of the place was one of familial intimacy, and, at the head of the table, the Wolf Queen and her husband rose to their feet. Their cups held aloft to the sea of guests, Henry's smile was a glowing warmth, given to each one who sat near or far from the head. Ainz couldn't help but think it was as if his own mother were about to toast him. To a short fight, a long peace, and all our bright futures. She said it simply, it was no elegant speech. But while she said less than a great orator might have, she meant it more. And so when the rest of the table echoed, to a long peace and bright future. It was hard for the most cynical of lords or ladies to not mean it, at least in that moment. If this is the tenure of their rule, they will be popular monarchs, and not just here. Ainz made a mental note, and settled in to enjoy both the meal, and the next few days while the other leaders arrived to journey onward to Arwintar as one. The long journey carried the delegation of the Holy Queen and the Frost Queen over fine rolling countryside, through peasant towns, and to small castles. Their stops along the way remained amiable, and between the two along the way, the Dragonid and the human sought to resolve 1,000 petty disputes of trade goods and the flow of travel. Sometimes they were successful, at others the pair could not quite agree. It was during one such evening that they returned to a commonly broached subject from their letters, but not asked in person until the present in the country home of the Riestai's royal family. How are my humans doing in your kingdom? Queen Kalka asked. Well enough. Nia answered, her tail dancing at her back. I have had some trouble with a particularly tenacious poacher not far from my capital whom we suspect is human. But that should settle down once I've made it my private reserve and bought the area from the ones who own the land now. Other than that, they do fine, the land is good for farming and their produce under Duke Straka is feeding a great many people. I suppose it helps that they have a human lord. Kalka said with a twinge of frustration when she looked away from her counterpart. Nia sat back in the chair and reached for her goblet. Bigotry is a problem on both sides of the border. As Kalka's words were as close as she could come to a true apology, so too were Nia's as close as she could come to conciliation. It's almost enough to make a common enemy desirable, to help erase the past. The Holy Queen remarked and reached for her own goblet while her son fussed a little in her other arm. Nia said nothing, not right away. When she spoke it was with quiet iron in her voice. That may sound nice, but there lies the difference between you and I, Holy Queen. You spent your life in the palace far removed from the common soldier. I was a common soldier. War is work, ugly work filled with filth and fear. A thing like what you say is the stuff of nightmares. May its horror never come. Kalka looked away, chastened, down at her son who fussed briefly, then she drained her cup in a gulp and brought her infant to the breast to feed him and said, I did say almost. That you did. Nia said and finished her cup with a brief swig to pair with her concession. Almost what? Queen Renner asked when she entered the room, prompting the pair of royal guests to rise to their feet to greet their host. Zeshi's sprint went down to a jog, not for want of energy or strength, but because for the first time in her life she could actually enjoy the sheer size of the wider world. Within mere hours of her departure, she repeated herself. You have got to get out more, Zeshi. But what she once said with irony, she now said with conviction. The wind and the trees, the grass of the fields and the babbling of the river called to her, and when she passed through a clutch of trees, pausing to take from some of the hanging fruits, their wide trunks and high boughs called to her. My elven side asserting itself. She realized, and clamped down on it with loathing that roiled in her gut. Without thinking about it, she slowed to a walk and reached up to change her hair, ensuring that her ears were covered. If only she'd let me cut them off. Zeshi thought, recalling her childhood. I was just trying to cut the rapist parts off. Her answer to her mother had earned her more hugs than swats when the one-time guardian of humanity yanked away the knife from her daughter's hands. She recalled vividly the frantic way the valorous woman ran her hands over Zeshi's in the wash basin, removing the red blood from every tiny finger. The trembling, shaking hands of a dedicated parent lived long in Zeshi's mind. I haven't thought of that in years. The half-elf realized and tried to put it from her mind as she drew closer to the distant town. Maybe he's here, maybe not. Either way, at least I can say Raymond is probably worried. Zeshi's brief reflection on her traveling companion troubled her to no end. To him at least, I can say, sorry. But I have to know, and he's hiding something. Zeshi's certainty was coupled with a dark distaste that came out in the way she clenched her fist as the town loomed closer. The walls were pathetic, and the guards even worse than the walls. But as it wasn't an enemy position and the gate was now open, she walked right up to it just as a young couple set out. They wore bright, cheerful smiles and waved to her with enthusiasm. He had a rough, peasant beard that wasn't quite well trimmed for want of a mirror. She wore a simple single-piece dress that flapped a bit in the breeze, and both carried polished walking sticks worn smooth by time, and packs on their backs with patchy bedrolls up at shoulder level. "Excuse me, have you seen a blue-haired swordsman with a sword come through here today?" They stopped to look the odd figure of Zeshi up and down, and briefly traded a look with one another as only married couples could, asking without speaking. "Nah, sorry lady, haven't seen anyone like that, but if he's smart he'll be leavin' here same as us, so you probably goin' the wrong way." The taller male uttered with a brief shudder. Why?" Zeshi asked and looked away from him and toward the town, a bit dirty and crude. It was no Kami Miyako, but there was no obvious danger to prompt their eagerness to leave, nor did she see signs of fear on the pair. "The kingdom of Karn, miss, ain't you heard of it? They let in non-humans settle in there, and I don't mean as like, living tools, I mean like," he shivered, "people. So we sold everything and we're going south. The border's just a hop, skip, and a jump away, goblin neighbors. Can you imagine? Course there's others, but, lot of goblins there I hear. People go up there to trade, come back with all kinda stories. None of 'em good, so we travelin' south to be safe. Lot of us are. Anyway, hope you find your friend, miss, but like I say, he's smart, he's goin' south where it's safe." "Right." Zeshi suppressed her frown, but before she could say anything else another voice carried down to her. "Hey. Somebody ask about the blue-haired guy." It was a gruff voice, but a little dubious. Zeshi stepped away from the couple, who took that as their cue to leave, and then she craned her neck to look up at a spear-bearing guard. "Yes, you know him." "Nah, don't know him, but I know of him. Not many folk have blue hair, and even fewer carry just one sword and no shield. My dad he was, traveled with his daughter. He asked about where to stay. If that's your man, he went for the Infadaway." The guard leveled his spear toward a side street, and Zeshi nodded. "Thanks," she said, but the answer sounded wrong. He wasn't traveling with a child. Couldn't be, but then, the guard up there has a point, not many people look like that. Zeshi thought it over for a moment. I guess it can't hurt to look. She resolved, and with a confident and hopeful spring in her step she made her way in the direction the guard indicated. Her feet slogged through no small amount of nasty muck. The smell of horse manure tainted the air and blended with the smell of unwashed bodies. The noise of squelching feet coupled with the babble of humans going about their business created a cacophony of noise that was equal parts unfamiliar and unpleasant to the long-isolated Zeshi. Her nose crinkled a little as she suppressed the urge to gag before entering the establishment that was marked as an inn. "You know that thing you said you should do?" she asked herself. "Get out more." She answered her own thought. "Yes, if most of the world smells like this, forget it." She answered herself again. "Agreed." Zeshi agreed with herself and then approached a large, obese-looking man who slid a wooden mug across a long smooth wooden bar and directly into the waiting hand of a patron. He looked up when the bell above the door rang. "What can I do you for, miss?" He wore a gap-toothed smile and had a grandfatherly manner about him that reminded her of an older Raymond. It was enough to bring a little smile to her face when she said, I'm looking for a friend of mine. Blue hair, curved sword, fit-looking man, know him? She asked. Brain, sure do. He's stayin' here but I'm afraid he's not in just now. The old man answered and Zeshi brightened up. Oh, do you know when he'll be back? She inquired, and the old man shrugged. Nah, hard to say, he went out after a group of bandits, tryin' to get some money fair, some things, you know, travelin' needs. The old man clammed up just a little, it was a subtle thing, his smile went a little smaller and his words more hasty, he also ignored or didn't hear someone slapping the bar demanding another drink. Venturin' ain't an easy line of work, it'll pay all right, so he went out to make some quick coin, I can leave a message for him for you, give it to him when he gets back, if and you like. The old man offered and his smile brightened again, though it hesitated to spread out as far as it previously had. Can I wait in his room, I really need to see him, or wait here? She asked. Nope. 'Fraid I can't have people loiterin' about not buyin' nothin', and I ain't got no rooms anyway. He added the last part with such haste that even knowing she was inexperienced, it felt like a lie. I see. Okay then, just tell him he had a visitor and ask him to wait for me down here. Zeshi said, and the old man's eyes never left her as she removed herself from the building. He didn't mention the daughter, what's going on here? Zeshi felt the same sense she had with Raymond, that something was being concealed, hidden away. Her senses tingled as if she were about to enter a fight, and she closed the door gently behind her. For once Zeshi felt a measure of gratitude for her elven senses and began to walk around the side of the building. The lower half was clearly a tavern, but that obviously meant that the rooms were on the upper floor. The sinking squelch of her boots would have given her away had it been the middle of the night, but as it was, nobody thought anything of the noise of one person just walking around minding their own business. Ugh, my hair, it's probably a mess at the bottom now, great, one more thing to dislike here. She cursed and tilted her head up to search out the smell. While no bloodhound, her senses wouldn't miss him if he were concentrated somewhere. It took some walking around, but then there it was, an open window and the leftover smell of her brief dinner guest. Zeshi looked to her left and right, people were passing by, but nobody was watching, nobody was listening. So she jumped, her powerful legs sent her rocketing up to the second floor and with one brief pull at the window sill, she hauled herself inside, rolling once over the floor she came to her feet with a little bounce. There, lying on the bed was a young girl, obviously a half-elf. She lay on top of his cloak, holding it tight against her body, and lost her grip the moment she saw the intruder. For one brief moment Layali and Zeshi's collective three eyes were frozen and locked on one another, and then Layali opened her mouth to scream. Chapter 272, Chapter. Layali felt her entire body go stiff, her lips parted, nobody good ever sneaks in through a window. Who is this? Is this a slave catcher? Did Master Cerebrate send a slave catcher after me? No. I won't go back. I won't. The scream remained locked in her head and she flung herself off of the bed. While she didn't have a knife, she had a spoon. She began weeping out of her good eye and jabbed the handle side of the spoon toward her empty eye socket. If I can just hit the brain it'll be over quick. No more pain. No more Cerebrate. I guess I'll never know if brain kills him or not. I'll just have to hope. All those thoughts ran through Layali's mind in the time it took to draw the end of the spoon toward her eye socket, while her good eye squeezed shut against the pain to come and also closed off her view of the white and black-haired intruder. Which is why it was a shock when she felt a hand on her wrist. It closed around her with relative gentleness, but it was as immovable as any mountain. Layali had no more will to scream, instead she only tugged and pulled. No. I won't go back. I don't want to live if I have to go back. Please. Please don't take me back. She whimpered, pleaded, and pulled herself wildly about before she thought to stab herself in reverse. She slowed as if she were running out of breath. The woman, for that much she was sure her captor was at least, still hadn't said anything, and so the little half-elf girl relaxed. She looked up at the woman, met the heterochromatic eyes with her one good one and said, I'm not going back. She then slammed her head forward, if I caught her off her guard. Layali didn't get to finish the thought. Faster than should have been possible in her experience, the woman's other hand came up and caught Layali at the hair, keeping her from the coup de grace. That finished the last of her will. Layali felt the hopelessness of her efforts, her knees went weak, her final strength fled. For God's sake don't do this, human scum, seen you all pity dogs, at least put me down too. She whimpered out and trailed off with one final plea, please, slave catcher, don't take me back to my master. Zeshi smelled the thick salve on the girl's flesh as much as she smelled the fear on the little wounded creature. The half-elven extra seat of the black scripture knew the smell of fear like bees knew the smell of flowers. She also knew the smell of blood, and the signs of injury, and this one. She has a lot of them, and... a slave catcher? What even is that? Why would a slave ever run away from? No, look at her, stupid. She didn't do this to herself. Zeshi concluded that quickly enough and crouched down. Be quiet. The older half-elf said to the younger, I'm like you. Zeshi whispered, and that, if it didn't stop the girl's cries, at least kept back any chance she would scream and ended the struggles. Like me. Layali's doubts rose, but she dropped the spoon which clattered to the floor a second later. Zeshi brought the girl's hand over to the white hair and brushed it aside, revealing Zeshi's own half-elven ear. Layali gasped, her breath heavy as it wafted over Zeshi's face and smelling of stew. Who are you? I'm looking for someone who was in this room. I suppose he did this to you? Zeshi asked. Strange, I didn't get the feeling he was that sort, but, who knows, maybe you never can really tell. She wondered privately. Before Layali could answer, the little click of the door being opened reached both half-elves and caused their ears to prick up. Gouging out a child's eye is, meh, I've put down real monsters for less. Zeshi whirled on the door, and before Layali could say or even properly think, Brain was entering the room. I'm back, I've got a dash. Brain had no time to react, the fist that came for him was loaded with killing intent. And yet for all that, he sensed one thing for sure, if she meant to kill him, it would have been faster, it was meant to cause him pain. But that relative ease had nothing on him. He dropped beneath it, dropped a satchel in hand down to the floor and drew his sword all in one motion. There was no time to use martial arts, not for either of them, and while Brain was armed he could see the invader was not, and yet it didn't seem to matter. His sword flashed out leagues faster than he felt it ever had. Layali, make a run for it. He hissed out the words as fast as he moved his sword. I'm not going to win. He realized. Her hands casually deflected his sword as if they were unbreakable adamantite. Your sword is worthless again, you were so proud, so damn proud, you wanted to try in the tournament, what a joke. He recognized the half-elf woman, and between mocking his futile efforts he wondered, why is she after me? Or Layali, slave catcher. I've heard they use half-elves for that, never seen one, must have been looking for this one. Cerebrate could certainly afford it. Brain cursed his ill luck and watched the woman deflect his best efforts without even bothering to strike him down, and worse, she kept herself between Brain and Layali. Like she was taunting him. The small half-elf was frozen, unmoving, paralyzed, the way she was when she first met him. Poor thing, poor thing. The blinking of the one good eye and hollow brutality he found in her ruined frame could have moved a stone to pity, how much more so a living man. And in that moment Brain's feet went faster, rather than carrying him away in flight, his sword carried in arcs that the woman in front of him still deflected, and yet it felt as if he were climbing to the peak he'd longed for since the age of 12. One quick look at the top before she kills me. He vowed and began to mutter martial arts under his breath. Not bad. He's an adventurer through and through, that much was so at least, but he's still trying to get at the girl more than he is trying to kill me. It was a curiosity to Zeshi, and she chose not to activate any martial arts of her own. He's on par with a windflower scripture, or maybe a sunlight scripture, no. No, he's on par with Clementine at least. Zeshi pondered and allowed him to drive her back, his foot nudged the satchel he'd dropped before, and out of it rolled a little blue potion. The noise of the thick glass caught Layali's ears, and looked down to see that it bumped against her foot. Stop. She cried all of a sudden, snapping out of her fear and silence-induced confusion, blade and open hand stopped cold. Layali crouched down and picked up the potion. I've seen these, the humans, they used this on their own kind, he really brought me one. She felt a tear escape her eye and clutched it to her chest. It wasn't Mr. Brain who did this to me, please, if you're like me, don't hurt him. Layali said and put a hand on the hip of the half-elf. Zeshi cast a doubtful eye down on her. It was Master Cerebrate. Layali whispered and retold the story while nervous fingers fumbled at the little brown cork on the potion. When Layali got up to the part where Brain had helped her days before, Zeshi's hands lowered slowly to her sides, and Brain sheathed his sword. So you're not a slave catcher? Brain asked. No, of course not. Zeshi frowned, why would you even think that? I've met Cerebrate, for one, and for another, it's pretty common to use half-elves for it. Nobody cares if they die, they get better at it over a long period of time, and you can hold their parents or children hostage to ensure their good behavior. Plus, elf or human, there's always somebody at the bottom who would sell out their own blood for the price of a honey cake, or a little power over the rest. It's kind of common to use the half-breed sons of slave mothers to chase after their own kind. The theocracy is a practical sort of place. Zeshi's frown deepened. What are you even doing here? Brain demanded as he crossed the space between them both and took the potion from Layali's nervous fingers and popped the cork before handing it back. He crouched down, drink it all. He said to her, and she gave a little quiet nod before bringing the vial to her lips. Where's your escort? Brain asked, and Zeshi crossed her arms in front of her chest. Somewhere behind me, or ahead of me, I don't know. Raymond will find me sooner or later, I'm not worried about it, I'm here to talk to you, something you said, and given what else you've just said. I'm not a complete idiot, but I'll ask anyway. Why did you assume my father was a human? You chased me for days on end over the gods know how many miles just to ask me that. Brain asked, aghast, and sat with a heavy thud into the nearest chair. Answer me. Zeshi hissed her demand, and Brain cocked his head when he looked at her as if the half-elf were some alien creature from a far-off land. Ask her. Brain said and pointed to Layali, whose body was straightening as the magic began to take effect. Zeshi looked down at the girl, and this time Layali didn't hesitate to speak. Because it's what happens in this nightmare country. Layali spat back, and Zeshi, having seen the brutal wounds on the girl, found no way to question it. She felt as if the ground fell out from beneath her feet, and all she knew began to fall with it. Queen Besserez, Queen Baraja, I'm so glad you've made it to my estate. Renner said with a demure curtsy. Queen Vazelf, it was good of you to host us. Kalka said with a curtsy of her own. Nia inclined her head and gave a little half-bow, as am I, thank you. I've heard quite a bit about you and your rule from the few travelers who have ventured over into my domain. There was the slightest hint of critique in Nia's words, nor were they wrong, as few merchants proved willing to cross the coastal border even for the sake of profit, fearing some harm would come to them. Renner accepted the criticism with the most courteous of little smiles. I'm sure you will hear a great deal more as my merchants become more bold and we look to expand our commercial enterprises. For example, I'm considering a national trading company intended expressly to serve the crown's needs. Something that will ease our dependence on private merchants and hopefully lower the price of goods. A source of such supplies right over the border would be a welcome one. The effect on the Frost Queen was immediate. Nia's general lack of subtlety compared to the more experienced monarchs made it impossible for the dragonid to completely disguise her response. The whites of her eyes expanded, and her fang-filled smile grew just a little with them. Mostly, however, the concept Renner laid out caught the Demalbian Queen's ears. That would be a good idea. I've been reliant on the scant trade and expensive services of the Understone Empire, but those dark dwarves just don't need much, and the dark elves don't produce much but raw materials. The slain theocracy shut their border and very few are still willing to go to the Southern Holy Kingdom. A national company could go a long way toward supplementing my budget. She felt her head ache a little and resolved immediately, I'll delegate it to Astraka. The headache began to fade and the Frost Queen relaxed. You have a lovely estate. She offered the praise with rather more warmth than before, and Queen Vazelf claimed a seat, which in turn allowed her guests to reclaim their seats as well. Thank you, it belonged to my late elder brother, Prince Barbro. He was a mean, nasty boy and he became a corrupt, nasty man, but at least he had good taste. Renner said and held up an empty cup that sat on the table as if it had been just waiting for her arrival. Seemingly out of nowhere a servant approached bearing a bottle and poured it for her. Still, he was your brother, and that is not an easy loss. I'm sorry. I have no siblings, but if losing friends is hard, losing family is worse. Nia suggested, and both Kalka and Renner had to suppress the urge to raise their eyebrows. Nia had enough wit about her to recognize their silence for what it was. I was a soldier who got lucky. I'm not born to the purple so. Excuse me if I don't have the most queenly demeanor about some things. She bowed her head and when a cup was poured and slid toward her, she took it and waited until Kalka's was similarly prepared. Perhaps a little frankness is what we all need. Kalka suggested. Renner cleared her throat a little and pressed the matter at hand. About tomorrow, now that we're all gathered, according to the schedule we'll be leaving after breakfast and going toward Karn to meet with the Wolf Queen, Wolf King, Queen Drawdalin, and the Allfather. From there we travel in a long procession to Arwentar to observe the proceedings and watch the tournament unfold. So nothing has changed. That's good, it means everything is going well. Between all of our escorts, this will be the safest traveling experience in history. Kalka said, and then cocked her head when the Queen of Frost laughed. Nia waved her taloned hand back and forth as the laughter rang beyond her ability to suppress it. Forgive me, forgive me. Nia said, it's just that in my old life we'd have said you were going to trigger a flag with a statement like that. It's nothing, I'm sure we'll be fine, but I do wonder what they'll say about all this when it's over. After all, when in all history have so many monarchs traveled together for anything other than war? That jerked both of her counterparts back to their youthful lessons in history, and vainly they sought for an example, until they gave up. You make a fair point, perhaps this really is the beginning of something remarkable for the peace of the 11 realms. Queen Renner acknowledged and began to re-evaluate her initial appraisal of the Dragonoid Queen. She has the subtlety of a mace, the manners of a common soldier, and the look of a predator, but at least she sees farther than the nose on her face. I can work with this. She told herself and raised her cup in a toast. To lasting peace. Renner proclaimed. And prosperity with it. Nia added a section of her own. For us and the next generation. The new mother could not help herself, and added something of her own. They drank deeply of the rich dark wine after that, several times, before it was time to rest for the next day's journey. Chapter 273, Chapter. Zeshi could not remember having ever been knocked down. Not by anyone. But the little half-elf child's words were a heavier blow than that of any monster. And like anyone caught in a desperate circumstance, her first response was to deny it. You're lying, you've got to be. Zeshi accused, her heterochromatic eyes glared daggers at the girl until she moved behind Brain and hid from Zeshi's view. Why would you even suspect that? Brain demanded, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Your father was human, wasn't he? Zeshi stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. No, he wasn't, was he? Brain guessed, his mind raced while the silent half-elf girl stared at him, watching him come to the only feasible conclusion. I've heard stories about the Elf King, you're one of his children, aren't you? The first half-elf he made. Zeshi answered, humans rescued my mother. Humans protected and raised me. Humans promised me revenge, elves dash. Brain interjected, are just like you. I've traveled almost everywhere, and that includes the Elf Kingdom. I went anywhere there was somebody I can learn from, and let me tell you something. Elves are his victims too. Brain felt the young half-elf put her hands on the back of his shirt, her little hands balling up into fists. Explain the girl. Zeshi said. It was a pointless diversion of a demand, but she couldn't help herself. Driftwood. Brain said, and Zeshi looked, for a moment, very confused. She scratched her head, and only when she saw the girl poke him in the side with her finger did he elaborate. I found her in the river some time after we parted ways. Brain explained, Layali, come out, she's not a slave catcher, if she were, we wouldn't be talking, besides, anyone that good wouldn't be hunting slaves. Zeshi accepted the praise with a polite nod as the girl moved beside the human again. Thank you, while you weren't a challenge for me, you're one of the strongest opponents I've ever faced. On par with Clementine, a former member of our strongest scripture, or better. Brain's rugged face wasn't one to blush, but he did sigh with relief. All I want is the peak, looking at it now, knowing how far away it is. Had you not said that, I'll be honest, the gap between us would have broken me. I'll rest easier for your praise. He looked down at the girl. Layali, why don't you tell her? She's dangerous, scary, do I? Layali began to ask, and to her surprise, Brain crouched down to her level and said, she's ignorant, somehow, tell her how you ended up traveling with me, and start at the beginning. The half-elf's newly restored pair of eyes grew wide as she understood the emphasis of his words. The beginning, everything. She blinked both of her eyes as she understood what was being asked of her, but there the woman stood, waiting. A half-elf like herself but worlds apart lay between the two. If she doesn't believe me, what if she turns on us again? Brain can't beat her, this is our only chance, I'll make her believe me. That's our only chance to come out of this alive. The look in the large human's eyes was hopeful, encouraging, unblinking. It'll be all right, he said to her, and resolve steeled in her heart. She looked at the well-dressed woman in her fine travel clothes, and it was hard not to feel disgust for her ignorance as much as for her evident wealth. I was born on a farm, I think, about 90 years ago. My father was my mother's owner. Layali began her story, and Zeshi sat down to listen. I saw the children my father had with his human wife. Those children were loved. I saw him read to them, play with them, talk with them. They were his brood, his heirs, his family. I was just an increase of his wealth. I knew they were my half-siblings, but I was never allowed to play with them, and they never played with me. But they were allowed to hit me if I was bad. Maybe because I was his, at least I didn't spend as much time out in the fields as the others. She clenched her little hands hard enough that she shook, though rage or pain could have both accounted for it. The squeezed shut eyes denied Zeshi any chance to guess which it was. Maybe both. The half-elf wondered. Lucky me. I got to take care of the house, I picked up toys I wasn't allowed to play with, washed clothes I never got to wear, and followed his wife around as a servant when she had visitors. My father thought of me as an asset, but otherwise I was nothing, just a servant he got for free. He joked with his grandson that when he bought my mother and made me, it was 2 for the price of 1. It always made them laugh. It made all of them laugh. I hoped I'd live to see the old man die, but somehow he's still around. My mother, he gave to his grandson, and I have a little brother now as a result. The old woman is still around too, and if her husband and his other children thought of me only as an asset, just a tool that works. She thought of me as proof of her husband's infidelity, and since she couldn't punish him, she punished me. And when her grandson's wife moved in and he made my mother carry a new servant. I can already see the hatred in the next generation, going toward my baby brother. He'll live like me. The reason for Liala's tight shut eyes was manifesting when little shimmering tears made their way out despite her effort at hiding them. I got sent out to the fields more often in the last year or two. Planting takes a lot of work, and the lash stings a lot. I'm too small to beat like they do men and women, but they have little paddles full of holes, and use that on the ones my size if we don't work fast enough. That was when I met Master Cerebrate. I was busy pulling weeds, and a stubborn one wouldn't come up. The overseer saw, said I was too slow, and he made me grab my ankles, and he rolled past while I was taking my licks. He bought me on the spot. I thought I was in hell, but that was just a nightmare. What Master Cerebrate did, that was hell. Please, please don't make me talk about that. Layali finally ran out of steam. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood and little choke sobs began to make their way past her pursed lips despite her best efforts. Layali, cover your ears. Brain said with more gentleness than she expected. She nodded a little bit and plugged her ears with her forefingers. Why'd you have her do that? Zeshi asked, looking down at the little half-elf and seeing the increasingly red face deepen. Because I saw all her injuries, and I doubt she'd want to hear them recounted. Brain explained. When I found her, I thought she was dead. The story did not improve from there as Zeshi listened. The litany of injuries, down to and including the intimate ones, left the heterochromatic half-elf stunned into silence. When it was over, Zeshi's hands folded together in her lap and she looked down in shame. I didn't know. I really didn't know. How? Aren't you from this country? Brain asked when Layali went to sit beside him on the bed. He looked at Zeshi with his face drawn in disbelief, and the half-elf nodded. I am, but I don't get out much. Skills like mine make me humanity's trump card, so they put me in charge of the treasury and only bring me out when they need me, dead gods. She suddenly exclaimed, her head snapped up, startling the human and younger half-elf into nearly jumping out of their skin. What? The two cried and looked around for a threat that wasn't there. They knew. They all knew. Zeshi hissed, the Cardinals, the Pontifex Maximus, they all knew. Raymond knew, they kept all this from me, all this time. She balled up her fists tight enough to whiten her knuckles and gritted her teeth. I never really believed the whole, chosen of the gods nonsense from the priests. Just let me kill my father and that'll be good enough. But I never thought. Zeshi glanced at the half-elven girl and recalled the empty socket where the newly restored eye shone brightly, and the look of abject terror on her little face when Zeshi entered the room. I thought I was coming to you for answers, human, no. Brain. But it looks like all I found were a lot more questions. Zeshi pinched the bridge of her nose and looked down at the floor. So you intend to go back? Brain asked, I don't like the sound of that. Raymond is the name of one of the cardinals. She talks about them all like she knows them. That would mean that Raymond is the Raymond, and if something she says gets her ire up towards. That train of thought did not need more baggage. Brain's mind flailed for a solution while he listened for her answer. I don't know. I think yes, I'm going to slap him till he talks. I want to know what else I don't know, but should. Zeshi frowned deeply, her foot tapped faster than grains of sand dropping through an hourglass. You could come with us. Brain jumped at the answer and did his best to ignore Layali's gawking. I'm a traveler, I know the way to where you're going. You can see things with your own eyes and not through some filter the Cardinals want to force on you. Zeshi almost took a step back. Are you serious? I almost killed you. That's a Tuesday, to me. Brain laughed and tapped his hand over the hilt of his sword, hardly something to hold a grudge over, and it was just a misunderstanding. Besides, I'm betting you don't have any money and know nothing about fieldcraft. If you don't want to eat garbage, steal, or make a bloody mess of yourself, and get lost 1,000 times a day, I'm your best option. Zeshi furrowed her black and white brow at him. What do you want? Brain shrugged, promise to help look after this one until we drop her somewhere safe, give me some lessons, and take direction when it's time to lay camp, we'll call it even. I've got enough money to fund the three of us. Zeshi thought that over. The blue-haired swordsman wasn't wrong, far from it, but he made very unpleasant, very true points. I don't even know how to start a damn campfire. Fine, you win, Brain, we have a bargain. When do we leave? Zeshi asked and thrust out her hand for him to shake. Chapter 274, Chapter. Queen Drawdalin could have been happier. I can't believe the theocracy refused to provide an honor guard. How petty can you be? Oh sure you can pass through our country, but the gods forbid we should exercise some diplomatic etiquette. She stewed on that while she dipped her bread into the broth. I should have asked the Allfather for an escort just to spite the theocracy. That was a thought that kept her warm several nights in a row. The tent in which she now stewed and ate was large and round in the fashion of Draconic Kingdom royalty. Just like the rest of her kingdom, everything was extremely mobile. The rods that held the tent into place, as far as Drawdalin knew, were used nowhere else in the world. Rather than separate pieces held together by rope, each one was held together by linchpins that allowed it to be folded or secured, and the tent itself was one large piece that was held into place against the rods by only a few leather strips. For furnishings, the Draconic Queen looked, by her own estimation, far more Spartan than any of her fellow royals, except for perhaps the newest royal house to appear to the west. She had a simple wardrobe which held a single enchanted gown meant for formal occasions, and the rest were clothes meant for travel, and even one enchanted for combat. Using that would not end well for me, but it's better than nothing. She thought, and drummed her fingers on the table. Even her table, while expensive, was a modular design intended to allow it to be quickly broken down and moved. It was little more than stakes secured to polished wood in enough places to hold it up, with each metal stake able to be folded up underneath the surface, which itself could then be folded in half and loaded into a wagon. A culture of retreat, the shame of it all. Drawdalin despaired, all my efforts, even being willing to sleep with that disgusting monster of a man, and in the end my nation is on the brink of salvation because of a foreign ruler taking a liking to me. Though I have no idea what his letter of gratitude was about. Drawdalin took a bite of bread, that at least was kept fresh and warm through magic. The flavor of the broth blended with the soft interior and the crunch of the crust was enough that she held it in her mouth rather than simply chew and swallow. And while she savored the meal, she turned her problem over and over in her head. The theocracy is as powerful as ever, but the new ruler to their north, the Allfather, makes them look like a petty tribe of goblins. The power of the kingdom of Nazarick spreads like spilled milk over a table, and I'm in their ruler's good graces. Somehow. He married the Holy Queen. She muttered under her breath and glanced around. She was alone in this private space at least, with guards outside, and gave voice to her thoughts, but he's taken a different one to rule. If I had to, I suppose I could offer myself as a third. My kingdom is basically hostage to his goodwill. He has already shown a willingness to negotiate a vassal status, but what secures the most benefits? Competing with the Allmother and the Holy Queen wouldn't. No, I will not do that. She shook her head. Joining the Allfather as if I were some harem girl supplicant instead of a queen is unthinkable. The draconic queen set the idea aside. The assault on her royal dignity seemed ever more distasteful, regardless of all other factors at play. I will represent my domain as a peer, with dignity, and if we succeed in joining lands, it won't be that way. Her private resolve stiffened and steeled. The man's letters were all business, and as such, it was hard to find out much about him from that. Which only left her more curious at least. What will it be like to meet face to face? For that matter, the same goes for the rest. Except for a cardinal or two, Drawdalin never met the royals of the other kingdoms, and as such, going to see them face to face was a first which the lonely monarch was eager to have. This train of quiet thought left her distracted in the extreme, which was why the voice seemed so distant at first. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you've got to run for it. We're under attack. A male voice shouted, his wild, panicked face lit up by the stones that glowed from where they hung in the tent, casting shadows about the isolated royal quarters. Attack. Beastmen, here. She cried out and shot to her feet. No. No, Your Majesty. It's elves. He shouted. His mouth was still open when an arrow appeared in his mouth. It pierced the back of his head and came out between his teeth, shattering them and sending the little white calcium bits flying in all directions. The barbed head of the arrow lodged a handspan out of his mouth, its tip directly pointed at the queen herself. His eyes went wide with shock. He stood for a moment, his halberd fell from his hand to land with a soft thud, and for just a moment he tried to reach up and grab the arrow as if he could pull it free. He never got the chance to try. He toppled forward, his armor clattering for an instant. The cries and screams of her guards rushing to defend themselves from the enemy in the darkness was so heartrendingly familiar. Just like the attack when I was touring the front, fear, death. The smell of blood was as thick in her nose as her thoughts were in her head. She let out a blood-curdling scream of her own in shock and rushed to her dresser. Just like almost everything, the queen's daily wear was modular too. She yanked 2 strings at the shoulders and the whole dress fell instantly away. Got to hurry, got to hurry. What are elves doing here? Why are elves attacking us? The draconic queen wailed, enemies at home, enemies abroad, is there nowhere in the world that is safe for us? She screamed her frustration and yanked up the pants, slipped on the boots which immediately laced themselves, and flung on her shirt. Its laces secured themselves as well, and then she snatched up her enchanted dagger and ran for the exit from her tent. Outside, all was chaos. Fires rose from a dozen tents, and arrows cast shadows that vanished in an eye blink, coming out of the darkness and striking human warriors dead where they stood. The sound of ladies in waiting screaming and the noise of crying horses was matched by the voices of calm direction as those who could walk through were like common people walked through parks, gave their orders and brought order to the madness. Aim where the arrow that killed your kin came from. The stark order carried to the archers, and every time a human fell, more arrows went toward where the arrow came from. The darkness was so great outside that Drawdalin couldn't see 10 feet beyond the fires, but her quick mind noticed that at least sometimes, an arrow didn't come back from the same place. We're getting a few. She thought and rushed toward her horse. Running away. Coward. She cursed herself and watched as an elven warrior came in close and began to fight with a human warrior. More and more of the long-eared warriors were making their way into her encampment. The difference between them was such that they were almost like different races of elves. Some were large, towering, muscular, and broad. Others were the finer, slighter sort who looked like sprinters. Being so far away, she only heard a little about the elf king, but his habit of raping women to produce children was widely known, and the brutish description she had, however vague, fit those larger elves to perfection. His children, if they're here, oh gods above, no. 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 The realization struck the Draconic Queen with abject horror. This was no accident. They found us, they probably realized who we were, and he's after me. The assault on the slain theocracy's trump card was a story she'd heard once before, during a meeting with Cardinal Berenice over the issue of aid against the Beastmen, and in that meeting she learned that a powerful warrior was born as a result. The Cardinal's promise that humanity's trump card was far from gone meant nothing to her at that moment except to tell the Queen what was intended for her. Her feet raced over the ground, the grass bending beneath. Occasionally she jumped over a body while trying to ignore the screams that decreased in number with every passing deadly minute. An arrow whizzed past her ear, cutting off a lock of her white hair and piercing the rump of a horse. It toppled over, neighing and kicking its legs as it told the world of its pain. "Got you," a voice behind her said, and she felt a hand on her shoulder, but the Queen grabbed the dagger at her side and thrust it behind her. She felt the soft resistance of flesh, then the wetness of blood on her fingers. She lost her grip and the blade fell away. She instinctively looked back and saw the slight-looking elf staring at her with dismay on his face as he went to his knees and toppled over. "I need a horse," she cried, then shrieked as she saw the danger too late. Diving to the damp grass, a charging horse showed no care that she was even there. The rider, if he saw her, didn't recognize his queen or didn't care. An arrow pierced his throat out of the darkness, and the horse ran on without him. The cries of her people were almost gone. "I've got no way out, there's no way I can escape on foot." The Queen realized, and did the only thing she could think of. She shifted her form to be that of a child, her enchanted clothing shifted with her, and with that, she rushed to the nearest tent, ran inside, and hid herself. Holding her knees to her chest, she hugged them against herself and prayed. "Gods, please don't let him know about me, please don't let this be how I end up, please, protect us all." It was far too late for that. And when she heard the draw of a bow behind her, she felt another prayer go unanswered. "I know you're there. Come on out. You can't hide from my ears, I can hear you breathing." The voice of the elf was lyrical rather than cruel, and if she had to put any word to it, the Queen would have said he sounded pitying. Damn the gods. Damn them all. The Queen thought, and raising her hands, she stood up and turned around to face her captor. Chapter 275, Chapter. When the last of the fires began to die, the sun was beginning to rise, and the survivors of Queen Draudelin's party were herded together. The elves that were used to herd the humans together were of the larger variety. Such was their size that even without her transformation into a child-sized version of herself, the Draconic Queen would have had to crane her neck to look into the faces of the elves. "Move along," the elf closest to her said, and pushed her along using the curve of his bow as if he were prodding cattle along. She stumbled a little and fell against a trudging lady in waiting. Clad in their fine dresses as they were, they never stood a prayer of escaping. Their heads were bowed, though they darted them up now and again to glance around like deer searching for danger between drinks of water. The soldiers of Draudelin's band were one and all wounded, and none of them lightly. Their armor clinked as they were dragged by the elves or helped one another limp into place. The screams were gone, and for one brief moment, a span of time as short as the passage of the rising sun's light from one inch to the next as it went higher above the horizon, the Queen thought the elves were healing the wounded, and that was why the screams stopped. That notion was erased when, as she shuffled into line with the herded women, she saw an elf shove a captured pike into the throat of a human soldier on the ground. The wet noise of it sinking into flesh and tearing open the throat, the gurgles, the noise and smell of fear, foulness, and blood made the Queen grab her stomach, bend forward, and retch up her previous meal onto the grass. She coughed and spit as the acidic taste of her stomach fluids only made things worse. A puddle of brown and half-chewed meat and bread lingered under her eyes. "What about the walking wounded, do we heal them or?" Draudelin turned to look at the source of the voice. A cluster of elves stood nearby. They were covered in dirt, a few were wounded, but the caster's glowing hands were changing that. They wore light armor, mostly flexible chainmail or banded mail, leather with metallic strips at vital places. No wonder they're so fast, she thought, and the importance of the question hit her while she continued her coughing, drowning out the clinking of chains as she and the other whimpering, crying women captives were forced together. "You know the king's orders. He has no use for men. Just make it quick," the big elf said, and a cry of alarm came up from the male captives who overheard it. They began to shout incoherently, but the clutch of elves in conversation a few paces away from the Queen only drew their swords and made to walk toward the bound and wounded human warriors. "You can't," the Queen thought, and then, she said it out loud. "You can't do that." They surrendered. The elf in charge, or so she assumed him to be from his orders, and from the silver tree with its multitude of branches painted on his chest, a stark contrast to those who took orders, who had progressively fewer branches on similar paintings, stopped. He gave a look down at the white-haired child and said, "I don't know who told you that, little girl, but just because someone surrenders, that doesn't mean they can't die." He laughed, as did those elves nearest to him. Draudelin's face flushed red and she shook her head. "No. They surrendered so they could live. It'd be barbaric to kill them. A child's innocence, eh?" the towering elf said, and for a brief moment, to the Queen's dismay, a hint of pity passed across his face. It became drawn, drained, and utterly weary. When it seemed he was at his lowest point, he put a hand on her head, and she immediately shook her head to cast it off. He withdrew his hand and said with a deep frown, "Child, they're the lucky ones here." He then looked to the swordsman to his left and right. "Go on, make it quick." "No." The queen shouted, and shouted again, and yet for all her cries, they were as useless a shield for her people as their flesh was when the swords thrust down into their hearts. The captives fell with soft thuds, sent to their graves by the music of the weeping survivors, Draudelin's host of maids and ladies in waiting. Naive as she might have been, enough so that she felt a fresh urge to retch the already empty stomach again when she beheld the empty, disbelieving eyes of a dead young knight, even she knew what the elf meant. And with his unstated and clear pronouncement, the captive women of the royal house lost their order. At Draudelin's back a maid fell to her knees, threw her face into her hands, and sobbed. In front of her, a maid dropped down, picked up a broken arrow and made to thrust it into her own throat, her jaw clenched, her eyes steel. "Fuck you. I'd rather die." She screamed, her spittle flew far enough to strike one of the elven warriors as a final act of defiance. The woman's slender arms had probably never borne the weight of a sword before, the blood and filth on her black and white maid dress with its many frills was likely the dirtiest she'd ever been. Her green eyes flashed with hate where once Draudelin remembered only soft demureness and grace. Before the elves could stop her, she drew the broken wooden shaft of the arrow against her throat and shoved the jagged tip in one side and out the other. Blood fountained out of her lips as her mouth opened in a gasp of pain. The flow of red liquid spurted out over the green grass with such weight that the little blades bent in submission to her will. The maid fell to her knees before the nearest elf could reach her. She yanked the shaft free and flung it toward the elf that rushed to stop her. The useless stick struck his armor and fell to the ground where it snapped and sank into the ground when he stepped on it. "Fuck, yo." The crude phrase was likely something she'd only vaguely heard while listening to soldiers, rather than in the hallowed halls of the dignified royal house, but it drove the point home, and she fell forward, her body seizing up as a caster came running over and the elf caught her at the shoulders. Queen Draudelin froze as shock swept over her at the sudden action. That was the only self-murdering act of defiance. Most became sullen, some shook and trembled, some froze stiff and stared vacantly at nothing, others wept with varying degrees of volume. The caster came near. "Come on." The queen mouthed the words, but the truth was, "I don't even know what I want to happen." She could only watch as the elven warrior lowered the corpse to the ground, and the caster gave up. "Another lucky one," he muttered, then reached into a pouch, took out a key, unlocked the woman from the line which held the others, and then stepped away. Aren't you even going to bury the dead?" The queen gasped, then fell silent as the elf glared balefully down at her. "You're dead too, you just don't know it yet." She did though. He nudged the dead maid with his foot, briefly tapping her shoulder, then shouted his orders. "Get them moving, we need to rejoin the king as soon as possible." Draudelin stood rooted to the spot. The heavy stench of waste and fear was like a mountain on her shoulders, and when the others began to trudge when their chains were tugged and sword tips leveled at vital organs and closed in on those who wouldn't move, she still could not bring herself to take a step. Not until the chain was yanked and the biggest elf barked out, "Move it." The queen stumbled as she was torn away from the hell of her once luxurious encampment, and she took one brief look back at it as it faded behind her. "The other monarchs will wonder where I am, the Allfather, the Holy Queen, the Frost Queen, the Reestai's Queen. We were all going to go together from Karn. When I don't make it, questions will be asked. All I have to do is survive and wait for rescue." As the scene began to shrink at her back, she saw the first crows land and begin to peck at the flesh of the dead. She turned away, unable to watch further, and trudged onward the way she and the others were prodded. Chapter 276, Chapter. The queens of 3 countries set out together the following day, the Dragonid Queen of Frost Nia Baraja, the Holy Queen Kalka Besserez with her firstborn son in her arms, and the first ruling queen of Reestai's Renervais Elf I. While all 3 carriages went together, the monarchs themselves chose to ride in the same one at the center to avoid boredom. As they rode and chatted idly, one thought was not lost on Queen Renner. A concentration of political power like this hasn't been seen in all 600 years of our history. Before that, who knows, but even in legend, I don't know of any instance of a gaggle of queens traveling together for anything. She gave voice to her thoughts after seeing the quizzical looks on the faces of her colleagues when she fell silent, and after she said it, Nia's tail twitched a little. After the dust settled, Nia said, "And I had time for other things. I started gathering stories about the past in the Abelian Hills. Their history, as it turns out, goes back quite a bit further than 600 years. However, most of it isn't written down. Instead, they have detailed oral histories scattered about the various tribes." "How is that different from just legends?" Kalka asked with a curious glance down at the twitching tail. "I wonder what it's like to have one of those. That story about the slutty lizard woman maid who had tails put to all kinds of uses." She forced the thought aside and focused on what the Dragonid had to say. "You'd think that, but no, there is a difference. The obsession with power isn't just about survival, but about being remembered." Nia explained, "All the demi-human tribes I brought into the fold had a class within the population who were untouchable. I don't mean that in a bad way, I mean they were sacred. They're called rememberers, like a combination of storyteller and historian. And these figures would remember the greatest champions of the tribes. After I united them all, I had all these rememberers brought together at the capital, had them compare notes, and I found something interesting. Interesting. Renner prodded. She leaned forward without thinking about it. The genius of Riestai's and her hunger for useful knowledge couldn't resist the temptation the Dragonid Queen of Frost freely offered. Yes, all their stories more or less lined up, something that should only be possible if they preserved their tales accurately. You'd expect stories to change over time. I've seen that happen a lot. Hell, that happened to me. I was never as powerful or dangerous as I seemed, but people told stories about me that grew with time. But these were consistent, and there were a lot of demi-human tribes with a comprehensive history that goes back over 1800 years. Well beyond the recorded time with the rise of the 6 great gods. And nobody knew this. Kalka became a little bit skeptical, her doubtful look and raised eyebrow vanishing only to caress her son's cheek when he cooed a little. As far as I can tell, no. Even in the Abelian Hills themselves, the tribes were generally not talking to each other much, except for their handful of merchants, and nobody bothered with the timeline. I managed to cobble one together from references to the positions of various stars. It's a great deal of work, but I've been having the various rememberers put together a more detailed history than anything I think any human kingdom currently has. Nia's sharp-toothed smile would have been fearsome if she hadn't appeared so self-satisfied, holding her taloned hands folded over one another in her lap with one leg crossed over the other. I'd be interested in seeing this when it's finished. Kalka and Renner said at the same moment. Nia inclined her head toward each of them in turn. It's easier to have more copies made than to write the first one. I'm having one made to present to the Allfather as a gift at the conclusion of the battle for the Empire. If he's intent on ruling demi-humans and humans alike, he should understand the forces that shaped us all. I see, is there, or, no, are there any references to advents in those stories? Renner asked, and at that Nia shivered. Multiples. The 6 great gods were not the first as we previously believed. Some happened among the demi-humans, and some happened far, far to the east. It makes me wonder if these things happen all over the world. Some of them, like the demon gods, are disastrous, some of the others. Nia crinkled her nose a little. There was one who was notorious just for having as much sex as possible, supposedly, and I can't confirm this. He traveled from the east over the long river and screwed his way to the other side of the ocean. Part of the folklore is that the white gleam on the water when the sun strikes it is leftover from his. Never mind. The Dragonid shuddered. Anyway, there were some among the demi-humans and there were others much farther away than we ever knew, every 100 to 150 years before the 6 great gods, but that's only an estimate. The ones a lot farther away, who can say? I see, that is interesting. Renner thought that over, her mind racing like mad. He did come out of nowhere, perhaps the Allfather is one such occurrence. Reaching the mountains took less time than even Kino anticipated, with Lupu's sense of smell proving even more effective than the twins' tracking or Kino's hearing. Night after night the little party encamped, and again the vampire princess was left alone with the heroic knight. Every single time I want to tell him, I hesitate. Kino clutched the sides of her head in her hands and shook it back and forth in denial. Nerve-wracked idiot. You're not some helpless girl out of a fairy tale. You're Evil Eye. Woman of legend. A hero among heroes. You're acting like some love-struck puppy. That was the most frustrating part about it. Shadows danced all around her as the fire reached for the distant stars. The trees were behind them now. It was the open plains before the base of the mountain. In the morning she knew they would reach the dwarf kingdom, where they planned to stay for 2 days of sightseeing and relaxing before moving on, but for now, they had the stars as their blankets and the soft grass for their beds. The swishing noise of wind over grass provided a comforting steady noise to sleep by. All was perfect. Perfect to just tell him and be done with it. But it wasn't that simple, and she knew it. While rumors reached her that the Allfather was slowly introducing undead labor to reduce the burden on the living who did the most dangerous work such as mining, or the most back-breaking work like farming, it was still only rumors. And while those same rumors said that vampires could live openly as long as they abided by a social contract. What would I have to sign on to for that, and could I even? Kino wondered about that. I've lived behind this mask for so long, nobody has seen my actual face for over 200 years. And that ache was a familiar one, hiding her history, her name, everything she was from those she loved best. Now here I am. Maybe this would be easier if I had never been a villain. Maybe it would be easier if my teammates knew the truth, then at least I'd have some practice coming out from behind the mask. Vampires could not shed tears of salty water. If they wept at all, their tears were red, a few drops of blood to streak their cheeks, and in hundreds of years of life, Kino recalled doing so only once. Now, every time she was near that magnificent hero and felt herself on the verge of confession, she felt the urge to weep all over again. I want him. I love him. The thought came to her each time she lay down beside her friends and pretended to sleep. She watched his chest rise and fall when he took off his armor, revealing that magnificent physique and his rugged face which was mooned over by many a young besotted dreamy-eyed girl once they saw it. He seemed to sleep so peacefully, and this occasion was no different. He grunted and groaned like any normal man at the end of a long day's travel and stretched out in his bedroll with his armor close by. Kino, as was her custom, took first watch, and though her ears sought out danger, her eyes were only on Lord Mammon. Lupu was sleeping next to Gagarin, and in the strangest way possible. For whatever reason, Lupu's favorite sleep position was curled up and surrounded by people. Such a strange woman. Evil Eye thought and turned an eye in that direction. Gagarin's snoring should have driven the red-haired beauty mad, but if anything, Lupu seemed to enjoy the noise almost as much as she enjoyed taunting the barbarian-like mountain of a woman. Lupu's brutal tendencies weren't lost on Kino, who could smell the blood on the woman from a bowshot away or more, and it was not lost on her that no amount of violence ever seemed to trouble the cleric. A dark soul beneath a beautiful face. Evil Eye's sense of justice as a defender of humanity was nowhere near that of Locu's, but even so, such casual bloodshed from a cleric was unusual. Unusual enough that she kept one eye on Mammon's partner at every turn. If she's with him, and of course they do work marvelously together. Kino's troubled mind turned it all around in her head and it never failed to bring confusion, and always at the center of her thoughts was her one fixation. Lord Mammon. She thought again, and inched her way along the flat stone on which she sat, drawing closer to where he lay. He was always a little bit apart from the others, not much, but it felt like the distance between a performer and his audience, just enough that each could observe and share space with the other, without getting too close. What created that distance? Has he been hurt before? Is he just afraid of injuring those who are so much weaker than he? That too was a possibility. The strongest of the strong sometimes had to struggle to keep from injuring ordinary folk, and that just made him all the more noble. She leaned over to look at his sleeping face from another angle, the square jaw and the faint beginnings of a dark beard that usually began when men ventured out into the field too long and shaved infrequently, the heavy lids that fluttered a little with his dreams. I could disappear inside those arms. She thought to herself. Whatcha thinking about? Lupu said and stuck her head beside Evil Eye's ear to whisper in a dusky, bedroom voice. It was only battle discipline that kept the vampire from screaming in shock and leaping into a combat posture to face the smug, radiant-faced cleric. Chapter 277, Chapter. Zeshi's departure with Brain that night turned out to be more pleasant than she expected. He paid for a sack full of hardtack, dried meat, and other minor travel supplies, and they were on the road an hour after sunset. So have you really traveled as much as you say you have? Zeshi asked when they were well out of sight of the town. The bright stars overhead were beautiful in their own way, their constant twinkling down from above in defiance of the darkness below was almost enchanting. Yes, I really have. Brain answered with a crooked little smile on his face. Does it seem so strange to you? Yes. Layali and Zeshi answered at the same time, and at that Brain could only shrug. When you've got nothing but a dream you can carry at your side, there's nothing to hold you back. Brain said with a spring in his step. All I want is to be at the peak, and if I can't be there, I want to look at it. And how does Zeshi glanced down at the little half-elf, she, fit into that? Do you usually just pick up random runaway children? Layali looked up at Brain's back. He didn't look over his shoulder that time. Instead he answered as if she weren't there. I'm just dropping her off somewhere. She can travel with me to Arwentar. I'll kill Cerebrate, and then take her somewhere safe, and that'll be that. Layali was quiet when he said that. Somewhere like where? Zeshi asked and fell into step beside him. Maybe the kingdom of Nazarick, or the kingdom of Karn. They're both peaceful places. There's got to be some place that would take in a kid too stubborn to die. Brain said it with a firm sense of admiration in his voice. We'll stop for a day or two and check out a few places on the way. Brain added, anyway, other than not wanting to get lost, since you're with us anyway, what are you hoping to see out here? I don't know. Zeshi frowned. I always assumed elves were the evil ones. I never thought about it the other way around. Maybe if I see more of the world, I'll know what I'm looking for. Maybe I'll even find it at the tournament. She guessed and gave a shrug. So what were you even supposed to do there? When you win, I mean. You don't strike me as the sort to play queen. Brain asked. The road crunched underfoot where their feet met hard-packed earth, and for several seconds that was the only noise around them. Zeshi shrugged. Hand over the Baharuth Empire to the slain theocracy, I suppose. They'd put a council in charge, maybe a puppet ruler. I talked about that with Raymond sometimes. They're worried about the growing influence of the kingdom of Nazarick with its pro-non-human stance. I guess they figure having that empire at their disposal is the best way to counter the influence of this Ainz. Or whatever his name is. Isn't that like a secret or something? Brain cocked his head at her as she spilled out the secret as if it were a discussion about the weather. Do I look like I pay attention to that sort of nonsense? Zeshi asked with yet another indifferent shrug. I guess not. Brain matched her, shrug for shrug. The chatter was amiable to the point of nonsense until the sun began to rise and they reached a bend in the long river. We're near Ikari City, the farthest northern city of the slain theocracy. Brain explained and pointed across the river. A stone bridge wide enough for 6 men to pass abreast lay minutes walk away. If it were just me, I'd stop in the city, but since you and Layali are here, I recommend we bypass it. If you think it's best, you're the guide, but if we have time, I'd really like to see it. Zeshi said. The city wasn't visible from where they stood, but she looked where he pointed anyway. We can just hide my and Layali's ears to be safe, and I promise I won't cause trouble, I just want to see. Brain scratched his head and looked behind him to where Layali stood. The small half-elf was shivering as if she were cold. You're not going to get rid of me, are you? Brain. If we go there, I mean, not going to sell me, are you? I'm carrying your bag, just like you said. She held up the little sack of food that he'd given her to carry as her job after leaving the inn. It swayed a little as if pushed by the breeze. The blue-haired swordsman crouched down and looked at her little trembling face. With both her eyes intact, she was a pretty young thing, and it was hard not to be moved to pity. No. No, I'm not. He answered her and put a hand on her head. You're a good porter, and I told you, you can stay with me till Cerebrate is dead. That was the deal, and Brain Unglaus always keeps his deals. He tousled her hair and she settled down, expelling a sigh at his reassurance. He pulled the hood up over her head. We'll make camp here for now, then resume this evening. He looked back over toward the older half-elf. Zeshi, time to earn your keep. Let me show you how to make camp. And Layali, why don't you get the bedrolls laid out, then I'll catch some fish for us. After that, maybe you can show me something else I've never seen before. That arena match looks a lot less certain now, and I'd rather not die if I can avoid it. Zeshi snorted. I'll show you what I know, but we're both fighting in it, so you'll face me again. Aren't you worried I might kill you then? Brain paused mid-step away and turned to look at the half-elf. He held a hand up to his mouth and yawned. Are you really going to fight for the theocracy still? That gave Zeshi pause. And while she paused, Brain went on, I might die, but then, you might be the only one there who can beat me, and after what you're going to see in Ikari City, I don't think you'll feel like fighting for the theocracy. But even if you do, if you show me the peak, I'll surrender. I don't think you'll kill me without a reason, and I'll wager the peak on that. What in the world is he expecting me to see there? Was the only thing Zeshi could wonder while he and Layali began to direct her on how to make a campsite. Queen Drawdalin stood shivering in line. Arriving at the encampment of their captors, any doubts about who was behind the attack on her party were wiped away by the first handmaiden's scream when she was taken within the tent. She stood in the same long line as the others, their chains bound them together so that none could run without the others, and elven bows, spears, and swords promised to make that impossible. A woman's chains were undone, and then a pair of towering behemoths of elven males each grabbed her at the biceps. She kicked, her scream pierced the air. No. No. Don't. Take your hands off me. Please. The maid shrieked as she was bodily carried toward the golden tent and then thrown through the flap. The elves who hauled her along looked vaguely disgusted, but a sense of relief was about them at the same time. They moved like golems, hollow and soulless, mechanically moving but not really understanding the meaning of what they did. There's no way they don't know. The queen told herself as she took another step forward. Inside the tent, the steady slapping of flesh against flesh was audible between the woman's long screams. No. Take your hands, ple, no, ugh, it hurts, it hurts. The woman screamed within. None of the ones before her emerged, and none of the ones to go in made any audible sound that the queen could hear. Are they even alive? She wondered. This time she was close enough to hear the elf king's vicious and brutish grunt of satisfaction, and the woman within, one of Drawdalin's many attendants, was as silent as the grave, just like the others. There were 8 more in front of her, and the elves who guarded the tent entrance seemed to know what the silence within meant. They approached and grabbed the next woman in line, and the shrieking futile pleas began again. A nightmarish assembly line which produced weeping, silence, and shame continued until at last Drawdalin found herself the only one remaining. Her body was sweating enough to turn the fresh sea salty. No. Me too. A part of her was ashamed of her selfish thought after having borne even distant witness to the suffering of her surviving people and the deaths of her small band of escorting warriors, and yet at that moment the overwhelming thought was a fear for herself, shame or no shame. The pair of elves stood at her shoulders and traded a glance at one another. A child. One said to the other. He said, all, and it's this one or my daughter. Sorry, little girl, this isn't a choice, this is a lack of options. The behemoth muttered, and prompted by his words, the other elf began to work the manacles as well. The metal clinked and fell away, and Drawdalin immediately attempted to run. Her muscles tensed, her feet sprang forward, and she shrieked, her arms outstretched, her face red, free of any chains or impediments. For the first moment since her capture, she made a break for it. I can't go in there. I can't go in there. She wailed in her head, but before she made it even 2 steps she felt the heavy body of an elf on top of her. She fell with a thud to the ground, the wind knocked out of her and his great weight on top of her small body. She began coughing and heaving, choked half-sobs coming out of her mouth. The tight muscles of the powerful elf clung around her body like ropes of flesh. Just stop struggling. It'll be easier. He grunted and picked her bodily up. She was not walked like the others, but carried. Her feet kicked at his iron-like abdominal muscles. She sank her teeth into his arm, and though he grunted when her teeth left their mark on his flesh, he refused to release her. She scratched and clawed and bucked against him, arching her back, trying to push herself free. "You're going to have to kill me," she howled, and then he proved her words a lie when he simply tossed her in through the tent flap. The fabric caressed her skin like a lover before she flew past and landed with another thud on the ground just inside the tent. She tumbled over and over, and could feel the promise of future bruises where she hit until she came to a stop and found herself staring up at an elf almost twice the size of any of the others. A mountain of lightly tanned flesh and blonde hair that tumbled down his back, supreme arrogance on his face in the form of a sneer that she doubted ever left him. The whole tent stank of sex, and now within, she could hear faint moans from those who entered it before her. They lay curled up on their sides, tattered remnants of once good clothing scattered about the royal's private space, and those whom he had brought to him now wore only tears and flesh. Bruises were obvious where he'd beaten the more recalcitrant into submission, and they either looked at nothing with now vacant, hollow eyes, or they looked at their queen with pity. None had the strength to properly move. The king of the elves reached down and grabbed Drodalin's hair at the base of her skull and picked her up so that she was hung by her hair several feet off the ground. She howled and kicked and swung, struggling to free herself. "Let me go. Let me go." The queen shrieked, but the elf king, naked though he was, showed no sign of desire that was obvious in naked men, nor did he seem to care or even notice the pain in the queen's eyes, nor did he seem to hear her words. "A child. I can't breed you." He snapped and dropped her at his feet. She fell in a heap and clutched at her skull. "Useless, useless servants." He cursed and began to mutter something in a quiet fury. "I might as well dispose of you," he said and balled up a fist. "By the gods, this is it." The queen thought and looked up with horror as he struck a monk's combat stance with one foot back. "Wait!" a voice cried out. The elf king, not used to being interrupted, stopped his swing and looked over at one of his new playthings. "You interrupt. I should kill you for that." He spat, literally, and the spittle struck the woman's cheek and began to run down her skin over the red mark where he'd slapped her at the start of his use of her. "She's the daughter of Queen Drodalin, on her way to join her mother at the tournament. You can trade her for time with the Draconic Queen. The Draconic Queen is the granddaughter of a dragon lord. She might give you what you want." The servant cried out. Her wide green eyes darted between the white-haired queen in disguise and the towering naked king of the elves, and it worked enough to give their captor pause. "Someone like that, forget time. It will give me the chance to capture someone powerful, someone who might give me a useful set of brats," he thought, and lowered his fist. "I don't care to keep useless whelps around." He muttered. It wasn't quite an argument, but it was something of an objection. "Hostages aren't useless, O king of elves, and she can help look after everybody. She can work." The servant objected, and the king lowered his fist the rest of the way. His combat stance ended a moment later. "I suppose." He leveled a finger at Drodalin. "Go, fetch some water, and help my new toy survive. It's a long trip the rest of the way. Don't make me speak to you again, understood?" The elf king growled down at her, and Drodalin bowed her head and nodded, then slowly rose to her feet, and scurried for the tent flap as fast as her legs could carry her. "If we survive this, that woman, she will be given the highest honors I can give to any hero in my kingdom." The queen thought, and prayed to the gods that she would not hear the sound of flesh slapping flesh again as she was made to obey. And again her prayers went unanswered. Chapter 278, Chapter. Ainz found himself enjoying the next few days in the thriving kingdom of Karn. Though he could see that Albedo's eyebrow twitched at being surrounded by so many of what she counted lessers, that was mitigated by her chance to be in Ainz' company for hour after hour. "I wonder if she's even listening to the guide," Ainz asked himself, and tightened his hold just a little. Their arms were linked as they walked, the Wolf Queen and her king themselves acting as guides for the pair, with the former adventuring team, the Swords of Darkness, acting as their bodyguards and walking on either side and at the back of the visiting royal couple. "Thanks to your majesty's aid we've expanded our farmland a dozen times over, and thanks to your provisioning we're able to sustain our population while our harvests grow to compensate. And of course our debt for the weapons and armor that were provided to us will continue to be paid on time. I realize our wooden structures are not exactly grand." Henry waved a hand over toward the crudely made wooden structures, and her husband quickly chimed in. "But these are only temporary, placeholders really. As we import stone from the dwarves, we'll put more permanent structures in place. We've budgeted for the next 5 years, and my projects on alchemical production and my personal experiments are finally bearing fruit. I tested my purple potion on some wounded soldiers and it worked perfectly. Your Majesty will be getting those shipments soon." This was an area where Albedo did have some work-related interest, and she perked up at that. "So you have actually improved on your magical processes?" "Yes, Lady Albedo, we've made great strides, but they come in leaps lately. It turns out some of the elves had their own techniques for refining some plants, and by combining their blending methods with ours we are yielding better results than I ever dreamed by ours alone." My grandmother would have loved to see this. He looked away wistfully for a moment, then perked up and added, I doubt we'll be producing red potions any time soon, but we are making progress, and our wild and growing city will be something even the greatest kingdom will be proud of. Are you sending anyone to the tournament? Ainz asked. He spoke a little louder than he normally cared to, but the growing and expanding city was filled with a cacophony of noises from hammers, saws, and other tools. Goblins seemed to make up most of the labor force, but a handful of his lone skeletons could be seen doing some of the work as well, hauling heavy loads back and forth. In addition, some lamias used their natural climbing ability to ferry loads up the taller structures to enable the construction to progress, with scaffolds being more like ladders that stronger races could use to move materials without effort. A number of ogres redoubled those efforts, and as such it was obvious that the boomtown of Karn would be rapidly expanding for some time to come. The Swords of Darkness want to go to provide an exhibition and show off your gifts, so they will be going, but in addition, my goblin champion will be going as a competitor. Henry explained. She looked over her shoulder and gave Ainz a little smile. I've warned him to be careful, but it seems men of all races simply can't resist a chance to show off their manliness, even if it means taking a drubbing with a stick. She gave Albedo a knowing look, and at that the succubus could only chuckle and cling a little closer to her lord. They are irrepressible, and that is part of why we love them. The matronly voice of the pregnant succubus was rather more gentle than her usually icy tone. When it came to subtle praise of her lord, it seemed she was far more indulgent towards those she might not otherwise have looked twice at except to crush. Days of such tours, dinners, and toasts within the rising palace and within the rapidly expanding heart of the kingdom of Karn were halted only by the arrival of the 3 carriages in the courtyard. The blue and white of the Roble Holy Kingdom, the blackwood of the kingdom of Demalbian, and the gold and red of Riestais slowed to a halt at the newly built palace gates in perfect sync with one another. The bodyguards, human, elven and Orcish alike, and their drivers, came to an equally slow halt and never parted from their positions except in the synchronized performance of their duties. The first driver descended from the carriages as the royals and nobles of the kingdom of Karn and the kingdom of Nazarick came out to welcome them, and an honor guard of mixed races from elves and goblins to humans and lamias lined the way toward the palace. A new carpet rolled out, pushed by 2 children no more than 8 and clad in fine silk clothing. Their little hands batted and pushed at the carpet until it came to a halt in front of the first carriage. The Holy Queen was the first to emerge, her dainty step falling on the thick red just as the 2 children stood and moved aside so that they were stiff and at the ready with arms at their sides at the right and left of the carpet they just rolled out. Being the hosts, the Wolf King and Wolf Queen took the lead, with Ainz and Albedo following at their heels. The Allfather and his mate towered over the hosting monarchs, and so kept steps short to avoid any mishaps. As the queen stood at the far end and waited, her driver returned to the top of the carriage and drew his forward to allow the next one to move into place. The Orcish driver wore polished armor that glinted in the sunlight rather than simple dress clothes, a reflection of the martial heritage from which he came, though he moved with the same certainty as any servant of royalty. His thick green fingers clasped the handle of the carriage door and when it opened, the Queen of Frost emerged and descended into the light of day. Her tail lashed a bit at her back, and she was clad in green armor over which was painted a dragon whose claws clutched a series of arrows. At her back a half-tabard hung from about her neck, too narrow to be called a cape. It still fluttered a little in the afternoon breeze. Her talons clicked as she placed her hand over her heart and inclined her head with courtesy toward her approaching hosts. Her carriage, too, moved forward, and then the Queen of Riestais emerged, clad in a broad, crystalline-like gown that might as well have been made of snow for the purity of its whiteness. It caught the light and glinted even more than the pale skin of the Queen of Frost, and the Golden Queen gave a deep curtsy in turn. When the royal couple from the kingdom of Karn came close, the Wolf King spoke. Normally we'd be doing some introductions for ourselves, but I understand that you have a far more important introduction to make, Queen Besserez, so why don't we do that first? Nfiria said, and as if he'd rehearsed it, he stood aside to allow the Allfather of Nazarick and his wife to step forward. Kalka felt her heart pound in her breast. Please, please. Please don't let this go wrong. Jealousy over lovers was not unheard of, nor was betrayal of a wife in favor of a lover, nor betrayal of a lover in favor of a wife, and it was always possible he would reject their son. He might deny fatherhood, he might have been pressured by the mate he loves. The long-buried fears of the monarch remained buried, coming out only in the faintest tremble as the now white-haired beauty stepped forward. His beloved, she is radiant, like someone carved by the gods to the vision of perfection. Kalka thought of Albedo, and though her own confidence in her beauty was never lacking, it was at this moment challenged by the pregnant winged woman at the side of the Allfather. Husband. Kalka said, raising her eyes to meet his rugged features, clad as he was in magnificent black and red robes befitting a monarch. When you were last in my capital, we were husband and wife every night, many times, and for many hours, and when you left to return home after saving my kingdom, you left another blessing behind. She shook her child in her arms just a little, rocking him back and forth. She crouched down and laid her swaddled infant at the feet of the Allfather of Nazarick, then straightened up and hid her fear behind a mask of dignity. I name you as the father of Orlion. I was with Noman before you, I was with Noman after you, as my companion, Kalart Custodio, and your own royal guards, can attest. This is your son. This is our son. I swear on my life, he is the trueborn son of Ainz Olgaun and Calca Besserez, the true heir to the throne of the Roble Holy Kingdom, and a prince of both my home and the kingdom of Nazarick. Queen Calca said while putting a hand over her breast. She made a little half-bow, then straightened again to wait for what he might do. Chapter 279, Chapter. The Allfather was briefly stunned to silence when the Roble Holy Queen, his first, lay the infant at his feet. A mop of dark hair on his head, the newborn giggled a bit, its little meaty arms and legs flailed aimlessly, kicking the blue and white swaddling cloth away from his body. The little thing smiled up at him, and its arms stretched out as if aching to be picked up. Yes, of course, the custom, if I don't accept him. The grim and brutal legacy of acceptance, at Ainz' best guess, was a holdover from before what passed for the modern era, when a fatherless child was almost certainly as good as dead. Still, leaving them to die. Were things so desperate? He asked himself that question, not for the first time, and grimly acknowledged that yes, they must have been. Now, 6 centuries later, his son was laid at his feet to accept or reject, and the mother's eyes darted around pleadingly with a pounding heart between himself and Albedo. Ainz felt every bit of the pressure on him then, more so than before any fight. Sweat sprang to his human flesh and once again he missed his undead body. But doing his best to maintain his dignity, he pushed back the sleeves of his robe, knelt, and scooped up the child in his hands. My son, Orlion Besserez Olgaun, the child and prince of 2 kingdoms. Even though Ainz could not hear the command mantra, but as he raised his son aloft, with tiny kicking legs and a little drool dribbling out the sides of his pinkish baby lips, he could still feel it. And moreover, he saw the effects as the nobles of each kingdom knelt, and heard the effects as the armored knights struck the stone with their armored knees. Every head bowed and every knee bent, and then before Ainz could even consider calling a halt to it, or telling Demiurge to cease, it was over. Demiurge. I should be cross with you for that but I just can't be. Ainz thought, and watched as the assembly slowly rose to their feet, including the baffled visiting queens. Queen Baraja looks cute when befuddled, it's hard to believe she's regarded as so fearsome looking. He thought in an almost fatherly way, and then he touched his son's face, caressing it with the back of 2 fingers. The boy turned in that direction, revealing an intact rooting reflex. This is more terrifying than the time that raid happened against our guild and I thought we might lose Nazarick. His place is secure. Ainz said, making sure to lock eyes with the Holy Queen. I swear it on my name. Orlion is my son, and he will be the eldest brother to all my future children, beginning with this one. Ainz promised, and laying Orlion back in Calca's waiting arms, he placed a free hand on the belly of the All-Mother of Nazarick where his second-born grew and waited to enter the world stage. Calca closed her eyes, brought the infant up to her face, and nuzzled against him, stopping only long enough to mouth a thank you in return. With the tension gone and confusion fading as each man and woman found their own private excuse for their impulsive act of deference to the young prince, Ainz the Allfather chose to shift to another subject as fast as he could. I was expecting the Draconic Queen to arrive before you, did you rush to beat her? He cracked a little smile at the trio, and they traded glances at one another before the Frost Queen chose to speak up. Allfather, I traveled all the way here with my royal sister, your wife and son. We didn't hurry at all so as to better enjoy the trip. When we arrived in Riestaiz at the country estate of Queen Renner, we had to wait almost a day for her arrival. When we left, we took our time in coming here to ensure the Wolf King and Queen, and your esteemed self, had time to relax and prepare. I'm not clear on the true distance between this place and the Draconic Kingdom capital, but even if she left late, she should have arrived some time ago, even accounting for the theocracy's pettiness in mandating a circuitous route. I planned this route myself, Allfather. Queen Renner said with a little frown forming on her face and an unthought glance in the direction of the far-off border that hid her annoyance with her Draconic Kingdom counterpart. It was my intent that she arrived before us, and to make these calculations I recreated the protocols of the Draconic Kingdom's royal routine down to the finest knowable detail. Renner's white-gloved fingers curled into small fists. Even if they had a delay of some sort, my lord, everything they use is modular, intended for quick repair and movement, right down to their carriage wheels. It is unthinkable that the Draconic Queen would arrive late. Renner's body tensed as she felt the outrage of a plan of hers going awry, and even worse for being in the presence of those whom her place on the throne depended upon. This is an outrage. An outrage. She contained the urge to breathe deeply, scream and howl. She suppressed the revealing of her twisted face behind the mask of beautiful innocence, and covered it all by placing her hand on her cheek and tilting her head in that adorable innocent way that made large brutes instantly protective over her. I hope nothing bad has happened to cause their delay. Renner finally said as if it were an impossibility. Something had to have happened. She said in her own private mind, but it caught the eye of the sparkling golden eyes of the All-Mother. An unspoken understanding existed between the two, each obsessed with their own lover in such a way that all things had to be perfect. Wordless discussion could pass in an instant in a single look. You made no mistakes. You are sure? Albedo said with a look. Renner dropped her hand away from her face. Never. This is too important, all 5 queens should have been present, I calculated every route. Renner swore without a word, and to her relief, the succubus didn't seem to doubt her. Then something unforeseeable must have happened. Albedo concluded, and when Renner turned her face to her companions instead, it was as good as acceptance of the demoness conclusion. Before Renner could speak, Nia's wings popped open with a snap. I can fly faster than a carriage, why don't I fly south and have a look? Even not being a genius on par with Renner or Albedo, the dragonid Queen of Frost could feel tension as if before a battle as surely as she could feel the air brushing her cheek. Still, the impropriety of a queen conducting a personal search made some of the more established nobles give her double takes as if she were mad. But the Wolf Queen was peasant-born and quick to agree. Excellent idea, we can send out riders behind you in case support is needed. Henry said and glanced at her husband. He quickly raised a hand beside his head and curled his fingers toward his palm several times to call for a servant. An armored man clanked over at a light jog, halberd tight in his grip as he approached the assembled royals. Send out 2 companies of wolf riders to the border. Mphryria said, and the guard quickly bowed his head. At once, sire. He said, and made his retreat. Nia, however, didn't wait. Then it settled. She said, and with one brief moment of raw tension, she jumped toward the sky, her wings caught the air as faces reflexively turned to follow her motion, and seconds later she was soaring out of view. Chapter 280, Chapter. Queen Drawdalin knelt beside the woman on the grass within the Elf King's tent. Only 2 days, that's all it took. The woman who lay there was catatonic, her eyes stared upward at nothing, her mouth open, her breathing labored. Her ribs were bruised, her thighs had large handprints on them, and blood trickled down them. The queen did her best, however, soaking the cloth in the bucket, she began to gently pat the woman down. It'll be okay. The queen whispered the lie to her maid. This one, like the others, had kept utterly quiet about Drawdalin's true identity, though whether they did so out of loyalty or simply not believing it would matter, she no longer knew. The water splashed into the other empty bucket when the small form of the disguised queen rang it out in her hands. The water thudded and thumped within, and in a way, Drawdalin felt a spike of envy for the woman. She's utterly unaware of what's happening anymore. Not so for the handmaiden that lay grunting and crying under the king not far away. Drawdalin did not look over her shoulder to see how the maid was doing, she knew already. The pleading stopped at least, as did the resistance. It meant marginally less pain if they didn't fight back. The queen reached down when she saw the catatonic maid begin to twitch as the cries of her comrade went a little higher and the sound of slapping flesh grew louder with it as the monster of a monarch reached closer to the end. I'm so sorry, this is all I can do for you. The queen whispered and shut her own eyes, but then set the cloth down and covered the broken woman's ears. It kept the sound out well enough that the twitching seemed to stop. Gwa. The elf king grunted, stood, and then using his foot, he shoved the human away so that she rolled like tumbleweed toward the fabric wall of his tent. Slender arms and legs flailed about as if they were part of a mere corpse, until the woman stopped and rolled back onto her belly again. Clean that one up too, seedling. The elf king grunted out to Drawdalin, who found the will to glare at him with hate-filled eyes that he chose to ignore, or didn't even bother to notice. But the name wasn't lost on Drawdalin. She got up and went to the used-up husk of a woman and crouched down at the shoulder. Despite having a child's body at the present, Drawdalin retained her greater-than-average strength. So she put the woman's arm over her shoulder and one arm under the woman's chest, and hefted her up, then dragged her around, drooling into the grass, until she could lay the woman beside the one the queen had just been tending to. Damn him, damn me, damn the elves, damn whomever spawned this monster, at least the beastmen only eat us. The queen cursed in her heart as she took up the wet cloth and began to clean the woman off with the herb-filled water. The foul odor of sex and blood was somewhat diminished by the pungent concoction, a gift of an elf in the king's party. Use this, the healers will run out of mana, and if you don't want them to die while waiting for the healers to recover, you will need it. The memory of his words were not lost on her, and whether he said them and acted out of pity, or whether he was just hoping to keep the king away from other elves, Drawdalin was no longer sure. She no longer wrinkled her nose at any smell, no matter how foul, she simply went about her routine, kneeling between the 2 maids and wiping down their wounds with the foul water tonic in the hopes of keeping them alive. I can't protect you. I'm useless, I'm a useless queen. I've failed my every duty. She hung her head and wiped away the foul leaking fluids, struggling to suppress her own tears of rage and the shaking in her hands that would only make her more useless if she gave into it. My lord, we're ready to go. An elven warrior said, rushing into the tent, we will cross into the kingdom of Karn soon, and taking the roundabout route if we hurry, we will reach Arwentar in around 1 month. Drawdalin's heart leapt into her throat. Arwentar, the kingdom of Karn. I was supposed to meet the others there, if I can somehow get word to the others. The draconic queen allowed the warmth and light of hope to fill her breast, then it burst like a soap bubble against a spear point. No, none of them would bother. The Allfather has never met me, he wouldn't know my face unless he saw a coin from my country, and even if he did, why should I expect he'll do anything? Why would any of them? There is no hope, the gods are dead, and there's no chance now. The draconic queen thought, and quietly listened while she resumed her almost hopeless attempt at caring for her broken servants. Useless trash. Why so long? The elf king asked, and the guard, despite being a behemoth in his own right, could only hang his head before his king. Your Majesty's orders were that we stop daily so you can, take liberties, with the captured human women, and your Majesty refuses to use any of his power to drive us faster. The guard replied. He cast his eyes pityingly toward Drawdalin, but before he could utter a single word, the elf king snarled and stepped. Or that was how the queen thought of it. One moment he was moving 1 foot forward, the next he was in front of the warrior, and the warrior's head exploded in a spray of blood, brain, and skull fragments which spattered over the elf king's naked body, parts of the tent walls, and over Drawdalin and her charges, both catatonic and unconscious alike. She shook with a start and suppressed a scream when she felt and saw the spray of a life destroyed in a single blow, and the elf king lowered his fist. Useless trash, daring to tell me it's anyone's fault but his own, their own, weakness. The elf king snarled, you, seedling. The golden-haired brute snapped his bloody hand down toward Drawdalin and pointing a finger out at her, drag the meat outside, then tell the others to get this tent together. I'll use my power to make up for their incompetence this time. The name sent a shiver down Drawdalin's spine. I know what he intends for me when I grow, if he knew what I really was. She nodded with mute submission and scurried to the corpse that fell with a thud, landing in a seated position with its back against the tent. She grabbed his wrists and began to drag him away, backing out to the light of day that at least one elf would never see again. Chapter 281, Chapter. What do you think you'll see in Ikari? Layali asked while Brain snored. The white and black-haired half-elf chewed quietly on the smoked fish that her guide made earlier. Camp fare at least was not unfamiliar, though doing all this myself sure as hell was. Not bad though, kind of fun, and it beat the boredom. Zeshi thought until the little girl spoke to her. A few feet away, Brain lay sprawled out with his arms and legs open and sticking out from under his cloak. He scratched his stomach in his sleep, and then Zeshi chose to answer, I don't know. I just don't. The truth? Maybe. But I think I'll find something different than what I've always been told. Everybody I've ever known has been keeping things from me, so, just whatever they've been keeping back. Zeshi had braved vampires, tentacle monsters, cyclops, and demons, but while she stared down every danger without worry or fear, looking at the little half-elf's face was too much. That empty socket where her eye had been, the hopelessness on her face when she saw me. It wasn't pleasant to think about even now. HMPF. Layali retorted and crossed her legs. Everything is terrible. Our king sells our people as slaves, or the theocracy takes us as battle captives and makes us slaves, or we're born from a slave's torment or desperation, or, there's nothing good out there, Miss Zeshi, nothing. Brain says he'll take me somewhere safe. But that's just a grave. Zeshi frowned. I don't think he plans on dash. Layali gave a bitter chuckle, stifling Zeshi's words in her throat. I don't think he does either, that's the twisted part. He was supposed to get horses for us, he didn't. That means whatever he did to get that healing potion, it wasn't enough, and he didn't buy that much food either, so he spent almost everything he had on him, just to buy me a healing potion. I don't think he'd do that if he wanted me dead. So why? Zeshi let her words trail off as the little half-elf poked at the dying embers of their afternoon fire with the burnt end of a stick. When I met him I wanted to die. We, kind of had a deal. And he said he's going to kill Cerebrate. I want to live to see that. But when he drops me off somewhere, I won't last 10 minutes when he's out of sight. Layali promised. Got no family left, got no friends left. Got nowhere to go. No mother to go back to, at least not one who can look after me, and even if he's telling the truth about safe places where we're passing through, what is there for me but more farm work? So why tell me this? Zeshi asked while the little blue-eyed elf stared hatefully at the dying embers that one by one winked out, their glowing red reduced to dead black remnants or gray and cooling ashes. Because you don't care if I live or die. Because I want someone to remember for a while at least, even if they don't care. Because I can't tell him. She pointed her stick at the sleeping swordsman. He's kinda rough, he doesn't say much, and when he does he sounds like he doesn't care about anything, but... She gave a little half-smile at the snoring blue-haired man. I don't want to miss anyone, and I don't want more nightmares. There's no future for me awake, and only nightmares when I sleep. Even when Cerebrate is dead, even when the master who sold me is dead, they'll still have me. How am I supposed to be free of all that, especially all by myself again? Zeshi listened to the small girl's rant. Is it really that bad, for others like you, I mean? I've never been to a city, but I hear stories from the ones who end up on farms. The elves do the menial work, and the cities have the great farms, the latifundias, huge estates with thousands of slaves working fields for miles around. Or so they say. If those farms work like my home, you'll see a lot more like me and you. Layali said and touched her half-elven ears. Even by Zeshi's standards, the subject was grim, and so she sought a distraction, and instead asked, how did you survive? Brain said you must have been in that water for days. Layali looked down and dropped the stick. I dunno. I've just always been kinda tough. One time some of the master's children were throwing rocks at me when they were small, they let me dodge, but I wasn't very good, and I was tired. I got hit in the head a bunch, broke my nose, and some bones. I couldn't work for a long time, but I healed. When I got put out in the field eventually, I got hit a few times, I always healed. I just heal. It just takes time. Like I said, I guess I'm just hardy. She spat into the last of the embers, the hiss of steam came up as the last glowing embers faded to black. Lucky me. She said, and then looked over to where Brain slept. I'm going to sleep, okay? Layali asked, and Zeshi nodded along, unable to think of anything to say at all. Though she watched as the half-elf went to where Brain slept, and slipped under half of his cloak, closing her eyes to the lullaby of his steady snores. Queen Drawdalin wasn't sure what in the world the Elf King was talking about until after he was dressed. That process by itself was almost a degrading parody of attending to royalty. The Queen's own servants attended to her body by dressing and bathing her, but it was a quiet, dignified affair, almost like a dance or a religious ritual. But the elven women who acted as the Elf King's body servants were clad in a mockery of clothing, merely golden cloth near the shade of their skin that hung down at the front and back. He kept them nearly bare, and such was the ease with which they moved, avoiding even a look up at him, that it was clear this was routine. They moved footstools into place on which they stood in order to drape his golden and green robes, and still had to rise to their tiptoes and stretch out their limbs to get clothing onto his shoulders. A true monster in every way. Drawdalin reflected. Her own servants looked at her with either maternal affection if they were older, or adoration if they were younger. Their gazes were pure and certain. They trusted me, now look at them. Drawdalin all but wept as she watched while other young elven women approached and took up the battered human captives with a surprising degree of familiar gentleness and carried them out of the tent. The women lay in the arms of their bearers as if dead, only the light of life in their eyes still indicating that they were not gone in body even if they were gone in spirit. The looks of the women who attended their king were fearful and anxious, they moved with nervous fingers that paradoxically drew the process out even as they tried to rush it. The reason behind the raid became ever more evident. Trying to spare their own women. It was a very human thing to do, to put the burden on someone else to spare one's own loved ones. It turned her stomach to sympathize with them as she now did, and Drawdalin's hand drifted over her stomach. She pressed her hand there, willing the sick feeling to go away. When it was over, the Elf King pointed at her. Seedling, get out and get into the cart with my things. My lord. Queen Drawdalin bobbed at the knees and rushed out while the elves took down the tent. That much at least went quickly and Drawdalin found that the cart she was to climb into was a little too high off the ground for her small body. A hand stretched out to her, it was that of an elven woman. Come on, climb up. She said while Drawdalin looked up with a little frown on her face. Do you want him to see that you're not in when he comes out? The elf asked, and Drawdalin thrust her hand up to accept the offered help. The elf woman pulled and Drawdalin grabbed the edge with her other hand, put her knee up, and hauled herself into the back. It was a broad cart pulled by 4 slender-looking horses. The cart was made up entirely of women, some were her fellow humans, they lay silent and unmoving, staring up at the endless sky thinking nobody knew what. Those seated were elves, and they lined what was essential storage chests turned into benches. A few of the women there were showing the first hints of pregnancy, and given the way various elven warriors looked at them, with absolute shame etched on their own faces, and resignation on those of the showing women, paternity was either in doubt, or undoubted for the wrong reason. It only urged the disguised monarch on. She sat on the floor near the closest, and youngest of her servants and drew the woman's head into her lap. I'm sorry. She said down at the once sunny-faced young woman, who made no response. Hold my hand, child. The nearest elf woman said, and held her hand out again. The way she said it with such urgency, Drawdalin accepted it, and it was then that she saw the lumbering elf king approach his horses. She couldn't hear what he said, but he laid a hand on the rump of each horse in turn and muttered something, then the horses glowed like white gold in the sun, one by one, and only then did he depart and vanish inside his carriage with one quietly weeping companion letting the door creak closed behind her. What he'd done became evident when the horses and carriages and wagons all lurched forward and began to race at breakneck speed, bouncing over the grass. Their hair was snatched up by the wind and carried high into the air behind them, and what was a breeze became like a gale wind that prevented all conversation for hours before the horses finally began to slow down. When they did, and it was no longer necessary to cling to anyone, the same elven woman said down to her, Don't worry, child. You won't be of childbearing age for years, you're safe at least until then, and maybe the chance will come for you to escape. The queen looked down at the barely moving husk whose head still lay in her lap. What about them? Queen Drawdalin asked. What do you think? They'll have his children until they die. Our king is obsessed with this, we don't know why. But he is, they'll get used to it. They'll survive, whether they want to or not, that's up to them. Some they don't. Just do your best for them, and try to survive as long as you can, child. It was unexpected to the queen to hear pity from people her theocracy neighbors referred to as enemies of humanity, even the warriors who slew her people and carried her and her servants. I hate them, but I pity them, dragged down into the same shit. If I still believed in the gods, I'd be praying for a drink. She thought. But she didn't. Because she had no more beliefs than the emptiness that stared up at the sky in the eyes of the woman in her lap. How far have we come? She wondered when the glow of the horses finally faded away and the rattling of their wagons finally became a more gentle rumble. Only one answer came to mind, far enough that it's even less likely will be found by anyone who might even consider a rescue. Chapter 282, Chapter Ikari City, one of the largest and the northernmost city of the slain theocracy, its high walls blocked Zeshi's view of the horizon, and even though she had no doubt that she could smash the stone with ease, it was still impressive. She tilted her head back to look up and saw disciplined soldiers marching over the walls, and after joining the main road, the foot, wagon, and carriage traffic increased exponentially. People of all stripes of wealth went through the same gate. It wasn't as large as the one Zeshi knew from Kami Miyako, but it was still a towering, imposing thing meant to project the theocracy's power on any potential northern invader. The thick gate had bands of metal running over it in multiple places, so many crisscrossed up and down the front and back of the door that Zeshi briefly wondered, why not just make the whole door out of metal and be done with it? The idle question meant nothing to her and she set it aside when Brain leaned toward her. Hood up, cover your ears. Zeshi and Layali quickly did as he said. With the fading light of the day, weary travelers hadn't noticed, but unwilling to chance it, the trio entered with their true natures two-thirds concealed. You there? A guard said and pointed toward Brain and his companions. The weapon wasn't held stiff in hand. If anything, the burly steel-clad guard seemed quite relaxed, though Layali tensed and moved to stand behind Brain. He answered with easy calm. Yeah, me. Brain said and put his hand on his chest. Yeah, random check, come over here. The guard said, and Brain glanced down at Zeshi and then reaching back, he put his hand on Layali's head, he pinched the fabric of her hood and pulled it forward a little, then approached. Brain approached, and his companions followed, crossing the half a dozen steps to where the guard stood. He motioned to a wooden door. Just go through there and answer a few questions, no big deal. The guard yawned and covered his mouth with one hand, then without really paying any mind to the trio, went back to watching the crowd. City security is important. Brain said when he felt the pair looking questioningly at him, and to set the example, he reached for the handle and opened the door without hesitation, walking through it with the calm and easy swagger of somebody totally in control. The inside was like any other security checkpoint Brain had ever seen, and he glanced back at the pair who remained cautious about this unfamiliar circumstance. Relax, my love, this happens all the time when I travel. It's the sword. They're a little cautious, with good reason, because keeping cities safe means knowing why people are armed. He said and flashed a good-natured, boyish smile at Zeshi, who took a step back at his sudden moniker for her, almost throwing her hood back to say something until she saw him wink. She relaxed, and he approached the small wooden counter. An old man with a beard that came down out of view below the counter at which he sat, had a book open in the middle, and on the pages Brain could see columns for name, purpose, and status. The old man's fingers had visible calluses at the tips, and the reason why was immediately obvious when, quick as any swordsman, the thin and bony fingers snapped up a quill and ink from below the counter and set it on the desk. I swear, the old man grumbled, his leathery face shaking with both age and annoyance, they always do this right before I go home for the night. Young men teasing the old is a story older than you are, old man. Brain said with a chuckle, and the old man wagged the feather quill towards Brain in return and said, yeah, but when I did it at their age it was funny. The old man might have been annoyed, but the youthful recollections of his own past seemed to set him at ease. All right. Anyway, name. We're the Unglaus family. I'm Brain, this is my wife Sasha, and my daughter Lyala. Brain answered, gesturing to them both. They don't get out much, they're a little shy, please forgive them. The old man grunted, and the reason you're here? We're going to Arwentar for the tournament. I'm going to win and become the emperor and give my family the life they deserve. Brain said with the smug pride of a liar sure he wasn't going to be caught. Oh, former soldier, I'm guessing. The old man asked. Yeah, I used to be in the theocracy army. I was a pretty good swordsman Brain began, and the old man laughed, cutting him off. Flecks of spittle clung between the old lips as the old-timer's laugh went on. You and every man with a sword that I've seen pass this way, you know how many folk are going up that way now. You got as much a chance of winning that thing as I do. The laughter and mirth faded away as the old man took down their information, his hand flying over the paper. The noise of quill scratching over ink stood out while the oldster went on. The remaining questions were brief and to the point, and when the old man was done, he waved his quill at Brain again and added, want my advice, take your pension, go buy a nice farm and settle down somewhere, don't drag your family halfway across the damn world just to watch you die. His voice became kinder as he gave his advice, but Brain shook his head. I'm sorry, but I've got to try. Brain replied, and the old man's shoulders slumped. Can't say I didn't warn you, good luck. The old man said and set his quill and inkwell away beneath the counter. Tell the guard outside I left, will you? Don't want him trying to rope me in for another. Will do, old-timer. Brain said and headed for the exit. When they made their way out of the gatehouse, left the guards behind, and were blended into the slowly dwindling crowd, Zeshi asked point-blank, wife? Daughter? Brain didn't look at her when he shrugged and replied, what should I have said? I'm traveling with a runaway weapon and an escaped slave. It was just the easiest thing to do to get out of that situation. His sarcasm was so thick that it made Zeshi briefly flinch more than any blow ever had. Point taken. She answered, and at his right hand, Layali actually laughed. If you really want to see things here for a few days, I'll find some work. I have enough left to pay for a cheap inn for the night, and we have our own food, but I'd rather not spend our stay here in the streets. That is a lot different than camping for reasons that won't come to me just now. Brain added, but neither Zeshi nor Layali were listening with more than half an ear. For both, it was a new experience, and for both, very different reasons. All that time in Kami Miyako, and it never occurred to me just how big a city really was, so many people. She thought privately. It wasn't lost on her that people were going indoors and leaving places of business, meaning that it would be even more crowded tomorrow, and almost totally empty when night settled in completely. I only ever really left in the middle of the night or bundled away in a carriage with the curtains drawn. I had no idea what was out there. In the past, Zeshi considered that just normal, but now. Another layer in their long deception, hiding me away so I wouldn't see the truth for myself. Zeshi's thoughts were thick with betrayal as she recounted the line of people who worked with her who hid her away so she wouldn't see her own country. Did my mother really let them take me? Or did she have a choice? Was that a lie too? When she saw the first full-blooded elf, a male, its ears cut to half their length and clad in a grey tunic, barefoot and walking the streets picking up discarded waste, then everything became open to question. Chapter 283, Chapter. You never know what to expect tomorrow. Nia thought as her wings carried her far out of sight of the other royals. Suddenly I'm glad of my aversion to dresses. A royal upskirt would have been a little undignified even for me. She chuckled and relaxed her body, allowing her wings to do the work with the wind. The world opened up far beneath her, going from oh so small, to ever so endless, and even mighty monarchs became motes of dust caught in the sun. What would it look like to see it from the vantage of the stars? Would the whole world be just like them? She wondered and put the city farther and farther at her back. What a useless thought. Nia said to herself and focused on the matter at hand. In her brief association with the Golden Queen Renner, Nia came to some very definitive conclusions. That one is dangerous, maybe not for war, but she's smarter than she lets on, and she's already shown she's plenty smart. If she really did work out a time for Queen Drawdalin to arrive with us all, I have to believe she'd get it right. The more Nia thought about it, the more it concerned her in an abstract sort of way. Her eyes narrowed and her tail lashed behind her in the chill winds of the sky. If she were just behind schedule I should have seen something by now. But there was nothing, not on the Kingdom of Karn side of the border at least. The long river was the de facto border between kingdoms, and when Nia saw the blue approaching, she began to rethink herself. A monarch crossing into a border nation uninvited is exceptionally bad manners, and the theocracy is already on bad terms with Demalbian. Of course, there's a human monarch on the line. Do I cross the river? No demi-human that I know of has ever crossed into theocracy territory without a war beginning. The river was growing larger and larger before her eyes, the shining white of the reflected sun giving way to its natural blue. Do I go over? Screw it, yes. I do. Whatever happened, they might be in trouble, and I can just offer an apology if I get caught. They'd have to be damn fools to object to someone going out to help their neighboring head of state. Nia reasoned, and batted her wings ever harder, propelling her faster and faster until she shot across the riverbanks to the other side and into the land of the slain theocracy. Chills ran down her spine of the sort she hadn't felt since the day Remedios Custodio thrust the first sword into her guts. The icy feel of looking at someone who hated her to the very depths of her being. The memory of the tearing feeling of her flesh opening up, like torn burlap as the blade entered her belly and came out her back, and then the next in violation of the traditional form of execution. Walk off that if you can. The whispered words she heard even over her own screams, the noise of her parents' cries as they struggled to rescue her, and the feel of a dragon's maw closing around her and being carried away, limp and nearly dead. May that bitch be suffering still. Nia cursed. Now, just as then, she felt that hate come down on her as if the land and sky below and above hated her presence. The chill didn't vanish, but Nia had become accustomed to it and tried to think instead of what she knew of the area from what Renner and Kalka had said. Ikari is to the west, that's probably that dot over there. Far ahead, she saw the ground become golden, wheat fields, the latifundias of the theocracy. Nia tried to think like a monarch. What would a queen do? She's not like me, she was born on the throne, so, shit. Nia rubbed her forehead and scratched the horns. If I ever have an heir, I'm going to have to make sure they're raised with the children of the other monarchs because, god damn it, what do I know about that? She cursed her lack of experience and switched tack when she couldn't come up with anything. Suppose she was a soldier, actually maybe that's better, she'd have an escort, and want to make it on time, so, going to Ikari wouldn't happen, she's not taking a tour of the theocracy or even of Karn, she's on her way to Arwentar with the time to meet up with the others. Especially the one who lent her the soldiers she needs, that isn't the time for a power play, so a more direct route. Nia considered and tilted so that she was soaring southeast, following smaller roads that offered a more direct route. It took considerable effort, the sun's steady passing went on and on as Nia followed a persistent flight pattern, weaving back and forth in search of some island of evidence in the sea of green grass below. It was a wheel that first caught Nia's attention. It lay on a small hill, onto its side, she began to circle the area, on the other side of the hill, a broken wagon lay toppled on its side, the source of the lone wheel. Beside the carriage lay a corpse, as Nia came closer, it was obviously human. She landed, several crows were pecking at the body, his eyes were gone, that was obvious, he lay on his back, 3 arrowheads pierced through his chest, and broken arrow shafts lay scattered beside his corpse. He wore servant's clothing, or what was left of it. White and black, and was, or had been, very young when he died. Nia crouched down, waving her hand and scattering the crows that had been enjoying the meal his body offered them. They didn't go far, they hopped around in the grass just out of reach, their beaks open, and the caws that came at her sounded almost rude. As if they were saying, "You're interrupting our dinner." Nia ignored their rudeness, and touched her finger to the arrowheads. Almost like the arrows of the dark elves to the east of me, but not quite, she thought. All 3 shots were lethal and all passed through the back and between the ribs to emerge out the other side, spectacular aim. The Frost Queen praised the skill of his killers, and then she walked back along the path. Though she could have flown, it felt right to follow the track as she had in her scouting days. Her feet bent the grass as she followed the way the wagon had come, until she went around another low rise after a dip in the ground and found the point of origin. The fire was long gone, but a lot was burned, wagons lay toppled over, a carriage of obviously royal make was hacked to pieces, the tent poles still stood in places, while the surviving fabric clearly survived only because the blood that stained it impeded any of the flames from spreading. What had been pools of blood were gone, in its place was only damp earth and red-stained grass. Birds of various types were obscuring the dead, and there were multitudes of those. The cawing became worse and the stench of death thick in the air. Nia's tail danced behind her, it was a familiar scent, almost comfortingly so despite the pity she felt for the unfortunates. Now I know why they were late, Nia thought as she knelt by the body of a guard. An arrow pierced his throat. The arrowhead was taken, only the shaft remained. She began to search in earnest. The queen. Is she dead? The carriage was burned, and not far away. Nia paced over to a larger cluster of crows and found a slew of toppled-over corpses. Execution. Nia mumbled, her soldiers, and the humans, had both killed others this way. Dead on their knees, the humans were toppled forward. The tents were up, so they were still encamped, so, where are the rest of them? Nia asked herself out loud, as she went from point to point and corpse to corpse, finding only one woman among them, and that one had a broken shaft in her throat, with no evidence an arrowhead had been on the end of it. The queen's party should have had a large number of female servants, surely they didn't abandon her. Oh, right. Nia felt faintly green despite her hardy constitution. There's only one reason why bandits would do that, and it's probably why this one killed herself. I wonder if they know they took the queen of the Draconic Kingdom. Nia shook her head, answering her own question. It wasn't until she found the corpse of an elf that things grew complicated. The eyes were gone, just as all the rest. He was a towering, hulking figure. His body was torn open in places by the birds, and flies were buzzing about his face and other open wounds, maggots already crawling about, but in spite of that, the cause of death was clear. He had a broken spear sticking out of his gut, an arrow lodged in his eye, his hand was cleanly severed and at least 3 sword wounds pierced his side, several other human bodies lay around him, all in full armor and with their heads smashed or limbs severed. He must have been a terrific warrior once. Nia inclined her head with respect for the dead, and then with grim purpose, she drew a dagger from her belt and severed the dead elf's ear from his body. She then cut a strip of cloth from the tabard a guard once wore, making sure to get part of the insignia of the Draconic Kingdom, and after wrapping the ear up in the cloth she launched herself skyward again. They will not be pleased to hear this. I dare say even the theocracy won't be happy to learn it. Nia thought, and then set out for the capital of the Kingdom of Karn again as fast as she could fly. Chapter 284, Chapter. Evil Eye grasped her chest reflexively and rolled her eyes at herself behind her mask. Why am I still grabbing my chest when I'm startled? It's not like I can get a heart attack. She reproached herself and relaxed, hunching over while the red-haired beauty slid with the smoothness and silent grace of moonlight over water to put herself in front of the diminutive masked caster. A lot of things. I don't know, just things. Evil Eye answered and folded one hand into the other. Lupu looked up at the sky with wide eyes and an exaggerated, open-mouthed and empty-headed look on her face. She put a finger on her cheek just at a dimple and replied, "Oh, things. Are you also thinking about stuff? And what about that other thing, or, maybe?" She giggled and took on a lecherous look before pointing at the sleeping Mammon, his thing, little pervert girl. She giggled again as Evil Eye sucked in her breath and shook her head so rapidly in her denial that Lupu briefly wondered if the short adventurer's head would go flying clean off of her shoulders. "No. Nothing like that. And hush, you'll wake him." Evil Eye hissed. "Oh. You're not." Lupu scratched her cheek with one finger and looked away, briefly curious it seemed, in how she cast her eyes from Evil Eye and back toward the sleeping Mammon. "I guess I should tell him you're not really interested in him then." He did wonder why you looked at him. "I suppose I could just tell him not to think about that at least. It'd be better for us to travel together without such misunderstandings." Why do I imagine her wagging a tail right now? Evil Eye asked herself and shivered with dread, anger, and general frustration. "No. Don't tell him that," she hissed at the fire-haired cleric. Lupu's nose came close to her all of a sudden, dreadfully close, looming over Evil Eye's personal space, and the radiant woman seemed a dreadful mix of erotic and predatory, her nose audible in the way it sniffed at the vampire adventurer. Evil Eye raised her hands to the cleric's shoulders and gently pushed her back. "Too close. Give me some space, okay?" she asked, and Lupu sat down at Evil Eye's feet and crossed her legs. "I can smell it, you want him. I'm a Mimidoshi, I can tell a lot more than you think, even behind your mask. I see you watching, and I tell him every time I catch you." Lupu said, her jesting manner gone. The face was hard as carved stone. "You do?" Evil Eye eeped out in a tiny and mouse-like voice. "I do, he's my partner out here and I have to watch out for him, you never know who might be a problem." Lupu said, and Evil Eye relaxed just a little. Such a close bond made the often bizarrely fearsome cleric infinitely more comprehensible. "So, what?" Evil Eye finally asked. "So you should tell your friends before you tell him." Lupu jerked her thumb toward the sleeping Mammon. "Tell my friends, what? They already know I'm in love with him." Evil Eye stopped her words dead, but the silence didn't last long. "No, tell them you're a vampire," Lupu replied. "I could never tell them that." Evil Eye slapped her hands over her mask where her mouth was as soon as she spoke, and in one instant after having been thrown so completely for a loop, she was rushing through her options about how to keep Lupu silent. Almost as importantly, she wanted to know, how did she know? Lupu leaned back, appearing as non-threatening as someone with her monstrous skills could reasonably look. Her palms rested flat on the ground just a few inches behind her and her legs stretched out. "It's not hard with a nose like mine." Lupu reached up and tapped her nose. "You can hide a lot of things with magic. You can hide your face, your aura, disguise your body temperature, all sorts of stuff. But there's one thing you can't hide, at least not from me." Lupu began to titter again as a disbelieving Evil Eye leaned forward to learn what gave her away. "4 reasons, I know what a vampire in heat smells like, and that isn't something many spells cover up. I wonder if all vampires are perverts." Lupu mused aloud as Evil Eye burned with shame at Lupu's revelation. "Please, tell me you're joking," Evil Eye begged. "Nope, that's it." Lupu's smug grin burned as much as anything else, and Evil Eye fell silent. "You know if this gets out, I'll be an outcast, stripped of my guild status, my plate rank, and that's if I'm lucky. I might be killed, if they can find people strong enough to kill me, or is that why you're telling me, Lupu, you plan on killing me?" Evil Eye's voice dropped an octave and she glared at the woman from behind her mask, shame giving way to threatening anger. But to her surprise, Lupu barely moved except to shake her head. "Nah, I just like screwing with all you idiots and seeing what you do." Ninya started a rebellion that ended up putting the Wolf Queen on the throne. The Swords of Darkness became royal guards, the Wolf Queen became kinda slutty. Screwing with people doing stupid things is so much fun, like poking at an anthill and watching them scramble around all confused. Evil Eye felt very much the idiot, and did not like it. She kept her glare behind the mask. "I haven't done anything." "That's what makes you dumb. You did nothing with your team, you've spent years of their lives lying to them, and you think you can muster up the guts to confess to Mom in the Black the things you haven't been able to say to them for years." Lupu began to laugh so hard that she made no noise at all and struggled to speak out loud for several lengthy seconds. "Oh boo-hoo, a rank and status. Whom are you kidding, pervert girl? How do you see this playing out for you? You keep the secret long enough and maybe they won't care. Or you keep the secret long enough and they die, then you don't have to worry about getting caught. It's kinda pathetic, if you think about it, you know. You bleed, fight, risk your lives together. I've heard stories of you folks, from the big oaf to your tiny self. It's kinda dumb, you still wearing that mask, hiding this big secret so that the people you love won't try to murder you, or throw you away like trash after all you did for 'em. Loyalty ain't really your strong suit, eh? What do you know about it? Evil Eye stammered, we've bled together many times, we fought to the death, we saved each other more times than I can count. And yet here we are. I know what you are, and I don't care at all, it only matters to me what you can do, and what you do. But with your only family, right? That's how you said you were. You're terrified they'll hate you if they actually know the real you. Maybe you're a coward, maybe they're trash, but it's sure fun to watch you struggle to do what we both know you haven't got the guts to do. If you can't tell them, you damn sure can't tell Maman. Lupu pointed an accusing finger up at the vampire girl. You want me to keep quiet, here's my price. Tell them. And only then do you get the right to tell Maman and ask my partner to have you and do pervy things together. Lord Maman shouldn't screw cowards who are afraid of their own families. That, I'm sure of. But don't tell me your answer, pervert vampire girl. I'll know your answer by what you, and they do. Lupu lay back and then slowly began to curl onto her side. What if they tried to kill me? Evil Eye asked. Though whether she meant that to go to Lupu or not, even she herself was unsure. Meh, Lupu paused and let out a deep yawn, they go to their own personal hell, and your problems are over, either way, I'm sure I'll get a kick out of watching you twits. She chuckled and closed her eyes to fall asleep at last, leaving Evil Eye awake and more uncertain than ever. Chapter 285, Chapter. Queen Draudelin's routine became the stuff of nightmares. In the morning she would bear water from whatever well the elven casters managed to conjure up, hauling buckets over to the place where the elf king kept his female prisoners. She found the most efficient thing was to put a bucket on each end of a stick and carry it over her shoulders across the back of her neck. The stick bobbed steadily back and forth, sloshing the cold water around, and at first she would reach the harem tent with each bucket half empty from spills. But after several such efforts she learned to time each step with the bobbing of the stick, and in this way she kept the water from spilling most of the time. Once there, she would bear a bucket within and wash the bodies of elf and human alike, taking care that the cloth she used was wrung out frequently to ensure the blood she had to wipe clean was not merely spread around. The second bucket she would use to ladle into cups for them to drink, and when this was going on, after helping the women of both races to dress in their sorry excuse for clothing, a healer would arrive, cast his spells, and leave before the magic even finished. He was as broken as the rest of them, a slender elf, ears drooped and his body stooped as if he had carried many burdens over his life. His eyes were glassy, distant, and his golden hair hung limp and unkempt. None of those within the tent confines seemed to look back at him, and no words were traded. He simply ensured they all remained alive, healed their wounds, and left as silent as a golem performing a preset routine. After the confined women were washed, given water, and healed, a guard would typically appear and select a handful, and Draudelin would silently grieve that she hadn't enough hands to cover every set of ears as she listened to the sound of flesh slapping flesh again. Does he do nothing else but eat, drink, and rut? The queen screamed inside her mind as she held her hands over a set of ears. The elves around her looked at her with pity. Even the elven women took a moment for her more than once. Here, one said, and offered her an extra slice of bread on the morning of the fourth day. You're working hard, you need to keep your strength up or you'll waste away. Queen Draudelin accepted it in both hands, her belly rumbled while she looked at it, and then with shameless abandon she shoved the bread into her mouth and wolfed it down. It was stale, crude, dry and flavorless stuff. In her desperation she didn't care. I'll never let it happen to me. The queen said. It wasn't a thank you to the elf, but the golden-haired woman nodded as if it were. She then let out a bitter laugh. If that were true, you'd have already ended yourself, child. You want to live, the same as me. Slender, soft fingers ran over Draudelin's cheek. A word of advice: make the best of a bad situation, find a good husband, and make the best of your bad luck in life. Even if anybody looks for you after they find that party, even if your mother wants you back, our king is unbeatable. Whole armies fell to him when he first came to us, there's nobody in the world capable of defeating him. You're his plaything till he's done with you, maybe then he'll send you back, demanding your own mother in exchange. Abandon hope and just stay alive, it's what we all do. Whole armies. Draudelin looked up at the elf in disbelief. Yes, she said and motioned Draudelin to sit. The noise of the elf king's grunting not far away was like a drum to the queen, but the elven woman seemed to treat it as mere background noise, no more significant than the noise of chirping birds, simply part of the world. Around them, camp life continued the way it had for the last few days. Elven warriors practiced, prepared food, and some could be seen occasionally comforting a weeping wife, but they were all merely mechanical motions, like their souls had long since left their bodies. Draudelin sat on the log and wiped her brow. Sweat wasn't something she was used to yet, but it was slowly becoming her new normal, and she was almost grateful for the chance to sit and learn something. Perhaps there's a clue here I can use to foster our escape. She wondered, and the elf concubine shook her head as if she could read Draudelin's mind. 2,000 years ago there was no kingdom of elves, we were all just scattered tribes. Even I don't know all the details, but our current king simply appeared. It was said he showed up out of thin air in a fishing village by Crescent Lake. That's all we had back then, just forest villages. We would come together to trade goods or form marriages. War was rare and our population was small. The humans back then served us, they were weak as a race, and needed protection from the others, making us who didn't eat them into an ideal source of safety. But when the elf king appeared in that village, she shuddered. He conquered it immediately, he killed everyone who refused to kneel, and the story says he took every woman of childbearing age in a single night in order to break their spirits. In order to save their women, the men formed the first elven army and attacked another village. The king still did things himself then, he had to in order to ensure victory. He then repeated the process. Those who didn't kneel and obey, died. The women became his, and the survivors became a larger army that went out to conquer more places to spare their own women from more of the same. So it didn't take long for him to build a kingdom like that, I guess. Queen Drodelin suggested, and the elf woman nodded along. No, not long, human. Not long. But word spread and half the forest allied to try to stop him. There was a great battle on the lake when they attacked the place where the village lay. We don't much like the water, but it was hoped that he might like it less and they could drown him, but according to the stories, he simply went from boat to boat, smashing them. Arrows couldn't pierce his flesh, they just bounced away, swords broke against his body, he only laughed and killed those who came for his life. In the end, after only a few weeks, every tribe surrendered, and he had a kingdom-sized harem. He forced all the tribes together to settle around Crescent Lake, and we've expanded since then. Back then we had few children and over centuries. But since then, we must have many, not only with him, but within our families to spread the pain around. You have children just so. Queen Drodelin shivered as the weight of the elven nightmare hit home. Don't judge us too harshly, child, if we had only a few, those would surely die. And if we had none, there would be none of us left at all. The humans we had with us back then, fled, preferring the monsters who would only eat them. I sometimes wonder if they weren't wiser than us. The elf concubine shook her head. I'm sorry for what our warriors did to your people, and I'm sure your mother must be very worried about you. But please understand, he brought only a few of us with him, too few, and our husbands, fathers, and brothers are with us. They were sure we would all die on the way, offering him some other sacrifice. It was the only thing they could do. The gods condemned us all the day they sent that monster to our world. All we can offer is to let him devour parts of us all, or we'll be swallowed whole individually. The queen felt a little bit of her growing hatred die as the woman explained, a whole army, it's worse than I thought. It didn't stop her bitter words from coming out in a retort. That doesn't make my servants feel any better, they're husks of themselves. Drodelin hissed, how are they supposed to go on like this? They'll start talking in a day or two, some of them at least, the ones who don't, they might die. Some just waste away, but most, they learn to live with it. Humans. You may not be a strong race in body, but you are flexible, adaptable, and stronger in spirit and mind than you know. They may never be the same, but most of your people will live, and maybe he'll want to take more humans along the way, and offer your people some relief. It was a knife in the gut to Drodelin when the twisted attempt at offering comfort worked. I've never hated myself more than at this second. The queen thought, and the concubine offered out a hunk of cheese. Go, take care of your people before we move, bring them food, and pray you age slowly. The queen snatched up the raw yellow chunk and shoved it into her mouth, stuffing her child-sized cheeks with the stale flavor and chewing without looking up at the one to give it to her. She then went to the cook fires and began ladling crude stew into bowls to take to her waiting servants. How close are we to Arwintar? Maybe when we get there, I can get word to the other monarchs and offer them anything at all if they just end this living hell. The queen thought as she hauled buckets and bowls over her shoulder to feed her people again, grunting after every step from the heavy weight on her weary, pain-filled shoulders. Chapter 286, Chapter. Nia saw the wolf riders nearing the border and ranging out in all directions, but notably, that border was one place they did not actually go to. They seemed unwilling to cross the river. The Wolf Queen has a real sense of propriety. I thought she was a woman of action, but they're minding the border like it's the wall back home. This adjusted Nia's view of her fellow novice monarch, both for the better and for the worse. On the one hand I can trust her more, but on the other she's less reliable in the wrong situation, which I may now be in. Nia thought and again reconsidered her decision to cross the border. She clutched the wrapped ear tighter in her fist. She'll go straight to the theocracy with this, and who knows what they'll do. The twinge of doubt was harder to get rid of, crossing the border without the rulers of a country knowing about it or requesting their permission. They're bound to find out sooner or later, and even if they don't, they'll accuse me because I'm an animal who betrayed humanity for power, or so those few scouts and spies we've captured have revealed. What a narrative, it's not like I started it all. She cursed her ill luck in success and soared onward until she saw the lights below, the sun descending on the horizon with darkness visibly racing toward her. Despite her prior worries, Nia couldn't help herself. She batted her wings as hard as she could and kept her body streamlined, minimizing wind resistance and racing the darkness toward the rising castle of the Wolf Queen. The Queen of Frost slammed into the ground a few feet from the guards, hitting hard enough to crack the stone and descending to one knee with the force of the impact. The guards stiffened and reflexively readied their polearms until they saw who it was as Nia rose to her feet. I need to see the others, now. Nia turned the force of her dread-inducing eyes on the pair, and after only the briefest glance the one on the right reached for the door and opened it and said to her. This way, my lady. Nia's tail lashed behind her as the darkness swept over the ground past where she'd been standing moments before, night descending on the kingdom of Karn. She followed the guard within. It was her first glance at the interior tastes of the monarchs of the young kingdom. They really like pastoral scenes. Nia thought as she followed the rapidly walking guard. His feet were not quite at a run, but only barely below one, and it gave Nia just enough time to appreciate the difference between this place and her home. Adorning her walls were paintings and statues of great heroes, scenes of battle and victory, but here. Farmers and open country, nothing to speak of regarding their recent war for independence. I'm not quite sure what I should think about that. Nia acknowledged her own confusion as she was finally led into a single room composed of large cut stones, devoid of art. It was clearly a meeting room. However, instead of chairs, the long wooden table of very simple design had only long benches on either side of it. It looks like something I'd find in a peasant house. That at least had some appeal on practical grounds, and Nia's view of the Wolf King and Queen went up another notch. Please wait, I will fetch them right away. The guard muttered without raising his eyes to meet her own, and he was gone before Nia could respond. Nia's heart ached just a little at that. With her extraordinary senses as a dragonid, she could feel his fear of her, feel his dislike, feel his reflexive mistrust of her. The same as everywhere else. As soon as I'm done, I can't go home fast enough. I miss the company of my demi-humans. She gripped her left bicep with her right hand and looked down. So tired of that, it's been barely any time at all, but I don't want to get used to that feeling again. Nia thought and forcibly ripped the thought away when her sharp ears caught the noise of approaching feet. You found something? Ainz asked immediately as the curved door swung open. He ducked beneath the entrance and approached Nia, who turned up her head to meet his eyes. This. Unfortunately. This. Nia said and tossed the torn cloth on the table. Enri, Fyria, Renner, Albedo, and Kalka lined up on either side of the Allfather, and when all their eyes honed in on the cloth, Nia unwrapped it, casting aside the corners and revealing the severed elven ear. The cloth came from one of their banners. You can see part of the insignia there, from the Draconic Queen's coat of arms. The ear I severed from the body of one of those I found at the scene. They were attacked at night. I found bodies, lots of bodies. The whole camp was burned and destroyed and had been for a fair while. The Queen's own carriage was a ruin. My guess is some runaway elven slaves attacked. I've heard stories about runaways massacring travelers. I dismissed it as human propaganda, but... She shook her head. I suppose it's true this time. Ainz had to suppress his utter outrage, and found it to be impossible. His face twisted in anger. Drawdalin. The Queen who taught me how to be a king. He spoke with great icy slowness, sounding out each word as if he were carving it out of stone. Her body. Did you find it? No. In fact, there was only one woman's body out of them all, a maid of the Queen who I assume committed suicide. Nia almost took a step back on her heel, as did the Golden Queen, the Holy Queen, and the Wolf King and Queen. The obvious wrath of the Allfather caught them off guard. I see. Then she might still be alive. Ainz suggested and turned to the rulers of the kingdom of Karn. You have a theocracy ambassador here, do you not? Why yes, of course. In fact, I was just informed a few hours ago that one of their cardinals arrived a few hours ago. I met him briefly. He seemed amiable. Enri answered with haste. I would count it a favor if you would intercede with him, explain the situation and tell him that all our nations would be grateful if he would allow a multinational force to investigate rather than relying on their own forces alone. Ainz said, and privately thought, I will repay the debt I owe to her, even if she doesn't know I owe it. Ah, yes, of course, I can send word to him at once that I'd like an urgent meeting. The Wolf Queen stammered out. Then do so. I will have some of my humans brought for the effort. If she's there, she'll be found. Ainz said, and the monarchs began to file out as quickly as they'd come. You, Queen of Frost, Nia Baraja, Ainz said as Nia made to follow them out. Yes, your majesty. Nia answered at the sudden drop in his previous wrath and the almost gentle way in which he spoke. You have done me a favor today, and taken a great risk. One day I will repay that favor. Ainz promised, and then made his exit before the Queen of Frost could reply. She only left the ear behind on the burned and bloody scrap of cloth, and made her way out as well. Chapter 287, Chapter. Finding an inn proved relatively easy. Innkeepers, lettered or not, knew that travelers would be looking for a place to stay soon after coming through the gate. The city, such as it was mostly comprised of stone, which Brain recognized as being similar to that of the mountains that bordered Riestai's. Even this close to the border, that was a fair distance. Doesn't matter, it's not like I had to do the work, I just have to climb the steps they made. He thought and went up the short row of stone steps that led to a thick oaken door. He swung it open and went inside with his companions following close behind. The smell of cooking meat and vegetables at once assaulted their noses, it was reinforced by the smell of warm beer, and the noise of idle chatter from theocracy citizens. A mix of servers in low-cut black dresses with white frills along the base carried trays back and forth in and out of a back room with a steadily swinging door. Curiously, the door never seemed to stop, the servants came and went without having to pause for one another in either direction, as if they knew one another's rhythm. "Good sir, madam, young lady." A cheery voice rang out that briefly broke the din and caused Brain to turn his head in its direction. A lumpy-looking fellow with rosy cheeks, wisps of hair on an almost bald head, and a smile on his face, waved at them with enthusiasm. He stood in another room which was divided by a large window on which a counter sat with a large open book, quill, and ink just waiting to be used. "Welcome to the warm bed-inn, master, I assume you'll need 1 room and 2 beds." The portly fellow said with an indulgent smile as he appraised the pair at his back. "Ah, yes, I will." Brain said and suppressed a wince when he felt a sharp pair of fingers pinch him covertly in his side and twist. "Is everything all right, sir?" The portly keeper asked when he heard the light change in Brain's voice that the warrior couldn't quite conceal. "Yes, everything is fine, just fine, it's just a little travel weariness, you know." Heh. Heh. He blushed a little, smiled weakly, and rubbed the top of his head when he felt his flesh twist again in Zeshi's pinching grip. "Ah, if you say so, Lord, that'll be 3 small silvers for 2 days, a copper for the bed warming service if you want it." Brain felt the twist one more time and then it was gone, the pain faded quickly but he could feel Zeshi's glare up at the back of his skull. Brain pulled out his pouch and took 3 silvers and laid them on the counter. "What's the bed warming service?" Zeshi asked from behind Brain. "Oh, we have one of the crop ears warm up the bed for you with their body heat, we get a mighty cold wind through here on some nights, and a warm bed is very welcome, I truly recommend it." The innkeeper explained, "Don't worry, both are thoroughly washed first." "No, that won't be necessary." Brain explained while Zeshi quietly took that in. As they went up the stairs behind the innkeeper after he swept the coins into his waiting palm, Zeshi asked, "What's a crop ear?" "Oh, I'm sorry, yes, those are the elf slaves, they're usually called just crop ears for short, probably because this is such a big farming city. We've got more latifundias than crossroads, the only place with more farmland than us is Wheaton, appropriate name if ever there was one. Anyhow, they get their ears cut off about halfway down before they're put up for sale. I got 2 myself, kind of expensive, but a good investment since it keeps my labor costs down." He explained as the wooden steps creaked under their feet. "I think, yes, I would like that service, dear," Zeshi said with a slightly scathing tone to get Brain's attention. "Give the man 2 coppers when he leaves us." Sure. Brain answered with a dismissive wave of his hand. "This will end well," he told himself with sarcasm and followed the innkeeper to the door. The key rattled as the old iron lock was clicked open and the older man showed them within. It was a simple, clean room, 2 beds on opposite walls, not overly much space on either one, with simple gray sheets and a hefty and very thick overstuffed pillow that smelled faintly of goose. Brain withdrew 2 copper coins and slipped them into the pear-shaped innkeeper's meaty palm. Accepting the small iron key in return, the innkeeper added, "I'll send them along shortly, meals are available until 6th band after dark, but after 4th band it would be made by elven hands." The innkeeper pointed to the black and white banded wax candle on a wooden shelf, and then with a polite half-bow he said, "If there's nothing else." When no one spoke, he straightened and left the room. When the door closed, Zeshi and Layali pulled their hoods back and Brain asked, "Why did you ask for that?" "I wanted to see them," Zeshi said matter-of-factly and strode over to the nearby table. She pulled the chair out and sat down. She lightly drummed her fingers on the table while Layali walked over and sat on the bed. It squeaked under her and sank a little. She began to bounce herself lightly up and down while Zeshi explained herself. "I want to see what I've really been protecting for all these years, so, a day or 2 here, I should be able to see something of how the other half of myself lives. It doesn't sound good so far, but I need to see with my own 2 eyes." Zeshi said and closed a tense fist. She glared at Brain as if he were guilty of something himself. "I already understand I was lied to, but how much, how much?" She whispered, "I need to know." "Crop ears, by the 6." Zeshi whispered and touched her own slightly pointed ears with a shaking hand. "That does sound painful." Brain took a step away from her and then turned to sit on the bed on the far side of the room. "You have no idea how much, human." Zeshi bit off the words, and he looked away from her. "Were you?" He started to ask, then thought the better of it and closed his mouth. "No. But for the first years of my life my mother raised me. I saw the way she looked at me, how her hands shook when she bathed me and washed my ears. She couldn't even look at them, because they were my father's. I was too young to understand then exactly why she was that way. All I knew was that bath time stopped being fun whenever it came time to clean that part of me. She got very sad, and wouldn't talk to me for hours after that. I was little, and thought that part of me must be bad. She was all I had, so I wanted to make it better. Zeshi's snarl twisted with remembered agony, and Brain held up one hand. Wait, you don't have to say. He said, but she went on. So, one day, while she was out, I took a knife and I tried to cut them off myself, not completely, but I was going to try to carve them into a shape like hers. Zeshi snorted. She really was a black scripture. She rushed over, snatched away the knife, spanked my ass, and then took me to a healer. I told them what happened, and not long after that I was taken away from her to be raised by the temples and the leaders of the black scripture. Oh, and so you know. Brain struggled to find words to say, and it was a losing battle. All words escaped him. The ears of an elf are an erogenous zone. Zeshi explained, and Brain cocked his head. What? He asked. Touching them is very sexual, they're extremely sensitive, it would be like mutilating that, on you. She said and pointed between his legs, his face drained of all color. So, I want to know the truth, all of it, no matter how ugly it is, then I can decide what to do. Zeshi said and wiped her eyes clean of the sheen that began to form on them. And what will you do, if it's as bad as you fear? Brain asked the salient point, and Zeshi's shoulders slumped. I don't know, leave. Leave and never come back. Maybe go to the tournament, win, and rule as an empress who is hostile to the slain theocracy. I just don't know. But that's immaterial until I have the truth, whatever it is. Zeshi said just as there was a knock at their door. Chapter 288, Chapter. I must have some of the worst luck in all of the slain theocracy. Raymond cursed. He was slumped over the table of his room, a mug of cheap ale at hand. One sentence. That was all it took. One. Gods. Damned. Sentence. And then she had questions. The cardinal slumped back in his chair, snatched his mug, drained it into his open mouth and then with a furious snarl he threw it at the wall. The sour flavor of the cheap stuff burned down his throat, and the mug shattered against the wall, scattering a rain of wooden fragments around the floor where they wobbled and slid to a stop when they ran into a wall, the chair where he sat, or disappearing under the bed on the far side of the room. Damn it all. He hissed and slammed his fist on the table, it broke in half and thudded against his legs where he pushed it off to let it too fall to the floor with a dull thud. Guilt rampaged through him, and not for the first time, he hung his head as shame mixed with anger. It's for humanity's sake. I'm not allowed to feel guilt. I'm not allowed to act on my conscience, there's larger stakes than one man's soul. He tried to reassure himself, for all the good it did. Zeshi. He muttered her name under his breath as if it were a prayer to a god, as if merely saying her name would make her appear before him. He thought back to their first meeting, her arrogance, her seeming indifference to everything around her. You look nice today. He said, unsure of what else to say when he saw the black and white-haired woman enter the training hall. Whatever. She said, and shrugged, so you're the new handler. She asked and pulled the absurd scythe off of her back, let's see what you've got. Prove yourself, and I might even let you screw me. Raymond went back on his heel at the blunt phrase, his face turning bright red, and the indifferent mask broke out into a smirk. Shy one, that's cute. She said and leveled her scythe. Come at me. Let's see if you can do any better than the last four. The training hall of the Black Scripture was a massive thing, easily the size of a larger temple. It had numerous small environments set up for various exercises, from small buildings to practice clearing an area, to some phony woods meant to practice hunting in the wilderness. But Zeshi and Raymond were using a simple roped and matted section. She's killed past handlers just by accident, so be careful. The warning of the Pontifex Maximus came back to him from when Raymond got the assignment, and now facing against her, he couldn't see how. Literally. She moved so fast he didn't see her. One moment she was there, then she was gone. He dove out of the way by pure instinct and drew out his knife, the noise of destruction behind him when her scythe impacted the ground where he'd been and the stone shattered. He spun, sliding his back foot around and then pushing off to go on the attack. Zeshi looked down, almost cutely befuddled at the fact that she struck nothing. The scythe was held in one hand, and she winked at him when she caught sight of his approach. You really are a Black Scripture, aren't you? She asked rhetorically and came up to meet his charge, his blood racing in his narrow, focused eyes seemingly fully intent on shedding her blood. Oh, spirit, good, even some of the black lose their will with my first strike. As a reward, I'll fight you at your level. She said with mockery. She was a short thing, slight by comparison to Raymond, but her mockery was, in his eyes, immediately well placed. He began using every trick in his arsenal of experience, and she batted away every strike, constantly on retreat, but it was she who was in control of the flow of the fight despite the fact that it was he who was on the offensive. It defies reason. He exclaimed in his head and began using his martial arts. She used none of her own as his strength doubled and speed went up with it. Raymond counted himself to be the best in the world with the long knife. Able to cut the wings off a wyvern before it noticed they were gone. His knife was so sharp that those he killed seldom even felt the pain of their deaths. And yet here, this heterochromatic girl who appeared no more than a preteen girl, was keeping him struggling to match her with no effort at all. This defies all reason. I know she's supposed to be her daughter, but this is madness. He gritted his teeth, and Zeshi smirked again. That was the grating thing, and the young man's pride could bear no more. One thing he could do, though he'd pay a price for it. Raymond drew on his inner spirit, not for long, but enough that it would shave somewhere from seconds to days off of the end of his life, and for one instant, he might as well have been a godkin. Blood spurted through his pores, wounds opened up, and everything about himself was more than doubled itself. The hell? Zeshi snapped as his grim and bloody smile came over his face and his hand moved faster than she was prepared for. Her lowering herself to his level left her sloppy. His knife was already past her guard where she teasingly allowed him to be. He grabbed the lightly held scythe by the bar and pushed it down, and his knife came in. She moved her head, still easily avoiding the blow, but on the black and white sides of her head, holding her hair bunched up, were two curved and slightly armored pieces held only by leather strips. His knife struck the leather strip that held one of them fast, severing it away and causing her hair to fall loose. She went from playful to serious in that same moment. She dropped her scythe, hit him in the sternum, and he tumbled head over heels over the mat, knocked the ropes down, and kept going clear into the wall. Raymond felt himself fall, halfway forward, hunched, coughing up blood, and in front of him she stood, breathing hard but clearly not tired. Her narrow eyes leveled at him, the scythe was dropped to the floor with a crash and she was rushing to fix her hair. Damn it! She cursed, and he saw why. A half-elf. He sputtered out, blood blurred the noise, but she understood well enough and stalked over to him. Slumped and on his ass, the slight half-elf towered over him. My father is the elf king, that's why I'm cursed with these. Got anything to say? Raymond raised a shaky head, it was still wobbling a little, and he cracked a smile, revealing that he'd lost a few teeth during his tumble and said, "You look nice today." He didn't see what she did after that, though he remembered the feeling of her scooping him up to take him to be healed up. Gods above, it's been over 20 years since then, and has a day passed that I haven't gone to see her. She never did admit to killing her past handlers on purpose, and maybe she didn't, but I wonder if any of them ever found her secret, and took a heavier blow than they could have survived as a consequence of their reaction. At least the one that Clementine accused of raping her was no loss. He left his memories behind and when the knock came, he rose to his feet and went to answer it. She'll be at the tournament, I know she will. She can't resist the chance to fight someone strong, and then I can. The thought died, what to say to her, how to explain himself, he had no answer still. I'll find some way to talk to her, I have to. He said, and swung it open. Cardinal Raymond. A finely dressed young human boy said. He wore bright red clothing, a formal doublet and vest over a white cotton shirt with the strings tied up to just below his neck, and a little round hat over his mop of blonde hair. Yes, are you from the king and queen? He guessed. Yes, you're being called on to attend a new urgent meeting, my lord, and Lady W want you to hasten, as a human kingdom's well-being is on the line. The boy said in a formal style that sounded not at all natural. He clearly struggled, fumbling over his words along the way, but getting them out eventually. Lesser stamina boost, Raymond activated the martial art, and he was for all intents and purposes, sober. His constitution shooting up and thus reducing the effect of the alcohol, it was a shady trick many a scripture member used in the past. Especially the washouts who couldn't handle what we had to do. He dismissed the moment of pity for those and said, "Lead the way, boy." Then shut the door on his way out as the boy did exactly that. Chapter 289, Chapter. The trip from the inn to the palace was brief, but even had it not been, Raymond felt himself too distracted to notice what could possibly be the problem. Lots of things ran through his head, the Allfather immediately topped the list. Could he have chosen to declare war on another human nation? If that was the case, that nation was simply finished. Raymond remembered the sight of those beings the Allfather summoned, and the duel of the champions, a handful of unknown humans armed with equipment better than what he considered divine class, and the 4 Imperial Knights were simply annihilated. What to think of such a man was a subject of great controversy amidst the slain theocracy's leadership. Is he a defender of humanity? Is he a literal god come again to lead us into prosperity? A devil in disguise, a false savior? Even Raymond himself was unsure, but among the more rabid anti-demihuman factions of government, Ainz was the clearest threat to human supremacy since, ever. To Raymond, however. He felt the knife twist in his gut on the way to the palace when he saw a goblin walking beside a human while an ogre exited a door the size of a barn, and none seemed to think to strike the other. His carriage stopped, and though he couldn't quite see why, the tail of a naga was clearly visible, at least, and a series of small children rushed past. For just one moment he felt himself ready to leap out of the carriage, his hand went to the knife he always carried at his side. I have to protect them. He screamed in his head, and then the carriage lurched forward and the naga came into view. It wore a vest of bright blue with glow stones adorning the sleeves. It's controlling wagon traffic. It was minding their safe crossing. He stuck his head out of the window to watch the impossible vanish into the distance. Part of him all but prayed for it to attack, but the Naga did not. It simply took position at the intersection of the street again, and waited. He clutched his head as cut after bloody cut ran through his memory. It was for humanity. He said to himself over and over until he reached the castle and the carriage stopped again. The boy who brought him opened the door and Raymond emerged with a single quick hop, skipping the step and any of the usual pleasantries. He rushed toward the door where a pair of goblin guards holding long halberds simply opened the door for him and held it until he passed them by, evidently expecting him. It was for humanity, he said, and rushed onward until he reached the entrance to the throne room. A dark elf guard, slight of build and wearing runecraft armor, stood in his path. Raymond stopped. The guard met his eye. Before you go in, you should know, the Queen of Frost is present. You are urged to control yourself. The cardinal stiffened, and the guard gave a slow nod. That was why I was to warn you. Are you prepared? The guard asked with a more gentle, but almost stern tone. I pledge to take no aggressive act, Raymond said, and the guard reached for the door and opened it for him. Far from a number of guards and courtiers, the throne room was almost empty. The Wolf King and Queen sat on their thrones, and at either side of them stood the Allfather and Allmother. She's not human. Just like they said. He thought as he noted the wings, but her hands folded protectively over the bump where her baby was, just as a human mother might, and everything about her was divine class in its radiant beauty. She stood close to her husband, and inched a little closer when Raymond entered. The Golden Queen Renner, bearing her marvelous crystalline-like dress so that she glowed with an almost angelic light, the Holy Queen still held her son, the firstborn son of the Allfather and heir to the throne. Her countenance was nigh unreadable. If she was angry or fearful, even Raymond could not say. Then there was her. The traitor to humanity, the Queen of Frost. It was his first time seeing the dragonid queen up close, and if it were not for a few features, the horns, wings, and tail, she still appeared human. Slightly pale, and with Raymond's sharp eyes he could tell that her flesh had changed from the natural softness of human flesh to become closer to the soft armor of a dragon's body. When he met her eyes, a chill ran down his spine. Unlike the other queens, this one was wearing military equipment, the armor of a demi-human she'd killed, according to reports. The Allfather himself put a protective arm around the waist of the Allmother when she inched closer. He was a tall, powerful-looking man, dark-haired and square-jawed. He radiated power and charisma. No sooner had he shifted his eyes from the dragonid to the men than every fiber of his being called out to listen to, and even obey, the royal before him. But the first words to be uttered snapped Raymond out of his trance. Queen Draudelin of the Draconic Kingdom was attacked and kidnapped, taken on your territory. The Wolf Queen said, and Raymond's mouth dropped open. We would never do such a thing. He insisted, and Henry inclined her head toward him as soon as he protested. We know. But it did happen. Based on the evidence, it appears some runaway slaves are responsible. You have many elven slaves, and I've even had the occasional runaway show up here. Henry leveled the words at him with only the slightest hint of accusation. Yes. I know the Pontifex Maximus has urged you to send them back as it's created a disruptive element, a place to escape to means that some will try to escape that otherwise would not. Raymond pointed out, if some escaped slaves did do this, I assume you are prepared to take responsibility. Henry bristled a little at his almost benign way of accusing her in return. Her fingers tensed on the throne. If I were the sort to lay blame, I'd think it would be with the ones who created the situation in the first place. I've heard stories about what goes on in your country. If you would change your policy, you wouldn't have this problem in the first place. If you make your work into a nightmare, why are you surprised if people try to get away from it? Raymond bristled a bit. It was that or kill them. What else can we do? We've been at war with the Elf Kingdom for over 100 years, and even before that the Elf King was trading away his own people, and we need the labor. The more bodies in the field, the more men we can field. Bodies. Not people. The Queen of Frost replied to him unasked. Thousands of elves now live in my country, refugees from Wenmark. The stories they tell of the horrors of their city life chill even my blood, and my blood no longer runs hot at all. Raymond shivered. I've heard of that city, but we are not Wenmark. What kind of fool would mistreat? No, we're getting distracted. What is the evidence even that it was runaway elves or that it happened at all? The Wolf King held out a hand and tossed the wrapped-up cloth to the floor at Raymond's feet. The ear rolled out and the partial insignia was obvious. I see. Wait, if this happened on my country's land then how? Raymond crouched down and picked up the ear in one hand and cloth in the other, and searched the faces around him for answers. I found it. The Queen of Frost answered, and a number of eyes fell immediately to her. Nia's shoulders slumped. Look, I'm just not that good of a liar. That takes people's skills, and do I look like I ever got the chance to develop many of those? She asked. It was grim, self-effacing humor that caught them off guard, especially given the nature of the moment. I crossed your border when I didn't find her on our side. I'll apologize if you want me to, but there wasn't time for formalities, not with the fucking queen missing. Raymond was quiet, and suppressed his revulsion at the hypocrisy that came out of his mouth next. You crossed our border without our permission. The theocracy should be familiar enough with that practice. Henry pointed out to him. I don't know what you mean. Raymond lied smooth as silk. The sunlight scripture died not far from here. He thought and dropped both the ear and cloth back down to the floor. He folded his hands behind his back and squared his shoulders. The slain theocracy has only ever acted in the best interests of humanity. It was a noncommittal answer, and they all knew it. He shifted tack and added, where were they found? Are you sure they were taken and not killed? By horse it would be about 3 days from here, but that's an estimate. I don't ride much anymore. Nia said with a snarky little smirk on her face and a beat of her wings that wafted air toward him and briefly disturbed the neat brown hair on Cardinal Raymond's head. He rubbed his beard. Has there been a border crossing since then? Or any high-quality goods mysteriously showing up in the local market? Raymond asked. All eyes turned to the Wolf King and Queen. We don't know, but why? Nymphyria replied with the question in return, his eyes obscured by the hair that hung down in front of his face. Find out. Raymond answered. If these were escaped slaves, then they were running north, toward you. And if they really did attack the Queen's retinue, then it's unthinkable that they wouldn't plunder it and sell the goods to support themselves once arriving here. A round of steady eyes met the Cardinal with new respect, but he didn't notice. He was stroking his full beard from cheek to chin. I just don't believe it was slaves though. He mumbled. What? Nia said, affronted, are you calling me a liar? I cut that ear off a corpse. She said and flashed her fang-filled snarl at him. Though her eyes were such that he couldn't truly meet them for long, he shook his head. No, I am willing to accept that, but why take them? Why else? Nia hissed at him, and the room, save for Raymond, collectively winced. I was once a field warrior, and so were you, weren't you, Queen of Frost? Raymond asked. I was, yes, why? Nia answered, slightly discomfited by the unexpected common ground. I ventured out alone or with a small group for days, weeks, or even months at a time, and when I was in that position, captives were not on my agenda. Were they on yours? It was half accusation, half simple statement of fact, phrased as a question. No. No. Point in fact, they weren't. When you're out like that, you got no way to keep captives, no place to hold prisoners, you've got to keep moving and prisoners are a cross between danger and hindrance. Oh. Nia felt the realization dawn on her like the rising sun. They've got nowhere to take them, can't keep them, definitely can't sell them, even if they wanted to do that, they'd just leave them behind, dead or not. Nia reached the conclusion that Cardinal Raymond wanted her to, and silence returned to the room, though far, far more respectful than before. The Elf King took her. Raymond said without a single shred of doubt dropping from his tongue. Chapter 290, Chapter. The bed warmers arrived at the room not long after, and Brain kept his face carefully neutral when they passed through the doorway. They came in dressed in a most peculiar fashion. Which is to say they were wrapped from head to toe in muslin cloth. It wasn't see-through, but it was easily the strangest garb Brain had ever seen. Why were you dressed like that? Layali asked, and Brain immediately looked back at her and saw that, to his relief, she had her hood up to hide her ears. Zeshi had clearly done the same, and the child's question clearly was one Zeshi wanted answered as well if he were to judge by the raised eyebrow. So that our body heat will warm your bed, little mistress, without our skin having to be on it. Some humans find our touch to the cloth they sleep on to be undesirable. The male slave said. His voice was deep and he was of slight build, taller than the female at his side. He was at least clearly well fed, and the wrap around his body kept his eyes uncovered, though his mouth was concealed. Only one other part showed, and that was because the cloth around it was not as thickly wrapped. The cropped ears on them both, the way the fabric was wrapped around their skin was tight and practiced. It didn't take long for Zeshi to realize why the ears were visible. So everyone can see it for themselves. A faint shiver was concealed by the cloak she wore, but the memory of her own knife slicing into her ears was still the worst pain she'd felt in all her life, and seeing the proof of the practice lit a spark of disgust in her heart that would not die. All her other questions were forgotten. Though the pair were well fed, they kept their faces down so that their eyes never met even Layali's. If there is nothing else, little mistress? The elven male asked, and she mutely stepped aside. The pair went to each bed and simply lay themselves on each, arms and legs spread out, and they silently stared at nothing, pausing only to move the pillows aside. They looked at the ceiling without a word to each other or the guests who paid for the room. Let's go out for a little while, Brain suggested, shifting with some discomfort on his feet. Zeshi glanced over at the two servants of the inn. They laid like corpses. Utterly unmoving, dull, and disinterested in all things. The living dead. Zeshi thought as more questions were silently answered, it made her think back to her own private resolve. No child of mine will be so weak that they can ever have this done to them. They will be like me, strong is safe, weak is She saw Layali inch unconsciously closer to Brain as he reached for the door, and then she nodded, playing along, of course. Dear, why don't we go have something to eat? The faint noise of a rumbling belly from Brain's bed sent a twinge of pity through her when she saw that the slave did not move or speak at the little rumble, and then the trio was out the door and on the way out. I told you. Layali said as Zeshi fell in a step ahead of her, nightmare. I didn't know about that stuff, but they're the lucky ones, I'll bet. They got a lot of the big, giant farms out here, the latifundias. If they're like the village farms, the slaves get drafty cabins shared together, and people like us, or humans, work as overseers. They'd trust half-elves too. Zeshi asked. A slave is a slave. If it's half-human, they might offer a few benefits to help the overseers, a little extra food to sell out their mothers. Or maybe to save them, what do I know? Layali shrugged, but contempt dripped from her every whispered word. Zeshi nodded along, their mothers, huh, sure, of course. By the dead six, how could I have ever been this stupid? She asked herself as they emerged out into the street. I don't much like passing through the theocracy. Brain admitted, it's just got this miasma of. He rubbed his scruffy and presently unshaved chin, I don't know, anger, maybe, to it. Like they're angry at the whole world and it's eating them up. Zeshi took that in and instinctively retorted, with so many non-humans ready to dash, she cut off the statement, her shoulders briefly slumped, she felt the piercing eyes of the little half-elf girl on her and recalled the empty socket that stared back at her the moment they met. Do you blame them? Seemed inadequate now. She swallowed uncomfortably and pointed toward an establishment that had the savory smell of roasting meat with a small billowing pillar of smoke rising toward the sky. The establishment was clean of dirt on the outside and built of many stones, rather than the more common brick that was used in the modern age. A single arching door opened to the front and people dressed in fine clean clothes, men in black and white, suits more common in the south, and women in big, billowing dresses entered one by one, before which they were greeted by a well-dressed half-elf who bowed deeply to everyone before waving them in. Smells good, should we eat there? Zeshi asked. Sure, if you've got the coin for it. Brain snorted, I don't have enough money for that place, but I can probably afford a place like that tomorrow if your heart's set on it. No, we'll have to go somewhere else, but you're not going to like it. Brain said and then turned around and crouched down in front of Layali. He put his hands on her shoulders, and when she didn't flinch, but rather, focused, he said, listen to me, I can bring you something back, the only ones in our room right now are elves, you'll be safe there. Brain explained, and the little half-elf frowned. It's just food. She said, I've seen animals slaughtered for food before, it's not like they're going to serve elf flesh. Her grim humor was followed with a snort, even this country wouldn't do that. It isn't the food that I'm thinking about. Just, trust me, all right? Can you do that for me, just this once? Brain asked, and she gave a tiny nod then stepped away from his touch. He let her slip away from his hand, she then took 2 steps back, turned around, looked over her shoulder once, and rushed back to the inn. So what's so unpleasant about the area around a place to eat? Zeshi asked while Brain watched Layali depart. He watched the girl until she disappeared back inside the building, then turned around and started to walk. You wanted to see more? Listen, we're only staying tonight. He rubbed the back of his head, I just don't like it here, I'll get some work tonight, and we'll leave tomorrow, in a little while you'll see why. Just keep your head cool. Zeshi kept one eye on him as they strode the streets, it's probably still going on. He muttered, this is a big city after all and the war with the elf kingdom is going better. This one was a battle captive taken by the Holocaust scripture themselves. The voice rang out around the corner, and a male voice shouted in pain. He hasn't been sent to the breakers yet. Scum. Filth. The male voice shouted from out of sight, the sound of a crack, and a male scream followed. The mumbling of the crowd was audible after that. What the dash? Zeshi's question hung when she followed Brain around the corner and saw the auction block on which an elven male stood, battle-scarred and with defiant eyes. He was one of the bigger sorts that made up a fair number of the elven population and which Zeshi had occasionally seen brief glimpses of. This way. Brain said and took her arm at the bicep. He gave her a slight tug when she stood stock still, and when she looked in his direction he pointed to a ramshackle booth with dried strips of meat hanging from hooks and swaying in the breeze. A public auction. Ikari doesn't do a lot of these. Most of the slaves in this city are public workers, but they do sell some to private companies who run the latifundias or the mines farther away. Brain said it in the quietest voice he could as the bidding went on. The king it is a big one, and he's not broken. The city won't take him, so he's probably bound for the mines. If they can reach the reserve price, which they will. Brain pointed out. Zeshi uncharacteristically allowed herself to be lightly guided away, though she kept her head almost swiveled entirely backwards to watch while she listened to what Brain had to say. These spots are big entertainment for the lower classes, so we can get cheap food here, but I'd rather be gone before he's sold. Brain made his whisper rough and swift as he reached a booth. Family strip. With cheese. Brain said as soon as he was in front of a spindly unshaven and unwashed man with a gap-toothed smile and a hunched back. What's her, eh? She never see a sail before. He asked Brain while watching the way Zeshi held still, transfixed. 5 silvers medium. 5 silvers large. 1 small gold. The bidding went on. No, she never has. Brain explained, sheltered upbringing, you know, her father was very protective of her, I guess. Brain said with a shrug. Zeshi tensed. Aha. Well, you have a good one, the oars'll go up tomorrow if you want a real good show. It was an ugly laugh, and Brain answered with a fragile little sly grin, though he snatched the meat and cheese away a little harder than was quite neighborly. Sold. Zeshi, let's go. Brain said, and gave her arm a little tug. She was rooted to the spot. You called that one a kinglet, what's that? He looks like an ordinary elf. Just, bigger than usual. The elf began to struggle on the stage, some members of the crowd got up and began to leave, faint queasy looks appearing on their faces as Zeshi watched them wander away. No. You can't. You bastards, you motherfuckers. The elf shouted as 2 more humans of considerable size put their feet behind his knees and forced him down. Kinglet, it's a common word, it means kings get. Don't you know who he looks like? Brain asked, his hand held her bicep a little tighter. No, why? Zeshi asked, her mouth open, her heart began to race when she saw the auctioneer approach with the knife. You've never seen a painting of the elf king? Kingets, are his sons and daughters, or at least the ones who look most like him. No other elf produces sons like that. Brain whispered. So, wait, kings get, his sons, so he's the elf king's son. Zeshi gasped. My half-brother. Zeshi realized as the male elf on the high wooden platform howled as his ears were quickly tugged taut, they wiggled as if to carry him away like wings, but nimble practiced human fingers closed on the tips and with a few quick saws, the flesh was cut away and half of each ear discarded. The male howled loud and long enough that it was as if he was intent on dying by tearing out his own throat with the cry of pain, his eyes twisted and seeking help that wasn't there. My brother. I have a brother, sisters, lots of them, the king, of course he does it often, how did I never see this? Zeshi gasped. Brain was tugging gently on her bicep, whispering something to her, but she heard none of it. The world that opened up beneath her feet before into an endless dark, now burst into flame inside her mind. Quick step, flash step, greater agility boost, wind speed, Zeshi muttered martial arts that Brain had never heard, and then for a moment he was by himself. Zeshi's sleeve was torn off in his hand. His eyes snapped to the stage. She's going to get caught. He thought in a moment of panic. His pulse pounded for just a moment. On stage he saw the briefest of a blur. The humans who had already begun to slap manacles on the elf male, exploded in a spray of blood and innards, heads tumbling down into the streets below, and the elf himself was gone. The crowd barely had time to respond with a scream of surprise that became horror and fear as blood spilled over the grey stone and stained those nearest to the stage. The crowd fell over itself to flee with cries of alarm that spread far beyond the public square. The hell? What a fiend, and EYU, where'd your wife go EY? The stall merchant snapped out and leaned over the edge, all that blood, the foo dash. Damn it. Brain cursed, his sword was out and thrust into the merchant's mouth and out the back of his skull, then sheathed again an instant later. A look of surprise on the dirty, filthy face as he staggered back against the stone wall of the building behind him, he fell to a slumped position. The surprise never left his face, and trickles of blood began to run out of his mouth before Brain took 2 steps more. From somewhere else far away as the crowd ran screaming in all directions, Brain heard the sound of cracking, breaking stone. The blue-haired swordsman took off running, screaming in horror. He killed the merchant, he's killing people, it's a rampage. A king had awakened. Brain screamed, and watched the panic spread as the armored guards of Ikari City began pouring out of their gatehouses well out of view, and patrolling city guardsmen began to take up positions with practiced skill meant to stop advancing soldiers, and instead putting their skills to use stopping a riot. Brain worked around that easily enough. He rushed into a nearby alley and hopped from one wall to the next until he was on the roof, his feet pounding over stone and wooden rooftops alike until he was clear of the riot entirely, and then he simply hopped down into another alley and emerged into the city street. He caught sight of a stooped old man with a cane, one hand folded against the small of his back, and a scraggly unkempt beard of snow white on his face. What's going on? He asked the old man, who stared at the distant noise of the widespread panic. I dunno, something about a slave uprising or something. Probably nothing. One goes mad and people do dumb stuff, nothing to worry about, young man. The old man gave Brain a toothless smile and began to hobble away. The light tapping of the old man's walking stick made noise like the steady clicking of a mechanical clock, and with that relief, Brain made for his inn with steady and reassured steps of his own. I wonder if she's coming back. Brain mused, and to his surprise, he found himself hoping that she did. Chapter 291, Chapter. The Elf King. Why? Ainz asked the question and cursed himself immediately. So much for appearing all-knowing. He at least confined his self-derision to rolling his eyes mentally instead of physically. Allfather, Raymond said, and a deep purple rage came over his face. The Elf King is obsessed with one thing and only one thing. Rape. Nia hissed with loathing. It's all he does. You could burn his kingdom down around him, and he wouldn't even stop thrusting into his latest victim. Raymond shot the Queen of Frost a surprised look that briefly overrode his anger. I grew up in the Holy Kingdom, Cardinal, we're as devout as the rest of you. He was an example of why demi-humans needed to be put down. We heard about him at least a few times in various sermons and in training. Nia answered with an angry lashing of her tail. You're not wrong. Raymond said evenly after a nod from the Holy Queen confirmed the truth of the Dragonid monarch's claim. But not wholly right either. He wants strong children. That's why he does it. He's obsessed with creating strong children with which to rule the world. So far, most of them were failures. Most? Albedo asked pointedly. Raymond kept himself relaxed while cursing his loose tongue. Yes, a few champions in the past appeared among his children. Nothing compared to the more powerful human champions, but still, he tries. Raymond said without missing a beat. My guess is that he heard about this tournament in Arwentar, learned about the Draconic Queen, and used the opportunity to murder her guards and snatch her up. She is a descendant of a dragon lord after all. It's possible he might be hoping she'll succeed where other women failed. He finished with an awkward silence that spread over the room like spilled milk over a table. Then she'll be in the Elf Kingdom? Henry asked, a light shiver in her voice as she contemplated the fate of her sister monarch. Whatever is left of her. Albedo guessed, only for Cardinal Raymond to shake his head. It might not be all bad for her. The Elf King is lazy, sloppy, and frankly an utter moron. He thinks of nothing but his wants from one moment to the next. He never plans ahead further than his next rut. Raymond pointed out, the Draconic Queen isn't her grandfather, but she has the power to shift her being to the body of a small child. If Queen Draudolin is an exceptionally quick thinker, she might be able to disguise herself. Female or not, if she is too young to bear children, the Elf King will just treat her as a servant until she's old enough in his eyes. Then we must investigate the Elf Kingdom and find out where she is as quickly as possible and demand her immediate return if she is there. Ainz made the statement with such offhand casualness that he didn't notice for several seconds that he was being stared at by the entirety of the throne room's occupants, save for Albedo, who beamed at him with pride that glowed like holy light on her face. Do I have something on my face? Ainz asked and touched his cheek. Ah, no, but, you say that as if it's no trouble. It took our best agents weeks to simply scout the outskirts. The Elf Kingdom isn't as densely populated as any human kingdom, but it is a vast wilderness with several small cities, many towns and villages, and the great city of Crescent Lake. How do you plan on your agent slipping in, and what will you do if she is there and he refuses to hand Queen Draudolin over? Raymond felt his heart racing in his breast as the bright eyes of the Allfather seemed to look into his very soul. My magic is supreme. I have means of scrying beyond the 10th tier, and agents that, if the elves had things to match, would have never allowed your best operatives to get a toe beyond the border. As you say, it will take time, but it can be done and it will be done. Ainz answered. He thought back to the endless hours staying up late at night, watching Queen Draudolin struggle over the bottle of alcohol, focus on her work for just a little bit longer. The way her face masked all her pain before she went to be turned down again in a plea for help, her brave face when she ventured to see the soldiers on the front lines. She set the example I've tried to follow. I owe her a debt I can't repay or inform her of. If she is alive, I will put her back on that throne. Ainz vowed, but said aloud, and as to what I will do. I am not going to ask him to return her. I am going to inform him that she will be returned, and if he refuses, I will destroy him. Ainz said with a preternatural icy calm, and Raymond was forced to ask. Why would you go so far? You're talking about declaring war over a monarch to whom you owe nothing. Raymond asked while his mind whirled. Is he a god? A saint? Is that why the places he touches with his rule are beyond the impossible in their peacefulness? Ainz closed his eyes and took a deep breath, shaking his head while he rubbed the skin just above his eyebrows. I am the Allfather. Father to all. Not to one, not to a few, not to one or two. I am father to all. The Queen of the Draconic Kingdom is a worthy monarch, and she will make a worthy vassal. All who submit to my rule, as she was negotiating to do, are entitled to be protected as if they were my son or lion himself. Good save, Ainz. He told himself when he was sure he got his facial muscles under control again. He's a god. That was like listening to some divine pronouncement. I should have seen it when he went out of his way to avoid bloodshed against the Baharuth Empire, or when he enticed them with the idea of a tournament to avoid war and save lives. I'm in the presence of humanity's divine protector, and yet. Raymond cast his eyes toward the non-human wife of the Allfather. She wore on her face the serenity of a joyful and proud expectant mother, while near to her stood a Dragonid, a former defender of humanity who still had humans which she defended. As he stood there, taking it all in, the monarchs in front of him seemingly forgot his presence as they began to offer to render aid in support of the Allfather's wishes. I have flyers who can glide well over the Elf Kingdom's lands, higher than their bows can shoot. I can lend them to the effort if you like. Queen of Frost, Nia Baraja offered. Raymond's head began to hurt and he put a palm to his forehead. Husband, we have some elven scouts still living in our lands who are loyal, they could easily slip over the border. Holy Queen Kalka suggested. Goblins aren't human, so they should be able to enter comfortably. I can lend my assassins and spies to the effort. Wolf Queen Enri made the offer as her body shivered a little from a lack of the same control that more experienced monarchs had over their physical responses. It can't be. Raymond tried to deny what he was hearing, but that did nothing to stop them from speaking, nor himself from hearing what he tried to deny. I can grant you temporary letters of visitation, to let you pass through our borders for official business. Let it not be said that the slain theocracy did nothing when a sister state was in danger. Raymond offered, and that briefly stilled the reality-warping conversation that was plaguing his mind before his very ears. Thank you for your contribution, Cardinal. Have copies brought to us immediately and send word to your people to permit our agents crossing without an inconvenience. The Wolf King said, and then added with a raised finger, in triplicate, with your personal seal. Paranoid? Raymond asked with a sardonic tone. Cautious. Fyria replied succinctly. It'll be done. Raymond said as the meeting finally drew to a close. Chapter 292, Chapter. Queen Draudelin wiped the sweat from her brow as she hauled yet more buckets into the harem tent. Thankfully the Elf King seemed to listen to her at least a little when she said, if you don't spare them at least a little rest, they'll die before they can bear you anything. That paused his constant mounting of her maids, and now the queen was forced to struggle to tune out the sound of a weeping elf woman and the sound of flesh against flesh on the other side of the thin fabric. No wonder they suggested coming for my people, theirs were suffering too. It was hard to hate them like she had. She grunted as she trod the final steps and set the buckets down, dropping the wooden pole from off of her shoulders and crouching down beside the brown-haired young woman. It'll be okay, everything will be fine. The queen whispered in her childish voice as she leaned over the young maid and began to apply the herb-soaked waters to the cuts and bruises and other marks of cruelty. The queen's hand no longer trembled, and she no longer doubted that she was lying to the servants she was now bound to serve. Can they even hear my lies anymore? The queen wondered. The sound in the next tent was registering less at least. The other traveling elven women registered it not at all. Here, let me help. A feminine voice reached Draudelin from over her shoulder. She looked behind her, one of the elven concubines, and one visibly pregnant, albeit not by much. Can you? Draudelin asked and looked her up and down. The woman nodded, her ears twitched. He hasn't touched me since I conceived, it's the only time he stops except to switch. I have strength enough, and you bring us water enough every day to use on ourselves instead of just your people. It's the least I can do for you, child. Draudelin hesitated. They're my responsibility. She whispered and stroked the cheek of the woman who lay limp on her back, staring at nothing. The woman's head tipped to fall on her cheek. You're too young to bear it alone, let me help, I promise I won't hurt them, I'm not a monster, and we have more experience with this than you do. The woman urged, and Draudelin finally gave a quiet nod. Just be careful with them. Draudelin urged, and without another word the elf woman began to assist, holding up arm by arm, leg by leg, helping to move the maids and court ladies and assisting in their care. Draudelin cradled one in her lap minutes later and tilted a cup of herbal water against the woman's swollen split lips. Move your finger up and down the outside of their throat to help force them to swallow. The elf woman said, and then as Draudelin looked at her, dumbly, the concubine put 2 fingers beneath the woman's jaw and began to gently rub her fingers up and down from the start of chest and back up again. This way they won't die of dehydration or starvation, you can feed and water them more until their minds recover, trust me, I know. The woman added, and Draudelin nodded. Thank you. She added, and as she began to lay the broken woman back down on her mat, Draudelin's heart leapt into her throat. As she was laying the woman's arm down, she felt the hand squeeze hers. It was weak, barely there. A toddler could have shown more strength, but the slight pressure of flesh against flesh was present. The queen of the Draconic Kingdom took her eyes directly to the wounded woman, and there was, however small, the spark of life and light to be had in the soft brown pupils. More. Thirsty. Who hungry, please? Nightmare. Dream. The words were hesitant, confused, lost, but the wishes were clear enough. It's a nightmare. Just keep your eyes closed and wait, and it'll be over before you know it. Draudelin promised, just don't think, don't open your eyes, and wait for this all to end, let me do everything. My dash, the woman let out a faint smile as she was about to speak, and Queen Draudelin rushed her fingers to the woman's lips. Hush, just rest, all nightmares end, it's going to be all right. The queen choked out the words and swallowed hard, a lump made of tears went back down as she tried to suppress anything that might give away her lie. Let me get you food. I each have some water here, but I'll get you something more to eat. It isn't much but it will fill you up, just stay there. The queen got to her feet as the maid closed her eyes. The pot full of boiled mealed oats was bland and flavorless on its own, however the elves who prepared it had taken to adding scouted fruits and honeycomb to the mix to add flavor. Paired with dry bread that would soak up the moisture, it wasn't bad. Drawdalin ladled a bowl and scurried back to her patient, almost sliding to her knees in her haste. She dunked the dry elven bread into the grayish-white and yellow stuff and stirred it around. Here. I got food, let us help you. The queen said, suddenly noticing the tension in the tent, and instantly knew why. The sound of the elf king's rutting ceased. The elf assisting her got up, moved behind the human, and after hooking her arms under the maid's armpits, she hauled her up to a seated position resting against the concubine's body. The maid stirred a little. She tried to move her arms and legs, and they only twitched. My arms, my legs. The maid whimpered. The concubine spoke up, the king is a monk, if you fought him, this was his punishment to you, you will regain control over them in time, but how long, we can't say. It is different for everyone, just let your lady take care of you. Drawdalin held the bread out when the maid's jaw dropped open. The queen placed a small bite on her tongue. The maid was weeping a little as she tried to chew, and while she did, the queen poured water splashing into a little wooden cup. Here. Drink it down, it's good for you. The healers will come by to cast spells, but if they run out of mana it will take too long, this will dull the pain. Drawdalin promised, and when the woman swallowed, the queen held the cup to the split lips and slowly tilted it up. The maid began to cough and her chest spasmed, her lips twisted and she sucked them in over her teeth to try to stop her hacking. Be bitter. The maid said after the coughing fit had passed. I know, it's easier to bear if you're not aware when drinking it, but it is necessary. The concubine said with sympathy, you get used to it. If we get to Arwentar in the next day or two, maybe my husband can get us some things to make it more bearable, but for now, just drink it slow. I want to wake up, oh gods. I want to wake up. The maid began to weep as memories came flooding back. Me too. Queen Drawdalin said in her tiny, childish voice, me too. Chapter 293, Chapter. At least the big oaf stopped flailing. Zeshi thought when she finally began to slow her pace. Behind her the city became smaller, though hardly a dot. No pursuit was either likely yet, or likely to find them even if they'd begun. And none of them saw me, I'm sure of that. The half-elf stopped and dropped the behemoth of an elf from off of her shoulder, and to her relief he didn't try to run or fight. His resistance to her taking him up to carry died as soon as they were outside the city walls. He landed and touched his ears, blood dripped from them still, the veins and nerves that made them so sensitive had done nothing to stop either the flow of blood or pain to her half-sibling, as his shaking hands testified when he ran the fingers back and forth over their newly cropped shape. They really took them, so it's not just a rumor, those monsters. He grunted and gasped, but suppressed his dismay and his pain when Zeshi said nothing, and looked down at her at last. Who are you? How many of you are there? Zeshi demanded and crossed her arms in front of her slight chest. What? He stared dumbly from his almond eyes, whatever answer he was looking for, a question phrased as a demand wasn't it? You. How many? Kingets. Sons and daughters of the Elf King. Zeshi clarified her question, and the sheer absurdity of the question gave him further pause. Lots. Like, 1 in 8 of the population, supposedly, I don't really know, nobody does, but a lot. The behemoth answered, and Zeshi felt her knees grow weak. My brothers and sisters then, do they all end up how you did back there, when they're captured, that is? Zeshi asked, but dread roiled in her heart like oil spreading out over a fire. Yeah, I guess. Talked to some of the others, but the theocracy, they got a lot of us now. I passed through a bunch of cities on my way here, can't go that long without seeing one of us, brothels, fields, mines, houses and such, why? Who are you and what was all that? Why'd you save me? He demanded and crossed his own arms, a trail of crimson trickling over the length of his arm before a single drop fell into the green of the grass at their feet. I'm your half-sister, and a citizen, no. A weapon of this country. Or. I was. Zeshi explained. So this is what they've kept from me, brothels, mines, fields, menials of all kinds. They've been lying to me for 100 damn years. Even sheltered as she was, Zeshi was not unaware that some people preyed on the powerless. That instructor who raped Clementine was like that, strange how I was the only one to believe her. No wonder she ran off, but she was crazy before that anyway, but if that had happened in the black, where else? Raymond, you have some serious explaining to do when we meet again. Zeshi shook her head to remove herself from her stupor. Listen to me, she said when she looked up at the brute, north of here is the kingdom of Karn, if you can make it there, you'll be safe. Which way is north? Her big brother asked and looked around. No idea. But. Zeshi answered, then thought it over. Brain, my traveling companion, he knows where it is, and we've been traveling steadily in that direction. She looked around and then leveled her arm out and pointed toward the distant horizon, tracing her finger from the city and toward another big bend in the far river. So, you're my little sister, half-sister, one of so many, thank you. He answered and touched his bloody ear again. I'll see you, I hope. I'd better get going, I suppose you're not coming with me? He asked in a deep, regretful voice. No, I need to get back to my companions, nobody saw that it was me, so that shouldn't be a problem, all you have to do is keep moving, good luck. Zeshi held out a small hand and it disappeared inside of the enormous grip of the towering, broad-shouldered elf, Big Brother. Same to you, little sister. Do you have a home somewhere that I could come see you at? He asked, a gentle smile over his smooth-lined face. Yes, she stopped. No. I don't have a home anymore. I just realized that. I can't stay here anymore, what the hell am I supposed to do? She wondered about that with no clear answer. I've got no friends now, no place of my own. Just. Where the hell do I go? She asked, and the big elf put a hand down on her shoulder. You're strong, don't worry, the strong always find a place in this world, and if they can't, they've got the power to make one. I hope we meet again, and if we don't, I'll be forever grateful for my wandering little sister. He said and wiped the blood away from his arms, then with that, he turned and took off at a dead run. Zeshi lingered to watch him go. Shit, I didn't even ask his name. She looked at the city again and it took her big brother out of her line of sight. I need to go back, maybe I should have gone with my brother instead, but he knows this place at least as little as I do, and he's not going to go all the way to Arwintar. She thought it over, plus. I'm sure they're waiting for me. That brought an unexpected little smirk to Zeshi's face that was entirely pure, even without being together very long. Brain proved himself a pleasant and amiable, even charming companion who could brush off her brusqueness, while Layali was just damn cute when she doesn't have that deathly look on her face. The pathetic girl pulled at the faint heartstrings of Layali's fellow half-elf, and whether she wanted to admit it or not, she thought, I'd actually miss the girl a little. With that, Zeshi began to make her way back, though she took her time about it. When she did return, the city guard was doubled, with figures along the walls and in particular, at the hole in the wall which was steadily being repaired by various masons working by torchlight. Their backs were bent about their labors, notably, they were all human. The flames licked at the air, held up by multiple heavy-looking guards, they're clearly taking this seriously. Magic would make this easier, but they must be worried he'll come back and want to save mana for a fight. An understandable, practical, and needless response. The guards were equally useless. She used her martial arts again to boost her speed, and she was over the wall before they knew anyone was there. The grousing of workers having to labor into the night, slapping down stone after stone onto mortar to fix the holes as she left for them, gradually retreated at her back as she advanced toward the inn. Nobody noticed one more pedestrian walking the street in the daytime, much less so in the darkness as people either returned from work or were going out drinking. The noise of abundant carousing came from various establishments, the smell of food and beer was accompanied by the sound of laughter and bright yellow lights out of more than one building. Out of the most idle curiosity, the half-elf stopped at one as she passed it when she heard the noise of a stringed instrument and a fair and feminine voice ringing out with a drinking song. Zeshi looked at the place. It didn't have glass windows, but it did have a broad bay window with heavy shutters that were held open to allow air to flow freely. She stood close to it and looked inside. Humans were gathered at various wooden tables, and a single song followed along with that of the woman who stood on a very low stage playing a tune. The beer she makes here will so strong. But that don't help that big old dong. So buy it time with the Dream King song. She'll show you the way to go home. Hey. She'll show you the way to go home. Hey. But if it's not up she'll leave you alone. Nay. It was high spirits inside with mugs of frothy beer waving around as rough workers flirted with pretty young women. Gap-toothed smiles and big, lecherous grins that might have been off-putting anywhere else were their cause for people to relax more fully as they sought out whatever they truly wanted. So. Comrades. Zeshi thought, and thought about her fellow Black Scripture members, can I really count those as comrades? We never did anything together. I'm literally the extra seat. The closest one to that outside of Raymond is Senna. The captain is usually quick to offer to let me go on one of his little outings. Now I'm wondering where he actually goes every year. When the camaraderie of the various common humans in the big tavern, their raucous laughter and crude humor and general happiness was put right up in her face as it was through the window, Zeshi couldn't help but put a hand on the sill as if to leap over and join the crowd within. The brushing of the air against her ears beneath the hood was what stopped her. The ears twitched beneath her hood, and her hand tensed enough on the stone sill that her fingers gouged tracks in the gray stone. I have no comrades here. She thought, and turned her face away to return to the inn. When she reached her room and knocked on the door there was no answer initially. She knocked again, still nothing. Finally Zeshi said, Layali, it's me. And the rapid sound of small feet scampering over the floor sounded through the door. The lock turned, the door opened, and Zeshi slipped in before Layali pushed the door shut and locked it again. The half-elf trump card of humanity looked around the room as if Brain were hiding from her. Where's Brain? She asked as Layali yawned and went back over toward the bed. He said he was going to get work. She stretched out and lay on the bed, the warmers were long since gone, and she snuggled beneath the blanket with her head on the pillow. So this is what it's like to have one of my own, never had it before, it's nice. Layli murmured. What, a room? Zeshi asked. No, never had a bed. She yawned again and began to fall back asleep. Zeshi pursed her lips while she watched the half-elf sleep, and thought of the relative opulence in which she was able to live when not minding the treasury. The difference between she and I, it's just power. That's it. The treasury guardian's fingers formed into fists as she began to wonder how those who treated her with respect would treat her if all her power was lost, or if she'd never had any at all. The answer was steadily running north still. I'd be like the rest of them. I am not one of the good ones. I'm a trump card, to be discarded when used and managed when not. She cursed and snarled until she saw the half-elf begin to quiver beneath the blanket as if Zeshi were disturbing her sleep. I'm going to find Brain, maybe earn some extra money with him. Zeshi said, unsure if the girl heard her or not. She left the room behind. Chapter 294, Chapter. The mountains of the dwarves loomed so large that even craning her neck all the way back Evil Eye could not see the peaks. Clouds drifted by and the endless snow kept the stones forever buried. The wind swept down over the stones and brushed against the bodies of the party, and cloaks were either clutched tighter to the bodies of the travelers or billowed backwards like they were going to be carried away. Gagarin, Lokyus, the twins, Lupu and Maman immediately clutched the heavy cloth closer to their bodies. Evil Eye, however, did not right away. Shit. She cursed when she saw that the others did so. They shivered a little in the snow-chilled wind of the mountains, but for the undead, what was the coldest wind? Nothing, just another breeze. She clutched the thick red cloak to her body and pretended to shiver like the rest of them. Are your clothes not enchanted against the cold? Maman asked the party, and Lokyus shook her head, her teeth chattering just a bit. No, magic items are expensive, our gear is enchanted against cold wounds, but against everyday weather. No, it's not. Simple comfort isn't worth it. Bet you're second-guessing that choice now, Lupu said with a chuckle. The cleric's own nature as a werewolf provided natural resistance to weather such as this, and she couldn't help but feel more than a bit smug, stretching out and letting her cloak billow and flap behind her for a moment. How come you're so damn comfortable? Gagarin asked, shivering like a leaf but without Lokyus's chattering teeth. I'm used to a lot worse weather than this, we haven't even climbed up that thing yet. Adamantite adventurers, huh? You'd fight a dragon and call it a day, but a little nip in the air and you're all shivery and want nothing but a warm beer and a hot fire, which actually does sound kinda good, let's go. Lupu said and pointed toward the top of the mountain. Go where? Evil Eye asked, do you know the way? Every head collectively turned toward Lupu and the red-haired cleric shrugged and said, if you plan on pointing dramatically, you do not have to point in the right direction. She cackled and laughed and the entire party raised their eyes to the sky and groaned with exasperation. But yes, I do. Lupu added, the path is overgrown, but it's this way. How do you know, evil cleric? The twins asked at once. They wore their typical blank expressions, but they had a tiny hint of curiosity in their voices when they bestowed Lupu with their new nickname for her. Simple, dwarves dig deep, but they always put their entrances up high. This is the only path going up, and dwarves tend to build around nature. Kinda like elves that way, I guess. Lupu said with a shrug. Okay, that was bullshit, but easier than explaining that I can smell them on the path here. She flashed a V for victory sign at the two who traded questioning looks at one another before they gave a collective shrug. Go on, evil cleric. The pair said, and Lupu took the first step on the hard dirt path. The dirt crunched underfoot and with nothing else for it, the group wandered their way upwards along the long and winding path. Evil Eye held herself back behind Maman as they went upward in a single file. The freezing wind got worse as they continued the steady ascent but, much to the relief of the party, there were alcoves dug into the mountainside with thick oaken doors. Not large by any means, but large enough that they could all sit down. The walls of these alcoves were coated with a shiny dark substance that reflected the light of the embedded glowstones which were embedded in all three sides. What is this stuff? Maman asked, and removing his glove, he touched it and rubbed the smooth substance between his fingers. It was smooth and had the faint odor of wood. Sleepseed oil. Lokyus answered, it's used for insulation in some places, it helps hold in the heat, not much gets through it. I've heard some tribes even use it to harden vines which they turn into armor, but that's way far away from here, or must be because I've never seen it myself. HMPF, interesting. Maman said, and sat down with the others. Whatever it was, it worked. The heat of their bodies began to rapidly warm the alcove. Clever of them to use it like this, making a safe rest spot for travelers. Evil Eye said and inched closer to Mammon. Yeah, no need for body heat close by, or even another person. Lupu said with a smarmy little grin on her face when she shot Evil Eye a look. The vampire girl stiffened and inched no closer. It says a lot that they provide these. Lakyu said as her body relaxed when warmth began to return comfort and feeling alike to her limbs. She rubbed her hands together to accelerate the process while she spoke. The chattering of her teeth was gone, and she sounded much more herself. They must be really looking to be more open. That explains the influx of dwarf goods on the market. So you think they'll welcome outsiders? Gagarin asked with a downward glance at her leader. Probably. You don't think so? Lakyus looked up beside her and the square-headed behemoth of a woman thought it over. I dunno, I mean, people who hide themselves under a mountain can't exactly be the most neighborly, you know. I'm just not hoping for too much, better not to get our hopes up about a warm welcome. Gagarin answered with a blank expression, but otherwise, she gave it a relaxed half-shrug. The Allfather supposedly rules there, he's supposed to be very open-minded. I think we should be more than optimistic. He's alleged to be a genius of magic, some even say he's like a god. And if he's really capable of the spells I've heard he uses, then he's no different than one. Evil Eye countered her big sister immediately, but Lakyus was quick to throw in as well. A god. I don't know about that, and I've heard he's actually using undead labor in some places. The undead are vile, disgusting creatures that have to be put down, using them, consorting with them. I've heard he's very impressive, but I think it's better to be cautious. Anyone who tolerates necromancy is deeply suspect at best. Lakyus said with a sharp nod, and Evil Eye went silent. She felt herself deflate completely. It wasn't the first time her beloved sister had said something of that sort. A priestess of the water god, Evil Eye knew all too well the stance her sister had toward the undead as a whole and necromancy in particular. Lupu's eye was on her. Evil Eye could feel it even though she wasn't looking. Tell them. How can I tell them? How do I reveal something like this to people who have helped kill my kind for so long? She had no idea. None at all. But as she felt Mammon's warmth so tantalizingly within reach, Evil Eye knew, and resolved, one thing for sure. I will find a way. Chapter 295, Chapter. Raymond finished writing the letter, though he did so without his usual flourish. It was slow, even sluggish, with the occasional quick jerking motion as his anxiety ramped up again before he could force it back down. Fighting vampires is easier. I'm going to have to explain this to my colleagues. That was going to be a chore without end. Berenice is reasonable enough, but Dominic is rash, hot-tempered, and doesn't see much beyond the present. Ginadine will get past this as I frame it as a matter of law. But Maximilian? Not to mention the Pontifex. The whole matter was a combination of dread and frustration. If they just listened to me, then everything would be so much easier. Raymond cursed their stubborn heads. Each one headed a different scripture, and so each brought with them the experiences and perspectives of that scripture's purpose. But none of them are the black. Raymond thought with great pride. The best of the best, the strongest of the strong, more cunning than the Holocaust scripture, more stealthy than the Windflower scripture, more loyal than the Late Sunlight scripture. Nobody can beat the black. You'd think being in charge of them would have lent my words some weight when I came back from observing the destruction of the Baharuth Empire's army. But no. He rolled his eyes at their responses. He would have to have the power of the six. He would have to be a god himself. You must be mistaken. Only the fact that Thousand-Mile Astrologer was watching and made an identical report changed their minds. The Allfather is, if anything, even more impressive. But he hasn't claimed to be a god. Then again, did the Six ever claim it either? Raymond ran through every line of the Book of the Six. He memorized it years before, and, no, they hadn't. He rubbed his forehead. What are you doing, Raymond? Just running over pointless things in your mind. Trying to distract yourself from the real problem. The demi-human, the traitor to humanity, being treated as a peer by the other human monarchs was bad. That would have been unthinkable even 3 years ago. Has everyone forgotten that? He wondered, and it brought him to the thing which was worse, for his conscience. Goblins riding into our border, entering the elf kingdom in search of a missing human monarch. Demi-humans searching for a missing human monarch. The ground might as well have been shaking beneath his feet. And as he finished the last letter and heated the wax to affix his seal to them all one by one, his fingers had a tremor to them that was not there before. Zeshi, gods above, I wish you were here. Are you all right? Are you lost? In more ways than one. The tap, tap, tap noise of wax dripping down on the cream-colored paper kept time with his thoughts, and he brought his seal down onto the first letter, marking it as permanently as a tombstone. The enchanted sealing wax cost a fortune to prepare, but now that his mark was there, it wasn't going anywhere. That poor girl, if the human she went with reveals what we've kept from her, and he probably has. What must she think of us? Of me? 20 years I've been hiding the truth from her for humanity's sake, now she finds out my country isn't that different from a whole kingdom of elf kings. He shivered. It was that or wipe them out. The old thought comforted him more than once, whenever his conscience nagged at him about the all-too-human terror, fear, and pain on the faces of the elves. He told himself again and again, this is the kinder fate, at least they get to live. But never once did a moment pass that he didn't flinch when he saw a half-elf other than Zeshi. There's no other way. He told himself again and put his head in his hands and elbows on the table. There's no other way. He shouted to the empty room. There's not. He shouted again. His mind betrayed him. It carried him back to the hateful stare of the crop-eared elf woman he saw on the street, arm held firmly by a human man, together, but hardly a loving couple. She remembered him, and though he denied it often, he remembered those he captured on his missions as the war went on. I never touched them, he told himself, but the hateful glare of the elf woman back at him as he rode past in his carriage, and the growing belly she sported, did not trouble his conscience less. He brought his fist down on the table, shattering it in two and knocking it down to the floor hard enough that the two halves broke again on impact and his letters scattered and floated about the room until the weight of the wax carried them to slide along the floor. Damn it! He grumbled as he looked at the mess he made. He went about the room bending over and picking up letter by letter authorizing entry and passage through the slain theocracy unobstructed, and informing all military authorities that even non-humans were to go unmolested for the duration of their task. When it was done, he went to the small rope his upper-class room was equipped with and gave it a tug. Somewhere on the far end a bell was ringing which would summon a servant that would send word that his authorizations were ready. In turn another servant would be sent from the king and queen that would pick them up, and then that servant in turn would bring the letters back. Roundabout as it was, the niceties had to be observed. I could just take it myself, but going uncalled for would be bad form. Raymond thought with a small hint of annoyance before he went to his bed and lay down. He set the letters on the nightstand beside him and picked up the Book of the Six. Its passages often helped quiet his troubled mind in his darkest hours. The feel of the pages, the weight of them all, it wasn't a thick book, but the pure white leather cover always felt good to hold. Raymond quietly recited the words within to himself until a servant appeared at his door. Young, as most of them were, he took directions well and was gone after no more than a few words. He went back to reading until a surprisingly short period of time later there was a knock on his door. Enter, Raymond said, and his face twisted in a mix of shock and dismay. It was the Dragonid Queen of Frost who entered his quarters. You've got letters for us, good. I half expected you to worm out of it somehow, Nia said with respectful nod, her tail undulating behind her as she drew closer to where he lay. Raymond sat up instantly and slid his legs off the side of the bed, setting his book down on the pillow as he rose up. You. Not a servant? He asked. Is that what passes for a question in your head? Nia chuckled, shamelessly exposing her sharp and predatory teeth. Raymond shook his head hard enough to cast off the dismay. What I mean is, why are you here? To pick up these, Nia said and reached for the stack. Why are you here and not a servant? There's protocols, Raymond retorted and pursed his lips into a disapproving line. As she began to read over the letter on top, she answered him, I was a soldier before, a scout, a ranger, if you want to think of it that way. I worked on my own. When you work by yourself, your protocol becomes, does something need to get done? Yes. Then do it, and that's all. You expect different out of a beast. She snapped at him in a thick, sarcastic voice with a condescending smirk. Just take them and go. They're all there. Raymond answered with a wave of his hand toward the door, refusing to take the bait she offered him. Without checking them. No way. I don't trust that you wouldn't set up my people, or Enri's people, to be killed, Nia said and kept her eyes roaming over the paper before moving the top letter to the bottom and reading the next in the stack. The traitor to humanity worries about treason. I shouldn't be surprised. Raymond retorted and stood up. He went to a small countertop and walked behind it. From down below he drew up a large opaque green bottle with a narrow lip and a big round body over a flat base. Traitor to humanity, Nia said without looking at him as she read over the letter. It was humanity that betrayed me first, human. I was loyal. I was faithful. I protected my country when it threw me away to die. My only crime was keeping what I thought were supposed to be virtues. Virtues like mercy to the weak, kindness to the poor, sacrifice for a greater cause. I believed all that, and I lived it, right up until the moment that bitch's sword was shoved into my guts. Raymond popped the cork on the bottle and took out a metal flagon. He poured the red wine himself and took her words in silence. You say that, but you also invaded your former country, abandoned your humanity, and killed, how many humans? By my estimate, 70,000 humans died in the war, Nia answered, and 30,000 demi-humans. But it could have been much more, she admitted, and I didn't abandon my humanity by choice. This, she waved a hand up and down her dragonid body, was a consequence of dragon blood being used to save my life after Remedios tried to kill me. A side effect, I guess. I do like it though, the wings are nice. She popped the wings out to their fullest span to show them off, and even reached out a finger to stroke their fine firm leather. Raymond took a long draught of his flagon and retorted, "So you killed more than you protected." He answered, though he filed away the rest of what she said for later consideration. So our conclusions about how she came to be this way were all wrong then. Only after they started it. Nia shot back, "I sent peace envoys, I wanted to start up a peaceful trading relationship, instead my envoys were murdered and their heads put on spikes on the wall. What should I have done? What would you have done in my place? Don't answer with a lie, Cardinal. We both know the truth." Rather than lie, he said nothing. "Even a beast can love her own." Nia added. "What about your human slaves?" Raymond answered back with a flash of anger, "You kept and enslaved tens of thousands more after the war ended." Nia snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Who told you such a lie? We have our sources, we know that large numbers of prisoners were taken, and a lot fewer went home afterward. Did you just kill them instead?" Raymond snarled at her with sudden fury. Nia's glare bored into his skull, as if she were looking through him. "I have no slaves." She bit off each word like she was gnawing on hardtack, and the silence stretched between the pair. "So, like any beast, you just killed them all?" Raymond glared back as best he could, the unmitigated evil in her eyes loomed like an angry dragon. "If I just killed her, wait, so if she did that, why offer to help now?" He was just starting to wonder that, when she denied that as well. "No. After the war ended, I had a lot of farmable land and not enough people to till it, so I offered every prisoner of war their own plot of land if they would stay, and I put them under the former Duke Ostraka of the Southern Holy Kingdom. I suppose you could call him my Minister of Human Affairs if you needed a title for it." "I don't believe you." Raymond answered and poured another drink. "One rules the other, one kills the other, there's no way humans and non-humans can live side by side like that, no way. There's not. You're repeating the same old lies I heard my whole life." Nia barked back, "But where the hell do you think you are?" She yelled at him, "You had to have seen it here, outside your damn window if you care to look." She pointed her free hand to the window, the talon at the tip of her finger raking the air until her arm trembled with rage when it came to a stop. "Malbian is no different. I don't hate humans. I was born one. I didn't ask for this, I didn't ask for any of what happened. But things got complicated, and we found a way to make them work afterward. Same here, I guess. Your faith is nothing but lies and hatred. Hatred and lies. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't." She almost screeched it, her wings shook with fury and her tail lashed behind her as her arm slowly lowered to her side. Raymond looked toward the window where she pointed, approached, and drew the curtain over it without thinking, darkening the room a little. "You're lying," he said again. "This place is a fluke held together by the desperation that made it into a country. In a few years the demi-humans will be rampaging and killing humans again, that's how it's always been. Send someone to my country then. If you won't believe me, if you won't believe the very eyes of Queen Kalka, send an envoy to tour my homeland and see for yourself that I don't lie." Nia said to him, and after a deep breath, she calmed. "I pity you." "I'm sorry." Raymond said, unsure if he understood her properly. He returned to the bar and poured himself another drink. "I said, I pity you. You're not that different from me. A defender of humanity through and through, you've been in danger countless times and come through it all. You killed and fought battles and lived to tell about it, and now here you are, a man in middle age, you've done so many terrible, awful things, haven't you? But you live with it because you're convinced you had no other choice. That there was no other way but the way you chose." Nia said and shook her head, "But all that's going to change, Cardinal. Someday soon, sooner than you think, reality will hit, and all the guilt you're hiding from behind the shield of necessity will crush you beneath it when you find out it was all a lie." She turned and headed for the door, tail lashing behind her, and snapped it shut. Raymond looked at the curtain-enclosed window, and reached for the bottle to top off his flagon again. Chapter 296, Chapter. After the first of Queen Draudelin's people spoke, it was like a dam burst, the rest began to speak not long after. At first what passed for speaking was instead steady sobbing, but even that, the queen was grateful for. "Drink," the small queen said and held the cup to her maid's lips. The bloody split was wiped clean to ensure the young woman wouldn't be forced to taste her own blood in the water she drank. The woman's head rested in the queen's lap, and near at hand an elven woman was applying a wrap to that same maid's black and blue bruised up thighs. "Majesty," she whispered as if she couldn't believe it was her queen hovering over her. The diminutive red-haired woman swallowed the water, her bright green eyes wide open and alive at last. "Yes, don't worry, I've convinced him that he needs to leave all of you alone for a little while," the queen said in a quiet little voice. It was the best I could do, buy you time." The white-haired Drawdalin shivered throughout her body. I'm sorry, I let you all down. I failed you. Majesty, your majesty, you stayed with us. She whispered and reached up a disbelieving hand to touch the cheek of the queen. There wasn't one servant in the palace that hadn't grown up with the royal line, and yet somehow it was still not believable to her that her lady was present. Of course. I can't abandon you. Drawdillion answered. She gave the strongest smile she could, but it was fragile, weak. Drink. You'll need your strength. The woman choked on the water she was given. It burbled past her lips and ran down the sides of her warm, flushed face. Drawdalin patted the woman's back until the maid regained control, then tried to give her water again. This time it ran down the woman's throat instead. Ah, it stings. She rasped out. It can't be helped. The elven attendant said with a tender touch that didn't linger on the bruised flesh longer than it took to wrap it. The king has been using his mana to make us travel faster. He's rougher on us, punishes us, when he has to do any work himself. The magic casters with healing magic drain their mana quicker, so we must make do with herbs for now. I'm sorry. The woman's ears twitched, and the maid gasped. Elves, right, the fight, we were taken. It slowly returned to her. Drawdalin could see it behind the woman's eyes as she came back to herself. Where are we now? She croaked. Most of the way toward Arwintar. My husband is one of the wagon drivers. He says we'll reach the city tomorrow. The elven woman answered, a human city. I wonder what that's like. She said, and all three wondered the same thing. I wonder if there's a way to escape. Ainz held his son in his arms as Kalka straightened her dress, concealing her breast after having nursed the boy. Orlion was sleeping soundly, and at their side stood Albedo, the delicate-looking and radiant woman who was as beautiful as she was obviously inhuman. The Allmother's wings batted a little bit, and then she spoke. You say you wish to see the place your son will spend part of his life. I do, Allmother. I do. He is the prince and, not that I would ever doubt his father's magnificence, but what mother wouldn't rest easier if she saw for herself? Queen Kalka answered, and then asked two more questions. Is it really possible to be there immediately? And, more importantly, do you truly want your own child to travel with mine? It was my husband's idea. Albedo answered with a flippant wave. He says they are going to be siblings and shouldn't be parted from one another. His wisdom is transcendent, so it must be right. I do see some advantages to it, but as a concession to me, the time apart will be 3 months rather than 6, alternatingly. Kalka put a hand over her breast and sighed with relief. 3 months isn't so much, and if that travel is truly instant, it can be longer or shorter and we never need to be more than a few seconds away. Exactly. It would be cruel to make them spend most of their lives apart from one another, and Aurelian siblings should grow up knowing the whole of the lands they will help to govern. Ainz chimed in while rocking his son a little. Long ago, my dear friends Bukabukagama and her brother, Perarancino, used to argue often, but it was always done with love and affection. They cared much for each other, and it showed even when they fought. I can only hope that Orlion and his little brother or sister are as fortunate. Ainz's obvious nostalgia and enthusiasm for his past friends caught Kalka off her guard. It was only at that moment that she realized, as much as I like him, as much as I revere him as a king and the one who saved my country, as much as I enjoy him as a lover and am thankful for him as my child's father, how much, or how little, I really know him. I didn't know that until just now. I thought of him as just a foreigner who rose to power, but he had a whole lifetime before the throne. I want to know more about him. These, friends Kalka began, but Ainz didn't notice. Gate, he cast the spell and a whirling vortex appeared in front of him. When you pass through this, you will be in my home. It was built by my friends and I over the course of some wonderful years. You will see almost no humans there, but don't be frightened, none will harm my wife. Ainz promised, and when he held out his free hand, Kalka took it as Albedo clung to his arm, and they stepped through the vortex as one. What in the name of all the gods? Kalka looked around, disbelieving. A great tree stood in the distance, an endless sky, a perfect breeze, a lake shimmered in the light of the sun, the water lapped at the shore, and not far away a forest stood tall, thick, and strong, like the children of the great tree coming together. A pair of small dark elves were splashing each other in the water while a frost dragon wearing, of all things, glasses, lay curled up like a dog and napping, snoring in a steady fashion that made it sound like a cat's purr, but ramped up to a low thunderous rumble. The noise of splashing water and shouting children was only made more idyllic by the sheer absurdity of seeing the dragon lying there asleep. My husband, is that a dragon wearing reading glasses, or some kind of illusion? Kalka asked. She brought a hand up to her face and rubbed her eyes one by one and gave her head a vigorous shake, and yet the absurdity was still present for her to see. Ainz and Albedo laughed at once, drawing the eyes of the dark elf children who waved happily from the waters and rushed to the shore, casting waves about in their eagerness to reach the quartet to join them. Hi Jinmul, come here. Ainz said, and the dragon's eyes snapped open at once. Lord. the dragon said and scrambled over to where Ainz stood waiting. The dragon bowed his head low, and when Ainz held out a hand, the dragon pressed his head upward against the downturned palm. Hi Jinmul, this is my wife, Queen Kalka of the Roble Holy Kingdom. You remember her from the conference where we found your father again? Ainz asked. The dragon turned toward the queen, and she gasped. Your control over it, him, was permanent. Kalka asked, though her voice was calm, even regal. Her eyes twitched as the impossibility was presented to her. Hai Jinmul isn't under a spell, Holy Queen. Albedo said with pride and extended her hand in a gesture toward the dragon's lowered head. Hai Jinmul is a loyal servant of the kingdom of Nazarick, grateful to the Allfather for his assistance in saving his family and himself. Can that be true? Kalka looked with wonder at the creature just as the dark elf children reached them and knelt before the Allfather. It is, my lady, and I am grateful to my lord for all his help. I serve as one of Lady Aura's mounts. Hai Jinmul replied with no small pride. Though he couldn't grin, it was hard not to note the enthusiasm with which he spoke when he kept the scales of his head rubbing against the palm of the Allfather. That's why he's not fat anymore. Aura said with a large, childish grin on her face. Sister. It's mean to say that, don't be rude. Mare answered with a sideways glance and clenching the staff he'd snatched up from on the shore. Water dripped off their bodies, and Kalka took a closer look at them. They wore one-piece clothing of dark blue with numbers across the chest, but notably the clothing was tight to the skin and seemed to have stretched in a way unfamiliar to her. Noting the way she glanced at their clothes, Aura added, "This is a gift from Lord Perarancino to our creator, Lady Bikubukagama." She picked at the clothing, drawing it away from her skin and letting it go so that it snapped back with a wet fap noise against her body. He called it a school swimsuit, though we don't exactly know why his sister was mad at him over it. She bonked him on the head with a tree. We like them. They're very nice. But, creator. Like a parent? Kalka asked as her mind spun. Kind of. But we were created by magic, not by hugs. Mare explained. Kalka began, and Albedo cut her off. With the exception of a few outsiders invited here for special purposes, such as yourself, Queen of Men, all the beings of Nazarick were spoken into existence by the Supreme Beings. Spoken, but... Husband, is this true? Kalka asked and turned to Ainz in part to escape the contented serene expression of the one radiant winged woman. It is. Ainz explained. You served gods. Kalka stammered. No, Queen of Men. Albedo said and shook her head. Kalka felt her racing heart begin to slow down in relief even as her mind continued to roil in confusion. Her wings popped out wide and her arms went out as if to embrace the human queen, her smile glorious as she said, "He ruled gods." Chapter 297, Chapter. Kalka looked from her husband to their child, from their child to the kneeling dark elves, from the dark elves to the Allmother, and from the Allmother to the dragon. She created. Ruled gods, this. Kalka felt her knees weaken. I need to sit. She said as her legs began to shake and their ability to support her became doubtful. She went down swiftly, barely catching herself with one hand. You were created by magic? She asked of the twins, who nodded at once. And why you, his other wife? That is why you are so perfect. Kalka asked, turning her eyes to Albedo. Albedo preened with pride and put a hand on her own cheek, leaning into tilting her head into the touch, her wings fluttering. Yes, I was created by Lord Tabula Smaragdina, conjured from thin air to serve this place. One of 41 gods, whose work created everything you see here, including us. Only a god, in the stories of the 6 great gods, the players, as they called themselves, there was a servant who called itself a created being, just one. You're telling me that this... She looked around the tranquil paradise outside her husband's home, but before she could speak, Ainz corrected her. You are inside, Kalka. Underground. Ainz said with a tender touch to her shoulder. But the sky. The wind. Kalka asked as her heart pounded like a drum. Ainz smiled with wistful memories passing through his mind as he looked around the idyllic scene. My friends and I made it. Blue Planet was the architect, Bukabukagama made the forest, her brother made the lake, I did the wind. If you wait carefully, you'll notice the smell of honeysuckle begins. It cycles through the smells of various flowering plants, to nothing, and back again. My dear friend Tabula did the sky, all of us did something, all of us created someone. You created someone, not a golem, but truly living, a living being. Kalka squeaked. Yes, I suppose you could think of him as my son. He's a bit dramatic, and for some reason he cannot stop occasionally speaking German, but he is, growing into himself, you could say. Ainz said and forced himself not to cringe, instead keeping his expression steady and sure. You have another son, and didn't tell me. Kalka said with dismay, shouldn't you tell your wife something like that? She exclaimed, and then she felt the stare in the back of her head. You are learning it now. I would have said something sooner, but how do you tell anyone any of this? Ainz asked and shook his head while he shrugged, removing his hand from her shoulder. Oh, by the way dear, I created someone out of nothing and my other wife was created out of nothing too. Ainz said it teasingly, and Kalka blushed when she realized his point. Even if I said it, until you saw this place, would you have believed it? Ainz asked pointedly, and she lowered her eyes. No, probably not. However, I reserve my wifely right to be miffed. Kalka retorted, cracking a teasing little grin back at him. So, what happens now? If everything you say is true, and I can't doubt it, not having seen both this place and your magic firsthand, what am I but a human, an insect? Even a queen is nothing when set against a god. The teasing smile became fragile as she lost her will to maintain it, and it was Albedo who spoke up. That, per my lord's will, falls to you. You may keep it secret, or you may announce his godhood to your whole nation. You sacrificed much for him to bear Orlion. Sparked by Albedo's words, Kalka touched the snow-white hair that replaced the once golden blonde, which no cosmetic magic seemed to work on. Things fell into place which previously were insensible. His birth, no wonder it was so hard. I birthed a godkin. I will keep it secret for now. I need time to process this. Kalka said and again looked at the little elf twins, such perfect-looking children. She drew her knees up against her chest and put her arms around her legs. I don't know how to think, how to feel. I suppose it explains your indifference to my Kalart and I thought I was just lucky. She chuckled wryly, I suppose I was. She snorted after that, I think this makes me happy. It means my son, our son, will be strong. It means unlimited power will protect him, it means my country will be secure. I can't find a downside here except that I am only a human. I can never be the peer, the equal of a god. A few minutes ago I was convinced that you were just like me, a powerful monarch and magic caster, now I find out, the impossible. Are you going to be all right? Ainz asked of her, and offered out their son in both hands. She took the boy, who stirred only a little until he was nestled against his mother's breast. Yes, I will be. This is just going to take time. Kalka promised, but I want to see the rest of your home. The truth is, I can hardly wait. Brain's eyes adjusted to the darkness almost immediately. Ahead of him he saw the gate of the manor, and from the shadows he watched while the guards patrolled in silence. They were few in number, though they were well armed, with platy-mail armor, good spears, and short swords at their waists just in case the spear was inadequate. If I could manage it, I might get good money for their gear. He chuckled at the thought. He'd heard stories of thieves and bandits so skilled that they could strip their victims naked without them even being noticed. He counted it a load of hogwash, but it was always amusing to think about. For the dedicated swordsman, however, there was only one way to work. He watched the guards for hours to be sure they wouldn't be replaced, and then he acted. Perfect aim, acceleration, lesser agility boost. He used the martial arts with confidence that there would be none to counter him. There were two things he could always count on with the slain theocracy. The first was that their strongest fighters never worked for private citizens. The second was that neither their private citizens nor the guards they did hire were exceptionally worried about being robbed. It was a security theater, little better than a stage play to a skilled thief, and barely better for a skilled swordsman. Brain took a step forward, then was gone from his position, and two heads spun away into the darkness, and the bodies of two guards fountained blood out of their necks, spasmed, and fell into a clanking heap where they died. The drops of blood his sword acquired flew off out of view, and he sheathed his sword. He reached for the corpse and rustled around in the pouch on the body's waist until he felt the outline of the metal key. Idiots, he thought, and snatching it into his fumbling fingers he lit out for the door. The guards were few enough that he felt no real worry that the bodies would be found. They're even less vigilant than those stupid bandits I used to lead. At least we rotated shifts so that somebody would notice if a corpse was left behind. These just walk the same paths. Ugh, it's almost professionally offensive how sloppy people are. Brain thought and slipped into the house when the lock clicked and the door opened. If it was dark outside, it was pitch black inside, but he breathed slowly and let his body adjust until it might as well have been daylight. While he was no master thief, moving quietly was something he could do reasonably well. His feet carried him padding slowly down a long dark hall of burgundy-stained wood. On the wall hung priceless paintings. Brain passed them by. On pedestals of marble stood priceless vases. Brain cared nothing for those. Instead Brain went down the stairs, keeping his feet close to the rail so that his weight wouldn't cause the creaking that tended to come from walking in the middle. Predictable, he thought as he reached the upper floor. That was the thing about theocracy homes. While the poor tended to be quite variable, the higher up you went in society, the more uniform it became until only the most mild differences remained in actual decor. The dining hall was his destination, and as he expected, it was a large, cavernous room, laid on the lower floor with the space dug into the side of the earth with windows arcing up so that the morning and evening sun would flood the room with light from an upward angle as if the diners were being blessed by divine light. As it was, the moonlight cast its glow within, and Brain made straight for cabinets along the wall. Glassed in as they were, he could see his prizes. Spoons, knives, and forks of pure silver, each one alone had to be worth 50 coins just for the artistry behind them. More importantly, nobody can possibly trace them. He thought with smug confidence as he snatched them and tossed them into his traveling pouch. As a bonus, these residents, to his surprise, had several sets of gold utensils. "It's my lucky day," he muttered while holding a spoon up to the moonlight. Only for his breath to catch at what he saw reflected in the curve of the spoon. A slender half-elf walking into the dining hall. Zeshi. What the hell is she doing here? He wondered with alarm, and throwing the spoon into the pouch, he spun on his heel and made for the windows. Chapter 298, Chapter. This is the library of Ashurbanipal. Ainz said as Kalka gawked from where she stood behind him. He waved his hand out expansively, and her eyes nigh bugged out of her head. How, this has to be 100 times the size of the great library of Kami Miyako. Kalka gasped. More like 100,000 times. Albedo said, holding her hands affectionately over her growing belly. A smug little smile was traced over her face that made her demure stance a total lie. The library is so large that it can't actually hold all the physical copies inside of it. Most of them are stored in dimensional space and have to be accessed by going to the librarian. Dimensional space, so these. Kalka gawked, and after an uncomfortable, uncertain look at Ainz that was met with an approving nod, she approached an enormous wooden bookshelf with a rolling ladder secured to a rail and randomly plucked a book. A fragment of the combined knowledge of all of First World. The world of the Supreme Beings, our creators. Albedo answered at once. What are these symbols, letters? Kalka asked as she looked at the cover. It was green and showed a furious-looking blonde woman with an outstretched hand toward a helmet which in turn sat on the butt of a strange-looking spear-like object. Yes, letters, that is Japanese, a language of First World. It's a fictional novel about a young woman who goes to war in yet another world. Ainz replied, the library has fiction and non-fiction works, all maintained by Titus Annos Secundus, a skeleton mage who keeps it all organized. Undead, so that is how you, I see, of course you would understand such things. Kalka said just before the cold air struck the back of her neck. My lord has summoned me, and I must appear. Titus said in an impassioned flourish, and a melodramatic gesture, having one hand pointed up and another on his chest. Kalka stiffened. He's behind me, isn't he? Yes. Albedo said, and held her arms out reflexively. Without thinking, Kalka handed her child over to the All-Mother and turned around. Her mind raced to prepare herself for what she would face. He won't hurt me, just remember that. She was still repeating the self-reassurance when she found herself looking at the skeletal chest of the undead, and raised her eyes to meet his own. The face was non-existent, though a pair of horns on his head quickly caught her eyes. She gave him a once-over, more at ease now thanks to the presence of her husband, and noticed the hooves instead of feet. Whatever he was, it wasn't human. She realized instantly, but more notable to the magic-casting queen was that his adornment was clearly almost all magic items. Rings on his fingers, a robe that gave a light that would have been plenty to read by in the dark. Curiously, nothing about him screamed violence. If anything, it was like being around just another library patron, albeit a bizarre one. Almost like it was just an illusion. She thought with surprising rationality given the equal absurdity of her circumstances. Titus, this is Queen Kalka of the Roble Holy Kingdom. She is a guest here and should at all times be treated well and given whatever she asks that is within your power to grant. Ainz said, and Kalka crossed one foot in front of the other, and bent at the knees in a polite bob. Pleased to meet you, she said, keeping her natural fear of the undead at bay with a lifetime of royal manners. Welcome to my workspace, where all the knowledge of the First World resides within my care. Titus answered and swept his right arm in front of his waist and bowed deeply. First World, the world of the Supreme Beings, so. Husband, you came here from another world? Kalka asked, turning to face the Allfather, her husband, again. I did. The same realm your gods came from, by the same means they did. Ainz said, though he kept it vague, allowing her to draw her own conclusions. She is handling this much better than I expected her to. It must be the fact that magic exists. Just about anything can be dismissed as great magic if you don't understand it. Ainz mused and then added, Titus will teach our son reading and writing when he is with me. He was designed with an educator's passion of books and literature of all kinds. So Aura will teach him animal handling, Mare will teach him about plants, Titus about literature and writing. These are fine subjects, husband, but... She pursed her lips as Orlion stirred in Albedo's arms. Kalka? Ainz asked. My husband, my country has a strong warrior heritage. We have had to be in order to survive against the able Lion Hills. We are the only country to train all its fighting age population in how to do battle. Even our peasants are drilled every week from the time they could walk. This is also how we managed to break away from the slain theocracy. With all that he is to be taught, you haven't mentioned his sword master. Calca asked, we have our own but, surely you wouldn't neglect that. Albedo began to chuckle and looked up at Ainz, my beloved, she should meet Cocytus, we wouldn't want her to fret over this for long and spoil her feelings about her visit, would we? It was a playful question, and Ainz sensed the mirth Albedo had within her over Calca's constant stunned expressions as she was taken from one marvel to the next. Still, she is more tolerant of my liaison with the Holy Queen than I expected out of her, even if concepts like fidelity are alien to demons, she is a demon and I expected more malice out of her than I've seen. What exactly was she doing in the Holy Kingdom that had her decide to favor its queen? And for that matter, I expected her to want to wipe out all of the priests, but she let that one not only survive, but thrive when it came time to cleanse the corruption. Ainz briefly got caught up in his thoughts, not speaking for a moment, only pointing to the exit and saying, follow me, to his wives. The elf couple she keeps as spies, the priest she backs, she is a negative 500 karma being. True, she brought the nation to its knees and ultimately sparked a civil war and invasion, but she did nothing more than she needed to. Is this in response to me? To what I've become? Ainz asked himself, and failed himself in the same moment, unable to quite grasp for answers he knew had to be there. He was still wondering when leading Calca through the portcullis and out into the sands of the arena where Cocytus stood battling a greater fire elemental. Calca stared and put herself in front of Albedo, blocking her child and the unborn heir from potential harm, and watched a battle out of myth take place before her eyes. The insectoid creature had 4 weapons out, 2 were guarding against blows, 2 more were striking the creature which roared with every blow. The fire elemental was the size of a fortress wall in height and broad as 4 wagons, flames licked the air around it like leaves blown upward by a breeze, its long limbs lashed out again and again, steam rising whenever it struck against the insectoid creature's guard. She instinctively screamed and raised a hand to call forth her most potent magic. I must protect Dash, her desperate thought was called to a halt when her husband's hand closed over her wrist and yanked it up. No. It's just a training exercise, you're in no danger. Ainz exclaimed, and an instant later, the insectoid monster undertook a series of rapid blows that saw the creature howl, fall to the sands, and fade away to nothing. His hand was firm, commanding, and for an instant, alarmed. The insectoid creature was approaching, Calca's heart was pounding in her breast, which rose up and down with hard, heavy breathing. Forgive me, I should have told you, training takes place down here against things people, normal people, have no chance against, but they're no challenge for the created beings of myself or my friends. Ainz said and gently released his hold over her wrist. Had you attacked, you would have created aggro on yourself, and the creature might have lashed out at you. My lord. Have I disturbed you? Cocytus asked as he came near and lowered himself to a kneeling posture. His weapons disappeared back into their dimensional storage save for the one in his upper left hand, a large glaive which had its butt pressed into the sands. No, Cocytus, I am merely bringing my wife to introduce her to my son's sword tutor. Ainz said, and Cocytus briefly shivered. Calca looked at the insectoid creature, he was icy blue, everything around him felt cold, and yet she felt no hostility from him to speak of. Far from it, when she heard Ainz say, son, the creature, despite having no human features, had an air of supreme happiness about him. See Cocytus, is it safe for me to touch you? Calca asked and took a tentative step toward the creature. Of course. I do not harm the unarmed. Cocytus said, and the woman's hand, shaky as it was, came out and touched his mandible, her skin was warm and soft, had she tried to touch him elsewhere, he doubted he would have felt her do so. But that was a little more sensitive than most of his body, and so he couldn't not notice it. You were excited when my husband mentioned teaching my son, weren't you? Am I wrong? Calca asked in a motherly voice, her bosom still heaved as her previous panic-induced reactions were slow to fade, but her voice at least had none of the previous fear. I am. I want him to ride on my shoulders, Cocytus said, and Ainz glanced at Albedo, who in turn reached out and squeezed his hand. How long has he wanted this? Ainz wondered privately. Just as surprising, Calca seemed to take to the ice insect warrior almost immediately. I was brought up around warriors, martial men of vigor, honor, courage. I can always tell when those virtues are present in someone else, and I know you will be a wonderful mentor and teacher to my son. I would be proud to have him ride on your shoulders, Cocytus. Calca said and straightened up. The queen straightened up and turned around to face her husband. This settles it, even if nothing else did, this tour would have. My husband, I need your help. Allmother, I would ask the same of you, queen to queen, wife to wife, mother to mother. Clad in her dignity, her back straight and hands at her sides, Calca was every inch a line of rulers that stretched back centuries, wrapped up in the flesh of one single woman. A regalness and resolve settled over her more potent than any mere rich clothing could ever offer. With what exactly? Albedo asked at the unexpected and yet ungiven request. The queen putting herself in the path of perceived danger to the unborn heir, and of her own child, ratcheted Albedo's view of the human monarch up several inches on the measure of monarchs. Another revolution. My experience with the Queen of Frost, the elves, the children, or, no, the created beings of this place. I'm no fool, even if I haven't the cunning of the Golden Queen. Everything I see tells me that my country's isolation from other races is going to end even faster than I thought. I had thought to make it slow, with only limited integration and association with Queen Barrage's merchants over the next few decades, but I see now that this isn't going to work. It just can't. Power by nature can't be contained forever. I want my nation to lead the way, not be dragged along kicking and screaming into the future, nor even taking tentative tiny steps and drifting ahead. If we don't lead, we will fall behind, and my throne demands better of me than that. So you want, what, help bringing non-humans into your country? Albedo asked, the steel expression in the Holy Queen bordered on fanatical. But to her surprise the Holy Queen denied it. No, not just that, I want them to be part of my country, to be seen as part of my country. The old religion, the old ways won't allow that. We need new ways. We need a new God. She said, and that hand of hers that Ainz so recently clasped, rose and leveled itself at Ainz. Him. The whole world needs to know what he is, and our reward for it, is a world where all our children will grow safe and happy. The world where my son would have to despise his sibling for the half-blood they will bear, must die. Kalka said with iron finality. And for the first time since she had first watched the Holy Queen from the mirror in Nazarick, Albedo looked at the human queen with something else. Respect. Chapter 299, Chapter. Zeshi watched as Brain made for the window. Oh, how cute, he thinks he can run away. She suppressed her laugh and chased after him. He must not recognize me. It was very nice of him to come rescue the slaves of this house, I suppose, but he missed a whole bunch of them in the basement. She dropped down into the sprinter's posture with one leg to the chest and one back, her fingertips barely touching the floor. She smirked. I'll give you a 10-second head start. She thought, and counted them down. She watched as he cracked through the glass, scattering it inside and outside, and disappeared from view. This isn't the open countryside with you having a long head start, you haven't got a prayer. This part felt good, a good feeling she needed after watching her brother run away, and learning what she had only hours before. You're just distracting yourself. A part of her mind whispered to her, but she crushed it down and finished the count. 3, 2, 1. Go. She whispered and followed him through the glass. She went at a dead sprint without using her martial arts, and the ground raced beneath her feet. She jumped from the ground up to the tallest building she could and searched him out. Oh come on Brain, I have to be the world's worst tracker. I nearly got lost on the way back to a city I could see, and yet I can still find you like this. She rolled her eyes. He was running down the street faster than normal eyes would be able to follow, and in a way, it was almost impressive. You'd think he really, wait, he's not, is he? She wondered, and raced ahead of him. He must not realize it was me. She thought as she dropped down around the corner he would pass by. Her ears twitched as she picked up the pace and position of his footfalls. The stone cracked a little with the force of them as he ate up the ground. Zeshi smirked and stuck out her foot. She felt him impact her foot with force enough that anything less than himself would have snapped a bone, yet he only tumbled forward, arms flailing only for an instant before he caught himself in the faint noise of metal on stone tinking and tanging as he hit the rock around him. He pushed off the stone with one hand and flipped forward to land on his feet, then his shoulders slumped and without turning around he said, You caught me, Zeshi. But what were you even doing there? Zeshi put a hand on his shoulder. That's a funny way to say it. She chuckled. I didn't expect to see that your looking for work was actually you going out to rescue slaves. There's more to you than I thought. Brain stiffened. Is she serious? He asked himself. What? He tried to think of what to say, but the mind-blowing absurdity of her assumption caught him unawares, and he slowly turned around to look at her. Don't give me that. I came back after getting my brother out and Layali said you went out to find work. I'm not a tracker, but you have an odor of oil and sweat on you that, well, it makes you stand out for a while. She smirked up at him as if proud of herself, and Brain responded glumly. So I stink. No. I guess that wasn't quite the way I should have put that. It's the oil you use to take care of your sword, very distinctive stuff. If you had a magic sword I doubt I could have found you since then you'd smell like everybody else. Zeshi said and calmly put her palm over her face. Gods, I'm bad at this. Even given the gravity of the moment, Brain couldn't help but laugh at the awkward young half-elf. Just so we're clear, you don't believe I'm running around sniffing people, do you? I'm not a pervert. Zeshi insisted, putting her fists on her hips and straightening up, staring daggers at him as he laughed. No, not at all. Brain said. She kept staring. No, really, I promise, Zeshi. He said, clutching at his gut as his laughter came to a halting stop at last. Good. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. I found you there, and saw how you went down to the lower floor. The slaves were another level down. I came to you a few minutes later when it was obvious you got lost, then you mistook me for a guard and, here we are. Brain kept his mouth shut for a moment. I see. Ah, don't make a mention of this to Layali. Let's go back. Oh, and, don't try going out to do that yourself. Why not? Zeshi asked. I'm a lot stronger than you are, a lot faster too. Because. Brain's mind raced until he could think of something to say, and when he did he put on a serious face and after putting hand on her bicep he said, because if I die, somebody will have to take care of Layali. Somebody will have to put her somewhere safe at least. Yes, you're strong, but anything can go wrong, and when things go wrong in the field, they go wrong fast and they go wrong hard. There's no need for both of us to risk ourselves when we're only a few days from the border. Let's just go back, take off in the morning, and forget this night ever happened. Zeshi thought that over. If there were something around here that could hurt me. But what he said echoed the sentiment of the only humans she ever listened to, Cardinal Raymond and Senator Coney, so, she inclined her head to him. Fine, we'll do it your way. Zeshi promised, and Brain sighed with relief. She took a step to leave and when he didn't follow, she looked back. Are you coming? Just, give me a minute. He said and winced, your leg did a number on mine. You run along. Okay, but, if you take off your boot to check the wound, be careful, it looks like some idiot spilled a bunch of forks and knives around here, you're lucky you only scattered them and didn't land on them. She added. Hey, yeah, go ahead, I'll join you shortly. Brain replied again and began snatching up the handful of scattered treasures and stowing them away again as soon as he saw she was well away from him. At least she didn't actually do anything. Brain thought as he put the last dinner fork into his pouch and headed back to the inn. That could get ugly, fast. He shivered, recalling the easy bloody mess she made at the slave auction. He was still seeing it in his mind when he closed his eyes to sleep at last. Chapter 300, Chapter. The next morning they were gone after the sun was barely up. I thought we were supposed to travel at night. Layali said with a yawn, rubbing the sleep from her eyes without any further complaint as they made it out of the gate. Brain suppressed a sigh of relief glancing over his shoulder as if to address her, but the truth was, his eyes went to the walls, the guards made their rounds as usual, and no one seemed the wiser. Maybe the bodies haven't even been found yet. He wondered, but then answered Layali. We need to make up for some lost time, so we'll be walking longer today. It's normally about 3 days travel to the border, I'd like to make it in 2. Brain said and Layali pouted a little. Will we at least stop to fish? I want to know how to do that. She said, and then added, we did have a deal. Fishing isn't wise for you, at least not out this way. Brain replied with a firm shake of his head. Why's that? Zeshi asked from his side. Her hands were folded behind her head, with the road empty in the early hour and the sun just barely on the horizon. She kept her hood down to enjoy the feel of the air and the first warming rays to touch her face. She was the picture of casual cluelessness in his eyes. Because further downstream they get rid of river monsters, but this close to the border, where the water is wider and deeper, some still show up. A little girl would make a quick snack for one of them. Brain answered, and Zeshi was very quiet, as was Layali. So, monsters. Zeshi said with a tentative glance at the open horizon, are they common close to the border or just in the river? I usually see a few, it hampered trade a lot, or so I'm told, but since the wolf monarchs took over and built the kingdom of Karn, things have been improving. They have, well, they were building forts out that way before, about every 20 miles or so. The workers said they were going to put soldiers there so that every traveler would have a fortified place to rest, and could respond quickly to monster threats. They will probably spawn a lot of villages in a few years. Brain explained, and Zeshi scratched her head. So, what do villages have to do with that? She asked. Brain looked at her cockeyed, are you being serious right now? Zeshi frowned deeply, I don't get out much. She reminded him. Right, sorry. Brain sighed, his shoulders briefly slumped, villagers aren't all that strong as a rule, so they flock to safety, a military fort is the perfect place. Plus the fields there are fertile, good harvest land, soldiers make good husbands, usually, and since soldiers get paid, it's easy to sell things there. In 5 years they'll have dozens of villages all over the place and probably a few towns to boot. It didn't stop there. 4 hours, Brain explained to the very differently sheltered and isolated pair how things worked in the real world outside of the bubbles they knew. He was peppered with questions, and laughter was frequent, sometimes from the absurdity of their incessant questions, sometimes from their own misunderstandings of his answers, and sometimes he threw in a joke to make them laugh. It was almost a shame when their hoods went over their heads to hide their ears. We won't reach another town until tomorrow. Brain said when the sun started to go down, and when he looked back over his shoulder again, he saw that Layali's steps were slower than they had been. She's very strong for someone her size and age, but all this walking, it's probably getting to her, she should have said something. He thought, and then said, but let's stop for a few hours at least, I'm getting a little bit tired, and a lot hungry. Layali's face immediately brightened up and she pointed to a small bend in the river along which the road ran. Perfect, right, Brain? She asked with a sunny smile that struck him as completely at odds with the desperate and agony-filled child he plucked from the river. The extra food was doing her good, she was filling out more, and the scars were gone. In a word, he couldn't look at her without thinking, cute. You're catching on, he said, and gave an approving nod in her direction. They veered off the road and Brain tossed his bag to the grass. Layali immediately got to work, but before he could offer to assist, Zeshi turned on him. Now to start keeping my bargain, swordsman. A little training from the Black Scripture might help you out quite a bit. Zeshi's wolfish grin emerged and she looked almost childishly predatory. Her hood came down and she drew her hair out from beneath her cloak to hang loose at her back. Fine, but you don't have a sword or any other weapon. Brain replied as he took his sword out of the sheath and took his position while Layali began to work. I don't need one. Zeshi replied, you can't cut me. From any other, Brain would have found that insulting, but from her it was the plainest truth. He spared one glance at the young half-elf girl. Don't get too close to the water, no matter what you see there. All right, now come at me, swordsman. Zeshi said as soon as they saw Layali step back from the babbling noise and set out their bedrolls in place. Queen Drawdalin stood beside the elf king holding the pitcher of wine. He seemed to be in good spirits for the moment. His cup came out to her, and she stepped onto the stool, then filled his cup for him, then stepped back down again. At least you are not as stupid as my other children, the elf king said with his broad sneer down at her. Thank you, my lord, Drawdalin said, keeping her eyes cast down. The reason for his praise was that she placed a stool nearby so she could stand on it and reach his cup, rather than expecting him to lower it to where she could reach without assistance. He snorted, hardly a compliment, my children are such useless creatures. How am I supposed to dominate the world with such useless whelps? He asked the question while a stone-faced male helped his wife to her feet, and walked her bruised and worn-out frame out of the tent. They didn't look at their king as they departed, though they cast a hopeful look at Drawdalin as they left. In her time with the elves, she'd become adept at comfort, care, and tending the injured, and there were always injured needing tending. The women doted on her, and the men looked at her with a mix of pity, regret, and gratitude when their wives and daughters were treated by the seemingly gifted hands of the human royalty. She said nothing in response to their glance, nor did she answer the king. I asked a question, whelp. He snarled from atop his throne. I don't know, my lord, you can't. I suppose. She replied, and he did a double take down at her. People do not tell me I can't, girl. You live after saying it only because you haven't birthed me any whelps yet. He snapped. My lord asked me how he could do it with useless children. Is there a way it can be done with the useless? Drawdalin answered, putting a confused expression on her face, and it mollified the elf king almost instantly. He rubbed his thick, broad chin with his thumb and forefinger. Perhaps you're right, if only I could get the bitch back, and if only her bitch mother was still alive. He groused. They really should have at least returned my property. Lord. Drawdalin asked, and when his cup was presented, she stood on the stool again and poured more wine for him. You wouldn't know, I suppose. 120 years or so ago I captured a human champion and took her in my bed. She was stolen back, bothersome enough, but she did bear a whelp who seems to have developed some power. He clenched his fist, she's mine. She's mine and she was stolen from me. Is that why Lord chose to come for me and my people? Since it was a human that bore his lordship a useful child? Drawdalin asked of him, and he narrowed his eyes down at her. You're a smart one. When you're old enough to breed, you might actually produce something useful. I should take more humans after all, maybe that's the missing key, maybe my own kind are even less useful than I thought. The elf king pondered, and unable to keep from doing so, she met his eyes, they pierced through her like a sword of concentrated evil, and in them she could see his plans for her. The wailing, the broken, hollow eyes he would replace hers with, the futility and hopelessness of the life he planned for her. Is this a power of his, a magic, or my own dread-filled imagination? The queen wondered, and in desperation, she lashed out at him with a question to distract his thoughts. My lord, I've heard it said that you appeared from nothing and made the elf kingdom afterward, is that true? She asked with childish awe imbued into her voice. That much, he fell for, and he gave a rough, cruel laugh, slapping his hand on the armrest of his seat. No, that is a stupid story. I came from another world, it was dying, and I felt a magic darkness close around me, and then I was, in this one. In the old world, I was nowhere nearly as strong as I am here, but even then, the strong could not kill me. Every time I died, I was restored and my kingdom was mine again as if nothing had happened. Even the powerful were powerless. The Elf King laughed. My strength could not be contained, the prisoners they sought to rescue were always in my power again, and still linger down below my home, beneath the great tree. Powerful beings, on par with yourself. Drawdalin felt a wild hope run through her veins. That seems impossible, I can't believe it, I don't believe it. She pressed as her pulse raced. He glared down at her, guilds, not single figures. The Wild Ones, the Farwalkers, the Lords of Rivendell, and Ainz Olgaun. Drawdalin gasped, the Allfather of the Kingdom of Nazarick. She squeaked out, nearly dropping her pitcher, and it was the Elf King's turn to be confused. What are you prattling about, brat? He demanded, and reaching out, he grabbed her cheeks at the joint of her jaw and squeezed. Tears of pain sprang to her eyes. The Kingdom of Nazarick, his name is Ainz Olgaun. She slowly pushed the words out through her lips, and he released his grip. Nazarick. The Elf King thought that over. He recalled the battle where they bested him, the words that floated through the air when they had him down on all fours. If we can beat him this easily, do you think we're ready to take on that dungeon you found, Nishiki? What was its name? The Great Nazarick something. The Birdman figure asked, another dressed in all black with a strange mask with an obnoxious tone of happiness. The memory passed, and the Elf King released his hold on Drawdalin's jaw and demanded, how do you know about Nazarick? It's the kingdom to the north of the Kingdom of Karn, ruled by Ainz Olgaun, a caster of great power. She rubbed her jaw and asked, how does my dash? She recalled the pain in her jaw and said, how does my master not know of it? I don't care about anything that doesn't get me what I want, brat. The affairs of other trash lands are nothing, or were. He said, and privately mused to himself, they took me down once, but that was before the gods of that world gave me the upgrade, choosing me above all others to bestow with the power I should have always had. The ones that spoke of it named themselves Ainz Olgaun, but that could change, and one man could take the name of a guild just as I named my kingdom after my title. I thought revenge was denied to me, but maybe I will get more out of this than I ever dreamed. Nazarick, here. Ainz Olgaun must have succeeded. Were they always one man though, or a guild? Could they be a threat? No, not anymore, but the caster. I will crush him, then let him live and watch as I break his women. The Elf King muttered under his breath, but Drawdalin caught every word. The Queen felt the Elf King's mix of anger and euphoria rising beside her, and she stared down at the floor in abject terror, her limbs shaking so much that a drop of wine sloshed out of the pitcher and onto the grass. Please don't notice I spilled it, don't hit me. She loathed herself for such a weak thought, she loathed herself for her fear, she loathed herself for her failure, and she loathed that she could do nothing but endure. But the seed of hope at his dismay was planted with it. Nazarick has more to it than I knew. If they're from the same world as this monster, maybe their representative can kill him. She prayed, not to the gods who she considered to have abandoned her and her people, but to something else. Ainz Olgaun, if you are a god from another world, please, save us, don't leave us in the hands of this monster. Are the humans ready for mating again? He asked her out of the blue. The Queen snapped out of her prayer and said, if they were warriors, maybe, but no, they're mere maids, and a few courtiers, they're not speaking yet. A flash of guilt ran through her that she was condemning someone else, but it was ameliorated by the knowledge that her first duty was to her servants, and so she kept a straight face throughout her answer. Tell the guard outside, whoever it is, to bring me his mate, then, and be quick about it. The Elf King snapped, and you, come back in an hour to drag her back to your tent. Master. Drawdalin said numbly, bobbed at the knees, and made to leave his presence again. Chapter 301, Chapter. The Queen of Frost was seated across from her counterpart, the Golden Queen Renner. Of all the nobles Nia met, this was the only one to raise the hairs on the back of her neck. There was nothing concrete about it, the Golden Queen always wore the most serene and sweet expression on her face, and she was always polite. But even now, sitting opposite the woman and listening to her speak, Nia felt like a serpent was winding its way about her body. I could easily kill her, and yet I can't help but feel like she's looking to devour me. Nia thought, as her counterpart went on about establishing trade networks that would span the Western Passage and link the Holy Kingdom, Malbian, the Dark Dwarves, the Dark Elves, and Riestai's all together at a single location. Nia, predictably, proposed a city location in her territory to act as the central meeting place of the various nations, while Renner proposed a site farther north in Riestai's. With no obvious resolution available, they tabled the matter and the Queen of Frost poured wine for herself and slid the bottle slowly across the table to her opposite number. Why did you ask that we meet without servants? Queen Renner finally asked as she poured her own goblet with some annoyance obvious on her face in the form of a small frown. Are you having trouble lifting that bottle, Queen of Gold? Nia asked with a playful teasing smile that bared just a hint of her vicious fangs. Not at all, Queen of Frost, not at all. I'm just not used to doing common work for myself. Renner retorted. I understand, not all of us were born with power handed to us, some of us, we had to come by it by other means. If you really need a servant, I'm sure you have someone you can trust to be discreet, who you will take responsibility for if it comes to it. Nia answered and glanced at the door, inviting Renner to summon one. Renner settled her temper. Of all the royalty I've encountered, this one is the most frustrating. The peasant woman from Ainz is easy to predict, all goodness and concern. Her husband, all academic. The Holy Queen, so devoted to the growth of her nation, but no real head for violence, but this one. Renner graded naturally against her. From a notable if not wealthy noble house, the common squire turned queen was a mix of absolute barbarism, bad manners with no real deference toward protocol, and a sharp but direct manner that made her both predictable, usually, and uncontrollable. Worse, she has no direct obedient loyalty to the same master that the rest of us do, not yet. In short, the crude dragonid could not be reined in readily. It's fine, whatever you wanted to discuss privately, it must be important if you expressly asked that we meet without servants. So, what is it? Renner asked, choosing to be direct at last. It was the right choice. Nia raised her goblet, as did Renner, and the dragonid said, to the safety of our sister monarch. May she be found alive and well. Renner responded, and they drank the rich dark wine until all of each goblet was left empty. Now down to business, Nia said and straightened up, her wings spread wide apart, giving an almost demonic air to the dragonid. She then answered the Queen of Ainz by saying, the old religion is a problem, and it has to go. Renner pulled her hand away from the goblet to ensure that she didn't knock it aside when she was jerked upright in shock. The faith of the 6, of the 4, you're serious? Nia gave an emphatic nod. I am. I grew up in that faith, I know what it says, and they will not change. Not the worst elements of it, even if they abandon the practices, the seeds of conflict will always be in the pages of the damnable book. One day they will sprout into weeds that will choke the peaceful fields we hope to cultivate and harvest. You're saying that because, Renner started to say, and stopped when the narrow, violent eyes, the full force of the dragonid's nature was turned on the Golden Queen. Because they call me an animal, yes. Because they call my subjects animals to be butchered or enslaved and worked to death. Yes, that is why I say it. Am I wrong? Nia asked, and the dread look was gone. The I will murder you here and now eyes were turned away from their piercing state, and she held her hand out across the table. Renner slid the bottle across to her again, and Nia refilled her goblet before sliding it back. No, no, you're not. Renner answered, but the question came to mind that had to be asked, why come to me first? Why not Kalka, you two seem to get along well. Why not Enri and Fyria? Why not the Allfather? Kalka will have the hardest time making any changes. She relied on the purity movement to help cleanse the corruption of her kingdom, which is made up of mostly young priests. Challenging the temples is hard, and despite the progress we've made, humans and demi-humans are slow to cross the bridge to one another. She's out. Nia shook her head. The Allfather has no temples to the 6 or the 4, and has many non-human subjects, but he is away right now anyway. The Wolf King and Queen are reactive, not proactive. Decisive, but they aren't the sort to take to change unless others do too. Besides, they were raised with the faith. I don't know how they'll respond. But you? Nia asked rhetorically and took a long draught. She smirked at the blank-faced Golden Queen. You're about as faithful as I am when it comes to the 6. She snorted with derision. You have no faith. Renner looked down into her wine and, taking up a crust of toast, she stirred it slowly around and watched the ripples move against the sides of the silver cup. That's quite an accusation, she said. Nia's smirk went nowhere. That's why I asked for just the 2 of us to meet. Let's be plain with each other, my country is surrounded on all sides. You're to the northeast, the dark elves and dark dwarves are to the east, the slain theocracy is to the southeast and the Holy Kingdom to the southwest. What isn't already the Allfather's, is in his path, and given what happened with Baharuth, that seems like a bad place to be. He'll set his eyes on my country, and I can't stop him, and the truth is, I don't think I want to. Renner felt her dismay compound itself as the dragonid confessed what the Ainz monarch knew only a few considered. He'll make a good emperor, that much is clear, and I plan to offer up my kingdom as a province formally when we reach Arwentar. At the same time, an empire will need an official religion, and it can't be the faith of the 6. A new religion is needed, something to focus the faith of every people, which won't set mine, or the other nations' non-humans on edge. Nia gave her answer, and for a long moment, Renner sat in silent contemplation. This will raise the ire of the slain theocracy, Renner remarked. So will the existence of my kingdom. They're sitting back, waiting for Demalbian to just collapse, thinking that I'll be challenged and killed, and for the demi-human tribes to tear each other apart again. But that won't happen. It was possible, once, but not anymore. They felt the power of unity and won't forget it again. Nia promised and drained her goblet just as Renner began to drink from her own again. I'm going to offer my kingdom in private, and in public I'm going to propose emperor worship as the new religion. Nia said it matter-of-factly, and Renner stiffened. Did this blunt instrument come up with, by the purest and most absurd path possible, the same idea I did for uniting the various kingdoms? Renner turned introspective, looking down at her empty goblet, unsure of whether to worry that she was slipping, or be even more impressed that the Allfather or the Allmother or Lord Demiurge might have planned things out to such an extent. If you do that, you will be a target. Sooner or later they will send someone to kill you. Renner pointed out, and begrudgingly she acknowledged the courage of her counterpart when the dragon had closed her wings around herself and nodded with the serenity of the damned. I know. It's possible that I'll die, that they'll send a champion I can't defeat, but if they do and I've died a martyr to my population's well-being, they will rally behind the Allfather, and with his power to back them crush the theocracy. I will be avenged, and all my people will be safe. Do you know the motto of the Rangers of the Wildlands? Nia asked in a small voice. No, I don't know what those are. Renner answered, her mind clamping down like the jaws of a hungry beast on its prey, when presented with the chance for new knowledge, no matter how obscure. Those are the ones appointed to hunting the old wilderness near the border with what used to be the Able Lion Hills. It was a suicide mission, but a vital one. Anyone appointed to that was responsible for searching large-scale threats, putting down minor ones, assisting the lost, all kinds of things. But the demi-humans got in often enough, not to mention the local monsters, not many survived. At least not more than a few weeks anyway. The motto because of that was, one soldier dies, one nation lives. Even now, I still think that way. Nia said with grim determination on her face. I support you. The faith in the sick served its purpose. If it is one thing the present day now shows to us, it's that their usefulness has passed. Renner stood, albeit somewhat shakily, to her feet and extended her delicate hand to the dragonette. Nia stood in turn and took it, exercising care to not cut the Golden Queen's hand with her talons. Good. I'm glad we can agree, but before you go, I'd suggest sitting for a little while till the effects of the wine wear off. The Golden Queen shouldn't be seen staggering back to her room now, should she? She then gave a hearty laugh when Renner slurred out a somewhat drunkenly. No way. Chapter 302, Chapter. How long have we been in here? Lockhughes asked when she woke up with a yawn. Her body and jaw like stretched out, as one by one the rest of their companions awakened in the dim light of the chamber. Time has no meaning in caves, graves, or combat. Evil Eye said as she pushed herself off of the cavern wall with one hand and up to a standing position. And this, she pointed up with one finger and spun it in a circle, is just a tiny cave. At least it's warm. Gagarin grunted as she stood up in turn. Open the door carefully, because it's not going to be warm out there. If we open it too quickly, we'll freeze a whole lot faster. Evil Eye said, and Lupus Regina laughed. What's funny, evil cleric? Tia and Tina asked, looking up from either side of the red-haired woman. Nothing, this is actually a grave matter and should be treated as such. Lupu said, staring directly at Evil Eye and saying nothing until the twins shrugged it off. Gagarin ignored the exchange and went for the door, cracking it open and shutting her eyes as freezing cold air blasted her in the face. She pressed her shoulder to the heavy wood and forced it to open further when the howling wind began to push back. Wow, it's bad out here. No, it's the path. The wind has nowhere to go, so it rushes down here and the door acts like a sail, catching it and trying to close the door. Evil Eye said, and Gagarin grunted and looked back at her. That's just, it's bad out here, with extra steps. Gagarin replied and grunted as she pushed harder. A collective shiver passed over the group as the freezing wind came in like an invisible flood and drowned them all in its icy grip. Flakes of snow were cast about, spinning in tiny tornadoes until they came to rest here and there. I guess. Anyway, we should go. Evil Eye said and hastened for the exit, rushing past her comrades before they could say anything. They filed out and began to tramp their way up the mountain path. The gale wind of blinding snow assaulted them, and the distant horizon showed only the barest hint of light which was fading fast. It will be dark soon, maybe we should have stayed in there longer. Gagarin shouted as she clutched her cloak in one hand and leaned into the wind, blocking it with her body to make it easier for those behind her to follow, while Mammon took up the rear to mind that nobody fell behind. No, we're close. Lockhughes promised with a shout she wasn't sure that Gagarin heard when her words were taken by the wind even to her own ears. But whether she heard or not, Gagarin continued to walk the long path upward as the temperature continued to drop. Snow crunched underfoot as their feet sank into the white carpet again and again. Allow me to help you. Mammon said from behind her, and Evil Eye almost jumped skyward. Help, me. She gasped. Your steps are small, and this will speed us up. We should not leave your comrades in the cold too long, nor should you use any magic or power. We do not know what lies at the end of this path, only what we should find. Mammon said, and when he held out his hand after giving his impeccable reasoning, she slowly put her hand into his palm. So large. She thought, her heart inflamed with desire, in no small part because she knew his strength lay in far more than mere appearance. Recalling the sight of the unconquerable warrior demolishing everything in his path, her lifeless heart threatened to begin beating in her breast again. Though what help he intended was unclear until he drew her close to him and picked her up so that she was now seated on his forearm. Cling to my neck if you need balance, I will carry you the rest of the way. Maman said, her legs against his torso. She followed his suggestion about where to put her arms. Bards of the world, I was wrong. Heroes do carry their maidens through trials against danger, foes, and the very world. For the first time in their lengthy sojourn, Evil Eye wished that part of their trek, the hardest part thus far, and likely at all, would go on forever. His heartbeat seemed so alive, his body, so warm, she could feel everything even through his heavy armor, thanks to her vampire senses that told her where the veins and vitals were. She rode that way, happily, for 3 more hours until at last Gagarin shouted over her shoulder, "It's just ahead. I can see a light." They picked up their pace then, kicking the white carpet off the mountainside and leaving a path behind them that was filling up again as fast as they made it, until at long last the light was visible to all, and a great wide gate of stone doors, carved into the very mountain itself, became visible. Gagarin touched the door, and it slowly began to groan its way open, pushing away the snow, and leaving the way in open. Light immediately struck them, shooting out in the darkness as the glowstones cast their illumination on the party. "Welcome to the kingdom of the dwarves." A voice called out from within, drawing every eye to him. The hearty voice came from a dwarf who sat at a stone table with a blank-paged book and an inkwell with its quill at the ready. His chair was of pale wood, and his beard was fiery red. He had deep, dark eyes, and pale, pinkish lips poked out just beyond the beard itself. "Are you visiting for business or pleasure?" he asked and reached for the quill to take down their answer. "Oh, and, is the child all right there? It's very cold out." The dwarf's pink lips turned down in a tiny, concerned frown. "Child?" Locus asked, and the party turned around to see how Maman was holding Evil Eye. "Ah, why you can put me down, Maman, ah, thank you." Evil Eye stammered, and where Gagarin and Locus struggled to hold in their laughter, Lupus Regina did not even try to stop herself. She grabbed her belly with both hands and laughed without stopping for several minutes straight. Calca's pronouncement, or request as she'd made it, did not end the tour. Far from it, after suggesting a finish to her exploration of his home, she was quiet for a time, except to ask questions about what she saw, most of which left her more convinced than ever. "I married a god. I birthed the child of a god. Orlion is a godkin." Part of her wanted to laugh at herself. "I accidentally married a god and didn't know it. How will I explain this to Collart?" The sheer absurdity of it all was almost incomprehensible to the point where she had to frequently stop and rest herself against the wall as the reality made her dizzy. Her husband was ever solicitous of her, holding out a hand to catch or steady her, or help her to right herself again when she was ready to move on. "My husband," Calca said after struggling for words, "could I by chance meet the one you intend to send to the arena for the competition?" Albedo gave a low, sly chuckle. "It won't be a competition, only a coronation and submission." Calca looked at her sister-wife with a mix of confusion and somewhat frustrated admiration. Though direct interaction was scarce, Calca quickly determined 2 things. She loves the Allfather with all her heart, and she is the string-puller of countless puppets. She and that, one, demiurge. The Holy Queen's naivety was gone, her innocence a distant memory. Neither of the two, despite appearances of politeness and civility, was kind by nature. A thin veneer of both conceals cunning minds on par with the Golden Princess or better, and a ruthless nature befitting the right and left hands of an emperor. Sometimes as they walked, she looked over her shoulder as if looking for her past self, the part of her that believed in kindness and love as the only form of loyalty. How wrong I was. I must be loved, but I must also be feared. She reminded herself, and studied the winged woman for clues that might further help with the rule over the Holy Kingdom. This desire to understand how to ensure she was feared, drove her question about the combatant her husband would select, and Albedo's answer led her mind spiraling into the variety of plots the right hand of the Allfather could have concocted for the clash ahead. Ainz activated the message spell and connected to Oriole Omega. "Oriole Omega, teleport us to your location." "Of course, Lord Ainz," she answered in the sweet and high-pitched voice of a growing young girl. Ainz took the hands of his wives, and in an instant later, they were gone. And then they weren't. Calca blinked her eyes rapidly as if she were startled to wakefulness and found herself standing in a green grove with what appeared to be a circle of trees before her. Pink blossoms tumbled down endlessly, drifting as gently as snow on a windless day. Curiously, the little pink petals never seemed to pile up, they simply vanished after renewing the thin satin-like carpet on the green of the grass. In the center of the trees a young woman with dark hair which tumbled down her back, clad in a white and red garb, was bent at one knee and her head was deeply bowed. "My lord, and my queens," she said. Her voice drifted as gently as the pink blossoms themselves, and Calca felt it in her bones, chilling her to the core. Without knowing how, perhaps by her exposure to monster after polite monster, she knew she was in the presence of great power. Though she dared not give it voice yet, not without a closer look. She took a bold step forward without waiting for her husband or for Albedo to say anything. She then took another step, and another, carrying herself into the midst of the trees where her face and hair were caressed by the satiny blossoms before they fell away. She was then standing in front of the young girl. Raise your head. Kalka said in the way of a born royal, and the girl obeyed. In her right hand was a slightly curved wooden practice sword with the tip pressed down into the ground beside her calf, and when the girl looked up, Kalka felt certain. You're human, aren't you? Kalka asked breathlessly. Oriole Omega cocked her head. Yes, my queen, I am. And, you are also a created being? Kalka asked as her heart skipped a beat. The young girl leaned slightly to the side to look past the Holy Queen, and Ainz gave a tiny approving nod of his head. Oriole looked up again at the Queen. I am. One of the 41 created my sisters and I to serve as Nazarick's defenders until Second World came to an end, and our All-Father brought us to this one rather than leave us to die and return to First World. Question piled atop question in Kalka's mind about these other worlds, but it only reconfirmed the godhood of her husband in her own mind. And are you really strong enough to win against the champions you'll face in the arena? Kalka looked at the young human girl. She didn't seem like much, but looks she knew were deceiving. Oriole laughed. My lady, I will have already won, without even raising my sword. It won't even be a contest. Husband, Kalka said with reverence and half turned away. She felt her mind ablaze within her head as she considered the ramifications of everything she'd seen, heard, and learned, right up to the present moment. Can you tell me what she means? No, not before it is time. Ainz said with a cryptic smile that hid the true thought he held in confidence. Which will be the same time I've found out myself. Chapter 303, Chapter. Renner, as it turned out, could not hold her liquor. I suppose even the most brilliant mind can't calculate everything. Nia thought, in trying to keep pace with the military veteran so as not to disgrace herself. Princess Renner's best efforts only revealed that she was in some ways quite innocent. What's the bucket? Renner slurred. You're going to need it. Nia said when she came back into the room and slapped it down on the floor between Renner's feet before returning to her side of the table and reclaiming her seat. Renner appeared only confused. Where's climb? She looked around as if he should be there. I assume back home managing your kingdom. Nia said and poured herself another cup. Have you ever had a drink before? The Queen of Frost asked, and Renner gave small, slow nods, which seemed to be the best she could manage. Yesh. One. And with water, isn't this that? The Golden Queen slurred. Nia felt her jaw drop. Who waters down their alcohol? Oh, by the gods, we're getting rid of. The Queen of Frost began to click her talons on the table as she drummed her fingers there and said, I was going to say you owe me one, but it looks like I owe an apology instead. It never occurred to me that you'd be watering down your wine. Climb's not here. Oh, home, yesh. Renner's waving head tried to focus on her opposite. Where's you climb? She drunkenly slurred while Nia slowly drank. I don't have one. Nia answered. 'Cause you're shugly. Renner slurred. Nia neither winced nor changed her expression. Yes. She said and snapped her mouth shut. Fairy all stupid. Renner slurred back with contempt. Is this her being nice? Is the Golden Queen a nice drunk? Nia wondered, before hearing the burp. A kind of a half-gulp and burp noise made only by the intoxicated about to vomit. Her cheeks were full, and then she leaned forward, head over the bucket, and hurled the contents of her stomach into the wooden container. A very noisy bleak sound went with it, and then the noise of faint spitting for several seconds. Two pale, perfect hands slapped on the surface of the table one by one, and the Golden Queen began to push herself back upright again. Nia set her cup down and asked, Are you feeling a little better? Gasps of heavy breathing were her answer for several seconds more, and the Golden Queen flung herself back against the chair so that her neck arched over the back and she was looking straight up. Her hands fell away from the table and hung at her sides. Yeah, you'll be fine, just give it a little while longer. I've seen this 1,000 times, though I didn't expect you to be such a lightweight. Nia said, and Renner, without looking at the Queen of Frost asked. Wash it like, to Esquali kill Skomon, you done it, Loch, right? Renner asked. Nia's mouth formed a deep frown. I did. And, if you want to know. The first time is awful, but it gets easier until it's routine. But it's not something meant to be enjoyed. I still don't like it, and I hope to never have to do it again. Renner's head bobbed in what might have been intended to be a nod, but it didn't come back up. I think I can walk, long as you help me. Nobody'll know I drunk. Fine, let's get you to your room for now. Nia said, and coming around the table, she took the Queen's arm and helped her to her feet, and then slipping herself so that they were arm in arm, she began to walk the Golden Queen step by step, back to her room. Thanks to the late hour, only 1 or 2 persons were about, and those were quick to bow their heads, and so did not see the slightly drunken look on Renner's face. All they saw was 2 royals walking together in private conversation. Nia closed the door behind themselves as fast as she could, and walked Renner to the broad four-poster bed. "You'll want to sleep like this, just in case," Nia stated, and as she helped lay the queen down, she rolled Renner onto her side. She then went to the corner of the room, took the chamber pot, and laid it on the floor beside where Renner's head lay at rest on the pillow. "I think you left everything in the bucket, but, just in case." Renner mumbled something unintelligible that sounded like it might have been gratitude, and then Nia began to beat her wings, raising her feet slightly from the floor, and carrying herself to the exit in silence so as not to disturb the young queen. The faint sound of snoring hit Nia's ear before the Queen of Frost could even leave the room. So that's what she's like when her guard is down, Nia thought, and made her way back to her quarters. Back in Renner's room, eyes closed, popped open. Steady snoring stopped. The queen, who was laying down, got up and went about removing her dress, laying it carefully aside for servants to tend the following day before climbing smoothly back into bed and getting under the covers. Wide, staring eyes looked up at the ceiling, and the Golden Queen relaxed herself, saying, "So, that's what she's like when her guard is down." She then yawned, and began to think of climb again before drifting off to sleep. A day later, Queen Drawdalin watched from her place in the wagon as they rolled into the capital city of the Baharuth Empire. Arwintar was bustling with life, vigor, and activity in general. The population walked with swift steps, horses cantered past with the riders barely noticing anything, and carriages clattered about as they went to and fro down busy streets. She immediately compared it to the cities of her kingdom, what was left of it, and a burning anger settled in the pit of her stomach when she craned her neck to look at the spires of tall buildings, the proud architecture of ancient stone and the sturdy buildings that lay lined up side by side. It's not fair. If we didn't have the beastmen to the east of us, we could have this too. She thought and looked down at the manacles on her wrists. She was chained beside the same pregnant elf woman who assisted in the care of the human and elven victims of the king, who was in turn chained to someone the king had not finished with it yet. There was no way for just one of them to run. The woman to Drawdalin's right leaned down at her. "Don't let him see you angry, child. Don't ever let him see that. Be passive, be silent. Don't think you can escape just because you are here among other humans," the woman said with a bitter snap. It brought Drawdalin out of her reverie and brought her to look up at her long-eared comrade. "Why, there's a tournament of champions here. Anything could happen if I can get word to one of my country's allies." "They're a long way from here, child of royalty," the woman said reprovingly. "Naive girl, nobody else is rushing to be here. This is the first year of guaranteed peace in forever, and nobody is rushing to end it. The month has been drawn out, I'm sure of it. The royals of all nations may come here as you've said, but they will not come looking for war. They'll treat this like you did, as a gay, joyous holiday. You said yourself, didn't you, that you were going to join with them, meet your mother, and all come together." Drawdalin began to tremble. "But the city. Baharuth won't. They're in no position to fight anyone now, not with their fate hanging by a thread," the woman whispered. "Then, my maids, my attendants." Drawdalin made neither statement nor question. It was simply words of despair cast out into the uncaring world. "Maybe when your mother arrives, at least you can go home, if she'll bear the price. But nobody will fight for the Elf King's leavings. I'm sorry." The woman whispered down to her, and then wrapped her arms around the white-haired queen in disguise, and comforted her as best she could until the carriage finally rolled to a stop in front of a gated and towering estate. Chapter 304, Chapter. Again. Zeshi shouted at Brain from her position, after the unbeaten swordsman was beaten once more. He stood up, held his sword out, and charged. Moments later, he was down clutching his balls and Zeshi was holding her hand down to help him back up. "I'll need a minute," he gasped. "That's dirty. Fair fights are for morons and duels," Zeshi said with a cocky smirk. "Raymond actually taught me that one." "Raymond, the cardinal you were traveling with?" Brain asked in a tiny voice while he tried not to wonder if his balls were swelling up or not. "Yeah, him. Funny thing, I'm 3 times his age, at least, but you'd think he was my father from the way he acted." She chortled, and Brain took her hand and got up to his feet with her pull. He hunched over, the tip of his sword piercing the grass and clinging to the hilt to help him stay up. His other hand rested just above his knee. "You're a half-elf, so don't you mature slower." She crossed her arms in front of her chest. "If you're going to say I'm flat, I'll kick you in the balls again. For real this time." Brain laughed at her glowering expression. "And no, I mean, you're like a teenager in human years." "I'm human," Zeshi said, and at his long steady look, she couldn't meet his eyes. The half that matters, the half that raised me, kept me, took care of me when I was too young to feed myself. If I'd been left with my father, I know what he'd have me doing. And if you'd been born with no more power than her." Brain inclined his head toward Layali where the girl was setting up the small cookpot over the little fire pit she'd dug. "What do you think humans would have you doing?" Zeshi shivered in spite of herself. "It's not like that. Raymond is my comrade, my handler. he'd never. Besides, my mother chose to keep me, she never treated me like Layali's father treated his daughter. Then she was quite a woman. Brain said as he pushed himself up straight, but you know Layali, and you saw the auction and the public servants in Ikari, do you really think it's that different from most living in powerful houses? I've been in enough to know it isn't. Your mother might have loved you, maybe to Raymond you really are a comrade, but you're not a full human, and if all the elves and the rest were gone tomorrow, you'd be expendable too. He took up position again, and then Zeshi froze his blood. I know it's not different, I finished your work for you when you got lost in that estate, I broke all the chains in the basement and told the slaves to get going, why are you looking at me that way? Zeshi asked, and his face was drawn and it went several shades paler. Did you see them leave? Brain asked. No, why? Zeshi replied, and his shoulders slumped. Did you tell them the guards were dead? He pressed. No, just that it was safe to go out, as long as they made for the hole in the wall, I mean the repair people were looking tired, they weren't going to finish, so it would be unguarded and open till morning. Why? Zeshi felt her annoyance start to rise and tapped her foot. What's with the questions? They're dead then. Fuck. Brain thought and took a deep breath, and exhaled as if relieved, oh, never mind then, it's nothing. Before Zeshi could prompt him any further, a scream caught their ears and both snapped their eyes toward the sound. Layali was clutching, clawing at a stray root, and tugging at her leg was a long blood-red tentacle that wrapped itself all the way up to her thigh. Yeaf, help. Help me. It hurts. It hurts. She squealed in pain, her eyes wide with fear. Even before he could move to rescue her, he realized what happened. The iron pot lay tumbled on its lips nearby upside down, the stick had an obviously large knot on it. She must have thought to put water in the pot by holding it on the stick, damn it. Zeshi and Brain moved at the same instant, but where Zeshi went for Layali, Brain went for the water. Don't. Brain shouted as she grabbed the girl in one hand while grabbing the tentacle in the other. He hit the water with a splash, his sword burying itself into the eye of the monster he could see undulating down below. Zeshi's strength ripped away the tentacle, and he could hear the tearing of flesh for only an instant before her piercing wail drowned out even that, and a gushing of blood turned the water and grass red. The creature went slack, and Brain yanked his sword like a fishing rod, drawing the pierced creature out of the water and throwing it over his shoulder and far onto dry land where it wiggled and flopped. It had a large body, and multiple long tentacles that flopped and slapped around on the grass and dirt, a large hawkish beak, and sharp teeth gleamed in the light off of many cup-like sections of its tentacles. The eye was shut and bleeding, but the creature wasn't dead. Zeshi. Go and finish it. I've got her. Brain shouted, and seemingly without thinking about it, the half-elf shot forward, her fist smashing into the soft-bodied creature, its tentacles wrapped around her, but unlike Layali, it couldn't pierce her flesh, nor could it keep her body under control. She punched, and punched, and punched into the long body of the creature, ignoring its pathetic slaps and attempts to cut her skin. The ground shook beneath her feet from every blow as she pounded the thing until it was limp red mush laying at her feet, oozing blue blood onto the grass. Damn it. Brain hissed as Layali clung to him and screamed as he sloshed out of the water and picked her up from where Zeshi laid her. A thigh wound, if it got her calf that would be painful, but blood fontaining out of the wound revealed the ugly truth. Brain knew from experience that wounds to that artery were lethal. It took only a minute or two for full-grown adults to bleed out a child. He mentally gave her mere seconds to live. I'm sorry, he said and put his hand over the bloody wound to try hopelessly to staunch the bleeding. A chunk of flesh was missing, and the blood soaked through his pants and shirt as he struggled to close the wound. Get some herb, he shouted at Zeshi, who rushed to his pouch. Layali felt cold. Brain's face, normally utterly passive, indifferent, or occasionally somewhat sly, was suddenly full of worry. I'm dying. I'm finally dying, this is it. She caught a glimpse of how much of her blood was on him. He jumped at that monster without a second thought, a human, like when he fought Zeshi when he thought she was a slave catcher. She blinked back tears and fought the pain enough to keep back the screaming. We're going to put you to sleep. That way you'll heal and it won't hurt. Brain said, his hand was hard, calloused, but it held the wound down with incredible strength. His arm was beneath her back and wrapped around so that it held onto her opposite shoulder. Lying, you're lying. I'm dying. I'm sorry. I tried to listen. I just wanted to help. She whimpered. I'm scared. I thought I wanted to die, thought I did, but I don't wanna, not like this. Thank you for taking care of me. She rattled out. Damn it, Zeshi. Hurry up with that herb. Brain shouted over his shoulder just as she came on. She held 4 different bottles in her fingers. Brain snatched one out from between her 4 and middle fingers, shoved the lip into his mouth, bit down on the cork, spat it out, and then held the substance under her nose. Layali's eyes were instantly shut, but as he held the herb concoction up to her nose, his hand came away from her thigh wound and Zeshi saw the injury for herself. I killed her. Zeshi whispered, as Brain slowly let Layali slip from his grasp and laid her down on the red-stained earth. Chapter 305, Chapter. Evil Eye followed the path the dwarf led her on, though it wasn't likely she'd get lost, nor any of them for that matter, as for the most part, it was a straight shot. The walls were lit periodically with crystals, and though the caves were not exceedingly high-ceilinged, forcing Gagarin and Mammon to almost crouch for long stretches of their walk, at least it was always wide enough for them all to pass through. The first city isn't that far, kinda the only city though, don't you know. We had a right hard time with the Quagoa for some good long years, but that's kinda past us now, and you know we doin' pretty good now. Specially thanks to them special tools the Allfather went and gave us. Their guide said as he ambled along as casual as could be. So, a war? Lacuse asked. Oh aye, it was, and what a war it was, killin' each other for a right long time before the Demon Emperor showed up and smacked them Quagoa right down. Course he came fair us too, and even them dragons, gave us all a right hard time. Their guide replied, we still not on our feet yet, but we still a right hospitable folk to those what come in peace and all. Specially if and you're gonna trade and spend money. He looked over his shoulder, and Evil Eye caught the glint of anticipation in his eyes. So, when we get to the city, where do we go? We need a place to stay. Lacuse explained, and the dwarf escort was quick to answer. My cousin started the first inn for travelers in the capital, so I'll be talking you right there. We got no formal customs office yet, fair folk on the move, so for right now things are right easy, don't you know. Just sign up like you did at me boss's front desk, and I'll get you where you can stay. My cousin'll explain the rules, and, if you're interested in tours, well, my big sister just started a company fair that too, runs it out of my cousin's inn, and if you fancy a drink, well his tavern is right across the street, and gives a discount to those what stay in his nephew's inn. First drink on the house, best mushroom beer in the dwarf kingdom. Their escort's job, in Mammon's eyes, expanded by leaps and bounds. My father used to speak of things like this, intertwined family businesses, drawing everyone to work together so the whole house prospers. My little vampire, no wonder. Fada, I shall work your will. Pandora's actor thought as the epiphany struck home. It didn't hurt that, much to his surprise over time, he'd come to like the insecure little vampire who'd been hiding her identity for so long. She was passionate, occasionally a little dramatic, and at once both shy with her feelings and unable to keep them bottled up, as if her diminutive height just could not hold them all. Brave and charming, and powerful enough to compare to a weaker Pleiades battle maid, it was easy to see why she was regarded as a hero of renown and living legend. Even as they walked farther into the bowels of the mountain, she stuck closer to him by just a hair more than was truly needed. But they didn't speak to one another, instead their dwarven guide talked on and on about the war against the Quagoa, about the coming of Jaldabaoth, and the coming of the Allfather, the rescue, the discovery of truly ancient history. So according to our findings, from what we've uncovered down in the trench, thousands of years ago the Allfather ruled over this region, and the dwarves and Quagoa were one cosmopolitan civilization until a demon lord showed up and, fearing the union of Quagoan muscle and dwarven artisans, forced us apart. The Allfather sealed the demon emperor, but the cost was that he too was cast out of the world, until, well, there's a lot of speculation still, but I think we broke the seal ourselves on accident. Well, us and the Quagoa, probably you know, had one o' them blood seals. When there were few enough of us, he got out again. Lot of us on both sides think that, so we right nice to each other now. The Quagoa got promised their own mountain, a homeland of their own when one comes into the Allfather's control with no occupants. But till then, we learnin' to live together peaceful like. The dwarf finished the recitation, and Pandora's actor briefly had to catch himself, keeping the grin at bay. Demiurge Main Guterer, your talent for tale-telling might do more to bring submission than all the armies of the world. They then rounded a corner where a glow cast itself against the broad wall, and there was a collective gasp of awe from the traveling party. They emerged above city height, the path seemingly carved to come out in such a place that they had the finest of all possible views before winding down into the city itself. The buildings were all carved into place, just more parts of the mountain itself that weren't removed, the streets cut smooth and lined with glowstones, the soft white light cast shadows in every direction, giving the grey stone city a patchwork look like a curious painting, and every person therein was adding their own part. Welcome to me home, the greatest stronghold of the dwarves, the heart of the mountain, and the source of all the rune-crafted weapons in the world, at least until we get them other cities going strong again. She's quite a sight, isn't she? The dwarf wore a proud, massive grin amidst his beard as he extended his hand out over the stone rail left in place, encompassing the whole of the city in his hands. I've never seen anything like it. Lacuse gasped, I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. The spires were few, but the high towers were plentiful. The dwarves economized on space with exceptional skill. Each building could be reached from above, walking along the rooftops as if it were an upper road with ladders conveniently laying about in places, and most pedestrians seemed to prefer that, while the carts and goods carriers held the roads. It is something, the dragon prince under the mountain. He might show up if you wait all that long. Alisur Dark is his name. He has quite a few interesting stories to tell, and his children and wives are still here. The guide said as they began their slow descent down the wide path that would carry them into the city. You've got dragons living here, and in peace I assume. Lockie's pressed, her eyes scanning the underground horizon for danger. Aye, but they not dangerous to us, no New York more doncha no, they're right friendly, kinda, well maybe not friendly, but right polite, and real smart. The big un, he's gonna be, if and you can believe me, a judge on Quagoan and Dwarven disputes, him bein' impartial and all. And his wives, his sons, they handlin' goods transports. Seems some southern queen heard about our dragon residence and drew up a thing on how to carry lots of goods with ease, showed it to one of our runesmiths who went down there on business, and now. He laughed, dragon's gonna be carryin' mail and trade goods all over, spread in runecraft at first, then grow into crops and all kinds of things. That just got announced a few weeks ago, slip me a few coins and I can probably sneak you in to get a look at the containers we make in fair this here project. He rubbed his fingers together, and every hand went into their pouches to draw out a silver before they'd taken 5 steps more. Chapter 306, Chapter. Brain looked down at the girl who was by his knees, her body was still, he no longer held his hand over the wound. I killed her. You said don't and I didn't listen. I've never. I was trying to save her. Zeshi said from over his shoulder. Brain didn't look up at her. You didn't know. You couldn't have known what I even meant. It was an accident, just bad luck. This kind of thing happens every single day. Just don't think about it. Don't think about it at all and it gets a whole lot easier. Don't, you mean forget what happened? Zeshi asked, aghast. How? She was just a dash. Brain looked over his shoulder at her, a runaway slave that died by a monster. You think she's the first one? There's a reason most don't run away, there's a reason most don't make it. There's a reason beyond just the half-elf slave catchers, it's because close to the border, the monsters ironically enough, help keep the prey in. I didn't know. Zeshi said in a tiny voice. Yeah, I know, there's a lot you don't know. Brain retorted. That's for damn sure. Zeshi's eyes narrowed, going from the girl to the kneeling swordsman. What the hell does that mean? I'm sorry. Zeshi demanded, and then kept her eyes on the pale body. We'll get her over the border and bury her there. Brain said, and with a trembling hand, he brought his fingers over her eyelids and began to close them. I can do that much for her. Brain, you might have to wait on that burial. Zeshi said, her eyes widening ever so slightly. What do you mean? He asked, his eyes following the half-elf warrior as she came around to crouch on the opposite side of the fallen girl. She's not dead. Zeshi answered and pointed to the trickle of blood that was still oozing from the wound. Brain snapped his eyes to the ugly gash in Layali's thigh. He took a close look, tearing away a clean part of his shirt, he shoved the cloth into the wound, wiped the blood clean, and sure enough, a very slight oozing of crimson continued to dribble into that spot. Get my pouch. Brain barked the order as if to one of his old idiot bandits, but Zeshi, far from showing umbrage, quietly did his bidding, though she moved with all the speed she could muster, so it was back in his hand before he could even finish extending his arm to take it. He thrust his hand within after tearing open the drawstring and yanked out a needle and thread, and under Zeshi's confused but intense eyes, he began to sew the wound shut. What are you doing? She asked as his bloody hands flew up and down in a constant undulating motion like a swimming serpent. Sewing the artery closed. Somehow she's not dead, if I can close this fast enough. Zeshi, take my sword, rub your hands on it fast enough to heat it like a glowing fire poker. He gave the command, and eminently confused, she carried out his instructions. Her hands closed over the flat of both sides of the blade and began to rub. Nothing happened at first, nothing at all, but gradually the metal warmed under her hands, the heat began to build and grow, she moved her arms faster and faster, but kept an eye on what Brain was doing. Then before she knew it, the metal was glowing red as a torch in the pitch darkness, and Brain's bloody hands stopped moving. It's done. Zeshi said, and pulled her hands away. Good, bring it here. He ordered, and Zeshi carried his blade to him, the skin was sewn shut but the gash beneath was clear. Slap the hot part on it, right here. Brain said, pointing to where the sutures held the wound more or less closed. He looked at the face of the unconscious girl, it's a good thing you're not awake, or this would hurt like hell. He said, and Zeshi did as he said, slapping the metal against the girl's skin, the sick smell of burning flesh rose up instantly as the hot metal connected with it, and Layali's unconscious body spasmed involuntarily in response to the pain. Brain leaned back with a sigh of relief, his hands caught him against the grass so that he leaned against the strength of his arms. That was something. He said. What was the point of all this? Zeshi asked, furrowing her black and white brow down at him, and then stabbing his sword into the soft ground before putting her hands on her hips. That's how you treat wounds when you've got no potions and no magic caster. Brain explained. She'll have that scar for the rest of her life, just like the other ones the potion couldn't get rid of, but if she doesn't die of shock from the burn, or blood loss from that wound, she'll survive. She's far tougher than she looks. His face turned pensive. What? Zeshi asked. Yeah, she is a lot tougher than she looks, impossibly so. She should have drowned in that river, died of her head wound, gotten infected through her eye socket, been torn up inside from what Cerebrate did to everything. Not to mention the broken ribs, arm, and I've seen grown men die of that exact wound in a minute or two. Brain's mind raced. You think she's got a talent? Zeshi asked. It'd be the craziest talent I've ever heard of. But she's got no business being alive without it. The wounds certainly happen, but they just don't kill her. Maybe if we did nothing at all, she'd still survive if she just had time to heal. He shuddered. That sounds like some sort of personal hell. No amount of pain would end it. Maybe you're right, but on the other hand. Zeshi rubbed her chin and thought, she could do a lot with it, survive a lot of learning hurts, and potentially the process of learning things the hard way can lead to death. If she doesn't have to worry about that. Brain's face went pale all over again. Listen to me, Zeshi, if she survives this, if we're right, the wound wasn't as bad as she thought. It looked worse than it was. We stopped the bleeding and sealed the wound, do you understand me? She has no power, she has no talent or gift, she's just a girl who got lucky more than once. Tell her nothing else. Zeshi looked down at the unconscious girl. She'd begun to breathe visibly, though still unconscious. The herb, if it weren't for that, maybe she'd already be awake. How does somebody just reject death that way? There was no clear answer, and the truth was, Zeshi knew without a doubt that if there was a reason, some way to know, she wouldn't be the one to find it. And as to Brain's instructions, he put a hand out to her, grasping her still burning hot hand as if it caused him no pain, even though it must have. Promise me. If a place like this learns about her survival of injuries like that, about her simply not dying, they'll tear her little body apart to find the answer. They'll torture her, not because they enjoy it, but because she's not human, so they don't care. All that will matter is finding out how to capture the talent in magic form. Do you understand me? Zeshi wanted to protest. But having seen the crop-eared slaves in the manor, having seen the way her own brother had his ear sawn off just to break his spirit, having seen the wounds on the girl herself, she had no room left for doubt. I won't say a thing. It wasn't as bad as she thought, she just had to be unconscious for you to help her. Zeshi promised, and meant every word. That finally allowed Brain's body to relax. He allowed himself to lie on his back with his arms and legs splayed out, the stink of blood finally noticeable in his nose. He said, You can't cook, I'm guessing. No, I can't. Raymond always did the cooking. Zeshi said, and Brain chuckled like a man half mad. Okay, I'm drained, so it's time you learned. Go grab the monster, chop him up with whatever is left of my damn sword, and I'll talk you through how to cook this one. Luckily enough, this particular monster is delicious if you know what you're doing. A little chewy, but a lot of flavor. Brain turned his head to the side, resting his cheek in the grass, and Zeshi went to follow his instructions, taking out his sword, and finding it largely reduced to slag. Great, now I need a new sword. Oh well, worth it. He thought with indifference, and gave a genuine smile of relief to Zeshi's back. Chapter 307, Chapter. Kalka's tour of Nazarick was brought to an end only by the sudden delivery of a message. Allfather, the Theocracy Cardinal kept his word. I picked the letters up myself last night and have left them in the council chamber where we all last gathered. I sent a message to my homeland to send flying scouts over the southern border of the slain Theocracy as far as their coast. I'm about to meet with the Wolf Queen and have already spoken with the Golden Queen. If you intend to dispatch agents, you have the means to do so now without any repercussions that will hurt your kingdom. Nia's voice in his head was surprisingly firm, formal, a far cry from the passionate way in which she usually spoke, as if something troubled her enough to leave her reserved. He answered immediately. I was right to enter into a treaty with you, Queen of Frost. You are what I expected, through and through. My wife is with me, and we will return immediately. I will send my agents to investigate everything we can. Nia said nothing back, she simply killed the link between them, and that was that. He filed that away for later and looked to Kalka, who was sitting across from him at the table in the Nazarick bar, both hands on a cup of juice, her sixth one, and a wild, joyful look on her face. Such flavor, how is it even possible for anything to be this good? She asked, even for a god, this is a bit much. She said, and while Albedo could only look smug, Kalka added, I'm only slightly exaggerating. Be that as it may, we have things to do. The Queen of Frost dispatched a telepathic message, it's time to send our agents south. Cardinal Raymond came through, and that means we have all we need to search for the Queen, but also, we need to move on regardless. The road to Arwintar is long and we've already remained longer than intended. Ainz pointed out, and the Queen frowned only a little, it was more of a tiny pout wherein she understood the need to leave, but looked reluctantly at the juice. That, portal, gate, you called it, we could be there immediately. She replied. Yes, but we would not be seen. And establishing the peace among our nations in the eyes of others will help establish their sense of security. Many of my subjects are former slaves from the Baharuth Empire, others are humans, others are heteromorphs. Seeing you pass through with me will quiet concerns in some quarters. Ainz suggested, and Kalka reluctantly bowed her head. I know, but still, who wants to leave paradise when they get there? She asked with a wink. That is why I am so reluctant to leave his bed. Albedo added, giving a taunting smile at the human queen. Unsurprisingly, Queen Kalka took it well, a sentiment I can readily understand. The experience was not what I expected. And then, as if to make a peace offering to the woman who ruled beside the Allfather, she added, I look forward to introducing my son to his sibling. The two halves of the Allfather will make for a remarkable team, like nothing this world has ever seen. Unable or unwilling to argue with a sentiment that praised her beloved, Albedo ended the verbal duel before it could truly begin by rising to her feet. Kalka finished her juice and set the cup down on the table and followed suit, and in turn Ainz did the same. Gate, he cast the spell and the vortex appeared before them. They were gone a moment later, leaving the bar virtually empty again. Henry gasped for breath as she lay beside her husband, her limbs limp, almost jelly-like, her bosom heaving and slick, and Firia wore a thoroughly happy look on his face and put his hands behind his head. Sitting up on his pillow, he crossed one ankle over the other beneath the sheets. It's good to be the king, he said, and Henry turned her head to look at him with a sly little smile. Because you get to have sex with the queen? She asked in a voice that said that had better be the answer. He didn't disappoint her. Yes. So, what was that? It was, how? She gasped. A new invention. The Allfather's support for my potion research has been very generous, and while doing research into the alchemy needed to create a stamina potion using a simple chronomancy spell, the sort meant to make someone a few seconds faster, we accidentally. Husband, skip the details. Henry reproved him, and he flushed a little red. Right, I'm sorry dear, basically it adds stamina for that, in particular. It didn't do what I intended it to do, but I think this will be very well received. We'll have to retain a state monopoly on it though. If we do, I'll bet our treasury will never run dry. He smirked further, and Henry blushed, less than she used to, but still it was there. A very sensible idea. Wolf King, she said after drawing herself up to his ear. She nibbled at his earlobe and he chuckled just a little bit in return. Are you sure I should stay here? It would be a shame to let this just sit around. Firia replied and held the bottle up and gave the white potion a shake. It had better just sit around while I'm gone. Henry laughed. I won't be gone very long at least, before you know it I'll be home. Besides, somebody has to run the kingdom. I suppose, and I would miss out on my research too. Firia said with some reluctance. I'll use a message scroll immediately if I get word about Queen Drawdalin, but you know the slain theocracy will not be happy about this, even with Cardinal Raymond's blessing. You ran an alchemy shop, so field complaints like they're angry customers. Henry replied, you can do this, my love. They're not going to start a war over something their own side authorized us to do. Just prioritize the queen's life over all and they can't complain. Now. How about one more round? The others are probably back by now and getting ready to go, and I don't want to be the only other queen with no heirs present or on the way when I get there. Firia reached for the bottle. As you wish, my love, he said, but maybe have the baths made ready now so you won't be delayed too long. She rang the bell while he consumed the potion, and could barely restrain herself long enough to give orders to the maid before she could leap astride her husband one more time. Chapter 308, Chapter. Henry stayed long enough to watch her goblin wolf riders racing away from where they formed up. The goblins were clad in their light armor, dark dragon skin leather with loose caps of the same material, with long thin lances at the ready. The wolves were the size of ponies, and their large pink tongues lolled out, panting as the wolf queen gave her orders. 10 across and 5 deep, they formed up in 10 squares, making for 500 in number. Their lances carried pennants showing her national flag to diminish the appearance of hostility at least some and give them a more parade-like appearance when they moved as groups. Henry, predictably enough, made her instructions brief. So then locate and secure the Draconic Queen, or if she is dead, her body, and return her to the safety of the international body, and, if you can, her maids as well. Save everyone you can. Raymond watched the order being given out by the Wolf Queen. Such an absurd name, for such a soft soul. He thought, and he should have held her in contempt for it. But he couldn't. Save everyone you can, that's the ideal we all began the priesthood with, that's the ideal we all chose to strive for when we trod the path of the scriptures, to become cardinals and lead the nation. It was a bitter draught to see a peasant in royal garb who could give such an insane order with a straight face. She meant every word, he could hear it from the very core of herself. When was the last time I sounded like that? He wondered while the liquor pounded against his brain, and he watched from his high place on the balcony of the hotel set aside for state visitors, but still apart from the nations that had, somehow, become so close that they were traveling companions. He put his hand to his head as if he could rub away his hangover. Years of flapping on about the good of humanity, how many villagers like hers did we destroy in pursuit of the greater good? The destruction of the sunlight scripture, he knew, took place not far from here. At least I can say I told them that mission was a bad idea. We should have just killed the weak king and let them fall apart in the next invasion. That idiot Barbara wouldn't have lasted a year. Raymond groaned at a particularly painful moment and watched the wolf-riding goblins raise their lances and cheer for their queen. The sound of hundreds of wolf paws slapping the stone was like the noise of steady rain, far different than the thunder of horse hooves, but even at a glance he knew for sure that those wolves would cause a bloody mess if they came up against opposing horsemen. Lying to Zeshi was for the greater good too, and for hers, but will she still see it that way? She has to know the truth by now. He asked himself that while hoping the opposite. Knowing her, she's sure to be on her way to Arwentar, which means my best chance of finding her is to go that way myself. That wasn't the first time he'd thought it, and again he wondered if he was just trying to convince himself or not. If she went with that wanderer, who can say what she's doing? The gods know she'd get lost in her own house if she weren't careful, and naive, sheltered as she is. Gods, please hear my prayer. Raymond said and knelt to the empty air. He lowered his forehead to the floor and lay his hands on the floor with palms upturned above his head to receive their blessing. For all my life I've followed your teachings, protected humanity, but now I see a beast, a traitorous beast, and she sets demi-humans to save a human. She tells me that her humans are her people, and if she lies to me I cannot see it. I see a mere peasant turned queen, and she sends goblins to save peasants from the monster of the elf kingdom, and the girl I have known since I was a mere boy. I fear she is wounded in her heart and in pain. I fear the consequences of my lies, and that I will lose my friend, my comrade. Never in my life have I uttered a selfish prayer. I was given all the gifts I ever needed, until now. Please, tell me what to do. Give me words that will help her to understand. Strengthen my faith. Show me that I am deceived by a fever or a spell or the damned lies of a powerful mage. Show me I am not wrong. He shouted the end of his prayer into the floor as he prayed for wisdom and guidance. Outside, he could hear the clatter of carriages, and the cheers of humans and non-humans alike as the monarchs resumed their shared journey to Arwentar. They rolled past him moments later, but he couldn't see it. Not with his eyes closed and his head down. But if the gods gave any answer, he couldn't hear it. If they were listening, they gave him no sign. If they cared, it seemed they didn't know how to show it. Silence stretched, minute became minute until a full hour passed him by, until his body ached from the uncomfortable posture, and Cardinal Raymond rose up again. Arwentar. He reminded himself as he put the failed prayer in his past and pushed himself to his feet. I can't do anything else here, whether the gods answer me or not. This is not the place I need to be. And with that, he went to make preparations to leave, uncertain about what he would find as he went on. As long as I find Zeshi, I can live with almost anything else. He told himself, and hoped to the gods the trip wouldn't make him into a liar. Chapter 309, Chapter. When Layali woke up, her first emotion was shock. I woke up. Was that a dream? She reached down to her inner thigh where the memory of the pain began. She felt the ridge of a burn mark and sat up with agonizing slowness. The soreness of the rest of her body was there, and when she looked down, there it was. It was dark around her, but the glow of the fire made it obvious. I was branded. He branded me. She thought with horror, and the rest of her memories began to return as the fog of sleep began to lift. No, something else. Why there, and... She fell back into the cloak that separated her from the ground. The memory of the swordsman jumping over her, his sword piercing the water while Zeshi ripped the creature apart with her bare hands, returned in earnest. They rescued me. Right, I got too close, the mark then. The burn mark where the tooth tore her open was different. She looked down the length of her right leg, she recognized sutures easily enough, and some places were wrapped in stinking bandages that smelled like the herbs she knew Brain carried. You're awake. Zeshi said from behind her, and Layali rose up to look. Zeshi sat munching on some pink, chewy-looking meat. A few feet away, Brain was sprawled out and snoring. Yes I am. What, my thigh? My injuries, was it all real? Layali asked with wondering eyes while Zeshi's fingers picked at the food in her little wooden bowl. The heterochromatic half-elf nodded while she chewed on another bite. Yes, you've been asleep for the last 2 days. You weren't that badly hurt, but it did put a toxin in you that kept you unconscious for some time. Fortunately the monster was large enough that... Well, she held up a morsel between 2 fingers. Would you like a bite of him? She smirked, and Layali's stomach growled with violent agitation. The younger half-elf put her hand on her belly and sprang to her feet, then winced. Ow. She yelped, and her leg almost gave out. Be careful, you'll pop your stitches. Brain seemed to be pretty good at those, but I have no idea how to fix them if they pop. Zeshi explained, and Layali gave a tiny nod that ended up more as a wince. Yeah, I will. Layali said, and Zeshi stood up, approached her, and handed the girl the bowl herself. Eat up. There's plenty. Brain is a pretty decent field cook. I tried, but... Zeshi shrugged. He swore I was going to burn the water. Layali gave a weak smile at the weak joke, and plucked a fragment of the pink meat into her mouth. It was as chewy as it looked, but as she ground her teeth over it, the flesh began to dissolve and the flavor, savory and sweet, began to spread out over her tongue. She shoved several more pieces into her mouth, stuffing her cheeks like a chipmunk and saying, "Ish good." Zeshi went to the spit and cut a few more pieces of the tentacle free, dropping them into another bowl and reseating herself cross-legged on the grass. So, it wasn't that bad. I got real lucky then. That thing was going to kill me. Layali said, looking down at the remnants of the creature that now served as her food. Luck was with you, that's for sure. Maybe making up for the bad luck of meeting Cerebrate, so don't worry, you've got a lot more good luck due to you after that. Zeshi said. It was meant to be encouraging, but Layali began to tremble at the name and tears began to quietly run down her face. Please don't say his name. I don't want to think of him, of those days. Layali said in a tiny, broken voice. Zeshi looked down into her bowl. Sorry. She said abruptly. I'm not that used to talking to people. Till this trip I don't think I've spoken to anyone other than Raymond, the Black Scripture members or other cardinals for the last 30 or 40 years, maybe since I was younger than you. I don't really know much about being gentle with words. I'll try to be more careful. Layali sniffled a little and took another bite. She chewed on the stuff for several seconds before asking, was it hard to work with monsters? They're not monsters. Zeshi said, and Layali only looked back at her in turn. They're my comrades, I don't know, Senna is my friend, some of the others, I think. Raymond, the old man has been with me for a long time. Zeshi's mind whirled with possibilities. Old rumors came back to mind. The other runaways or the deserters or the washouts as they'd been derisively termed, warriors, casters, rangers and spies with scripture-level potential who ran away and quit. Zeshi recalled an old conversation with Senna, the Black Scripture captain after one went all the way through training and then just vanished on his first mission. Traitors and abandoners, leaving you all with all the work, they really should be hunted down with more vigor and punished. Zeshi had said. Senna, with his loose dark hair cascading down his shoulders and his long spear on his shoulder, only shrugged. Some do that, but they're the crazy ones. Zeshi recalled her frown. Which? The deserters or the ones who chased them? Senna gave a slightly bitter laugh. Both, in a way. You wouldn't know because you only go out after monsters, but things get complicated out there in the field on the regular missions. It's not always that simple, yet we should follow orders and all, but the ones who can't. Nah, they got their reasons, and the only ones who really want to hunt those hard are the craziest of the crazies. You ask me, a lot more naps, screwing, feasting, and a lot less bloody and complicated missions to make everything a whole lot better for everyone. But, aren't you supposed to chase down a pair, like a week ago? Zeshi asked, aghast. Yeah. Kirek and Shanda ran off on a mission and got sighted somewhere near the border. Gosh. I hope they haven't moved on, it would be a shame if they did and I couldn't pick up their trail again. I'll get right on it, after my vacation. Senna answered, and meandered off, leaving Zeshi scratching her head. When she set the memory aside, and found herself looking down at the patched-up little half-elf, Senna began to make a lot more sense. They're not monsters, they do what they know, same as me, only I guess I didn't, and don't, know much. Zeshi bit her lower lip as she acknowledged, with great reluctance, her own ignorance. But they do, don't they? Layali pressed. They've gotta, to tell you what to do. It wasn't ever bad, working for most of them, some yes, and they kept those away from me. Raymond was my handler, and has been for more than 20 years, closer to 30, probably. I watched Senna go from a Gotkin scrub to the rank of captain. I came up with Time Turner's code name, they wouldn't. Zeshi felt the words start to die on her tongue. Act like Cerebrate was what she'd intended to say. But what could she say when confronted with the proof of what they all defended? My brother screams as they cut his ears, that's going to stay with me for a long time, and how many other siblings do I have out there? Zeshi wondered, and her mind staggered at the possibilities. Thank you for saving me. Layali said as the awkward silence stretched out. It's no trouble. Monsters like that are nothing but ants to me. Zeshi replied, then reaching into her bowl and finding that her fingers touched only emptiness and wet juices, she brought it up to her mouth and began to lick it clean. By the gods, that's good stuff. She licked her lips and went to slice off more pieces for herself, and when Layali moved closer to the roasting spit, Zeshi cut off a few pieces for her as well. So you're stronger than Brain by a whole lot, I guess? Layali asked when they sat back down again. Yes. If he's a hill, I'm a mountain. Zeshi answered it honestly, and glanced over at the swordless swordsman who snored obliviously a few feet away. Could I get that strong? Layali asked with a tentative and hopeful look when she raised her eyes like a pleading puppy dog. As him? Maybe. As me? No, I was born this way. Zeshi replied, and then said, but if you get as strong as him, there's not many you'd have to be afraid of. Who knows, maybe you even have a talent for some weapon or another and just don't know it yet. So, when I heal, can you, maybe teach me a little? Layali asked, her eyes fluttered hopefully, and Zeshi answered immediately. I'll show you what I know, but be careful. More so than around water, I promise. Layali said with her hand over her heart, and resumed chewing with a smile on her face. Chapter 310, Chapter. Contrary to all expectations, the city under the mountain was warm, like late spring or early summer in Riestaiz, and with the soft glow of the lights, it was like a sunrise from every direction. Their guide, true to his evident form already, was quick to point out places where his family could profit from the visitors, though he didn't put it quite like that. Doesn't it get hard to sleep with lights in every direction? Locuse asked when they reached a fork in the stone road. Oh no miss, see it's mornin' now by our reckonin'. The dwarf ambled along and pointed to a soft light coming from yet another tunnel ahead. See we got some lights what are on all the time, and others, they glow only part of the time, it's night when we say it is, day when we say it is, and we like it right fine just that way. Proly we get a whole lot more work done than you long legs. He chuckled, now, you wanna see how we be buildin' these things, I'm talking you, but if and you wanna see something real neat, it's on the way with only the slightest diversion. The dwarf stopped and held his hand out to the group. And what if it's not? What if we pay you and we're not impressed at all? Lupu asked with a taunting grin on her face. The dwarf chuckled aloud, I miss, that's fair, tell ya what, if and nobody in your little gaggle o' friends is impressed, I'll refund everybody. And what if it's just me who isn't impressed, gonna keep my money? Lupu taunted the dwarf, catching his weasel words, and causing him to reassess the red-haired woman again. But not offer a full refund. Well lass, I got to take you all along anyway, so, think of it as just you pay in for the happiness and thrill of your dear traveling companions, and who would say no to that? You're a sly one, ain't ya? Lupu asked, and the dwarf only winked. Just a dwarf making his way in the world, that's all, now we go in error note. He wiggled the fingers of his outstretched palm, and Mammon finally sighed and reached into his pouch and shelled out a silver for every member of the party. Lead on, Master Dwarf. Mammon said. I'll be happy to, but you don't have to call me Master Dwarf, you can just call me Tagrim, me friends, they call me Tagrim the Just. Or, Taggy, if we been drinking a bit much. Alright, Tagrim, lead on. Mammon said again, and the dwarf shoved the handful of silvers into his pouch where they clinked together against the others. Oi now this is something special, now nobody do nothin', alright, I don't usually show folk this, but you're a brave looking lot. Tagrim said and took them down a narrow side passage that forced them to walk single file. Watch your heads, long legs. This is an active mine. And it ain't sized for you folk. Well, maybe you too, he pointed at the twins, and your little girl there. Evil Eye fumed. I'm not a child. I'm an adventurer. A short adventurer. Lupu pointed out. Our shorty. Gagrin said with a taunting grin, and promptly smacked her head on the stone, which broke when she hit it. Ow. She said and rubbed her face. Like I said, it ain't sized for you folk. But no worries, it's not the deep part we go into, it's over here, then we'll head back to the main path and I'll show you the mailbox. Tagrim warned them again and then distracted them with gabbing, it seemed he had a gift for it, and it kept them engaged until they entered a great, wide opening. Undead. Locuse shouted and immediately sprang to the attack. Turn undead. She bellowed. She hadn't been wrong, there were dozens of skeletons at work swinging pickaxes in a steady and tireless rhythm, hauling the broken stone into carts and pushing them down a wide corridor off the area they were working in. What are you doing? Don't do that, lady. Tagrim shouted as the golden light swept over the skeletons, and they vanished into nothingness, their tools falling to the stone with a loud, echoing clank. What'd you do that for? Are you crazy, lass? Those city property. I ain't payin' fair that. How am I supposed to explain it myself? Tagrim was shouting then, stamping his foot on the ground and gesturing wildly at the place where the skeletons were working. Locuse looked at him, dumbstruck by his reaction. Instead of the thanks she was expecting for protecting him from monsters, he was raging. Aye, they're undead, undead are evil at best, mindless animals or natural disasters at worst. I just took care of them like the vermin they are. I what? She asked as he raged on about the expense of it all and the cost of transporting them and so on. Those undead, them skeletons, were leased from the Allfather. The savior of our people long-legged, short-brained idiot. Them's right expensive don't you know. They work in all the dangerous spots and keep our folk alive and free from harm. Oh, the tunnel doctors don't get much work anymore, but we haven't had a damn tunnel death in the last 2 years thanks to them, and you went and made a bunch of them vanish. The dwarf crossed his arms and began tapping his foot. You're paying for those, I hope you know that. I sure ain't, not 'cause of one dizzy idiot. Tagrim snapped. But they're dangerous. I'm a priestess, I'm supposed to put down things like that. Lockhughes protested, while Evil Eye mentally shrank behind them all. She doesn't know what I am, she doesn't know what I am, she doesn't know what she's saying, she doesn't mean me. It's okay that she thinks that, if she knew what I was. Evil Eye tried to tell herself, but as the blonde priestess of the water god went on trying to defend her actions, Evil Eye's protests to herself felt more hollowed out than the mountain in which they now stood. I don't care. You destroyed city property and you're gonna have to pay for it. We gonna have to order more to replace what was lost, and we gonna have to pay for the ones you destroyed, since they was leased. Tagrim said with matter-of-fact indifference to Lockhughes' protests. Maybe this isn't the right time to ask this, but where do the bodies come from? Some of those were human, but a lot weren't. Gagarin asked and cast her eyes about as if she expected more undead to show up at any moment. Oh, well, a bunch of them came from war, dead frogmen, dead lizardmen, dead human warriors. All in all, we lease about 10,000 skeletal workers doing projects as far away as the old capital. The Allfather gave us generous terms, and we give him first sale rights on all state-owned mines. Tagrim's anger vanished when he briefly ventured into a subject of which he was clearly proud. Lockhughes' jaw fell open in horror. 10,000 undead beneath the mountain. I heard a bard's horror epic that started that way once, and it's real. She gasped and shivered. But it's fine, they's easy to control, they got no brains, no will, they just follow orders, never tire, never ask for a raise, never take up the extra beer, leaves us free to do a whole lot more with our time, and we're happy. Now you gonna argue, or you gonna agree to pay? If and you refuse, 'fraid I'll have to call the guards to arrest you. Tagrim promised, and Lockhughes slumped at the shoulders. Fine. I'll pay for them, but can we keep this discreet? Lockhughes asked as she ran out of steam. 20 gold large if it's from the kingdom of Nazarick, 50 gold large if and it's some of them old Riestais ones. What'll it be? Tagrim stuck his hand out again. Lockhughes sucked in her teeth at the sum. I don't carry that much, but, she reached to her neck and pulled out the adamantite tag identifying her status. This is my security, I'll draft a letter authorizing you to draw that much off my account in the Adventurers Guild in Riestais. Hold on to this plate until you've been paid. Deal. Tagrim frowned. I'll need an extra 5 for the delay and the risk and the interest. Done. But let us never speak of this again. Lockhughes retorted. Fine, but you gotta promise not to do that no more either when I get you to the mailbox site. I know we got some undead down that way. Tagrim replied and began to lead them back the way they'd come. I promise. She said, but slowly. Just don't let those creatures come too close to me. At her back, she had no idea that Evil Eye's heart was tearing in two. Chapter 311, Chapter. The estate that Draudelin found herself entering was indeed fit for royalty, but she didn't fail to notice that there were no carriages or evidence of habitation in any of the estates around it. I guess the bloody emperor's reputation was based on truth. How many nobles he'd exterminated to consolidate his iron grip on power was the stuff of legend. However, notably he'd always taken care of the estates the dead left behind. Now those estates would hold the royal parties of those who brought champions to compete over the throne the bloody emperor left behind, or those who came to simply watch the events unfold and hobnob with their peers. Deals will be struck, ties will be forged, and I'm going to be pouring wine for the monster abusing my maids, disguising myself so he doesn't use me too. Draudelin's sense of loathing could not have gone higher than it was, but it could linger. For him, for herself. For her bad luck. She hefted the luggage that was handed her and scurried after the other servants of the king. The bestial, towering elf stood watching with indifference as his pregnant concubines struggled to bring his things into the estate alongside their cowed and broken husbands doing the same. Draudelin, at least, bore the lowest expectations of physicality. It was the advantage of his contempt for all others being weak. He had no idea of what anyone could actually do. So, after she made her way within, she went straight for the parlor after dropping off the things she carried into the kitchen. She had one hope and one hope only. Please be like home, please be like home, please be like home. She prayed with desperation that she would find what she sought. The parlor wasn't bare. In fact, the furnishings were exactly where their late owners left them. They were even dusted and clean, and though the wall-length bookshelves were empty, the tables, chairs and rugs all sat waiting to be used. However, for the queen, there was only one thing her eyes were seeking. A fireplace. She almost fell to her knees and wept. It's not much, but it's a chance. It was a strange sensation for Ainz to be riding in a carriage with both Albedo and Calca. If the rules of D&D applied to reality, and my personality could never grow from where I was, I'm sure I'd feel perpetually awkward about now. He thought with almost wry amusement. Which wasn't to say that there was none. However, it was made easier precisely because Kalka herself saw her arrangement with him as fundamentally transactional, and as a former salaryman, Suzuki Satoru could understand that. Her true love was Kalart. As for himself, we just happened to get along quite well, but she'd have acted the same even if she despised me, but it is nice that we understand each other as well as we do. Kalka's relaxed air in his company was what made it easier. Their son nursed quietly when he woke up, and in the meantime she chose to engage in conversation more with Albedo than himself. Have you picked out a name for your child yet? She asked of the All-Mother, and Albedo's eyes lit up as they always did when the discussion of the child arose. Chagama if it's a girl, Gon if it's a boy. She said as the noise of the carriage continued to rattle outside. They could feel the ascent of the carriage as it rose over a low hill, and its descent pulling them back against their seats as they went down again. Outside, the noise of hooves carried on as their mounted escorts acted as bodyguards for the royals of 5 nations. Lovely names. Kalka said with a little smile spread over her face. I hope it goes easier for you than it did for me. I'm afraid I can bear no more children. Aurelian's birth nearly killed me, some said it did. Is that so? Albedo asked, her curiosity piqued. So your hair. It's not a fashion change, no dye, this is just what happened. Kalka said, and Ainz did a double take, jerking his head away from watching the scenery pass by out the window. I guess now I know why. I was birthing the child of a god. I did hear that in legends, back when the Six were among us, they lost their women and children in childbirth, except for a handful of great warriors or powerful mages. Thankfully I'm one of the most powerful casters in the Holy Kingdom, and I had the help of Kalart and my court magicians to help as well. Otherwise, Orlion and I might not be here. Kalka finished, and Albedo leaned backwards in the seat. I suppose that means we can't just have my husband marry the queens or princesses of different countries and put all his children on the thrones. Albedo said with a tittering laugh, at which Kalka quickly joined in. No, I suppose not. That would become complicated. Since I have my Kalart I am obviously not one to care, and kings are generally not much for fidelity, let alone gods. The legend of the bird god made that clear enough. She chortled a little, what a story that one was, but others wouldn't feel the same. The what? Ainz and Albedo asked at once, leaning forward with sudden interest. Kalka cocked her head, the legend of the bird god, a silly story told by bards to entertain lewd male nobles. Supposedly in a land far, far to the east that was cut by the long river, a birdman god appeared who began a cult devoted to pleasure and sex of all kinds. And this, birdman, did he have a name? Ainz asked intensely. No, at least not that I've ever heard. Maybe he did when the story was first told, but it was an old story before my kingdom was born. The bards might know more if you're interested in music history. All I know is that it was passed around by someone on a pilgrimage down the long river, chasing after his god. There's a story there too, but it's not as lewd. Kalka explained, and when her son began to snooze, she set him in a small rocker secured to her wide seat and began to rock him back and forth. I've never heard of this before, nobody ever sang that song when I was in Hoburns. Ainz pointed out, and Kalka shook her head. No, you wouldn't have, my husband, it's sung to entertain drunkards in happy times, and the days when you came to my kingdom, we were lost in darkness. But there are plenty of stories like that, of gods passing down the long river to sail off into the sea and never return. Kalka said as she reclined. I found those interesting as a girl, most young people do, but nobody takes them seriously, they're just old myths. I see. Ainz said, and then wearing a bemused face he asked, would my wife indulge her husband, and sing a few bars? Kalka tried to glower at him, but when he blinked his eyes a few times, her glower fell apart and she relaxed. I can deny you nothing, however lewd. She chuckled a little at that, and began to recite. Birds of a feather they flock together. Birdman with feathers he fucks forever. The arrow he loosed from bow so strong. Hard as his cock and twice as long. He'd hit his targets every day. With countless women he proudly lay. Pale of skin. Full of lustful sin. The bird god's schlong would always win. Lost from the 41. Always hard and never done. Happy to sleep with anyone. Tits for his pillows and lips for his feast. Could no one ever satisfy that beast? Hungry to sate his wounded soul. He turned to the use of his hungry pole. Hole in a heart that bent at the waist. Eater so hungry, he wanted a taste. Kalka rolled her eyes, it gets worse, but I'm afraid I don't remember more. If that's not Perorancino, I will eat my staff. Ainz thought, but he kept his thoughts to himself on that matter, speaking only with a glance to Albedo. Albedo felt his eyes on her and answered with her glances, I will gather up every bardic story I can find, a clue, at long last a clue. She realized, and added another tally in her heart's ledger for the unlooked-for gift of Kalka of the Holy Kingdom. Chapter 312, Chapter Layali watched Zeshi drift off to sleep after their chatter was done. The woman never did properly answer the young girl's questions, and Layali was clever enough to notice the oversight. For someone so much older than I am, she's really terrible at lying. Maybe that's a good thing. Layali thought. The sewing up of her wounds made sense, the wraps made sense, but the burn mark on her thigh that had a fleck of metal against it, stuck in place like a splinter until she herself plucked it out. That made no sense at all. Layali glanced around their little camp. Brain's sword was in place. He used that to kill the monster, he's never without it. She told herself, but then did a double take. It's not in place. He keeps it nearby, it's several feet away, he always holds that tighter than my owner held my mother. It didn't occur to her to feel disgust at her analogy, it simply was, and so it also was when it came to Brain and his attachment to that sword. She approached the scabbard and took the hilt in hand. No way. She thought, and drew it. The sword was all but gone, only a broken-off fragment remained that made it more like a knife with a long hilt than the sword it had ever been. Where's the rest of it? She wondered and began to meander about the camp. Though she didn't come too close to the water again, she saw what she sought. The darkness was no meaningful impediment to her vision at such a short range. There on the bank was the mangled, broken remnant of a blade that had been touched by heat like a smith's forge. It was little better than molten sludge now, bent and ruined. She took a long look at the blade, then down at the wound on her thigh, then down at the blade again and back to her thigh. He gave up his sword, he must have heated it somehow, that's why, he didn't brand me, but without his sword. Layali's eyes filled with tears of bitterness and happiness alike. Having walked this far already, she could only guess at the distance he'd come before now, half the world, for all she knew, and now she looked at the ruined blade tossed away like garbage, the hilt alone, and a scrap of stuff broken off and resting now in her hand as a mute testimony to what was thrown away. She put the fragment back in its place, sheathing the pathetic remnant of the sword again so that it still appeared to be whole. Then she returned to her place at the little campsite and lay down to stare at the blanket of stars in the sky until the sun rose again. It was morning when the others got up, but Layali had not gone back to sleep. Her eyes were open when the sun began to shine again, and when the others began to rise. We need to get moving, Brain said as soon as he was up. He went about breaking down the camp with practiced efficiency, and to Layali's surprise, Zeshi went about the same process as Brain, but without asking for directions. He must have taught her while I was unconscious. She realized, and seeing how quickly they worked, she tried to do the same, only to find they both ceased to work as soon as she moved. No. You'll rupture your stitches. Zeshi pointed out, that thing had a lot of teeth. She pointed to the fire pit where, thanks to the light of day, she saw the gray teeth which blended in with the ashes. Ugly, vicious, serrated things, they were like small knives, and she couldn't help but remember the way they stabbed into her body in a dozen places so recently. Layali's hand touched one white bandaged spot and she shivered involuntarily. All right, I'll try not to slow you down too much, if I fall behind. She began to stammer out, but Zeshi waved it off. No, I'll carry you and we'll go at a quick jog. Brain said there's a town not far from here, and before you know it we'll be over the border. Zeshi said, and after they shoved their goods into his pouch, the older half-elf approached and knelt in front of Layali with open arms. I won't drop you. Zeshi promised with a wink and an encouraging little smile, and the young girl hobbled into reach of the embrace. Layali felt the warmth of arms around her, and recalled the ferocity with which the taller halfling tore apart the tentacles of the river monster. Overwhelming strength, she thought, and wrapped her arms around Zeshi's neck. All right, let's go, I'll need to stop to buy fresh herbs and other things, and then we'll move on. Brain said, and with that, they took off at a steady, constant jog. Layali winced a little at first as Zeshi's jog became rather faster than the word was usually used to mean and her wounded limb bounced around, but it ceased when she wrapped the legs around Zeshi's waist to steady herself, and when the wincing stopped, the pace picked up. Layali looked down and watched with disbelief as the dirt became a brown blur beneath her feet, and out of curiosity she turned her head to try to catch sight of Brain, who set the pace in front of them both. He really is strong, the young girl thought, and the breadth of what he could have done versus what he chose to do hit hard. Contrasting Brain against Cerebrate was a study in opposites in her mind, and the more she thought of it, the more she realized, I don't want to leave Brain. The prospect of being left somewhere safe after he successfully faced and killed her former tormentor held less appeal than it did before. And as that train of thought continued, she had to wonder. Where could he even leave me that would be safe? An orphanage. Nobody gives a shit about children with no parents. She mentally sneered at the very idea, having heard the gossip about adults who died and how their estates were divided up without regard for heirs whenever possible. Would it be so bad to just wander with him? I can keep the camp for us, maybe not help him fish for a long time, but otherwise. I'll be able to walk properly again soon, I can work when we travel. I don't need much, just some food and maybe a bedroll. If he teaches me what I need to know, I don't see why I should have to leave at all. I'll suggest it again when we stop to rest again. Layali began to privately catalogue the advantages of staying with him, marshalling all her wits and talents for the inevitable moment of confrontation when she would have to say to him, "I don't want to go." She was still at it, though was running short of ideas, when the low wooden walls of a border town appeared in front of them. Chapter 313, Chapter. The unexpected discovery of Peroroncino's possible existence in the world left Ainz with a divided mind, and it stayed that way for quite some time, leaving him pensive and quiet in the carriage. From far to the east, what they call the Long River, flows across the continent. But if Peroroncino came west, the river flows out to sea, and I'm sure there are other continents out there. Should I send agents to the east to learn more? Or to the west where he was supposedly going? And how long ago was this? Perhaps he found what he sought and went back to the east again. Ainz comforted his inability to make a decision by instead focusing on two things that might have helped along the way. His servants were sent racing over the border with the slain theocracy to search for any sign of the missing queen and, hopefully, catch her before she was returned to the kingdom of the elves and a profoundly ugly fate, and at the same time the more covert agents were set to gathering bardic stories, myths, and legends that offered any clue to the past presence of his missing friends. I should focus everything on Drawdalin, but there's no way they've made it back to the elf kingdom this fast unless they are expending significant magic, and that will make them easier to find. So a few hours here and there searching out stories can't hurt. Ainz resolved and thought about it more. It's easier to find information if the sources of information belong to me. That much was so obvious that he almost dismissed it until he considered its implications. Being called a god, that wasn't something I intended. But are they wrong? The ones they call the 6 great gods were obviously players. And what is a god except something too powerful to stop, whose will is always obeyed? But I'm just a salaryman. I don't know the first thing about being a god. Ainz rested his chin on his hand and stared out the window. Everything is moving so fast. I'm sure Albedo and Demiurge think this was all part of some deep plan of mine. Good luck talking them out of that, Ainz, even if I could. Who benefits when a child loses faith in a father, or a wife loses faith in her husband? It was a question that made Ainz resolve to be silent on the matter, and, despite his shifting discomfort with the idea of being the center of a religion, it did have one clear advantage. The old religion will always hate the ones I love. It has to go. Replacing it does need to be a priority at some point. Whatever they planned for the Baharuth Empire and bringing it under our control, the aftermath will give me some breathing room and we can focus on kingdom building. The train of thought led him to the 4X games of his earlier years before he engaged in MMOs. What do kingdoms need? Explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate, so we've got a good handle on what is around us. And we're expanding relatively peacefully, all things considered. Marrying Kalka did more than Albedo's actions alone. We have ample resources to exploit, and there are only 3 who might be called enemies. The Elf King, the Slain Theocracy, and the Beastman Kingdom. In a 4X game I would need armies, but this is different. With the Elf King in his capital, he can simply be removed by a sufficiently powerful assassin. The Beastmen are no threat and are all but routed. The Theocracy is unpredictable. That was both the weakest of the 3 and the one that worried him the most. They had players, which means possible world items, and new worlders have no class or level restrictions on using anything. That was what worried Ainz the most. Avoid war became his own mental policy, and the carriage rolled on. The chill of fear he felt at the possibilities of world items being used on his children could have been called cowardice. But he turned his eye on his sleeping son, and unthinkingly put his hand protectively over Albedo's pregnant belly, and didn't care what his feelings were called then. Better a coward who doesn't mourn than a brave man who does. Caution became the order of the day, and he quietly came to one clear conclusion. The Slain Theocracy's ways won't go out in a blaze of glory, they'll die confused, dismayed, and with a whimper as they're strangled. Drawdalin was on all fours in the room assigned for the Elf King's harem, a scrub brush under both her hands, and she vigorously rubbed the vomit, blood, and inglorious fluids from the wooden floor. Her white hair tumbled around her and danced with every violent back and forth motion. All of her maids were now talking again, and many were now reliving the nightmare, and vomited up their meals. Unable to keep up the lie about their not being well, the Elf King began calling for his human toys again. The queen gritted her teeth, shut her eyes, and put her anger into the menial work assigned to her. If grandfather appears at the tournament, maybe I can get a message to him. But then, he wouldn't interfere for my country. Would he really help me with this? Drawdalin had her doubts. The only ones to respond to her call for aid in the past were the Slain Theocracy, and more recently, the Kingdom of Nazarick. And if she had to pick the one more likely to aid her now, it wasn't the former. Their aid was self-interest pure and simple. Retired scriptures helped, but they could have done so much more. That bitter thought never left her, not once, not even while gritting her teeth and writing out letters of gratitude for what aid they had sent to her people. I'm sorry, my lady. I didn't mean to vomit. The weeping blonde woman was a viscountess, the bruises on her breasts were gone thanks to the elven caster's magic, but her mental pain kept her lying there shaking long after the physical pain faded away. "Don't worry, it'll clean right up. I'll take care of you, I promise. I promise." Drawdalin replied, giving the limp woman what the queen hoped was an encouraging smile. "We're bound to be rescued, the 5 nations participating in this, they'll find out, they'll make the elf king let us go. Everything will be all right. We just have to hold out until then." The queen hoped her words didn't sound as pathetic as she believed they did, but she had no time to gauge it before she heard someone say, "Princess, the king summons you." Drawdalin snapped her head around to look at the one to speak. She no longer thought to refuse. The last time she sent word to the elf king that she was occupied, the bastard came and took 2 himself, dragging them out by their hair and saying, "Come get them when you're ready." The queen still felt the guilt gnawing at her for that. So she rose to her feet, lowered her eyes, and followed the guard down the hall to the king's private room. The guard left them alone, and Drawdalin sank to her knees in front of the towering monster. "You, whelp, tell me what you know about this place." The elf king's perpetual sneer never left his ugly face. His demand was enough to get her to raise her eyes and answer. "I've never been here, my lord, but I can tell you what I've read about it, if that will please you." The queen replied, then lowered her eyes in a servile manner. "I saw no slave markets on the way here, just tell me where I can have more things bought," he demanded, and Drawdalin bit her lower lip. Of course that's what he wants, it's what he always wants. She mentally cursed, but said, "My lord, the empire was forced to give up its slaves after being defeated by the Allfather. They were all resettled in towns on the lands the kingdom of Nazarick claimed by treaty." The elf king ground his teeth and growled so much that he began to foam at the mouth, but Drawdalin hastily added, "However, houses of prostitution are plentiful, I'm sure you can satisfy yourself." The truth was, Drawdalin had no idea if she was right or not, but it was a reasonable guess given the nature of cities. The perpetual anger on his face looked like it might start to fade, and the queen took another leap of faith to suggest, "But perhaps my lord should evaluate the competition. There are many fights, exhibitions, leading up to the first day, aren't there? Perhaps a look at those might warn your noble self of any potential threats to your plans." She phrased it with the utmost care, avoiding the thing he would never believe, a threat to his life. And instead suggesting a threat to his daily routine. "You aren't an idiot, whelp. After I've got your mother, maybe I'll have some children who aren't idiots for once. Now get out, and tell the guard to prepare a carriage, I want to visit the arena at the next bout." The elf king commanded, and Drawdalin rose to her feet, bowed, and withdrew. "He said almost the exact same thing to me before, it's like he has to say it, what is wrong with him?" She shivered, and kept shivering all the way back to the room where her maids and ladies waited for her tender care and promises of hope she herself had doubts about. Chapter 314, Chapter. They reached the town before the sun set, but it was still late in the day before they made it through the open wooden gate. As security went, it was fairly pathetic. The wall was little more than cut logs sharpened to points at the top, the guards were well equipped, but few, and the height of the logs that formed the wall was such that anyone with martial arts could have cleared them in a single bound. But it was good enough against common bandits and most weaker monsters. The streets were unpaved, but the buildings ranged from stone to brick to wood, with a few homes that were taller than the walls themselves, denoting the wealthy members of the local township. The odor of horse and animals was thick and carried on the breeze, leading both Layali and Zeshi to cover their noses. Brain couldn't resist, smell that air. He laughed, and the pair groaned behind him as he led them to the nearest inn. The unpaved roads were more like wide paths along which people walked, and thanks to the lack of recent rain, at least it was packed hard and was easy enough to walk through. The people they saw were mostly dressed in cheap breeches of black or brown cloth with laced-up shirts, and those were carrying farming or fishing tools, and weapons enough to fend off any river creatures. Some carried axes or wood from the nearby forest, while others carried animal carcasses slung over their backs from a successful hunt. It could have been any town anywhere, and all Brain wanted to do was leave it. Just a short stay. He told himself as he opened the door to a building with a cheap wooden sign hanging overhead that had the crude outline of a mug and a bed flapping back and forth in the breeze. A portly innkeeper stood behind a table and shot to his feet to speak to them. He wore an apron around his substantial gut and a cheery smile on his chubby face. "Welcome to home, sweet home," he said, and Brain approached the fellow with an equally false and measured good cheer. "Hi, my wife, daughter and I need a room for a while, maybe the night, do you have space?" Brain asked, and the innkeeper's jowls flapped as he nodded up and down. Course we do, but what with folk passin' through to go to Arwintar, the prices are a little higher now, and I can't compromise on them. Cost'll be 9 silver per person," the innkeeper said, and Brain sucked in his teeth. "Are you a bandit, or an innkeeper?" Brain asked with a frown, and the innkeeper's cheery demeanor vanished. "The price is what it is, bandit or no bandit," the rotund man answered back, and Brain gave a look over his shoulder at Layali's leg. I need to rewrap that, I need more herbs. I need to get horses, and a new sword, at least the monster meant we're okay on food for now, fuck. Brain mentally cursed and then gave a slow nod. Fine, show them to the room, I'll have to go, sell a few things, where can I do that? I'll pay you when I get back. Brain promised, and the innkeeper thought that over for a moment. Round the corner there's a store, mostly sells gear to travelers and whatnot, but they buy most things if they think they can resell it. The innkeeper promised and moved out from behind his table. Brain, what are you selling? Zeshi asked, but he shrugged. Just some things. Don't worry about it, just get Layali's bandages unwrapped, I'll be back soon. He promised with a reassuring wink. Fine. Zeshi muttered, and when the innkeeper walked past them, Zeshi followed to the room. The floor creaked under every step, and she felt Layali cling tighter while wrapped around Zeshi's body. The footfalls of the innkeeper bowed the cheap wooden steps each time, but they never gave way under his weight. She followed him to a crude, dark wooden door that had clearly seen better days. It was chipped and rotting in places, having never been sealed against the elements, and even beneath the door Zeshi could feel the draft caressing her feet and denoting the open window within. Camping is nicer, she thought, but waited while the innkeeper unlocked the door with a rusty iron key and opened it to reveal the room within. It had only a single bed, a rough, unrefined table, a single chair, and northwest wardrobe or place for clothing. Its only amenity was a single smaller table on which a half-burned black and white candle sat with a pair of sparking stones. The innkeeper held the key up while Zeshi went within and placed Layali on the mattress. The bed creaked more beneath her, and the noise of straw rustling within revealed immediately what it was made of. I'll be holding the key till your husband gets back. If he doesn't have the money, you leave or I'll call the guards. He said, and unsure of just what to do in this situation, Zeshi simply answered him. I'll make sure he's successful. Don't leave. Layali whispered from behind her and reached out to grab the cloth of Zeshi's dark shirt. I don't want to be alone. The young half-elf bowed her head, and her tiny voice reached her taller counterpart, but Zeshi turned, took the small fingers that gripped her shirt, and removed them. She crouched down in front of the girl so that she was looking up into Layali's face. It'll only be for a minute, the door will be locked so nobody can come in. Just be patient. Zeshi said and brushed the girl's golden hair aside. Okay? She asked. Layali gave a tiny little nod. The innkeeper, to his credit, waited until Zeshi went for the door, and true to her instructions, when they were both on the other side of it, he put the key in the lock and turned it with a click. Just around the corner? Zeshi asked when she reached the front door of the cheap establishment again. Yeah, can't miss it. And hurry up. If you two abandon your kid here, she's an employee. He said, and Zeshi had no idea whether or not he was joking when she left the building or not, and was almost afraid to ask. Is this really what I've been defending all this time? She wondered, recalling the mockery and abuse of the mob when her half-elven heritage was seen, the public abuse of her own brother, and everything between and after. She felt a roiling sense of disgust in her guts when she rounded the corner and approached the store. At least the innkeeper had told the truth, it was there, the door was open, and Zeshi could even see Brain standing at the counter. Spoons, forks, knives. She asked herself as she saw him dump them onto the counter. Rather than follow her first instinct, to go in after and speak to him, she paused to listen, remaining behind the door. Listen, these are all solid silver and solid gold, check it, make a little cut, but only if you actually plan on buying, because if you mark them it'll be harder to sell elsewhere. Brain said while he stacked the utensils according to their type. Yeah, and how'd you come by 'em? A rat-faced skinny man with hard, beady dark eyes said as he held a fork up and brought it close to his eye. What's it matter? Brain demanded, that's my business, your business is buying and selling, well I'm selling, so are you buying or what? Brain demanded, the drumming of his fingers on the counter stopped and his hand went flat enough, fast enough, to give the sound of a slap that left the rat-faced shopkeep briefly startled. Listen, I don't much care for your attitude, yeah, I'll buy, but it won't be true value. I gotta move this stuff, you know, and then sold they. I gotta make a living here. The rat-faced man had a wheezy, nasally, whiny voice, his palms rubbed together with nervous energy, and Brain only stood silent to draw the uncomfortable moment out. When the beady-eyed man's gaze began to dart around, Brain finally spoke, I need 2 horses, medicinal herb, a new sword, and enough money for the inn for the night. Can you do that or not? And I'd like some money left over. Aha, well. Yes and no. I got herb, and I got 2 horses, adventurer, his friends died, survivor sold the horses, got 'em at a good price, I'll sell 'em to you, deduct the price from these things, didn't sell no sword though, and while I got 'em, I won't discount that, see, you'll have enough for the inn, but not much else after that. Maybe a few copper left. The rat-faced shopkeep's smile came and went and came again, his tongue darted in and out of his mouth to lick his lips like a lizard tongue, so, what do you say, traveler? You can't sleep on these, and the next place you might sell 'em is days away at best, and you don't got more money for herb do you, or horses, it's this or nothing, you want or not. The shopkeeper's smile spread out as Brain's silence stretched. Fine. But, where can I find good work, around here? Brain leaned forward as he asked the question. It's important that I find good work. I'll be gone very early, so I don't need much work, just a bit. Well if you're willin', big house, center of town. Mayor lives there, lots of money, lots of work, you know, hard drinker. The shopkeeper answered, and then swept the flatware off the counter where it tumbled with a noisy clatter into an open basket on his side of the counter. Great. Brain perked up. Give me the herb, horses, and money for the inn, and I'll make sure to forget this conversation ever happened. He drew his hand away from the counter, and the rat-faced shopkeeper began to chuckle. What the hell? Zeshi frowned from where she stood. Work, huh? Something about that all felt wrong, felt off. She rushed back to the inn, through the front door, and before the innkeeper could rise she said, He's just behind me, he'll be here in just a few minutes. The innkeeper relaxed, a bright, cheery smile on his face. Well then, go on back to your room for now. The key? Zeshi asked and held out her hand. Oh, none of the locks work anyway. He chuckled, just head on up. Zeshi's mouth dropped open, but he'd already stopped listening and paying attention to her. Instead he was heading toward a bar on the far side of the room. She didn't linger to see what he did there, she only hastened back to where Layali sat by herself with a false belief in her own safety. Chapter 315, Chapter. Zeshi felt an unexpected sense of relief when she entered the room and found that Layali was still where she'd been left. The heart in Zeshi's breast had quickened for a moment when she touched the rusted iron handle of the door, and began to slow as soon as the small girl came into view. So the locks don't work, marvelous. What a place. Zeshi thought, but covered her thoughts with words. Lie down on the bed, I'm going to remove your bandages. Zeshi said, and Layali wordlessly obeyed. Zeshi's fingers deftly undid the knot just above the girl's ankle which held the wrap in place, and with slow and steady care, after raising the injured leg in one hand, she began to unwind the blood-stained white cloth. How long till you leave me behind? Layali asked, looking up at her caretaker with luminous and fearful trembling pupils. Don't worry about it. Zeshi said after a few more turns around the girl's leg. We're still a long way from Arwintar. Brain will kill your tormentor, and then you'll be put in a nice place and everything will be fine. Whether a nice place existed or not that would take her, Zeshi had no idea, but it seemed like the right thing to say. No, he won't. He doesn't have a sword anymore, and it's all my fault. It's all he's got and I took it away from him. He can't fight without that. Layali began to whimper a little, and her little childish eyes filled with tears. He can't fight, can't kill Cerebrate, he can't fight in that tournament, he's traveled all this way and I ruined it. I didn't mean to. And I don't want to be left behind. She began to weep. Why were you even taking care of me if you're just going to get rid of me? The girl wept, her words, all over the place, her fears, scattered, but Zeshi had to ask. How do you know about the sword? I tossed that away. Zeshi replied, then corrected her, and I'm the one who messed it up, just so you know. Layali rubbed the snot from her little button nose and laughed. I might have known, you're bad at stuff, lots of stuff. I saw where you tossed it, I thought it was funny Brain didn't sleep with his sword like he did every night so I looked at it. And then I looked around, you didn't toss it far enough, so what was left of it? Zeshi's face turned red. Damn it. Her ears drooped a little. I heated up his sword to help seal your wound, but I went too far with it, and the damn thing just kept getting hotter. It was ruined. Brain was busy with you so when he said just toss it away, I thought he meant literally. So I tossed it where I figured, but you did. Layali laughed in spite of herself, and then shut down, staring up at the ceiling while Zeshi resumed the process of removing the bandage until it was gone and all her wounds were exposed again. Zeshi lowered Layali's foot onto her thigh so that the young girl's leg was elevated, and looked over the many marks. The bleeding was gone and they were looking better. I don't know the answer to your question. Zeshi said at last. I can't stay in this country anymore. I don't know where to go, I don't have a home anymore as far as I'm concerned. In a way, I'm just like you. Layali gave a long hard look at her. Nah. You're strong. Real strong. You can do whatever, nobody can say no unless you let them. I'm the opposite. I can't say no unless people let me, nobody wants to feed me. I go hungry, nobody wants to protect me. I'll die. Cerebrate finds me again, or someone like him. All I can do is cry, if nobody helps me. I don't want to die anymore. I don't want to be alone either. There's Northwest nice place for kids nobody loves. I'm going to die out there, and lucky means it'll be quick. She went back to her quiet weeping. So why were you taking care of me if you're just gonna let that happen later anyway? I already took Brain's dream, took away his sword. He'll buy another. Zeshi answered, and snapped her mouth shut at the girl's dismayed expression. I saw a magic sword once. I was serving in my father's house, a merchant was visiting, super important man I guess, and he offered my father the chance to buy one. A dozen platinum coins. Layali said, her face bitter and twisted. I can barely believe Brain didn't just get rid of me over the potion, let alone the sword. Layali pursed her lips, and Zeshi only cocked her face slightly to one side. Potion? She asked. Layali pointed to her eye. When we met, he was gonna buy a horse then, he had plenty of money, went out to rescue a priest, but we've got no horse, do we? So, he spent it all, or nearly all, on a healing potion for me. Maybe the priest found out I was a half-elf, or maybe potions just cost that much, but I've cost him a lot, getting rid of me. It makes sense but, I don't want to be left behind. She cut herself off, and said a swift shhh. Don't say anything. Please. Layali pled, and closed her eyes. Zeshi's ears twitched, the steps out in the hall could have been anyone's, but then. No, the pace, that's how he walks, HMPF, I never thought about that before. The half-elf wanted to sigh at her own ignorance being removed yet again, but instead she focused her eyes on the girl lying on the bed pretending to be asleep. Brain entered the room and held out bandages and some cheap clay bottles sealed with white wax. I have what we need, good, she's asleep. This stings and I'd hate to make it hurt. Zeshi nodded along, yes, she was in pain, but exhausted, I guess. It was true enough at least. Good, now let me show you how to do this. Brain said, and began the slow process of instruction. Zeshi's nimble fingers fumbled a fair bit. Not so much, it doesn't do any good to overuse it on the same spot, you just want it to be over and just barely around the wound, we don't have to drown the bandage. Zeshi turned red-faced again and again as he taught her how to do field first aid without magic, and little by little her fingers fumbled less as they went along. And while they worked, Zeshi chose to address him on what Layali brought up. So, do you really plan on leaving her somewhere? Brain raised his eyes from Layali's face to look over at Zeshi who was steadily massaging the injured muscle of Layali's legs to help it loosen up. What brought this on? I was just thinking, you and I both know you can't win at this tournament. Not with me there, so, are you really okay with just dropping Layali in an orphanage somewhere? Zeshi asked, and Brain thought that over. I was actually hoping to find a family to foster her. There are former elven slaves in the northern part of the kingdom of Nazarick. A lot of families there, they're dark elves rather than wood elves, but still, if I explain things, I'm sure someone would take her in. Brain suggested. Why not keep her with you? Zeshi asked, and tried to ignore Brain's sigh. Brain looked down at the sleeping girl, his thumb wavered a little, but he brushed aside a bit of stray golden hair to reveal the eye that had once been missing. Without looking at Zeshi, he spoke to her, I can't take care of a kid, I don't know the first thing about how to raise one. I've barely managed to keep this one from dying. Besides, I'm a human, the only thing she knows about human men is that they either don't care about her, or want to hurt her. She'd never want to stay. And more than that, I'm not a good man, Zeshi. She'd grow up on the road and learn nothing a girl should learn, by staying with me. I'll find somewhere good for her, a nice house, some good people who want a child, and I'll make sure she's safe. That's all I can do. Now drop it. Zeshi abided by his wishes, and didn't ask further. But she didn't move either. Nor did she forget what she'd overheard. Brain came and went from the room, bringing a meal, and saying, you two take the bed, I'll be fine on my bedroll on the floor. The half-elf didn't argue, and Layali did not break her act of pretending to be asleep. She's really good at that. Zeshi noted in the back of her mind, and did her best to copy the act when darkness set in, and waited for Brain to leave. He moved with silence that would have been the envy of almost any member of the Black Scripture, but it was no match for Zeshi's senses, her ears twitched as she followed after him. The buildings of the town were not overly large, nothing compared to Ikari, but there were enough multi-storied buildings for Zeshi to follow him with relative ease from a distance. Not a good man, he says. She thought while she watched him hop over the low wall to the mayor's estate. He's going to go and set more slaves free. Zeshi never had the best opinion of the idea of heroism for heroism's sake. Most members of the Black Scripture felt the same, but there were those, like Time Turner, who genuinely felt the need to protect the weak because they were weak. While her own views hadn't changed much, it was hard not to admire the conviction of action. And so, she followed him, though not within, and then it hit her. I haven't seen any elves in this town, no half-elves, no full elves. And if some of them were in that house? She jumped atop the roof of a building and stared into the darkness, watching through the glass as Brain began grabbing objects of silver and gold and throwing them into his magic pouch. Cups, plates, flatware, small bowls. The estate had a multitude of windows to let in natural light, and she watched as he went from room to room, pilfering what he could cram into the pouch, until he seemed satisfied, and left the way he came. The whirlwind of emotions grabbed Zeshi harder than the tentacles had previously grabbed Layali, and she jumped down to where he stood, grabbed him by the throat before he realized she was there, and with a running start that lifted his legs from the very ground, she jumped beyond the low walls and through the night air. Zeski. What are you doing? Can't breathe. He gasped as he flailed in the dark until she landed with a thunderous crash to the ground well outside the town and slammed him bodily to the ground, knocking the wind from his lungs and sending him into a spasm of coughing and choking, unable to rise as she glared down at him. You're no rescuer. You're a common thief. She shouted down at him with her fists clenched and her body trembling with outrage. In a disconnected sort of way that reminded Brain of the moment of his defeat by Gaze F. Stronov years before, he was keenly aware of everything around him. And like that moment, he felt an unusual kind of calm, despite his coughing and choking as he struggled to rise, and spat out. Fuck you. Zeshi. Chapter 316, Chapter. Fuck me. You're a common thief, you weren't there to rescue any elven slaves, just to rob somebody. Zeshi landed a kick to Brain's side, rolling him a few feet before he came to a stop and rose to all fours. Yes, fuck you. He grunted as he grabbed his side. I told you, didn't I? I'm not a good man. But fuck you for judging me for it. Who the fuck are you to turn those accusing eyes on me? I'm a common thief, fine. I've stolen lives and property, but you protected people who stole souls, so don't you dare look at me like that. He rose, shaking, to his feet and glared at her. The happy-go-lucky mirth was gone from his face. I do what I have to in order to survive. I hadn't planned on doing any stealing on this trip, but there were unexpected expenses. He said and rubbed his ribs. Gah, damn, I think that's cracked. He mumbled as his fingers probed the place she'd struck. It hit Zeshi what he meant: food, medicine, lodging, the things we needed. I needed. So those forks and things, did you even mean to, were you actually going to release those slaves? Zeshi demanded, searching his face for the truth and doubting whether she could find it if he hid it, or see it even if he gave it. Of course not, I don't hate them. He gasped out. Fucking bitch, that hurt. What do you mean? Zeshi glowered at him, but a rising dread was seeping into her gut. I was going to keep this a secret, never tell you, never wanted to tell you since. I've gotten to like you. But they're all dead or severely punished and returned to their masters. Brain gasped, his knees were buckling, but he held fast, wanting to stay up at least a little longer. No. They should have been able to get out easy, sneaking out the front in the morning or. She protested, but when she saw the pity in his eyes, she said no more. Have you never learned how to put information together? Brain gasped in frustration. Okay, fine, I'll treat you like the stupid child you seem to be. What did Layali think you were when you first met? A slave catcher. Zeshi answered, a shiver of disgust passing through her bones when she said it. What do you think is the penalty for a slave killing their master, or for an elf killing a human at all? Brain demanded, his eyes boring into the black and white eyes of the half-elven idiot in front of him. I guess, death. She answered as her skin began to tingle. And what do you think people will believe when the slaves you broke the chains of are found gone, or even if they're not found gone, maybe they never left, what do you think will be said, huh? Brain felt his knees give out and he fell down hard against the ground, but his steady stare never left the half-elf. That they murdered them. She guessed. Or, that your brother did. That he came back and killed 2 humans as revenge and broke the others out. You used superhuman abilities, nobody ever saw you, they assume his power awakened, and just whom will they call for that kind of event, you stupid girl? Brain spat blood into the grass, and fell forward, catching himself with one hand and holding his ribs with the other. Scriptures. She whispered. Which ones, to deal with an awakened kinglet? Brain demanded. The black. My unit. She answered, her knees began to weaken and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Will those give a shit about mercy? Brain demanded, wiping bloody flecks from his lips and casting the red aside. No, they won't. They put down threats, and the slave catchers. She couldn't say more. But Brain could and Brain did. They'll be out in force to catch the elves you let go in order to keep a rebellion from happening. Runaway slaves with human blood on their hands and an awakened kinglet leader, what a story that will be. They're all dead. I didn't. Zeshi whispered, I didn't want that. He was my brother, they were hurting him. I didn't even know I had a brother, then as soon as I did. I saw him being. I just acted. She could no longer see Brain's face, her eyes were far too blurry. I steal to survive, and I stole so we could get Layali out of here. I won't get to fight in that tournament, it'll take years to find a replacement sword on par with the one you destroyed. I'm okay with that. She doesn't know, she doesn't have to know. I'm just going to get her somewhere safe, murder Cerebrate, and put Layali somewhere where she can grow up, and then. He spat blood again, and it landed beneath Zeshi's gaze. Then I can move on, I'll find a battlefield or something and get a cheap one, and build back up again. Sorry I'm such a disappointment, and I'm sorry about what happened, but I never said I was a hero, and if you just asked me for advice, I'd have told you what not to do, and now neither of us can undo a damn thing. Brain said. They might have made it. Zeshi tried to protest. But Brain had had enough. Don't be naive. Haven't you wondered why we haven't seen any of them? Because they've already been caught or killed. Half-elf slave catchers are a copper for a dozen, a new one gets made every time a noble gets a gleam in his eye, and a place like Ikari, with their big latifundias and their large population, yeah, they'll have hundreds of those either working there or operating independently. Everyone you tried to save, they're dead or wishing they were, being interrogated about your awakened brother, unless he's already been caught and killed too. Zeshi said nothing more, she began to weep, worse than Layali had earlier, the totality of her complete and utter uselessness, and the depth of one betrayal after another came crashing down on her all at once. God damn it. Brain mouthed the word when he saw her fall apart in the moonlight, and he was reminded of something he'd forgotten. Because of her race, and perhaps in part because of her sheltered life, she was the equivalent of a human 15 or 16-year-old girl, a child in her own right, with everything that came with it. Parentless, controlled, and utterly lost. Great. Now look at what you've done. He told himself, and, though he was sore and bitter about her earlier judgment still, he had to wonder if he'd gone too far. With that in mind, he approached, inching himself closer to her, and when she all but fell forward, he caught her, and embraced her as he would have Layali. You didn't mean any harm, and I'm sorry I disappointed you. I'm not what you thought I was, but that's not your fault, you didn't know any better. Nobody taught you any better, any different. He said that, and many other things as he tried to reassure her. He wasn't sure how much good it would do, knowing that her comrades would be hunting down her brother, if he was even still alive, and that everything she tried to do had come to naught. But Brain did his best, staying with her and stroking her back until the crying finally stopped. Chapter 317, Chapter. Zeshi took a long time to settle down, and Brain had to wonder how many martial arts she used, when he looked back and saw how distant the town was, after worrying briefly that something or someone might interrupt them there with the racket she made. But settle down she did, and when she did, she disentangled herself from his embrace with only the softest touch to avoid injuring him again. Are you all right? She asked when she saw him wince. Ah. Brain gasped when she spoke after touching his ribs. I think you broke some bones, but nothing that won't be cured by a few weeks of an herbal wrap, or a potion, or a spell. But I can't pay for those other things until I sell off my findings at the next town. I'll be sore for a few days at least, but it's nothing I can't handle. I've been through worse. Don't worry about it. He croaked out and then sat back on his heels. So, now what happens? Are you leaving? Are you going to turn me in, report me for the murder of those guards? What? Brain asked and rested his now free hands on his thighs while Zeshi sat on her heels in turn. I'll just get lost again, mess things up, by the gods I'm so stupid. Like you said, I'm a stupid girl. I don't know what I'm doing or what's real anymore, nothing is what I thought and everything's all messed up. Zeshi looked to and fro, then lowered her eyes to the blood-stained grass. I shouldn't have said it that way, I'm sorry, really. You're naive, innocent, you never could have known what was going to happen. Brain offered consolation, and his arm twitched as if to raise it and touch her again, then he thought better of it and kept it still. You're not stupid. He groused, you're just naive and you meant well, you know better now, and won't make that mistake again. You'd be stupid if you repeated it. And who knows? Maybe by some dumb luck a few got away. Brain tried to offer a smile, but it died after a twitch of his lips. I hope so. Zeshi replied with a glum voice and a frown, but, at least tell me one thing. What? Brain asked. Tell me your real story. Zeshi asked of him and Brain couldn't help but laugh. I think I said, I was a peasant with talent, that's all. I found a sword, won a fight, left home, and never looked back. Brain's smirk formed all on its own, there's no tragic backstory of a bandit attack and my power awakening, there's no hero tutor who guided me and died saving my life. I picked up the sword and was better than everyone. The only thing to happen that was bad was one defeat at the hands of Gazef Stronov. I set out to surpass him, joined a group of bandits that tried to rob me, took charge, and for a few years. He asked the question rhetorically and snapped the fingers of his right hand. Things were great, we targeted nobles and wealthy travelers, and spent money in villages that kept them real cooperative for a good long time. They even sheltered us a time or two, hiding us when patrols came looking. We did so well that the Six Arms made overtures to us. Then they were wiped out and I buggered the hell out of there. Brain explained and then said with a little winsome smile, I told you, Zeshi. I'm not a good man, I'm a robber, a thief, and as you saw with those guards, a murderer. I just have standards is all. I rejected the Six Arms, and it might have come to a fight, but after they were destroyed, I ran for it alone. You ran? Zeshi asked. She struggled to wrap her head around that, looking him up and down as if seeing him for the first time. Yes, whoever killed Six Arms was far too strong. The bandits I was with chose not to go with me, and I'm pretty sure they're all dead now. It turned out that the Six Arms was wiped out by Mom in the Black and Lupa the red-haired beauty. There's no point in losing a fight, and I was no match for that, so I made the right call. Brain explained, but to that Zeshi had to ask. Who are those? The strongest man and woman team in the world. Look, I only heard a few of their feats, but when we get over the border to the kingdom of Karn, ask about them. They're very popular out that way. So, anyway, I've just been on the move ever since. I made a living with my sword when I could, and stole to stay alive when I couldn't. It isn't that I like stealing, I just have no other skill. I can fight, and fight. Oh, and also fight. Did I mention fighting? He asked, cocking his head and giving her a wink. She let out a stupid laugh that at least temporarily erased her drawn and sorrowful look. And when her amusement died, his little sly smile did too. So that's it, wandering ever since, on my own, like always. He said, till Layali, and then you. No comrades, ever? She asked. None who stayed alive. Brain replied, some were glory-hungry fools, and some just died heroes, and some became enemies, which has the same end. Either way, it's easier if you don't get attached. So, that's why you're leaving Layali somewhere. So you don't get attached to her. That's why you haven't asked me to stay when this trip is done, even though I have nowhere else to go either. Zeshi asked. Her eyes were so big and innocent that Brain could barely believe she was the one who said all that. Okay, so maybe she stumbled into the right conclusion. Brain thought, but he chose not to say anything against it. Though it did briefly cause his heart to freeze in his chest. Instead he gave a phony sigh and just said, it's what's best, I've got nothing I can offer, and by the time we get there you'll be fine on your own and know all you need to. Just let that go for now, the point is. I mean, you asked about me, that there is no point. You want to know what kind of person I really am. I'm a selfish swordsman and that's the end of it. Now you haven't answered me yet. Brain demanded, and Zeshi was quiet. I won't say anything. Nobody in this country would listen to a half-breed anyway. Just, no more of it, all right? For the rest of the journey to Arwentar, no stealing. Zeshi asked, and Brain frowned a little. What I stole won't last long. He pointed out. I know, but it won't need to. Zeshi promised, and when Brain opened his mouth to object, she leaned forward and put a finger to his lips. Hush. Just let me do something that I can't mess up. Brain nodded, his lips rose and fell in the groove of her finger and he uttered a muffled, fine, now let's get back, Layali is all alone, what if she wakes up and we're not there? Zeshi's smirk was a source of confusion when she dropped her hand away and stood up, she held out her hand and when he took it, she helped him to his feet. Race you back? With broken ribs? He asked. Don't run on them. She suggested with a playful shrug. He took off running in response, and Zeshi followed hot on his heels. Chapter 318, Chapter. Days on the road saw numerous assemblies of the population. The kingdom of Karn's population expanded shockingly close to the kingdom of Nazarick, and a few towns were even springing up. Ainz recalled the state of things when he'd first appeared, village after village destroyed by theocracy soldiers disguised as knights. As a result, villages tended not to come too close to borders unless there was a fortification to protect them from harm. But there were no forts to be found except for a handful that existed for travelers along the roadways. It was a ringing endorsement of the Wolf King and Wolf Queen's faith in the Allfather, and the result was an eruption in farmland that rivaled the most fertile places in Riestai's. For this stage of the journey, Henry's carriage took the lead, allowing her the honor to put the peasants in good spirits, and many gathered along the roads to wave or bow or kneel and pay their respects. It wasn't lost on Ainz how diverse their reactions to the Queen was when she leaned half her body out the window and waved at them with both hands. Her smile was bright and weak golden hair trailed beside her in the breeze stirred up by the rolling carriage. The peasants hooped and cheered, proving her wild popularity, while the swords of darkness rode close by with proud expressions on their faces every step of the way. Even Lukrut, for all his ludicrousness, seemed to have taken things seriously. Ainz noted, but kept his focus on the reactions to, and of, the Wolf Queen. She clearly didn't care how they paid their respects to her, she had no sense of royal decorum. Ainz tried to imagine Kalka, or Albedo, or Drodelin or Renner, or even Nia, doing this, and he simply couldn't picture it. But it works for her. He thought of Henry, her youth, sunny disposition, and her obvious love for her population shone through her clear and obvious return of their adoration back to them had paid off in a rare sort of way. Her children might not have her casual air, but for a very long time I think I'll find the rulers of Karn to be very plain-spoken and open-faced people. I think I'll like dealing with them. Ainz reasoned, and made a mental note to put additional funds into trade development with them before integration was completed. A little of their mannerisms would do a world of good for the stiff-necked natures of some of the others, then maybe I could relax just a little more. He knew it was a selfish thought, but he didn't have it in him to care. Not about that. The carriages switched places after crossing the border, putting the Allfathers in the forefront well before any crowds came into view. Albedo, of course, had her own view on the matter. HMPF, she should have always been behind our Lord, that is where all creatures belong, behind him or beneath him. She had a rarely revealed viciousness about her at that moment which was the opposite of the calm and matronly woman she portrayed herself as most of the time. And in that, Kalka believed she saw a glimpse of the real self beneath the mask. It chilled her blood to see it, and the unspoken question came to mind again, exactly what race is she? The wings made it certain that Albedo was not a human, but with so many races in the world, and perhaps even more in the confusing panoply of the second world and first world, the possibilities were endless. But that mask-dropping moment provided an answer the Roble Holy Queen never expected. The Allmother, she is a demon, a true demon in the flesh. She would still need to ask to be sure. She didn't believe her husband would lie to her about it, but the asking was merely to confirm what the Holy Queen was now absolutely certain of. But how to ask, and how she should act having gained that knowledge, were very different things. Thankfully her husband saw fit to answer. Now, Albedo. Ainz patted her thigh and the demon immediately calmed herself and wore her mask of sweetness and light again. If we give them the little things, we gain the large things. Especially if what we give them increases what we gain. Again Ainz cast a silent thought of gratitude toward the missing queen of the Draconic Kingdom. By now agents and spies and search parties from multiple nations would be scouring the slain theocracy and rushing toward the Elf Kingdom itself. But none would accomplish as much as his own agents, of that Ainz was sure. Demiurge will have set demons to scouting for her, demons that even the elves wouldn't have a chance at seeing, not to mention the Hanzos. Wherever she is, we will find her. Ainz felt the certainty in his gut, and trusted it enough to relax as he watched the scenery pass. The crowds which gathered began, mostly human, and Kalka waved with polite, reserved dignity, as did Albedo and the Allfather. But as they went from village to village and town to town over the next few days, there was a change. Dark elves? Kalka asked. They are former slaves from the Baharuth Empire, brought here to help settle the vast empty lands between cities. Albedo explained without looking away. The carriage bumped a little, and the roads aren't finished yet, but they lay a few miles every day in exchange for certain considerations on their taxes. Paving, everything? Kalka asked, and Albedo acknowledged her question. Yes, roads are the lifeblood of a kingdom. Good roads mean ample trade and travel. It's how talent moves from place to place and it makes a kingdom prosperous. In time there will be a single continuous road from the tip of the southern Holy Kingdom, all the way to the most distant border of the Baharuth Empire. Our husband has a slew of plans, nay, a mountain of plans for the reshaping of this world. Albedo said with an almost wild expression as she opened her arms expansively. Plans? Husband? Kalka asked, and picked up her son to cradle him against her bosom. Her eyes narrowed just a little. What is she speaking of? Project Utopia. Ainz answered. Utopia. Kalka sounded out the unfamiliar word. What is that? In literal terms, the word means nowhere, but it has another meaning. It refers to an imaginary kingdom in which perfect and rational governing takes place, an ideal state. Ainz ceased to speak when tears filled Kalka's eyes. Where everyone will be happy, and no one will cry. She finished the unspoken words of an ideal she hadn't dared to dream of since the day she had to reclaim her capital city from her own angry population. I'd almost forgotten my own dream. Tell me everything, and how I can help make this utopia, everywhere, instead of nowhere. And just like that, she is his, down to the core of her soul. Albedo thought with a welling of admiration for her master. Though he couldn't rewrite others as he had rewritten her in the final hour, he somehow changed those he touched, and made them his with nothing more than words. How glorious is my lord, and how lucky I am to be by his side. Albedo thought with joy, and the carriage rolled on, with dignified waves to the cheering dark elves who rushed to gain a glimpse of their liberator in the flesh. Chapter 319, Chapter. The journey out of the town went smoothly, in no small part due to the fact that they now had horses. Layali rode in front of Brain on the horse, nuzzling her back against his chest, and when he said, "You try," and put the reins of the horse into her hand, a squeal of childish excitement no different than what he would have expected out of a human girl, left her mouth. Now this is how you do it. Brain said while he, seemingly without thinking, put his hands over hers and began to talk her through how to control the horse. As the noise of the horse's hooves kicking at the dirt resounded as a steady scratching thump carried on, kicking little clouds of dust behind the trio, Zeshi watched out of the corner of her eye. For all her now acute self-awareness about her own foolishness and ignorance, this she could understand in a way that neither Brain, nor evidently Layali, could. Zeshi understood it, because she had the same moment. Just like when my mother taught me to ride. Though decades had come and gone since she'd been Layali's age, and the woman Zeshi called mother had herself passed away many, many years before the present, the memory was as fresh as when it was new. She could still smell the grass, the somewhat pungent odor of the horse, still feel the wind and her mother's guiding hand over her own. Some of my last really happy days, if only I'd known it. Zeshi reflected, and watched the girl with a mix of envy and pity. So this is how you make them canter, keep your back straight. Brain said and pressed a hand to Layali's lower back. Head and eyes straight forward, shoulders back, that's how you ride with pride. Layali did her best, though her fingers tightened around the reins maybe more than they needed to, the soft leather scrunched in her little grip, she began to pretend, the empty road was lined with cheering crowds, and herself, she was not a slave, or the doll of some brute, she was Princess Layali, the warrior princess on the way home from another of many victories and then, Gladiatrix Layali, who won her 1000th victory in the arena, riding past her many admirers. She felt her smile grow as she played at her little game. Good, just like that. Brain said to her, if you're not rushing on horseback, you should always ride this way. Never ride in the spirit of defeat, shoulders slumped or looking down. Always look ahead, always straight as a saluting sword. Keep that feeling, never let it go. Brain's voice dropped to a whisper, his breath barely had the power to brush over her ear. That's what the worst will try to take from you if they can, never let them have it, and you'll always have something, no matter what else they do to you. Brain. Layali asked and tilted her head back so that her eyes were looking straight up into his face. Nothing, just hold on, we're going to go at a gallop now, so lean forward. Brain said, and as he leaned forward, so did Layali, and when they spurred the horse forward, the wind smacked Layali in the face, it picked up her hair and blew it wildly about behind her, spreading out on either side of the adult acting as her teacher. Beneath her when she looked down, she watched the ground become a blur, and the horizon when she looked ahead seemed to both draw closer, and open up to become endless both at once. As she looked in each direction, the distance shrinking, the way ahead growing, Layali cursed her own cowardice. I want to tell him I want to stay. I don't want to be left behind. I want to ride forever. And the thunder of the two horses went on. Scanna and Iliana sat opposite one another at the table in one of the private offices of Nazarick. Our lady's cunning knows no bounds. Iliana said with a wiggle of her ears. Scanna twitched her own in turn, a little game between the lovers that they'd played since Scanna's return to life, but the words of Iliana were as true as they were serious. You're not kidding, sure there's nothing wrong with a little covert work, but you just don't get the same experience, and those morons are letting us basically wander free. We could map the place down to the last blade of grass and say it's because we wondered if Drawdalin might have been turned into the roots beneath it. Scanna snickered with a bit of malice as she got into her work, sorting out one piece of material after another. Arrayed in front of them both, those materials were lists. Lists of important people, lists of homes and residences of those people, maps of villages and towns the dispatched agents of the Kingdom of Nazarick were already compiling. The Doppels put under the command of Albedo's agents had explored not even a tenth of the landscape, but they were like bits of sand blown out of the palm to scatter into the wind. Each place they landed, they were just one among many, and in their search, however earnest it might have been in truth, they picked up more information besides, all of which was being compiled for later use. Scanna's quill flew over the paper as she transcribed key details, boiling down masses of information into key points, while her lover took a more leisurely pace about it all. When Iliana noticed the almost frantic pace of her lover, she reached a hand across the table and covered the ink-stained fingers with her own. Relax. She said, and when Scanna looked up at her and away from the paper, Iliana smiled a little. There's no reason to hurry, you're not a human with the lifespan of a mayfly, you're an elf, and according to our mistress, the time for bringing the theocracy down is at least 2 years away before we even begin. Maybe 4, depending on what they do about the demi-humans. It won't fall even 1 day sooner if you work yourself to death. Scanna let go of the breath she didn't even realize she was holding, and a little silvery laugh followed. It's funny, I never worked hard in my life until I met Lady Albedo, or you, and now that I've started, I can't stop. You're right, I should relax a little, we'll get it done. I just dash. She stopped when Iliana squeezed her fingers a little. It's all right, I understand. Their time will come, we just can't hasten it, like water carves a channel, slow, steady, and constant, and we'll cut our way through to the end. Are you sure you're not just trying to get me to conserve my energy so I have more to spend on you tonight? Scanna winked a bright green eye at her mate, and Iliana looked straight at her when she replied. I'm doing exactly that. And with thoughts of the night to come, they returned to work. Chapter 320, Chapter The second of Queen Draudelin's maids to die, died in the arms of her queen. I tried. I tried. I tried. The maid whispered as Draudelin dragged the woman's limp body down the long hall, her feet on the smooth wooden floor squeaking steadily until it drew the attention of some of the Elf King's other attendants and they emerged out of the rooms where they worked and came to assist. The queen was so focused on the limp frame of the barely aware maid that she was unaware of the others until 3 elven women hefted the injured maid up at her legs and shoulders, and began to carry the woman back to the common quarters themselves. Thank you. The draconic queen whispered and scurried after them, taking her servant's hand as the seemingly mute elves did what kindness they could. I know you did. I know you did. I know, and it's all right. The queen whispered as close to the woman's ear as she could. Just what the woman meant, the queen had no idea, but it didn't matter. Reassurance, no matter what it was for, was all she could offer to her people anymore. Her dress, a gift of one of the elf maids, was a pathetic and patched-up remnant of what was once very fine clothing. It was also practically pink, after constantly being washed from being stained with blood. The dress was loose around her waist and allowed her easy freedom of movement, and sleeveless, which was unusual, but the practicality of that became obvious after her many times doing what the women in the Elf King's harem referred to as field care. When they lay the woman down and Draudelin made to step away, she felt the woman's hand grab at the hem of the queen's new clothing, and the descendant of a dragon lord could only turn to meet those empty, hopeless, wild eyes again. I tried. The maid mouthed again. I know. Draudelin whispered, I'll get water, clean you up, it will be dash. The queen opened her mouth to speak, and it became a scream as the maid rolled herself over, and by the power of pure will, gave a stumbling rush to the fireplace, braced herself, and bashed her head against the stone. She fell back, the head wound spraying a red rain out through the air to arc across Draudelin's face and clothing. No. Not another one. Not another one. The queen shrieked and rushed to at least try to arrest the maid's fall, for all the good it did. Fetch the healer. The queen wailed and pulled the maid's head into her lap. The elves in the room rose to their feet, but none of them made to leave, nor did a guard rush in. Are you deaf? Go and get the healer. Draudelin cried, hold on. Just hold on. I'll take care of you. The queen commanded. I forbid you from dying. You're sworn to serve me. You're not allowed to die on me. Please, don't leave. The queen's voice began to dim as the maid's disobedient dying continued unabated, the royal fingers, bloody and slick, slipped over the injury and she tried to pinch the gaping wound closed. Why aren't you helping her? Draudelin looked up and around as the elven women slowly surrounded the pair, and began to sway side to side, and hum a mournful dirge. Close to Draudelin's side, the pregnant elf whose name Draudelin could not bring herself to ask, and who had not offered it despite their time together, placed a hand on the queen's shoulder, and quietly sang. In the ever summerlands where no cruel touch abides. A seamless world where no woe betides. Where maidens' dreams of love grow strong. And there never is a morning song. Rest ye angel, to freedom fly. Safe in death, in thy grave, lie. The queen barely registered the rest of the song as she came to understand. A death ritual, an elven death ritual. The queen realized as the spraying blood became a trickle, they hummed onward, their lyrics sung again, and again, and again. I can still save her. The queen thought, even if they won't. She made to rise, and the elf concubine's hold on the draconic royalty tightened. She's not dead. The queen shouted, spittle flying from her mouth as the elf women went on and the flow of blood began to diminish as there remained less and less to lose, a puddle of crimson spread out over the floor, rapidly expanding to the size of a small rug. Will you take her freedom, child? She could bear no more, now she is free. This was her choice, it is the choice that many make when they can bear no more of our king's cruelty. Honor her choice, or force more suffering on her? The elf asked, and Draudelin's lips curled up in a snarl of defiance until, as she darted her face up to the elf, she saw a river running down her eyes that were a mirror of the queen's own. You are one of ours, so is she, this is all we can do, nobody can defeat the king, except her way. She beat him, and now she is safe. The elf woman whispered, and then moved her hand away as the tension fell away from Draudelin's body. She is still here, will you send her away without your voice to guide her to the land of endless summers? The elf woman asked, and Draudelin began to sway back and forth with the others, the few human women who could rise, joined in the ring, and even those who could not properly move again, rocked back and forth where they lay. First Draudelin, and then her maids and court ladies, picked up the lyrics as best they could, and uninterrupted, they sang their sister to the afterlife, never stopping, not until the maid's blood stopped flowing and her heart stopped beating, and her victory over her tormentor was complete. When it was finally over and the last note faded, the queen said to the ones who gathered, thank you, but we also have customs, we cremate our dead so that they can't be devoured by beasts, denying our own monsters their victory. It sends them skyward, away from all harm found here down below, will you help me gather what I need? Of course, little princess, that will be easy. The matronly elven woman stroked Draudelin's hair as if the queen were merely another child among many. I hope so. I'll send her to the gods, and hope she is received. The queen said, and lowering her nervous, fearful hand to the still wide eyes, she steadied herself, and closed the eyes of the dead for their eternal rest. Chapter 321, Chapter. The elf woman was true to her word. Please let this work. Draudelin thought as she stood in the rear of the estate. The survivors of her party and her unexpected comrades were gathered around a pyre of stacked logs constructed crisscross with a wide gap beneath. In this way the air fed the fires, and the height of the burning material, which elevated high enough that in her adult form the body would have been at chest level, ensured that the flames would shoot higher than any cook flame. She held a torch in her right hand. Born of the dirt of the world, we ascend to the sky and escape all things that would harm us. The queen projected the power of her status in her voice, clear and unbroken. She wavered not a bit in her final duty to her subordinate. One thing the queen had added, however, which was not part of their rituals. The cloth wrap was streaked with pitch. The sky was mercifully clear and the day's warmth was mild. Not far beyond the walls of the estate she could hear the hustle and bustle of the people of Arwentar who passed their days unaware that a living hell existed within arm's reach of them all. The queen touched the torch to several loose straws that would draw the flame deep within the pyre, and then shoved the torch underneath. The flames roared to life almost instantly, and the queen waited. Please let this work. Please. She thought again, clasping her small hands in prayer as the smell of wood began, and the flames caught the pitch-tainted wraps, and the body was engulfed in flames. A roar went up that was redoubled from the first light, and black smoke rose, slowly reaching toward the sky where it would surpass a dragon's flight. Archie and Seabass told me that they were agents in Arwentar, close to this very spot before the war began. Even if the Allfather isn't here yet, there's no way someone isn't paying a mind to what happens in the capital when the entire empire is on the line. Somebody will be watching, somebody will see this and wonder what is happening. All I need is for them to watch, if they just watch this place. I can get a message out. Draudelin's thoughts ran faster than a wild horse, and she bit her lower lip hard enough to draw blood, watching the fires rise, listening to the crackle of breaking wood and trying to ignore the pungent, foul smell of burning flesh. It wasn't for nothing, even if she didn't know it. The queen told herself, we're getting out of here. All of us. She looked around at the various women, elf and human alike, and said again to herself, all of us. Raymond's carriage fell behind the others by design. He departed hours after the other monarchs did, and when he left in silence with no ovations or honors or interest in them at all. His only company other than his array of hidden knives was a bottle purloined from the place he stayed, which would no doubt be tacked onto the invoice sent to his embassy. The carriage clattered along, and he could only rest his cheek against his fist, and his elbow rested against the edge of his carriage window. He looked out the window from the corner of his eye to watch the scenery pass. His mind drifted like a leaf in a slow-moving river, aimless and without direction of its own. A few things, however, he could not avoid. Is she okay? He wondered about Zeshi. The girl was utterly lost when it came to anything to do with reality. That's our fault, she can't even make a campfire, not unless she remembers the things her mother taught her, and that's our fault too. His carriage carried him onward, racing at a swift pace that kept the scenery changing, which was a small blessing to have as it kept him from turning an eye to the bottle nestled beside him on the thickly cushioned seat. It was large and green with a fat body and a long neck shaped like a swan's neck, curving to a downward curving neck, and a small bottom side the size of a dessert plate. It was also more tempting than it should have been. You're just depressed. That's not what drinking is for. The cardinal told himself, but he couldn't keep from worrying. Zeshi is the strongest being in the world, or was, but she's also a young girl in her body's terms. A sheltered girl who lost her mother, damn it. The more I say it, the more we sound like. Raymond didn't care for the direction of his thoughts, and so he turned his eyes away from the bottle one final time, refusing to look at it and instead focusing on the scenery, sweeping through village after village with barely a pause. But oh, how his pulse raced and demanded that he pause. Are those? He asked himself, and he couldn't deny his eyes. There were goblins tending the fields beside humans, and skeletons bearing water or swinging hose up and down in an endless, tireless cycle. Instantly the urge to rush in and slay the monsters rose to the fore, destroy the skeleton, protect the human, but time took its toll on his impulses, and instead, he pressed his face to the glass and watched with disbelief. It's one thing to see it in a city when there are guards to keep order, where there is power, but this is a village. A village. Not a sword to be seen. The former Black Scripture agent had seen men and women crack before in the field, strong, mighty figures, champions of humanity with the potential to grow even stronger, and they cracked under the weight of the atrocities they were compelled to commit. A goblin tribe fleeing enslavement by orcs, slaughter them to the last infant. A vampire hiding itself away that hasn't harmed anyone, they may someday, so they must die. An elf who slew their master and escaped to try to form a rebellion, rebels against order were not needed in the theocracy. I was so proud of myself, pushing through my doubts, pushing through everything, doing my duty, washouts and failures. I couldn't hate them, but I was so glad I wasn't one. Raymond thought as he raced past, watching as a goblin accepted a water skin from a human farmer before distance put the pair out of sight. Fluke. It's a fluke, he told himself, but unwilling to look further, lest he witness more flukes, he grabbed the red velvet curtain and yanked it shut, plunging the interior of his carriage into, if not total darkness, then into a dim red light which washed over everything within until the sun set and the carriage driver knocked on the door to say, "We have reached an inn, master. Would you like a room?" Raymond looked outside the door of his carriage, the driver's cropped ears caught his eyes. "You're not the driver I had yesterday," he half asked as he looked past her and toward the two-story wooden building. "I had, a young boy." "Yes, master, you did. The embassy sent me instead. I was acquired by your butler, and sent after you shortly after you left. I arrived yesterday with instructions to act as your personal aide." The elf replied, her back stiffened ever so slightly, and at that, Raymond felt his lips turn down a little. "Why?" he asked, his hand tensed around the neck of the bottle. The elf's face was the neutral mask he'd seen on slaves since birth, but now he wondered, what lies behind it? "I have only the butler's word, but, if it pleases you, master, I can put together what I heard and what I was told into an educated guess." The driver's feet inched a hair farther away from him. Had he not been of the black, he might not have noticed it in the dim light, but it was there. "Go on," he said as he looked the driver over. "Master, the day I was purchased, I could hear your butler say he needed to buy someone completely broken in. And the day I was dispatched, your colleague, I believe the master's name was Dominic, instructed me to be dispatched immediately so that no human could be infected by heresy. I believe that I was dispatched because I will stay silent, refuse nothing, obey you completely, and not have any beliefs of the six tainted by foreign ideas." It was all said with stiff formality, enough so that one would think she bore no resentment toward his kind at all. "And, are you?" Raymond ventured. "Master?" the elf asked, cocking her head. "Broken?" he asked. She sank to her knees then with her eyes downcast, holding the carriage door open with her back, though she winced when she did it, it was otherwise a seamless motion. "To nothing, master. Nothing at all. I will obey. I ask only that you do not hurt me as I do my best to carry out your will." It was said as if she were announcing the time of day, with not a single break in her neutral face. Dominic. Raymond rolled his eyes. Of course he would be the one. Then a thought came to mind, he furrowed his brow. By chance, did the boy who drove before make mention of informing the others of the fact that I was now traveling alone? The woman paled. It didn't occur to me to ask, my lord. I didn't know you had a companion." Her neutral mask broke a tiny bit as her lips quivered, but there was no other sign but that and the color draining from her pretty, sharp-featured face. Raymond waved it off, letting out a sigh. "No, it's fine, you couldn't know," he said, though privately thought, that will not go over well. Then he glanced at the inn again. It was rather larger than he expected it to be, with a large stable off to one side. "I suppose I should stop for the night." He let out a long, slow yawn, which the elf did not repeat, though she bit her lip to keep it back. "Go ahead and stand up," Raymond said without looking at her and stretched his legs as she rose. "That was a very long ride, but, if you're going to be with me the rest of the way, it will be awkward to just refer to you as girl or slave the rest of the way to Arwentar. What should I call you?" "Master can call me what he wishes," the woman replied, and unbidden, she went to the back of the carriage to take down a large suitcase, which she hefted on her shoulder with surprising ease given its size and weight. The boy would have struggled with it. Raymond noted, and cracking a smile he said, "I think what he wishes is a tad cumbersome, just give me your name." The elf stopped dead, and looked at him for several seconds before cracking the ghost of a smile. "Master jokes," she said, flatly, "but if he wishes my name is Nua." "Nua, then," Raymond replied, and asked, "Why do you not put that on your back? It would be far easier than on your shoulder." The elf woman's neutral face returned when she said, "If it is master's wish." She then tossed the bag up just a little and snapped her arms out in time to catch the straps onto each shoulder, and carried his luggage behind him, suppressing the wince as she walked. Chapter 322, Chapter. Arriving at the next town on horseback that evening, Zeshi and Layali nevertheless took the precaution of raising their hoods so that they would not be observed by those who passed them by as anything else but mother and child on horseback and riding with husband and father. And with Brain's hood down and his obvious humanity, nobody thought to question the other two. However, he didn't take them straight to the nearest inn, instead they went past it. "Just wait here," Brain said as he dismounted after their horses came to a stop. "Zeshi, what's he doing?" Layali asked with a furrowing of her little golden brow. I don't know," Zeshi asked. Brain, for his part, After dismounting his horse, ventured into a nearby alley. The buildings were of relatively inexpensive wood, but treated to be weather-resistant, and with thick straw bales bound together and secured to sloped rooftops to ward off the rain and hold in the heat. A low rumble ran over the sky above, suggesting that was more necessary than Zeshi initially believed. She heard the clinking noise of Brain's pouch containing his stolen goods, and she was reminded again of those whose lives she may have ended. A tiny sliver of hope clung stubbornly to her heart. Please be okay. I never had a brother. I hope I didn't get one, just to get him killed right away. She thought about whom they'd have sent after him. If she were still around, Clementine was an easy guess, but rumor had it that she was dead. Senna, maybe. He's weaker than I am, but still the strongest of the others. Wait, he vacations around Ikari, hunting there, and this would be that time of year. Her heart crashed. There aren't many who could defeat him. She cursed her naivete and clung tighter to the reins while she listened to Brain's hushed voice from just out of sight. This is all I've got, Tombs, and I can't get more. It's worth twice what I'm asking. You can move this easy and make a hefty profit. Brain said to the vicious runt of a man in filthy cloth. You're going soft. Brain. The hunchbacked little man said between toothless lips. Too soft, you got more, I seen 'em. Them's his girls, that's always got value. Brain dumped the clatter of stolen plates, forks, and knives as the first drops of rain began to fall and land on their heads. Don't say that. Brain said it as an order. It was not a request. He stuck out his hand. You fenced a lot, and you know I bring you good stuff. What I gave you last time had to be more than the rest of what your re-SDIs rejects brought in for the whole month. Just shut up, take the stuff, and give me the coin so I can beat the rain. Aw, come on. You sound like you need the money. Since things tightened up in the north, ain't much traffic here but the occasional runaway slave. How about I give you what you're a skin, just. Give up the small one up there. Had a guy come through here not that long ago, looking for one bout that size. Bet if I send him word, he'll come back for a pickup. The hunchback rubbed his hands together. What was his name? Brain asked. His eyes went very narrow, and he kicked aside the stolen goods, which clattered against the wall. The weasel's tongue licked his own lips several times. Ah, Sarah something, Bait. Sarah Bait, friend of yours, friend of hers. The weasel winked and leaned to the right to peek around the corner where lay Yali Saturday, Sarah Bait. Brain asked himself and answered instantly, yes. He just suggested selling my Yali to Sarah Bait. He saw only white in his own eyes, like the flash of sun piercing the dark and striking his pupils. His fist lashed out and hit the hunchback in the gut. The fence went sailing back into the corner of the wall, cracking through the wood and tumbling head over heels until he was stopped by crashing into several stacked barrels which toppled over and shattered. Brain, however, was on him before the hunchback could ask or even understand what was happening. A snarl of animal fury on Brain's face, his fist rose and fell, and bone after bone crunched and cracked. The rain began to fall harder, and within seconds, the hunchback ceased to move. Shit. Brain said, and spat down at the filth at his feet. A few scattered stolen goods were carried along, and now the pieces littered the path of the hunchback's beating. The glob of spit landed on the hunchback's face just below his eye, running slowly down into the muck of the alley, its passing accelerated by the slowly increasing pace of the rain that was now soaking Brain's hair and threatening to get worse. I need to get her out of the rain, he muttered, and then crouching down, he lifted the brown cloak and snatched the coin purse away from the hunchback's belt. You should have just taken the stuff, Tombs. He mumbled and rose to his feet above the corpse. A deal's a deal though, the trash I brought is yours, maybe your corpse can use it. But I'm through. Brain turned around and walked back the way he'd come. A roll of thunder ran louder overhead just as he emerged from the alley again and found two expectant faces turned toward him. Brain. Are you Layali asked before he interjected. I'm fine, I was just ending an old partnership on bad terms, I suppose they'd be, or good, depending on the way you think about it. He said and tossed the coin purse into the air, and snatched it out again so that they could hear the jingle just before the thunder rumbled again. Come on, we'll stay at the inn tonight, and head out in the morning. Brain said, taking his horse at the reins, and leading it toward the small building not far away. Okay, yes, that would be nice. I don't like the rain. Layali said, and when lightning cracked across the sky, she flinched visibly, or lightning. I hate it, please, let's hurry. She said with a constant darting stare at the darkening sky. Zeshi put her hands over the girl's ears and said, you won't hear a thing, I promise. Then she pressed down, and Layali relaxed, not hearing another sound as Brain took Zeshi's horse by the reins as well, and guided them both back toward the inn. Chapter 323, Chapter. Is this how I do it? Ainz asked, glancing at the Holy Queen as he tried to settle his son just right into his arms. The little thing was small, squishy, and so delicate that Ainz felt a terror in his heart that no enemy in the new world had ever given to him. I'll break him, he told himself as his heart palpitated in his chest, but to his relief, the Holy Queen with a patient and slow touch, helped him move his arms and hands just a little. Good, like that, now relax. He won't bite, and he won't break from just being held. Kalka said, and then leaned back against the bulging cushion of the couch. The Holy Queen kept an eye out on the demon as she helped the husband they had in common, but a sense of relief came over her as the mother to be watched with a careful eye to see the way her husband learned to care for the infant. Tiny arms and legs kicked about, and little gurgles came out as the child smiled upward at his father. If my mother, if my friends, could have seen me now, what would Bukabukagama have to say about this? Father of nations, father to the children of my dear friends, and now father to my own bloodline, 2 of them soon. He considered and reached out a finger to wiggle in between the infant's hands. Lion grabbed for the finger with a baby's giggle and seemed to smile larger when he caught it. He's coming along fine. And he's got quite a grip for a child of his age. Kalka said with no small amount of pride, going so far as to stretch out her arms across the back seat when she straightened up. What a king he will be, one day. It makes me wish we had a prophet, or at least an evangelist around. Ainz' mind jumped to the familiar RPG job classes. Those are rare, aren't they? He asked. Oh yes, very. Kalka emphasized, we haven't seen either since the 6 great gods appeared. One of the founders of the slain theocracy was an evangelist who gained prophetic powers. They wrote a book, but they wrote it in an unknown language and nobody in the slain theocracy can read it. Ainz perked up, could you perhaps write some of it, maybe I would recognize the way it looks. Kalka shook her head, no, I'm sorry, my husband. There is only one copy and they've had that locked up since before my nation appeared. It said that the one who wrote it intended it to be read only by another of the same fate. A pitiable thing, since their prophet came to a bad end. What sort of a bad end? Ainz asked, looking up from his son to focus on the curious bit of history. Suicide. Kalka said, prophecy is a powerful thing, too much for one mind. The theocracy's crown of wisdom bearers become catatonic and die young trying to read the future together, and usually failing. For one person to do that. I can't imagine the pain. The stories of those days say that the prophet's brain was supposed to feel like it was on fire every time he saw something new. The dragon lords are longer lived than we by far, they could probably say more, but they take a dim view of talking to humans much. Except for the pervert. The pervert. Ainz chuckled, I doubt he's that much of a pervert. He added, not compared to Peroroncino at least. Ainz added privately. He transforms himself into various races to have sex with their women. In fact he's the grandfather of Queen Drawdalin. But even he doesn't say much to outsiders, not without a good reason. Kalka pointed out. I see. Ainz remarked, while leaving off his private thoughts. I see that rescuing Drawdalin just became an even higher priority. Raymond allowed Nua to do her job and check him in, and waited for her to guide him through the sea of tables within which, to the cardinal's dismay, included more than just humans, again. Big mugs of ale with big foaming heads dripping down were raised in cheer and consumed with loud smacking lips. To his right, a human male and an orc male were busy arm wrestling, grunting against one another while a female of each race stood by their mates and cheered them on. The human woman was buxom but rippled with muscle and had shoulders almost as broad as those of her husband, with close-cropped hair and leather armor, a steel sword strapped to her side. The orc female might have been a green-skinned sister, with large tusks and deep-set eyes. They pumped their fists and cheered on the competitors. Raymond almost stopped, going to a half-step briefly to watch, but when the creak of the stair caught his attention he remembered himself and followed his slave up the stairs. Nua walked with the steady trudge of those for whom time meant nothing, just one more step, but it carried her forward to the landing and then up the second flight until she was moving along the length of the second-floor hallway. She stopped at a door, slid an iron key into the lock and opened the door. As was proper, Nua entered first, and when nothing happened, Raymond followed. I will unpack your bag, master. Nua said in the even, indifferent voice of one who was merely doing her work. Raymond gave a half nod to her as he looked about the room. A single bed lay with white cotton sheets and a single long pillow across the head against a dark cherry-stained headboard. A chest of drawers, if not the finest, at least smooth and stained to match the bed, sat nearby as did a single small square table with a black and white banded candle sitting there waiting for use. All in all, cozy but not luxurious, was how he thought to describe it. Nua, for her part, walked straight to the chest of drawers, opened his case, and began to store the next day's clothing. But when she got to his combat gear and spare field equipment, she paused. Master. What do I do with this? Do I store it at the ready or leave it packed? She reached down and held up the armor, though she only pointed down at the weapons with her free hand. Raymond raised an eyebrow. You can lift that, with one arm. Yes, my lord. I've been worked hard, something like this is easy. If it displeases you, I will set it down immediately. She added and began to crouch down to put it carefully back into place. No, it's fine. Raymond insisted, and the slave paused at a half-crouch, clearly trying to think of what to do, he said. You can put it back, I won't need it here, at least not tonight. He said, and it was with a swift gesture that Nua laid it back into position just as it had been. Not many can handle that, with the countermanding weight penalties to increase my other abilities. I've seen hardened adventurers who couldn't pick it up. She closed up the case and then slid it beneath the bed, then closed the drawer too, before going in front of him and kneeling again with her head bowed. Is there anything more, or should I retire to my place to sleep tonight, my lord? Raymond understood what she was asking, but a puzzlement struck him that, thanks to his curious and inquisitive nature, had him looking around the room again as if he'd missed something. Where? There is no other room. She studied his face for longer than was comfortable, her sky-blue eyes seeming to search every whisker of his brown beard. Is my master joking, again? No. Raymond answered and scratched his head. It seems a normal enough question. Has my lord never traveled with one of us before? Nua asked. She spoke with a slow, metered intonation, her eyes still searching over his face for any hint of anger or taunting from down where she knelt. No, I haven't. Raymond answered with a shake of his head. Then, master, I will be sleeping outside, underneath the carriage. If you have no intention of ascertaining my compliance, then I will return to sleep outside. Nua replied, her face unchanging and betrayed no hint of neither happiness nor unhappiness. If she were a gambler, she would be the best. Raymond considered, then added, when was the last time you ate something? Yesterday, my lord, before coming to drive your carriage. Nua answered. Her belly rumbled, but she ignored it as if it hadn't. Raymond frowned deeply. You should have said something. Why didn't you? It's not my place, master. Your comrade ensured I understood I would be attending to a cardinal, one of the pinnacles of human authority. If you wish me to starve, I starve. Eat, I eat. What you command me to do, I do. You are the chosen of the gods, I am two-legged sheep, as he put it. Raymond drew his fingers over his beard and let out a sigh. That does sound like something he would say, his scripture always was that way. Raymond muttered while he absently looked away from the kneeling elf. Her hair was nearly shorn to the scalp, a thing he'd seen before, but couldn't quite place, but it was also a fresh cut. So. I suppose that means he is responsible for your hair. Raymond guessed. Nua bowed her head and without thinking, she reached up to touch it. It is as you say, master. It was much longer before he put me to the test. I see. Raymond replied, a faint hint of disquiet nestled itself at home in his gut. My comrade is more firm than I. More formal. He is the product of his scripture. I come from the black, we're stronger, and more flexible. If you're hungry, say something. If you have food and you're hungry, just eat. Nua looked at him again. You won't punish me for that, my lord. No. Raymond replied, his expression as stony as hers was empty. Then, thank you, my lord. She replied, I am hungry. But I have no food to eat. If it pleases you, I would like something. Raymond's belly rumbled, and he put his hand over it. It seems. Nua, that my belly agrees with yours. She didn't laugh, and his attempt at it died on his lips. He cleared his throat and said, I'd rather not wait for you to bring me anything. Come with me. Yes, master. She said, and when he exited the room, she followed. The lower floor was a large public area, and the smell of roast and stew paired with fresh-baked bread was enough to set both their bellies rumbling again. Not far away he heard something new, the tune of a bard playing a lyre, and a bawdy drinking song being picked up with it. Drink goes up and cock goes down. The will is tall but it makes you small. But drink and drink till you forget. How you made the girl upset. She hoped for a sword and you said nope. Just laid there while you pushed a rope. It was lewd, it was bawdy, and the lyrics grew ever more so as the song went on. Raymond glanced over to the source and shut his eyes immediately. An orc, an elf, a goblin, and a human clad in miner's clothing, complete with rock dust and dirt, were swaying around a table and singing along with a dark elf bard. Blasphemy. Raymond tried to tell himself. But he could only mouth the word, while his body bounced a little and he hummed the tune. This is an exception. This isn't how things really are. Maybe it's a plan to fool me. There's only one road, the dragon. It could have collaborated with the Allfather to stage this for my benefit, knowing I would be here. He told himself, not opening his eyes until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Forgive the noise. A soft, lilting woman's voice said. He looked up to see a pregnant dark elf with a radiant smile on her face. They're a noisy lot, but good-hearted and they won't cause any trouble. They've been on this kick about dwarven drinking songs ever since they came back from the mountain with pockets full of silver to spend. I see, they worked with the dwarves, did they? Raymond asked, a twinge of curiosity coming out in the way he darted his eyes from them to the elf woman. They did. The dwarves are short of labor still, so they've been paying more than usual to help expand and meet the demand for ore. Well, so those lot say, I'd rather stay away from the mountains personally. Now, The pregnant elf looked from him to where Nua stood stiff and silent. Can I get something for you and your wife? Nua and Raymond gasped deeply at the same moment. She's not my wife, she's he paused, doubting that the truth would go over well. I'm his servant, driving his carriage. Nua explained in his stead. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to presume, it's just that a lot of couples travel this way now that the roads are safe again. The elf woman said, a little blush on her face. Before Raymond or Nua could respond to offer forgiveness, a burly human with short-sleeved brown shirt laced up to the neck and a white apron wrapped around his waist appeared at the dark elf's side and put an arm protectively around her. Chatting up the guests again, love? He asked and leaned down to kiss her cheek. Just a little, honey, just a little. The dark elf woman said with a touch of aplomb and a slightly deeper blush that turned her cheeks a more mild shade of pink than before. They had a few questions is all. She looked at Raymond and Nua and put a hand on the man's chest. This is my husband, he cooks here, all that food you smell, that's his masterful work. It smells marvelous. Raymond said as he felt his body go numb. He glanced at Nua out of the corner of his eye. She still stood stiff as a statue, her face neutral, but he could feel her uncertainty in the way she glanced down at him again and again. Each time the question was clear. Will saying the wrong thing lead to pain? So she was choosing to say nothing. We'll have 2 bowls of rabbit stew and a side of bread, and your strongest bottle of wine to go, and 2 Alesh. He said, and when his belly rumbled he had the perfect excuse to be rid of them. He put a hand on his stomach and asked, please hurry, I'm going to die of starvation, I swear it. He wore a charming, gregarious smile on his face, and it was enough that the couple suspected nothing. Course, this is our place after all, and nobody leaves here hungry, or stays hungry here for long. I've got a fresh batch that should be ready right now. The male of the pair said and squeezed his wife at the hip, drawing her a little closer to himself and prompting her to inch even closer of her own accord. We'll see you right in a handspan of seconds. Come along, love, let the man spend time with his servant. Only his servant. Nua said before the misunderstanding could repeat itself. Oh, right. I just assumed. He said, until Raymond hand-waved it away. A common mistake. Raymond added, now, how about that stew? He asked again, and the couple turned around to return to their duties. When they were gone, Raymond focused his attention on Nua. Sit. And when the food comes, just eat. Yes, my lord. She replied, and sat in silence to stare down at the wooden table, her hands in her lap when she was seated, though she shifted about with some discomfort. You can talk. Raymond said, it feels awkward for you to just sit there staring at the table while we wait. What would it please you to hear, my lord? Nua asked, and Raymond let out yet another sigh. How many more of those will I have in me before we get to Arwentar? He wondered. Just, whatever. He answered. If you'd rather not say anything, then just stare at the table. Thank you, master. Nua answered and resumed staring down at the table. The dark elf waitress returned to the table just as another song started up nearby, one even bawdier than the last. Bugger off, you lads, he won't be getting laid. And the sooner you go home, the sooner we get paid. Is something the matter? The dark elf asked as she laid a big wooden bowl in front of them both, along with a platter with a long piece of fresh-baked bread between them. She looked with concern at Nua, and then at Raymond again. No, it's just been a long journey. He said, then added, but one more thing, she neglected to get a room for herself. Do you have another? Raymond asked. The dark elf's pearl-white teeth showed when she smiled at the question. Yes, we do have one more room open. She'll be by to collect the key to it after we're done eating. Raymond said, and ignored the stunned look on Nua's face that briefly broke through the neutral mask. It will be ready, enjoy the food. The woman said and sashayed away with a spring in her step, and when they were undisturbed at their table, Nua sat looking down at the stew as Raymond reached for the bread. This isn't a trick? Nua asked. Raymond twisted the bread and it tore with a crack. Small crumbs fell away to land on the smooth wooden plate as he broke the bread between them and then held out half to her. Raymond gave up for the present. Your master is ordering you to eat, he said, and with that, she accepted what he offered her and began tearing chunks off and dipping it into the rabbit stew. Her eyes lit up, and nearly filled with tears as the flavor exploded in her mouth. Decorum was forgotten by the hungry wood elf, and she tore into the meal as if it was to be her last. Raymond ate more reservedly, but as he watched the elf tear into the food he wondered something else. How much did she eat, and what did she eat, when she last ate at all? As another song began to pick up, he turned to watch the bard and his enthusiastic patrons, and this time he couldn't close his eyes, and he dared not look away, because if he did, I'll be watching her eat, and I don't think I want to do that. Chapter 324, Chapter. Ainz said it first. By all the gods. Her eyes widened with a kind of existential awe. There's a hole in the goddamn mountain. The priestess of the water god muttered. Aye, about a dragon-sized hole, don't you know? See that their hole, he pointed to the gaping mass through which the stars twinkled bright as day, was made when Jaldabaoth, the demon emperor, swung Alisar Dark around by his tail and flung the big brute through the stone. But that. Evil Eye said, and then whispered, fly, casting her spell, she rushed to the stone gap while their guide shouted behind her. Hey! There's a rope ladder tour my uncle gives, you go up there, you're gonna have to pay for it. But Evil Eye didn't care, she rushed up to the stone, hovering at the edge of the gap, she stretched out her arms to their maximum span and pressed herself against it. She then flipped herself so that she was facing the stone, her arms still extended it. Then again so that she had her back against it. She did it again and again until she'd measured the full thickness of the blasted away granite, and then through the gap she went to look down the mountainside. Impossible. She muttered as she scanned the stone and snowscape outside and saw with her own eyes the giant blown away fragments of rock which had tumbled down the side. She descended again to land beside their dwarven guide. That is 40 of my wingspan at its thinnest point, you say the demon emperor, threw a dragon through the rock. Aye he did, and that dragon, he landed all the way in the holy Roble kingdom, would you believe he came back and told us some stories, he survived the fall, got nursed back to health, had quite a story to tell about someone he calls, little sister, she's the queen in Demalbian now if and you can believe that. Their guide said with a cherubic little smirk amidst his thick and bushy beard. The Queen of Frost. These aren't just tavern stories. Ainz asked. Gagarin scratched her head, what's the big deal, the demon emperor must have been strong to do it but dash. Try past 200. Evil Eye interjected, and both Gagarin and the twins sucked in their breath. If I were to appraise the strongest thing I ever fought by myself, it would be 110. The strongest as a group, maybe 120. Jaldabaoth must have had power at least on par with the greater demon god. And possibly on par with one or more of the 6 great gods. That's what plenty of us rune here say, but the demon emperor is dead, very very dead. The Allfather killed him in single combat while us, the dragons, and the Quagoa held off his armies. Turns out we had a lot more history than we thought. You really want to know, my second cousin has a play he puts on for tourists and such, and he makes a hell of a good story out of it. I can give you a discount, but it'll still cost a little. The dwarf guide added, but then pointed a stone's throw away. Water was dripping down through the gaping hole in the mountainside, which was caught and run through a wheeled contraption that was attached to a rotating rope which in turn, close to the ground, spun a belt made of many woven wooden slats. Dwarves and Quagoa lined the slats and were performing many repetitive individual tasks. We got a couple of these things ready, but over there is the finished product. He pointed to several long metal containers ranging from the size of a small carriage to longer than 4 carriages. Each metal container was secured with woven metal straps with leather curved loops folded on the top of the containers. That their belt, that's how we make 'em, see how they lay down that frame of wood. We secure the metal around that, weld it all into place, then pull the wooden frame apart from the inside after it's all secure, then the parts go back and we repeat. It's a sharp design based in part on the ideas we got from the Draconic Kingdom. Right smart for long legs. The dwarf guide said, or at least in part grumbled. Anywho, we fasten them cables around and secure it at even intervals and the dragons slip their wings through them loops, with that they can fly damn near anywhere and carry anything. Iron ore, finished goods, even everyday mail. Fact is, the plan is to use this here spot as a central launching point for the entire mail system of the kingdom of Nazarick and the nations what come under 'em. Course the Allfathers gotta bring in the rest of them dragon folk, and a lot of 'em are right stubborn. But they'll come around when there's coin to be made, and there's a lot of coin to be made. The Allfather, beat that thing that did, that. Ainz asked. She ran through all the stories she knew of the 6 great gods, including Hannah, and found nothing. Nothing on par with throwing a dragon through a mountain, let alone beating something that could do that. What is the Allfather exactly? Ainz asked as she furrowed her brow. The cargo carriers and the means for making them were suddenly no longer of interest to the priestess. Well, lot of us, we say he's a god. He's an ancient being at least, locked himself away fair thousands of years in some other world to keep Jaldabaoth back, till the demon got unlocked when Dwarf and Quagoa started killing each other. So he come back and took down the demon emperor for good and now we both work for him again. It's good business, and God or no God, that's good enough for me. You want to know more? I got a wife who wrote a book about it. It'll cost you a few silvers to get a copy though, more and a few if you want a limited edition signed copy. He grinned and licked his pudgy lips while rubbing his right thumb and forefinger together. I think we should head back, and get some rest for now, this is a lot for me to take in. Ainz said and rubbed her forehead, there was sweat there despite the cold breeze blowing in from the gaping open hole. She wiped it off with her sleeve, and looked at Mammon and Lupu. You two agree, right? That this is a lot to take in. Yes, yes, it is. Mammon smacked his chest with a hard dramatic gesture that echoed off the walls around them. Knowing what I know, I want to know more, and, if possible, we should strive to see the Allfather together when we come to the tournament. Only this way will we know if his presence lives up to his legend. Evil Eye inched closer, practically leaning on Mammon before she found, to her annoyance, a smug-looking Lupu had put herself in the way just in the nick of time. Yes. Yes, we must know. Perhaps he has some way to suppress the curse of my sword before it drowns me in its desire for bloodshed. Laku said with equal drama, slapping her palm around the hilt of her blade. I keep telling you, you dizzy bitch, I do not want your soul. What am I supposed to do with it anyway? I'm a damn sword, put the pointy end into the other guy, or use the edge of me to cut them in half, and I'm happy. Just please stop being such a chinibu. The sword cried out, despairing in her mind. Lies. You won't have my pure, innocent, and holy body for your foul machinations. You won't trick me, brute. Laku's cried out her retort, and she felt the soul of the sword shudder in response. Hentai. You're such a damn hentai. The sword cried out, and then fell silent. Laku's gave a deep sigh of relief and wiped sweat from her brow again. I've fought him off again, but, to suppress him forever, maybe the Allfather has a way. We'll find out when we get there. For now, Master Dwarf, take us to our rooms. Gagarin interjected with haste, her eyes darting back and forth between Mammon, Evil Eye, and Laku's. Great, 3 drama queens, how have we lasted this long? She wondered, and they followed their guide back the way they came. Chapter 325, Chapter. The return to the inn was peaceful, though their dwarf escort was quick to point out opportunities to see more if they had the silver, but even he grew quiet when he realized that his audience had more or less turned their thoughts inward. The stone surrounded them like a grave, and the wind swept over their bodies and chilled them like the same for a fair bit of walking before the many caverns broke the gale up into nothing but a light breeze. The inn itself was a functional, square building with steps carved into the side of itself, like the rest of the buildings under the mountain. The building was carved out of the stone therein, and so was rooted to the spot. The glowstones were starting to wink out by then, and the busy streets they once saw were now almost empty. Though a few of the white-furred Quagoa and a handful of dwarves were still out in the open, the only real noise they heard when they reached the building came from nearby taverns. Just out of curiosity, Mammon asked when they were about to enter the building, why are the taverns kept apart from the inns? In Riesteis, and elsewhere, the inns usually have dual purposes. Oh, that's how we keep monopolies from happening. Northwest one place can do too much, keeps them from driving everybody else out of business, don't you know? If we let the innkeepers serve food and drinks, not many would go to the places that only do food and drinks. No business can do so much that they destroy all the rest. It keeps our prices a little higher maybe, but it means more work goes around overall, and if that cuts the burden on the state since they don't have to support folk with no work, so much the better, am I right? The guide said, and, despite the fact that Mammon's hand was already on the door, the dwarf reached out and opened it anyway. They were immediately greeted by a blast of warmth that stopped the party dead. Heat stones. There's one on every floor to keep guests comfortable. The guide explained and led them to the front desk. Got a few more for you brokey. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the adventurers, set 'em up nice, big spenders. The dwarf behind the desk might as well have been a twin, with a fire-red beard and a twinkle of greed in his eye. Of course, come on folks, I got a room for each of ya. Is that necessary? We don't mind sharing some space. Mammon suggested, and the innkeeper chuckled. I guess if you want 2 to a room, well, 3. He said, and before they could ask, he was out the door and leading them up the stairs embedded into the outer wall of the structure. Here for you too. He handed a single key to the twins. You want another key, that costs extra. It's fine, evil innkeeper. They said as Tia accepted the key. He smirked when they disappeared within. He ascended to another level, handed a key to Lupu and said, this for you and the big one. Lupu grinned and snatched up the key. She held it aloft where Gagarin could see it and said, come on Rumi, Sue, we'll get settled in before we go drinking. Gagarin's grin was almost as wide as her face. You read my mind. She said as they entered the room. The innkeeper ascended one more floor. Now, this end here has got a bed big enough for you two and your daughter, here. The stone is right thick, lots of privacy, but maybe send the wee one down to one of the others as a sitter, eh? There's no privacy inside the room. He gestured to the masked evil eye. Also, there's still only one key still, less you pay extra, but if you do, don't let your little girl wander around, we not far from the gorge and she might fall in if she gets too close. Ah. I'm not their daughter. Evil Eye gasped, I'm an adult. The dwarf rubbed his fiery beard and looked her up and down, you sure? I thought human children were about our size and you dash. I'm an adult. Evil Eye snapped and stomped her foot. Not convincin'. He muttered. Don't mind our daughter. Mammon said, we shall take the room. Evil Eye's mouth dropped open at Mamon's words, but he only accepted the key, opened the door, and went in with a blushing Evil Eye and Locus following on his heels. The innkeeper left them alone, and the little vampire slumped with a defeated sigh. Short girl problems, she muttered. It was easier to simply go with it. Mamon said, you and Locus may take one bed, I will take the other. Locus's blush began to fade, and for once she envied Evil Eye her mask. For a moment I wondered about your intentions, Mamon. She said with a little sly laugh, I've heard of what happens between male and female adventurers who journey together. Sometimes they reach distant destinations with more people than they started with. Evil Eye's red face deepened behind her mask at Locus's attempt at humor, and to his credit, Mamon chose to laugh at it despite the blonde priestess's awkward delivery. I suppose that is why you formed an all-female party? Mamon asked, and Locus looked him up and down as he sat himself on the bed and rested his arms on his knees. Part of it. Women and men in dire situations, things happen, passions run hot, the Greed Kings supposedly destroyed each other fighting over the one woman in their number. So, generally, we avoid mixing too much. Adventurers, we run more independently, they're harder to control, and things can get out of hand with people like that. Locus explained, and when she sat on the bed nearby she said, I am surprised you and Lupu never had anything happen between each other. She is more like a little sister than anything else. Mamon explained with a shake of his head, nothing like that would ever happen with her. So. No plans to settle down, you're one of the great lords of Riestais, don't you intend to marry, establish a dynasty, anything like that? Locus teased him, and Mamon smirked, while Evil Eye sat silent. A rush of gratitude came over her for her sister's innocent questions which often plagued Evil Eye's own mind. I have met court ladies, they lack fire, passion. I wouldn't choose to marry someone with whom I had so little in common. Mamon answered, no more than you would, I assume. Locus chuckled, you've looked into me, have you? She asked. Of course, if we are to work together, we should know something of one another. You're the child of a noble house, joined the priesthood and abandoned marriage talks to become an adventurer. Settling down into a life with a dull lord whose biggest adventure is watching a hound tear a fox to pieces, it doesn't suit you. No, it doesn't. Locus replied and flopped herself backward on the bed, and when Evil Eye sat beside her, she without thinking, reached up to pat the short woman's back. But the priesthood alone would have given me an exemption from marriage if I wanted it. I chose to adventure because, when I was a girl, I was touring our holdings when I saw a group of adventurers for the first time. They were quite a band, at least in my young mind. They'd just killed a vampire, it was plaguing our lands, it had killed several of our young women and it was trying to use those women's undead bodies as minions to turn young men. A death spiral was the goal, to turn a whole village. Adventurers protected my people. Not the priests, not soldiers, not even my father. Adventurers. I saw one of the survivors they rescued from the vampire's lair, hollow-eyed, hopeless, body streaked with blood. I knew two things then. I wanted to be an adventurer, to do what they did, and that the undead had to be destroyed. I see. But what of undead that are not evil? Mamon asked, and Locus shot straight up and stared at him with almost disbelieving eyes. That can't be real. Skeletons and zombies are like natural disasters, brainless destroyers. The smarter undead, liches, vampires, they harbor hatred for the living, they're like animals that have gone rabid and have to be put down. Evil Eye felt the stroking of her back, which had been a comfort, and ceased to lean into it, as it transformed in her mind into a dagger in her flesh. Liches. I know what you speak of, but intelligent undead do not have to be so compelled. I have heard stories of undead living openly in the kingdom of Nazarick. They work, live normal, if more nocturnal, lives, and accept only what is given willingly. Mamon said, and Locus looked down at the floor. I'd have to see that to believe it, but even so, they're predators. The god of water demanded their destruction in every story that I know. Landfall, one of the greatest villains of old, destroyed so many lives before she was brought down. When I was little and started chasing hero stories, I often imagined myself as one of the heroes on the quest to finally slay her, driving a sword into her heart and saving the people. A good vampire. She snorted, naive, at best they'll play the part, and then when the chance comes. Locus drew a finger across her throat, you're just food, that's what we are to them, just food, and who loves their food as they would a mate, sibling, or friend. Evil Eye felt her heart tearing apart in her breast throughout Locus's rebuttal, and hearing her beloved sister blast the twisted story of Landfall, calling her, knowing or not, a predatory animal, it clawed and raked at Kino's spirit. In the past, it was dismissible. She doesn't know, that makes it okay. If she knew, she wouldn't really think that. The excuse ran through her mind again, but Lupu's taunts wormed their way into Evil Eye's mind, and when her excuses for Locus came up again, Lupu's voice rang in Evil Eye's mind. If she wouldn't really think that if she knew, then you'd have already told her. Evil Eye sprang from the bed so that she was standing straight up, whirled on her sister, and screamed, shut up. You don't know anything. I do. I do. I do love you. I love you all. Stop saying that stuff. Just stop it. Please just stop it. She screamed at Lockhughes through choked sobs, grabbed her mask, and flung it at the wall so hard that it shattered into fragments before falling to her knees and covering her face in her hands. Stop, it's too cruel, just stop saying those things. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 326, Chapter. Damn it. Evil Eye cursed as reality hit her after her mask was broken. Lockhughes' eyes followed the mask, and her confusion and alarm over Evil Eye's sudden outburst was redoubled as the magic item was smashed. God damn it. Evil Eye muttered when she felt Lockhughes' hands on her shoulders. Evil Eye, what was that? Why'd you say, do, all that? I know you love me, I wasn't talking about you, I meant the dash. Lockhughes stopped her words when Evil Eye's hands dropped down into her lap. Look into my eyes, and tell me you love me, sister. Evil Eye said as her face came up and the blood-red pools were laid bare for the first time. It took Lockhughes a moment to understand what she was seeing, but when the realization dawned and shimmering beautiful blood-red pools were laid out before her in their undeniable state, she flung herself away from Evil Eye, pushing aside the gently resting hands, and drew her sword. The priestess of the god of water raised her sword to the guard position. You were turned, she said with anguish as she looked at the kneeling figure, her sword wavering as she slid one foot back, ready to launch her attack. No. No, I was this before we met. I've been a vampire for over 200 years, the mask, it hid it, but I don't want to hide what I am from you. I love you. I love you all. I'm just tired of lying. I want to be myself with the people I love. What's wrong with that? She asked, her fingers shaking. She squeezed one hand over the other to hold them still. A bloodsucker, a predator. A monster that feeds on the lives of humans. Lockhughes asked, how many did you take under the guise of our protector? None. Evil Eye shouted back. I never killed anyone in the time I've been with you. I was one of the 13 heroes, damn it. Feeding gives me benefits, but I don't have to do it. I don't have to. I can live without blood and haven't had any and I don't even know how long. I'm your sister on the battlefield. Haven't I always been there with you? Haven't we fought together? Slept together? Drunk together? Played games together? How can you doubt me just because of these? Evil Eye ranted and pointed to her blood-red eyes. Lockhughes' battle stand didn't waver. Mammon, get away from her. Lockhughes said with a slow, measured voice of instruction. You make too much of it, Lockhughes, sit down. He said as if the room was not as tense as a taut rope and pointed, not to the bed again, but to a chair at a small stone table. You can't be serious, she's a vampire, she was turned somehow, somewhen. Lockhughes looked at Evil Eye, the vampire hadn't moved. The priestess's eyes filled with tears that blurred out the creature in front of her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it happened to you. I'll set you free. Lockhughes said. Lockhughes. Mammon said more sternly, lower your sword. Evil Eye rose to her feet. You're my sister. You're my sister, and I love you more than anything. I wasn't turned recently. I've been this the whole time, you didn't know it. I kept it secret from you because I had to, but I don't hate humans. I never did, and I would never, ever hurt you. She stepped toward the priestess. Evil Eye, stop. Mammon said, she's not in her right mind, she needs time. No. Evil Eye said and rubbed her little button nose with the back of her hand. Lockhughes, she stepped closer, it's me. I'm your sister, your friend, you've always trusted me, we fought undead together. We protected even demi-humans sometimes, you know me. Lockhughes' sword didn't move. Stop. Just stop right there. The priestess demanded. Lockhughes. I'd give up anything for you, but this has to stop, it has to. I want you to love me for who I am, no matter what I am, not because of who you thought I was. What you thought I was, is that so hard? Search your heart, please, see me as you've always seen me, please. I can't live with the lies anymore. Evil Eye put her hand up to the sword of darkness. The tip was before her eyes, looming large enough that it obscured Evil Eye's view of her sister. The tiny hand moved the sword tip, not away, but tracing over her face, a tiny cut of the sword tracing its way down as a red streak over the little vampire's face. You're my sister. Evil Eye insisted as Lockhughes, who clenched and reclenched her hands around the hilt of the blade, constantly shifting her feet, neither swung nor thrust the blade, but nor did she pull it back. Mammon rose to his feet. I'm not using any power on you right now, am I? Evil Eye asked, you still have control. My sister just cut my face, see? The vampire said and traced a finger over the streak and held it up. I'm not fighting you, I can't fight you, I won't. Lockhughes, Evil Eye, you're going too far. Mammon insisted. No, Mammon, this has to get settled, this is between sisters, it's none of your business what happens. Evil Eye insisted. I'm sorry. Lakyu said again. She didn't stop Evil Eye from moving the sword, though it wobbled and wavered even without the vampire's touch. If you want to kill a vampire, this is where you need to strike, you know that. Evil Eye said, it'll be painless and quick. She said as she put the tip over her heart. You're my big sister. I'm your shorty, please understand I can't help being this, but I've been this as long as you've known me. When you hugged me, you hugged my undead body. When you slapped my back and said I was all heart, that heart had already stopped beating over 200 years ago, but whether it beat or not, it still loves all of you. Evil Eye said, sniffling a little, she inched closer so that the tip of the blade depressed her skin just a tiny bit. I knew what you were. A noble girl running away from a life she didn't want. A big oaf who loves booze and virgins to hide her insecurities about being different, two assassins who fell in love with the life of adventure, and care too much about you to kill you even though that was their mission. Now you know me, all of me, can't you just, the gods are wrong. I'm me. Not just a monster. Look past what they tell you, and I'm waiting for you on the other side of your blade, put away your sword. Evil Eye said with a little smile, hug me like you always have. Sister, my sister. Lakyus wept, you'll always be my sister, and I love you more than words can say. Evil Eye's arms went wide apart. I know. I'll hug you, one more time, and set you free. Lakyus sobbed, and as the words sank in, so did the sword as Lakyus pushed the tip into Evil Eye's flesh, tearing it open with almost no resistance. Lakyus rushed it forward so that it emerged out Evil Eye's back, and then released it with a sob, catching the vampire before she could fall, and wrapping her arms around her, fell to the stone floor with a thud together. My sister, my sister. My sister. Lakyus wailed and rubbed the body as the bright red light in the vampire's eyes began to grow dull and empty as the second death claimed her. I'm sorry. I am sorry. The priestess wailed and kissed the cheeks and forehead of the body as it gave up its final spasms. I set you free, it's all I could do for you. I'm sorry, the gods will be done, you're at peace, it's all I could do for you. She lay with the body of her sister, sobbing her tears onto the face of the unmoving corpse, oblivious to the presence of Mammon. You fool. You stupid, stupid fool. Pandora's actor said as he looked down at the body. This would not be, were it not Main Fada's will. And with that thought, and a lingering look down at his little vampire, he sat down to wait for the inevitable, which did not take place for hours, until what he assumed was morning, and there was a knock at the door and a frantic voice called out, Lakyus. What's wrong in there? And Gagarin's shoulder began to slam home. Raymond left the table without Nua, though she made to rise when he did, he held a hand up in front of her. Stop. You're still hungry? He said. Have some more. He raised his other hand and the dark elf woman appeared again. My servant is still starving, though I'm stuffed. He said, putting on his most delightful smile and lightly tapping his stomach, bring her as many helpings as she wants, I'll pay for it with my room in the morning. As you wish. The waitress said with a warm light in her eyes before she made her retreat. When you're done, get a room and go to sleep. I will see you in the morning. Raymond gave the command, and Nua bowed her head to him. As you command, master. She said, and watched him leave her behind. It wasn't until he was completely gone that Nua felt able to relax. So he wants to play with me. HMPF, idiot. Humans are evil monsters. I won't be fooled again. She told herself, and she remained for 2 straight hours, eating her fill of bowl after bowl, the memory of the scrap of old bread, most of which she'd vomited up, and watery stew with nothing but old vegetables and no meat to be had, faded away as it was replaced with the fresh experience of hot, delicious food. When she left the table at last, retrieved a key to another room, and made her way upstairs, she took a lingering look at his door. In another time. I might have been so grateful to be with someone good. I might have tried to make them love me, a lifetime ago, still, he does look a little like him. Nua took a deep breath and then slowly let it out. Don't be fooled, he's been dead for centuries, and if he weren't, I'd kill him myself. For now, just survive and don't give in. She told herself and then went to her own room to go to sleep. Don't act like you've got only a skosh of sense. She thought as she closed her eyes on the bed. He's a cardinal, the definition of evil, you won't be fooled again. She thought, and drifted off to sleep under the influence of the first full belly and safe bed in the last 150 years. Chapter 327, Chapter. When he went to bed, he almost regretted not lingering to speak with her. The slave was all but mute, and he'd given way to the awkwardness he felt between them and left her behind. I had questions. He recalled the absurd ease with which she hefted his armor. She had no business being able to do that. Yet she had. Was she a soldier before we harvested her ears? He had to wonder, and that curiosity kept him wondering more and more. And down below, the singing of the miners carried on, and combined with the curious nature of his sleep was kept at bay for far too long. Well rested or not, Raymond got up in the morning before the sun rose. The long habit was so ingrained that he didn't even use the banded candle alarm. That device, if he were to call it that, was ingenious. The bands of the candle each took 1 hour to burn through, and each one was a separate piece held to the one above and below it by small wooden picks, thus allowing one to add or remove time as needed. With this was a small strip of fabric that held round metal balls, with a lip that could be placed between the layers and pinned in place. As the layers burned down, eventually that lip between layers would fall away, and with it, the metal balls would tumble free and the noise of their falling to the floor would awaken the sleeper. Raymond, however, made no use of it. Instead he simply got up, went to the common baths, cleaned himself up, and changed into his clothing for the day. Only when he had completed this routine with the hour still very early, did he go to Nua's room. His hand went to the knob and turned it, then he froze. He released his hand, and knocked. He waited for the noise of her waking and rushing to see what he needed. But there was nothing, not a sound. He knocked again. No slave would last long if they were so heavy a sleeper. He thought and opened the door. The bed was made, everything was clean. Did she stay here at all last night? Did she run away? If I lost two on this journey, I'd never hear the end of it. He cursed and then stopped. If she ran away now, would it be worth it to chase her? Who could blame her? He asked, recalling the loving affection between the innkeeper and his wife, and the noise of the miners as they enjoyed music and beer. Like a child tasting candy for the first time, of course she ran away. Raymond thought, I wish she'd waited a little at least. I suppose I'll just have to hire a coachman, but before that, I suppose I need to make sure she didn't steal the damn horses. He mumbled and took the stairs down to the now empty main floor and went out the door with a yawn. Maybe she slept underneath the carriage after all. He wondered as the cool morning air brushed over him. It was the sound of a loud splash and the noise of an empty bucket being dropped to the ground that jarred him from his thoughts. Who would be washing anything at this absurdly early hour? He wondered, and followed the noise around to the side of the table where a stone well stood. There he found her. The darkness was no real impediment to anyone in the Black Scripture, it might as well have been daytime as far as he was concerned. Her clothing was folded neatly on the ground a few feet away from her, an empty bucket by her feet, and her naked body drenched in water from head to toe. She came out here early to avoid being seen. He realized, but to his surprise, she heard him as well. On some level, he should have felt at least some desire, save for the very small strip of metal around her neck. She was nude, her body was statuesque in a word, and despite what had been done to her golden hair to ensure her mutilated ears were always exposed, she had the form of a lean, athletic woman and long, slender, coltish legs. But he could feel not even a hint of desire, nor did he even truly notice the rest of her for what his eyes took in. You're back. He whispered while she, caught off guard, alternated between wanting to turn her back to him and knowing she wasn't supposed to show such disrespect. In the end she compromised by turning to the side. Master. I wasn't running away. I wanted to be clean so I didn't stink and... Her hands went up and down as if she wasn't sure what to cover, until he caught his senses. Raymond sucked air through his teeth. You've been injured, show me your back. She let out the tiniest mewling noise, but her feet inched around in rotation until her back was bare to his eyes. He stepped closer, up and down her flesh were deep scars, ridges like some mountain range of nightmares that left almost none of the original flesh from her shoulder blades to her lower back. Her arms went up to her chest and covered herself, even though he couldn't have seen it. By the 6. He said, it wasn't just old injuries, there were ample new ones, but not so new that she could have gotten them last night. He looked down on the ground for the bandages she should have had, and found none. No, she never smelled like herbal potion. I'd have noticed that. When did this happen? I didn't do this to you. Raymond demanded. His hand came up to touch the gash in her lower back that showed signs of starting to heal on its own, and then thought the better of it and drew his hand away. I'm aware of my ugliness, master. I will not forget it, I promise. Nua apologized for her wounds, and though he couldn't see her face, he knew from her voice that the neutral mask was there again. No, it's not that. Raymond said. Has my lord not done this to countless elves? Or has my master not at least seen it? She asked, glancing over her shoulder. No, I'm with the Black Scripture, or was. I worked outside the city dealing with monsters mostly, and, no, I haven't. Doesn't it, aren't you in pain? He asked as she inched a little farther from him, and her muscle movement caused the injured place to expand and contract only a hair, briefly letting him see how deep the scar would run when the wound finally healed. As I said, master. I am broken. You will not need to repeat the recent lesson, I promise. Nua could not completely suppress her shiver when she said it. Then, the recent marks? He asked. Your comrade tested me, as I said. 20 lashes, and a knife test, and I passed, master. Nua explained. Knife test. Raymond asked, but it was more of a distraction to buy time for his mind to process what he was seeing. Dominic wouldn't do this, he couldn't have. Raymond told himself and tried to picture it, only to succeed with ease. Yes, he could. He easily could. 4 elven bodyguards. I am to drive you, and protect you if I must. Nua explained. You can fight? Raymond asked, his mind reeled under the assault on his senses, from the smell of blood, from what he saw before his eyes, from what he imagined, and from what he heard from her own lips. No, master. It is my job to die if I have to. Nua explained, and a memory tickled at the back of Raymond's mind, a long discontinued practice. Some humans used elves as bodyguards, training them not to fight, but to get in the way of any blow in order to protect their master's life. They got better lives, generally. But if their owner died in an attack, the elf that failed would receive an agonizing death. That practice fell out of favor over 50 years ago at least. Master, if you don't intend something else, may I dress? Nua asked, and Raymond blinked his eyes as he snapped out of his daze. He'd all but forgotten her nakedness in the face of everything else. Yes, of course. But, why weren't you healed? Raymond asked. Potions cost money, and if they used herbs I would have stunk. Nua explained matter-of-factly while she began to wipe off the water and put her clothing on again. What value is a little pain for me if it is an expense in coin or comfort to you to fix it, master? It was a rhetorical question, one she wasn't expecting an answer to. And, why didn't you tell me you were injured? Why not use the bathhouse here? Raymond asked, and she blinked her sky-blue eyes at him. Because master is a cardinal. It wouldn't please you to know that an elf bathed in the same water as people, and it wouldn't matter to you if I was injured unless it kept me from work. I can still work, so it doesn't matter. So I came here to clean the wounds myself. I didn't know my lord would be up so early. If it pleases you, I can have something brought to punish me with. She said it all with such eerie calm, without any pleading or begging, not since she'd asked him the first time not to hurt her if she worked hard. She might be lying. He tried to tell himself, maybe she is rebellious and that is why Dominic beat her the way he did. Again the image came to his mind of Dominic bringing the lash down on her flesh over and over, and it was far too easy. A test, it sounds like something he would do. Raymond had to concede that much. Nua, he said, and she went down on her knees and faced him again. The faint orange light of the sun was starting to rise. Master? She asked without looking up at him. 1,000 words went through his mind, and Raymond discarded them all. Stand up, we're going to go to the apothecary and get you a healing potion. At this hour, my lord. I'm sure they won't be open. She answered and looked at the horizon as the light crept toward the well where he stood. I'll make them open. Just get dressed and come on. He said, and Nua rose to her feet to obey, and when she was dressed, she followed him to the stable. Chapter 328, Chapter. Didn't it hurt your back to be seated in the coachman's chair for all those hours? Raymond asked as they approached the carriage. Nua began to climb up when Raymond reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. She froze. Of course, master. But what does that matter? She answered without looking back or letting go of the handle to pull herself up. Wait. He said, and went to where the horses stood pawing at the ground with their hooves, and he undid one from the carriage, slipping its bonds and then taking the reins in hand. He drew it away from the carriage and swiftly mounted it. I don't need a saddle to ride, do you? He asked. No, sir. She replied, but when he held out a hand, she was already moving to mount the space behind him. It matters. He said, answering his earlier question. I will have words with my comrade when I return. It isn't necessary, master. My body has always healed before, it will heal again. And again. And again. Don't bother if it will create a rift with your friend. Nua said while resting her hands on her thighs, and Raymond chose to ignore the way she referred to Cardinal Dominic. We'll go slow to minimize the pain. Raymond promised, and he felt Nua's breath waft briefly over the back of his neck. Maybe you are an innocent one. She said it so softly, that if he hadn't been a black scripture, he wouldn't have heard it. Innocent? He asked, and he felt her legs tense against the horse and drive it to go faster. He reined it in with a quick yank and she relaxed her hold on the mount. Nothing, master. I didn't mean anything by it, I promise. It's just. My lord seems to think. She hesitated, her words halting until Raymond cleared his throat. Go on. He said, if I've given you an incorrect impression, I should be the one to fix it. Whatever he said or however he said it seemed to set her at ease as he felt her breath against the back of his neck again as if she'd let go of one she was holding back. Master, you don't have to pretend to be nice to me. It's a lot easier if you're not. Then I'm not always waiting for the other shoe to drop. You don't have to pretend to care, you don't have to pretend my pain matters, whatever you're going to do with me, just do or give the order. I know you're good at pretending, but you don't have to with me, I already know the truth. Nua said it with such casual exasperation that he was silent for a lengthy time, the hooves of the horse thudding on the ground as they made their way through the town in search of the apothecary shop. But Nua noticed one thing, the horse wasn't turning around. What is the truth, and how do you know how did you put it? Good at pretending? Raymond asked without looking back at her, his fists tightened around the reins, but he gave no other sign of distress or anger when he asked. Must I answer that, master? Nua asked while he quietly scanned the sides of the empty street, searching the buildings for the shop she needed. Yes, was all he said. You saw the pregnant dark elf with a human husband, you saw them in love, and you were kind and polite to her. But you're a theocracy cardinal. By your teachings, she is not just an animal, she's a potentially dangerous animal. Something that has to be killed or controlled, like me. And the get in her belly. I know where you get your slave catchers and the middle rank of slave labor. You played nice, but if she were in your country, you would have her sold and not lose a minute of sleep. So, you are a skilled pretender, my lord. When I lived in the house of Aelin, I accompanied him to many plays and never saw an actor who was your equal. Raymond took that in silence. I'm just doing my job. Raymond replied with a bit of a defensive air about him. Trying to protect humanity. I'm sure my lord is a very good human. Nua said, and the words were hollow to his ears. I'm not planning anything. I'm not trying to get anything from you, or being kind for some ulterior motive. I'm just not as bad as you think I am. Raymond replied. As master says. Nua replied to end the conversation. I'm not. He insisted. As master says. She replied again. I'm really not. He insisted again. I believe you, master. She reiterated. You're lying to me. He retorted while his face flushed red. I will say what you tell me to say, tell me what you want me to believe, and I will say it, my lord. Nua replied. I want the truth. Raymond groused between gritted teeth. His eyes darted furtively back and forth, ever more eager to just find the shop. I don't want you to hurt me, so what truth will help me avoid that best, master? Nua answered him abruptly. The real truth, Nua. The real truth. What you'd say if I weren't. I don't know. He said and his body slumped forward a little. Master, may I ask something? Nua asked, and he caught sight of her out of the corner of his eye when she leaned to the right and looked at him in the side of his face. Yes. He replied, still looking on either side of the dark and empty street. Was it hard to pretend they weren't an abomination? Nua asked, and Raymond felt his heart skip a beat. I asked because when they appeared, I expected you to show something of what you should have. I'm sure your comrade would have raged at them both. But you didn't, even though you both believe that there's no place for her or her child in this world. I was just thinking it must have been hard to pretend. No, it's different. Raymond asserted, for the black, we deal with the hard things, monsters, real threats. I've seen lots of unusual things, that was new. But it's a strange world. But they're probably just a plant, people put here for me to see, not a real couple. Just paid actors to influence me, corrupt my mind. Of course. As master says. Nua replied, and he felt his anger grow at her passivity. You don't know anything. Raymond said through clenched teeth. However old you are, you don't know anything. We didn't start this war, we didn't ask for the gods to choose us, we didn't attack your country raped our champion, my grandfather was a friend of hers, and she never recovered from what your kind did. The child she bore, my grandfather, and my father, have helped raise, and she passed into my care as her handler when I joined the Black. Even that girl, she's damaged too, a lot of harm was cast in the wake of your king's lust. And in my first encounter with elves, your kind massacred one of our towns. We didn't ask for him as our king. Nua said, he hurts us too, all the time, everybody knows that, everyone, he's a monster. So, why me? What did I do? I never met a human till I was forced to. I'm not bad. I never hurt anyone. I swear, master. I swear I'm not rebellious, I've never hit a human, never threatened one. I mix good potions, I saved human lives. I even loved, two of you, what does any of that have to do with me, why did our king's rape of your champion have to ruin my life? She fell silent. Forgive me, master, I speak out of turn. I abjure all the blasphemy I've just spoken. Raymond answered by pointing ahead and to the right. There it is. We'll get you healed properly with a potion. Thank you, master. She said as they drew close and he brought the horse to a stop. Chapter 329, Chapter. Raymond dismounted the horse sideways while Nua slipped off the back end, they landed at almost the same moment, and it was Raymond who went to the door. It's closed, master, as I said. I'll just pound on the door. Raymond said and raised a fist. My lord. I realize that for some reason you are trying to be kind. Nua said, and then walked to stand between him and the door. But I ask you, please do not disturb the person within. Why? Raymond asked with a little frown. Because when we return, I will have to go back to Master Dominic, and I'm sure he will ask me if I caused any trouble. I can't lie, no more than I can hope to run. I'm sure that he would beat me severely for having a cardinal wake up an apothecary at the cracking of dawn. Nua answered, her face didn't crack, but as he looked into the depths of blue that were her eyes, and recalled the brutal treatment she received already as a test, it was all too clear that whether Dominic would have or not, she believed he would. Didn't my butler require you? Raymond asked with a little frown on his face. Yes, my lord. Master Dominic had him by me as it was your butler who would best know the sort of slave to meet your preferences, but he used Cardinal Partouche's funds, by law of the theocracy. I belong to him and am only loaned to you. Nua explained, and suddenly, Raymond felt like he was being examined, searched as she looked at him, though what she was searching for, he couldn't say. But, her point was compelling. I see, then, we wait here after all. He said, and Nua moved out of the path of the door. She seemed to relax then, her back was not quite so stiff and she didn't go straight to her knees, though she kept a side eye on him while keeping her hands folded in front of the waist of her coachman's pants, and her eyes mostly down at the ground to wait in silence. The silence worked on Raymond's nerves. Are you bored, Nua? He asked. I am accustomed to waiting, master. I idle well. She cracked a little smile. You have to, if you're going to make potions. You did mention something about that, didn't you? He asked as he stroked the brown of his beard. I did, yes, sir. I'm very good at it. I even saved my master's life once when he got sick by getting elf's blood into his eye. Her little smile grew further. Beautiful boy he was. You loved him? Raymond asked. Surely master would be bored by the pointless stories of a mere clothed beast. Nua answered as the smile slipped away. He's been dead for over 100 years now, I suppose. It hardly matters anymore. Raymond fell quiet at her words, watching the way she shifted on her feet. I was in love once, a long time ago, in human terms, no more than an eye blink to you, but to me, a lifetime. Oh, master, did you marry her? Nua asked, and though her face had not changed expression much, the upward inflection he caught at least imitated interest, so he continued. She was a trainee for the scriptures, and no, we didn't marry, we never got the chance. We were on an assignment, final test. It was supposed to be easy, at least by our standards. But, an ambush. Your people got bold, and have some strong fighters of their own. She remained behind to buy us time. I never saw her again, at least, not altogether. We found a few pieces hung from trees when we went back with reinforcements. Raymond looked down the empty street, dust blew past in the breeze and the first doors began to open. I see. I've heard of that. One of the men who bought me to punish me for his wife's death, as if I had something to do with it. He needed someone to take it out on. Nua said, and Raymond looked back at her, cocking his head. Then those? He asked. She knew of what he spoke. No, he had me ready, bound with arms open. I heard the whip behind me. I thought that was the end for me. And he just fell sobbing to the floor. I heard the whip fall, and he ordered me cut loose. I was removed from his house that day and sold again the day after. Human or elf, even a two-legged sheep knows it is hard to lose a loved one. I still say a prayer for that one. He could not have been all evil. Nua took a step back and looked at the upper floor. Someone is awake. There is a light, master. Good. He said and pursed his lips. Is it bad? My lord. Nua answered the question with a question, and he touched his back. If it pleases master so well to know, yes, your servant feels as if her back has been set on fire and has felt that way since I left. I keep it clean, and the well water was very cold. That numbed it for a time, and I found a few wild herbs to numb it for a little while. But yes, my lord, I am in agony. The blank look on her face was so empty that he would have thought she was in no pain at all. Except I've seen those injuries on recruits, and how they were made to howl like wounded dogs. Raymond recalled, and asked, have you used a martial art of any kind to limit the pain? None, my lord. It is death for an elf to use a martial art. Nua answered. Do you know any that would dull your pain while we wait? He asked. I do know one. She admitted, albeit reluctantly and darting her eyes around as if afraid someone would hear. Use it. There's no reason for you to suffer. Raymond replied, and Nua lowered her eyes. You command my death, my lord. Nua responded. Is master under the impression that Cardinal Dominic Il Pardouche will care if it was by your order? Raymond was about to argue when she added, would it please my lord if I began lying to humans? She cocked her head at him. For all the pain she must have been in, it wasn't pain which cracked her mask, it was, if he had to guess, amusement. His mouth closed and he mumbled, "You know the answer to that, Nua. You know the answer to that." She inclined her head and said very clearly, "Yes, master." The door to the shop opened several minutes later, and as soon as the door swung wide to receive customers, the old man within took a stunned step back to find people already at the door of his shop. "I need a healing potion," Raymond said at once. "We have blue, white, purple, and green. The greens, them's the cheap ones, made out of herbs." The old man shuffled around, and stepped aside to admit the pair into his shop. He was stooped with age and thinning white hair sat loose on his head, wrinkled muscles were few on his bony arms, but his voice, cracked with age as it was confident. "It'll heal most wounds, though if they infected already, it's a bit of a coin flip, but I can spike it if you need. The white, mostly stamina stuff, new to market, but it has some healing properties, don't want to use it on no open wounds though, it increases the blood flow a lot." "Ah. Meant fair healin' what ails men, mostly, if that's your problem." Raymond flushed red and coughed into his hand. No, it's for her." He jerked his thumb toward Nua, who did not laugh nor change expression. "I got some blue then, good fair healin' most things, but it ain't quite as quickin' if there's infection. Nah, won't do fair that." "Is it a new injury or old one what ain't closed up?" the old man asked as he finally shuffled himself behind the counter. Raymond looked around. Potions lined the shop on a multitude of shelves. The odor was overpowering to the point where he saw Nua had already covered her nose and pinched it shut. Hazes of various colors hovered above a few unsealed potions, pots, and bowls that sat over top small glowing rocks, and in front of the old man, a mortar and pestle sat with herbs still in it not entirely ground up yet from their original plant basis. "I wonder what those are for," Raymond thought as he looked at the little green mass of pulp. "It hasn't closed up, it's deep, unhealed, but it doesn't seem to be infected," Raymond said, and the old man squinted at Nua as if he couldn't see her clearly. "Come here, miss, lemme have a look, I might need to make one special." The old man put a hand behind his back and slowly turned to the open path around to the back counter and waited. Nua glanced at Raymond, and he nodded, granting permission. She strode around the path, put her back to him, and raised up her shirt halfway in the back. "Good gods!" the old man gasped. "What th-? A monster got me, sir," Nua said, and the old man shuffled to the back wall. "Purple then, is normally about 10 gold coins fair this, but I'll give it to ya fair 5 on account of them some bad marks and I don't feel right bout gouging the injured. If ya can't pay, there's a form ya can fill out, it'll charge the kingdom for it." "I can pay," Raymond said as he thrust his hand into the pouch at his side and began to slap coins down on the counter. The old man took the purple potion from off the shelf and going to stand in front of Nua, he held it up in hands that shook from age. "Go on, drink it down, lass. Is foul stuff, but it'll do the job." She opened her lips as he looked up at her, and allowed him to pour it over her tongue himself. He was right, it was foul. Her hands shivered at the urge to reach up and stop him, but his pleading, barely functioning eyes all but begged her not to stop. She swallowed until the bottle was tilted all the way up and not a drop remained. No sooner did he pull it back than she coughed and hacked, spasming a little as it settled in her stomach. Then the pain was gone. But she felt something else, the breeze that came through the front door, it caressed her ears, and she felt them twitch. She reached up, her mouth opening, a sense of raw elation on her face as her quivering fingers caressed her now intact ears. She wiggled them up and down at the side of her head, her face lighting up like a child being given a puppy as a present. For that moment, Raymond knew one thing for sure, she is beautiful, beyond words. Then her face met his, the elation held for only a moment, frozen in time that seemed it would last forever, but rather than endure, it broke like a mirror. She clenched her hands around both her ears, and began to sob as if no joy had ever touched her face. "What's going on?" Gagarin shouted again, her shoulder cracked the door, one more hit, and Pandora's actor was sure it would shatter. He sat at the table, seemingly numb, one hand on his leg, one arm resting on the table surface, and then the door shattered and Gagarin came barreling in, reaching for her weapon and searching for danger. Nor was she alone, the others were right behind her, and their eyes instantly went to the bizarre scene, Locus clinging to the body of Evil Eye, wailing and sobbing into the face of the limp girl, sword still piercing the late magic caster through and through. Over and over Locus just kept shouting, "I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm sorry. What the hell?" Gagarin screamed and dropped her hammer, it cracked the stone floor before it fell over, but before it did, she was pulling Locus away and shaking Evil Eye's body. "What happened? Mommin. Locus. What happened?" The faces of the twins went pale white, their kunai out in hand, searching for the danger that took their companion. True professionals down to the bottom of their souls. Pandora's actor praised them privately, but when Lupus Regina followed the others with her hands folded behind her head, she showed no sign of pity. "It's obvious, isn't it, Sue?" Lupu asked, and the trio to enter the room snapped their attention to the red-haired cleric. She told Locus the truth, and Locus killed her for it, like a good lackey of the temples. Lupu chortled at her terrible pun. "The truth? What truth?" "Locus, your sword, that's your sword, why's it in her body? What did you do?" Gagarin shouted at Locus as the woman rocked back and forth as if she were still holding Evil Eye's corpse. All the priestess said was, "I am sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." On a loop. "Thatcher friend there," she pointed to Evil Eye, "was a vampire, of course." "Sue," Lupu said, and Gagarin snapped up, twisting and bringing a massive, meaty fist toward Lupu. "Now's not the time for jokes." She screamed at her drinking companion, but her fist never connected. Lupu's hand came up and with her palm open, she stopped the blow as if it came from an infant. "That's no joke, 'cept for her thinking she was doing Evil Eye a favor, that's a hell of a joke, Sue," Lupu said. Then with Gagarin still staring, still in position as if she would bring her fist the rest of the way if she could, Lupu stepped in close and backhanded Gagarin across the face, sending the giant woman spinning off and hitting the wall face first. To her credit, Gagarin was quick to start to rise, her face was red and her nose bloody. "You're not lying, evil cleric," Tia said in a quiet voice, her kunai lowered a fraction. "Nope. I found out, Sue," Lupu said and tapped her own nose with her pointer finger. "Evil Eye could hide most things, but everybody forgets the nose. Check her eyes if and you don't believe me, or just wait for this one to come back to us, Sue." Lupu pointed to the still rocking Locus, and Tina, being the closest, approached Evil Eye's face and lifted her eyelids. "Are red. They're red," she said in stone silence. "The god said, the god said, the god said. I had to. I had to. I had to, abomination, the undead are abominations, evil, she was cursed, I freed her from her curse, I made it stop for her. I did what I had to do, I did, I did. I did." Locus said while staring blankly ahead at nothing at all. "She can be brought back, she can be, right, Locus." Gagarin shouted and half staggered over to the crazed priestess. "Bring her back." Gagarin screamed as she got in front of Locus's face. "Bring her back. Give us back our shorty." The giant woman howled, her meaty fist connected with Locus's face, and it snapped the woman out of her daze when the back of her head connected with the stone floor. She bounced off the stone and whimpered, I can't." "What do you mean you can't?" "You can't. Or you won't," Gagarin said as she straddled Locus's face. "The sword, it locks away the souls of those it kills. I don't have a way to destroy the sword. But even if I had some way to get the souls out, and even that would take magic on par with a god. Evil Eye was, an undead. I can't bring her back, not with a mere 5th-tier spell. She's dead and there's nothing I can do about it. You bitch. I don't care. I don't care if she was sucking blood out of Mommon's cock. She was our shorty. You give her back to us." Gagarin bellowed, her fist connected down with Locus's jaw again, and again, and again. "You'll kill her." Tia and Tina shouted after several blows which Locus didn't even try to defend herself against, and Gagarin fell to shouting and wailing, thrashing about as she was pulled away. Down on the floor, Locus's face was a mass of pounded meat, but she made no other noise, as if accepting her death. Pandora's actor cast his eyes between them, and simply waited, as if he too were in shock. "You know. I guess you could blame Locus, given that she killed her friend pretty good, Sue. But you forget one big ol' thing. Locus just a lackey, the ones who really got her killed are the ones who ought to pay, am I right, Sue?" Lupu asked. Her eyes pierced the madness of Gagarin's for a moment, though the thrashing continued, it was less, allowing Tia and Tina, who still struggled to hold Gagarin's arms with both of their own, were able to look at the red-haired cleric too. "I mean, you all follow the six, right? You know you'd have to kill your friend too, don't you? But here you are, you wouldn't. Apostate much do ya, Sue?" She smirked, "Or do you just hypocrite all day long, hypocriting around and playing about?" She chuckled as the giant woman's eyes darted about. "The ones who made Locus do that, why it's the slain theocracy. They're the real problem." She gave a full shoulder shrug with her arms out, "You know, how they taught all that stuff to priests, you think Locus do that all on her own, betray her best friend, her sister if it weren't for her gods? Nah, Sue. The faith of the six made her kill Evil Eye, poor Locus is a victim too, looky how she is, she's just a shell now, not much left in there." Lupu went over to where Locus lay just staring up, empty and broken at the ceiling, and the red-haired cleric waved her hand up above Locus's vacant eyes. She whistled downward. "Yoo-hoo, anybody home? I've got a package for Evil Eye, it's friendship power straight from the gods, oh, no. You don't want to sign for it, Locuse. Okay, I'll just take it back and dump it into the gorge, Sue. Lupu said and straightened up. No. Gagarin stopped struggling, and the twins released her. Why, you're right. She looked down at the bloody, broken face of Locuse. I can't forgive you. I won't. But you're not the only one to blame. I can't bring myself to kill you. But there are a whole lot more at fault than just you. What about her body? Maman asked, his eyes welled up. She was in love with you. Gagarin said, Did you know that? I did, and he slapped a hand over his chest, I was going to ask her to marry me at the arena. I knew what she was, but I didn't care. He proclaimed, and the trio that remained aware could only hang their heads. She never told us anything. I can't blame her. Gagarin said with a broken voice and quavering lips. Do you know where my estate is in Ainz? Maman asked. Yes. I do. Gagarin and the twins nodded together. There is a garden there, a little grove of trees, she loved flowering trees, I will bury her in the middle of the circle. Let me take her back, while you dash. Avenge her. Gagarin snarled. I hope you live a good long time. Locuse, because when I'm done, you will be the last priestess of the water god. Gagarin growled out and crouched down to pick up her hammer. We'll come see her, when we're ready. Tina, are you with me? Gagarin asked. Yes. They said, and though they sheathed their kunai, they kept their hands over the hilts. Go then. I will see to everything else, take care of everything with the dwarves, and bear her body to what would have been our home. Maman said, then added, hurry, with the noise you made, someone may come by soon. That spurred the trio into action, and they were gone. Locuse remained staring up, utterly catatonic at the feet of Pandora's actor. Such a shame. I liked them all so well, even this one. I thought for a time she might even overcome her prejudices, and act out of love for her sister. He said when he was sure the trio were long gone, and nudged Locuse's broken jaw with his boot. Meh, that one, with the old gods, no. That's got no place in the Allfather's world, she's so messed up she thought killing her was love for her sister. Now may I, Sue? Lupu asked, a broad, cruel smile on her face. Just make it quick. Pandora's actor replied, and Lupu's fist came down, smashed into Locuse's head, and splattered the skull and brain matter across the floor. Shaltir. Open a gate, and send in Pistonia to clean the room, und Beeldike, mean Schwester. Pandora's actor said when the message spell connected. Yes, of course. Shaltir replied, and the void opened up. Pandora's actor and Lupus Regina Beta waited only a few seconds before Pistonia emerged through the gate. Do hurry, I hear people coming. Were it not for all the mining noises so close, I think someone would have come before now. Pandora's actor replied. I got these. Lupus Regina said and hefted the two corpses over her shoulders where they lay limp as sacks of potatoes. Pandora's actor drew the sword out of the corpse and began to run his hand over it. A spirit truly lies within and, it seems he is singing for joy. Pandora's actor said, what an unexpected thing. He then vanished through the gate while the maid worked magic of her own at his back. He stepped through the gate and found himself in front of Demiurge in his workroom. Marvelous. The archdevil cried with almost childlike glee, clapping his hands together as Lupus Regina flopped the two corpses onto two metal tables, creating an echoing clang about the room and spattering bits of blood here and there when she did so. Demiurge's boyish grin spread over his face, thank you both, ever so much. I have some wonderful ideas about what to do with these, could you stay and help, perchance, or do you have things to do? Things to do. Pandora's actor repeated back to his comrade and laid the sword down on the table beside Locuse's corpse. I see, well, it can't be helped, it's fine. 2 down, 3 to go, just, keep an eye on them, discreetly for now, and bring them to me when they're ready. Demiurge said and put his back to them as he began to cut away the ruined clothing from the corpses. Of course, but... Demiurge. Pandora's actor said before departing. Yes. The archdevil paused and glanced back at his comrade. Main Kleiner Vampire, I care for her. Do not forget, and return her to me, as she should be, when you are done. Pandora's actor said, and Demiurge remained quiet, then gave a slow bow of his head to acknowledge his comrade's feelings. The rose may be wilted, but this petal can still be yours when I'm done. He promised, and with that, Pandora's actor and Lupus Regina walked out of the lab without another look behind them. Chapter 330, Chapter. Zeshi noticed early how many advantages she had over her companions, but there were 3 she intended to use now. The first, she glanced to her left. Brain was asleep on the bed. Layali curled up beside him, using his sword arm as a pillow. That girl, he has no idea, he thinks she still hates him. Zeshi wondered if she should inform him of the small half-elf's tantrum, but not for the first time, she thought the better of it. All my instincts are wrong, so why would this one be right? She remonstrated herself and slid her legs off the bed. Layali, thankfully, had gotten into bed with Brain after the human fell asleep, after lying in bed with Zeshi for a brief period at least. The child's warmth and affection were more welcome than the elder half-elf wanted to acknowledge, and when asleep, the picture of the word cute. The urge to pat her head came up far more often than Zeshi could quite understand. But now they slept, chests rising and falling, the soft sound of Brain's steady snoring, and not without cause, Layali's breathing was synced with that of her human guardian. It was Zeshi's ability to go without sleep that she counted on first, and it held true. As the pair slept, she slipped out of bed, dressed, and slipped out the window. Her black and white hair caught the wind and danced at her back. Thanks to being right at the border, Zeshi had at least one thing she could be confident about. We have an agent here. That was the second thing she counted on. Some member of the Agante at the least. She thought, though the agents were under Cardinal Dominic's command, any scripture member could call on them in the field or when traveling, and the agents were obligated to respond if it could be done without blowing cover. The half-elf tried not to frown as she searched for the tallest possible building. She couldn't pinpoint just why she didn't like them, but dealing with them always left her looking over her shoulder. She spied a building of sufficient height, and with a few quick leaps beyond the limits of humanity, she was at the top of the roof and sat down with her legs stretched out and leaned against the thatching of the high roof. The straw was old, a little moldy, and damp, but it was soft and tightly bound at least. She then puckered up her lips and blew. To most of the world, the whistle she let out was meaningless. Either dismissed as noise on the wind or an idle passerby. But in fact, it was no mere whistle. They were directions on how to find her. She repeated her instructions again, and again, and again, before she saw the hand come over the top of the straw, then a hooded and cloaked figure scrambled up to join her. Did it have to be up here? He asked in a hoarse whisper. If I knew where you were, it wouldn't have to be. Zeshi said without moving as the Agante field agent moved to seat himself at her side. Name? He asked and took out a piece of paper and a quill from within his cloak. Scythe. Zeshi responded with her weapon identification and brought her knees up to her chest. She rested an elbow on her knee and then her head against her fist, then looked the agent over. He wasn't much to look at, but then, that was usually part of their disguise. Probably even his struggle to get up here was a lie. She thought. Need? He asked as he scribbled down her name. Send an urgent message to Senna Tacconi, captain of the Black Scripture. Tell him I need a few things, and to step on it, or I'll tell Raymond his little secret. She wore a little smirk on her face, and the Agante wrote as she instructed, but then paused to ask. What secret? I have no idea. But Raymond told me that everybody has a secret, so one day I used that line on Senna to get him to pick up some things for me, and he did it. So now whenever I need a favor, I just say that. Knowing him, he's probably just taking extra naps or something. She laughed, but the agent did not. If anything, his shoulders slumped and he grunted at her answer. Fine, what do I say you need? It didn't take long for her to go over it all, and when she was done and he was about to go, she cleared her throat. He was halfway to his feet when he glanced back at her. Yes. He asked, his eyes roving over her one more time. Was there anything said about any escaped elves going over the border lately? She asked, and the agent shrugged. No, some were picked off by slave catchers however, and the one responsible wasn't as strong as people thought. The Windflower Scripture cornered and killed him at the river. The agent replied with an offhanded shrug. The Windflower, not the Black? Zeshi asked, raising her black eyebrow up an inch. No. I sent the request myself, but rude. Very rude. The agent clenched a fist at his side. It doesn't matter, they're all dead now anyway. You said the others were captured. Zeshi's hands began to shake as her hope that Brain was wrong was dashed apart like glass dropped on rocks, shattering into countless pieces. They killed 2 of their master's guards as they escaped. The few young ones will probably be simply resold, but the adults. By now their heads are on pikes. The agent spat onto the straw. Anything more, or are we done? Yes, we're entirely done. Get that message to Senna, securely, by tomorrow. No one else is to know about it. Zeshi commanded and turned the full force of her anger on the agent. The flashing in her eyes promised an ugly death if she was denied, but if he understood the threat, he showed no care for it. Understood. He said, and clambered back down the way he'd come. Damn. Zeshi muttered, and stayed on the rooftop to think until morning began to break. Nua killed her sobs almost as soon as they began. The old human that gave her the potion, briefly distressed, shuffled back away from her. Are you, miss, what's wrong? She turned around to face the old man and put her hands on his shoulders, forcing a happy smile on her face. She said, the pain is gone, old sir. That's all, thank you, that pain has lingered for what seems like forever, and now I'm whole again thanks to you. For the rest of my life, however long that is, I'll be grateful. She flashed him a radiant smile, and when he held up a clean rag in a quivering hand, she accepted it, let out a nervous laugh, and wiped her face. I'm sorry for the outburst, old sir. Nah, 'sall right, pain's no fun. Go on and have a day, and avoid them monsters less you got some armor on next time. He gave her a toothless smile and shuffled out of Nua's way, allowing her to circle back the way she'd come. Thank you for treating her, Raymond said as Nua went past him, still touching her ears as if she didn't believe they were really there. In my home, not everyone would have. The old man snorted, glad I don't live there then, we neighborly here. 'S better that way. Raymond put his back to the old man and left the shop, and found Nua kneeling out of the old man's view. Forgive my insult to your friend, master, the monster comment. I just had to explain it to the old man. If he knew how I really got it, it might have caused trouble for you. She didn't meet his eyes when she spoke, and he had his doubts that she was truly sorry about the description of Dominic as a monster. But he grunted his acceptance. Just get on the horse with me, we'll go back, I'll pay the bill and we'll be off again. Raymond commanded, and when he got on the horse, she followed his orders. Master, she said after a few minutes of silence. Yes, he replied, a cold discomfort going up his spine as he guessed what she was going to bring up. Are you going to cut them off, yourself? Nua asked, if so, we should wait until we're far away from here. It is very painful, and even if you gag me, I might be hurt very easily. I don't think this place would respond well. The cold settled in on Raymond's spine, a tingle ran up and down his body. It's very painful, is it? He asked her, I've never seen it done, not that I can recall at least. Is your back all better? He asked the question out of the blue, clunky as it was, and prayed to the gods it distracted her a bit at least. It's done without magic, and they saw them off. Elf ears are tough, but very sensitive. When you cut me, you'll need a knife, and to either bind me or have someone hold me down. Even the most broken elves, we respond by instinct to protect those. It isn't a choice. They're very sensitive, and, it's intimate, only a lover touches them. As if she sensed his discomfort, and as if she wanted some form of revenge, Nua went on as if she were an instructor. By the time she was done, his face was ash. And yes, my back is better. Thank you for the potion, my lord. Nua said it as an almost afterthought, given her previous description of what she expected him to do with her when they left the town. Their departure proved very easy. He handed Nua the coins for the payment, and while he hooked up the horse to the carriage again, she ventured inside, paid the bill, and packed up his things. She emerged a few minutes later with his case on her back and trudged over to the rear of the carriage. Raymond was already inside and felt it rock with the weight of his things being added to it, and she then opened the door to ask him, my lord, are you ready to leave? Do we require any further supplies? She stood stiff and formal, holding the door with one hand, the other folded behind the small of her back, and her eyes down at his feet where they belonged. Raymond, however, could not find it in himself to look in her direction. He stared straight ahead and said simply, drive. And, find a comfortable place. Master. Nua said, then shut him within, and he was alone. He folded one leg over the other and rested his hands on his thigh as the carriage lurched into motion, and he listened to her crack the whip over the horse to get them moving. Just make it quick, he muttered to himself. You've killed more than you can count, you've wounded even more than that. What's a few quick slices? She'll barely feel a thing if you do it right. Nobody is better with a knife than you are, he told himself. He uncrossed his leg and set his foot flat on the floor. He glanced to his right and left, the light was streaming in. He yanked the curtain closed, and the carriage closed in around him like a prison. He put his hands at his side, pressing into the stuffed red cushion of the seat. She's just an elf, why are you getting so worked up about it? This happens 100 times or more a day in the theocracy, more than that if you count the half-elves. He didn't really speak the words, he only mouthed them. You're just doing what the gods demand. A few quick cuts, then it will be over. He crossed his legs again and put his arms on the back of the seat. If it were that bad, she'd beg me not to, like when we first met, she'd ask, or plead. Or she's driving my carriage, she could have run away. He still couldn't verbalize it, but his silent conversation continued as the carriage rolled on. She must have done something to Dominic to deserve what he did. That's how her back got hurt, that's why her ears are healed, this is all her fault. He told himself and uncrossed his legs. He shifted on his seat and then pushed himself into the corner where the seat met the carriage wall. She's probably exaggerating. I mean, they're just ears, so what if elf tradition makes them something that important, and maybe it doesn't? She's probably lying about that to save herself a little pain. It's just a few quick cuts on the orders of the gods. He muttered at last, giving voice to something. Elves have been killing my friends for generations, why shouldn't we have a little revenge? It's not like she'll die. It's a fraction of the pain her people have caused. He lay down on the cushion and looked up at the ceiling of his carriage. I'm even letting her pick the place, most wouldn't even give her that much. He let out a weighty breath. It's no worse than what Zeshi tried to do to herself. He told himself, recalling the story of Zeshi trying to sever her own ears. He stopped the thought dead. No, she didn't succeed, did she? She tried and failed. He recalled, and the slave's claim of the kind of pain it caused gained substantial significance. He heard the downpour begin, the rain battering the outside of the carriage. Though there was no lightning flashing, the thunder's rumble was steady at least. For a little while, the noise of the rain helped deaden his mind. He reached to the slat between himself and his driver and slid it aside. Are you all right out there? He asked. It's just rain, my lord. She answered, her voice raised to cover for the noise that surrounded her and the rain that was drenching her. It didn't last. The rain came and went in only a handful of minutes, a mere flash storm. He ran out of time to think about it when he felt the carriage begin to slow down. He opened the curtain and looked outside. It was still overcast with thick gray clouds hiding the blue sky, but the morning fog was gone and the rumble of thunder was now very far away. One look told him that nobody was around for miles, and there was a small cluster of thin trees waving back and forth in the breeze as if beckoning them over. The carriage rocked as she dismounted. He felt it sway back and forth, and then she was at the door, standing there holding it open. There, my lord. She said, pointing toward the trees. We will not be disturbed. There is no one around for a very long way. Her stony expression showed no emotion at all, a far cry from her previous waxing and waning between elation and despair. Water ran down her face still, and her clothes were soaked. As he descended from the carriage, she held out the whip she used on the horses. You will need this, she said, and when she met her eyes, it was he who looked away after taking the whip from her hands. She squared her shoulders and began to walk in front of him like an unapologetic prisoner toward his execution. Her back was straight and her steps were measured. The grass bent and fell away in the path of their steps. The grove of trees was a fair distance away, but neither she nor he broke the rhythm of their steps, though the steady squelch of mud did not stop marking time for them. She moved within, her hand caressing the pale gray bark of the trees. She looked up and down the trunk, and Raymond had to wonder, what is she thinking now, wishing she was home? Wishing she was far away from here. Puddles were abundant, though she made a point of avoiding them. She went down to her knees and bent her head forward. May I have something to bite down on, master? It's no worse than branding cattle, it's no worse than branding cattle. He tried to tell himself as she reached up and with delicate slender fingers, began to caress her ears for what was to be her last time. He went to the nearest tree and drawing out one of his knives, he severed a part of a branch. He could feel her watching out of the corner of his eye while he stripped the bark and knots away from the wood and cast them aside. You are skilled with a knife, master. Nua praised him, and at that, she sounded even genuinely admiring. It's my primary weapon. Monsters never expect a human to want to get close, so I do. The unexpected is a potent weapon, he replied. She said and fell silent. I'll try to make it hurt as little as possible, he promised. She looked up at him with her eyes wide as blue stars, and opened her mouth without speaking. He put the improvised gag between her teeth and she shut her jaw on it, biting down hard. Her breath quickened when Raymond stepped behind her. She was not the only one. Your people have been killing mine for generations. I lost more friends than I can count to your king and his armies. Her breath was muffled by the gag, but he could feel her panic rising. The gods themselves demand this. Not me. I'm just their instrument. I don't hate you personally. I just have to, he said, and he could feel her body tense. He recalled her words, that she would fight. The whip she gave to him was still folded under his arm, but it fell into the mud when he reached out to grab her left ear. She began to scream into her gag, her eyes popping open. She fell forward into the mud and threw her hands forward, but an instant later, she realized he hadn't touched her at all. She rolled over, looked up, and he was stiff as if a paralysis spell had caught him and held him fast. He was looking down into the puddle at her side, and, sensing the danger was at least briefly past, she pushed herself up to her knees and looked as well. Something dangerous, a treasure or something? She wondered, and caught sight of what stopped him. From where she was, covered now in mud and kneeling beside it, she could see both their reflections staring back at them. Raymond's knife began to quiver, and he shoved it back into his sheath. This isn't the right time, right place. I just healed you after all, and it doesn't seem fair. You just got an injury healed, and it was expensive. He felt a lump in his throat. He swallowed it and smacked his lips. We shouldn't take time for this anyway. We can do this later. The gods don't give a timetable. We can wait until we're on our way back, after we're done in Arwintar. Raymond said, and Nua's ears began to wiggle up and down. It was cute, arguably. She stood up, spat the gag into the puddle where it landed with a splash, and turned around. As you command. Master. Nua said to him. The fear and panic she must have felt were gone and the empty voice returned. Her face was as blank as ever, and it was anything but thanks that she gave to him. I will clean the carriage at our next stop, master. She said after he returned to his seat. He said nothing as the door closed him inside again, and only when the carriage began to lurch, did his body begin to shake from head to toe as it had on the day of his very first life or death struggle.